Chapter 1801. I have already taken your life. Damn it! Wan Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, quickly save Wan Hao Guang, his armor is a killer move, it won't last much longer. Wan Liang Han felt a chill rush through his whole body. Fang Yuan had been on the defensive for this whole time. Now that he moved, he directly targeted the three Wan clan Immortals' vital weaknesses. This ruthlessness and incisiveness made Wan Liang Han feel regret for the first time. We should have investigated properly. Wan clan has provoked such a person, who knows if it leads to a blessing or a disaster. The Soul Beast army rushed like a flood and drowned the three Wan clan Immortals. The four immemorial Soul Beasts formed the central army and were like mountains as they moved towards Wan Xiao with an unstoppable might. Wan Xiao, retreat! Wan Liang Han sensed Fang Yuan's sinister killing intent and quickly warned. Wan Xiao was anxious. I need to save Hao Guang. He is trapped. He has already cancelled his light armor killer move and is now using only light armor immortal GU. Wan clan's three immortals were affected by distracting thoughts generation. They could not use any killer moves as it was very likely for them to fail and inflict backlash on themselves without dealing any damage to the enemy. Wan Hao Guang realized this and took the initiative to cancel the killer move light armor, directly activating light armor immortal GU instead. This immortal GU was the core of the light armor killer move, but it was only a rank 7 immortal GU. Its defense was far below the previous light armor killer move. Thus, Wan Hao Guang was already in a greatly precarious situation in just a short period of time. Wan Xiao and him had a deep friendship. Wan Xiao was trying to save him in such a dangerous situation. Damn it! At the critical moment, Wan Liang Han could only cooperate with Wan Xiao and activated a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle Immortal GU created obstacles around Wan Xiao and Wan Liang Han, protecting the two and giving them a huge assistance. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang displayed solid battle foundation during this perilous moment. The two finally reunited amidst the Soul Beast flood. Good! With the two's combined might and my cooperation, we have a hope of breaking out. Wan Liang Han showed a trace of joy when he heard a sneer behind him. Are you not considering your own situation? Such a self-sacrificial spirit. Fang Yuan had actually appeared behind him. At this moment, Wan Liang Han felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. Before his death, he finally realized that everything was a part of Xuan Bu Jin's sinister plan. He intentionally imposed pressure and showed killing intent towards Wan Xiao and Wan Liang Han, but his true target had been Wan Liang Han. Those four immemorial soul beasts were still far away while Xuan Bu Jin had come beside Wan Liang Han by himself. Those four immemorial soul beasts were treated as just a bait. These four had rank 8 battle strength. Who could have thought Xuan Bu Jin would not use them? Since the start, he had stayed under the protection of these four immemorial soul beasts, constantly giving hidden signs to Wan clan's three immortals, making them gradually develop some kind of cognitive bias. Wan Liang Han might be able to see through this trap in his normal state, but he was also struck by the killer move distracting thoughts generation. He had been suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind while also paying attention to the safety of Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao. He was unable to take notice of anything more. Xuan Bu Jin was never a person who feared death. He can even take the risk at the crucial times. The previous scenes were all just an act. Thoughts exploded in Wan Liang Han's mind and he wanted to counterattack, disregarding all else, to exchange for a hope of survival. But it was too late. How could Fang Yuan give him the chance to struggle before his death? Immortal killer move, Wisdom Grasp. Fang Yuan lightly pushed his palm, a great thief ghost hand flew out and entered Wan Liang Han's body. Then, the great thief ghost hand flew back with its fist clenched as if holding onto something. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, I have already taken your life. Wan Liang Han's eyes were wide open, he was already dead. Brother Liang Han. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang shouted in shock, grief and anger. Wan Xiao stared furiously while Wan Hao Guang's expression was also furious with tears flowing down his face. It was not easy to raise a wisdom path GU immortal. Wan Liang Han's death was a heavy loss to Wan clan. Fang Yuan had already achieved half his target by killing Wan Liang Han. The other half would depend on the subsequent actions of these two Wan clan GU immortals. Right now, Fang Yuan did not really care about the profits he could gain from killing two rank 7 GU immortals. He was going after the entire Western Desert GU immortal world after all. He activated transformation path methods to weaken his aura. This guy has suddenly become weak. So he was not that strong. Maybe the killer move he used to kill Brother Liang Han has huge repercussions. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang pleasantly found Fang Yuan's aura had weakened. His soul beast army was also spread everywhere, no longer united like before. But shortly afterwards, Fang Yuan took Wan Liang Han's corpse and hid behind the protection of the immemorial soul beasts. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang clenched their teeth in hatred, but realized that they were unable to kill Fang Yuan. If they continued to drag this, they might also die here. Thereupon, they removed the immortal battlefield and chose to retreat. Wan Xiao was heavily injured by Fang Yuan during this time and fell unconscious. Wan Hao Guang tightly held onto Wan Xiao and ran off rapidly. Fang Yuan controlled the Soul Beast army and acted like he was going to give chase. He then looked at Wan Hao Guang in satisfaction as he disappeared in the cloud layer. I should also leave. Fang Yuan did not stay behind. He looked towards the direction of Wan clan's headquarters and smiled lightly as he disappeared after putting away the Soul Beast army. When Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong rushed to the place, he looked dazedly at the empty desert. There were only traces left behind that proved there had been a huge battle previously. Fang Gong's expression was somewhat unsightly as he thought, this Swan Bu Jin. It seems I am late by a bit, the enemies won. While he was thinking, there was a commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan used the same trick, using Swan Bu Jin's identity to publicize this battle. GU Immortals discussed heatedly. The Western Desert GU Immortal world was even more shaken now. What kind of person is this Swan Bu Jin? He actually has the protection of immemorial soul beasts, and his wisdom path methods are so sinister. No wonder Fang clan recruited him. Western Desert's righteous path has another peak rank 7 expert. The great era is truly coming, not only with the frequent occurrences of earth trenches, but all kinds of monstrous characters are also appearing. Fang Gong only realized this change in Treasure Yellow Heaven after he received Fang Di Chang's message. Fang Gong let out a sigh of relief but was slightly puzzled, so the victor was Swan Bu Jin. But why has he not returned yet? Fang Di Chang laughed. He is a lone immortal after all and joined our clan only recently. Now, he killed Wan Liang Han, who was a Western Desert Righteous Path GU immortal and a member of a super force. Adding on our Fang clan situation, he is worried our Fang clan will give him up to protect ourselves. So he is staying outside and took the initiative to publicize the battle. Fang Gong immediately understood from this explanation, HMPH, you Wisdom Path GU immortals simply like to overthink situations. Swan Bu Jin is putting pressure on my Fang clan by doing this, but his worries are not wrong. Wan Liang Han was killed by him. Our Fang clan and Wan clan's relationship is now almost completely broken. Sigh, the newly stabilized situation has crumbled apart. Fang clan's situation has become much more difficult. What do you think we should choose? Give Swan Bu Jin up to maintain the relationship with Wan clan? Or give up on Wan clan and protect Swan Bu Jin? Right now, it is clear to me that Swan Bu Jin does not truly want to join our Fang clan. He is only cooperating with us for his own gains. However, Wan clan is also nothing good. They triggered a loss of their own initiative this time. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely later on. Fang Di Chang said heavily, I think it is more beneficial to protect Swan Bu Jin. Swan Bu Jin is prideful. It is normal for him to not feel united with us. He has sufficient strength to support his arrogance. Just those immemorial soul beasts already surpass our imagination. he also revealed 2 Wisdom Path killer moves in this battle. Both are sinister and dangerous. If the enemy is even a little careless, they will fall to his vicious methods. This time, it was Wan clan who found trouble with our side first. If we show weakness, other forces will believe we don't have any strength and they will want to cause trouble. The result we achieved from using the Theft Path killer move will also disappear because of this. At such a critical time, my Fang clan should preserve our strong momentum and protect Xuan Bu Jin. Xuan Bu Jin might not be united with us, but he is a qualified ally. We have the history of a successful cooperation and the foundation for cooperation. Our clan even owes him remuneration which can allow us to use him further. What the other Righteous Path forces don't hope to see is him reinforcing our clan. Fang Dichang was indeed a Wisdom Path great Grandmaster. His analysis immediately made Fang Gong see the situation clearly. Fang Gong nodded, saying with a heavy voice, "You are correct. Protecting Xuan Bu Jin is indeed much more beneficial than easing the situation with Wan clan. But if we do this, Wan clan will definitely retaliate heavily and our Fang clan will face an even greater suppression." Fang Dichang sighed helplessly. There is nothing we can do about this. Divine Bean Palace's information has been leaked. Didn't we already predict such a situation? The current plan is still to quickly refine Divine Bean Palace. Our Fang clan can completely resolve this crisis with this immortal GU house. Green Ghost Desert. An immemorial soul beast was completely defenseless against Fang Yuan's attacks. After a while, it lowered its head. It was forcibly subdued by Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxie was standing beside Fang Yuan. In this recent period of time, it was thanks to him taking charge of this place that there was a continuous supply of soul beasts. After defeating Wan clan's 3 immortals, Fang Yuan did not return to Fang clan. Instead he directly came here to help Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie was in the process of taking in soul beasts when he encountered problematic immemorial soul beasts that he could not deal with. Fang Yuan arrived to help him clear the obstacles. "Alright, let's go to the next area." Fang Yuan was speaking when his expression changed slightly. Fang clan had sent a message. "Lord Sect Leader, what is Fang clan's response?" Ying Wuxie was alert and asked with concern. Fang clan's response would also concern the progress in Green Ghost Desert. "Everything is going as I planned." Fang Yuan smiled. He looked towards the direction of Fang clan's headquarters with a deep gaze. Chapter 1802. Fang clan support. "Father! You died a pitiful death." Weeping sounds echoed in the discussion hall, reverberating in the ears of the GU immortals present in the hall. A young man, wearing mourning clothes, was crying. This person was Wan Zui Qing, a rank 6 GU immortal who was Wan Liang Han's son. Wan Zui Qing was kneeling on the ground and bawling. No one was able to persuade him to stop. The Wan clan GU immortals in the hall had frowns on their faces. They were silent and their expressions were dark. Wan clan second supreme elder had an amiable personality. He said with a sigh, "The situation actually ended up like this. We sent 3 rank 7 experts but they all lost. This is unbelievable." Wan clan's immortals all had deep feelings regarding this. If not for Fang Yuan revealing the whole battle in Treasure Yellow Heaven, these Wan clan immortals might only be able to accept the result after some hesitation. In fact, Wan Liang Han had set off only after he had received approval from most of the Wan clan immortals. 3 GU immortals of the same rank as well as an immortal battlefield. The situation should have been in their grasp, but who could have imagined they would encounter such a tough enemy? The silent first supreme elder finally spoke. "Xuan Bu Jin killed our clan's GU immortal. We cannot forgive him." "Wan Zui Qing, did your father leave you his inheritance?" Wan Zui Qing did not dare to act recklessly towards first supreme elder's inquiry. He held back his tears and said, "Father taught me everything about his inheritance, killer moves, and GU recipes. But there is not even one immortal GU left behind." First Supreme Elder's expression sank further. This situation was not normal. Xuan Bu Jin was a rank 7, Wan Liang Han was also the same, but the former could kill the latter instantly without the latter being able to retaliate. Normally speaking, there were rarely such direct results when GU Immortals of the same rank fought. Usually, life and death battles would fall into a deadlock. During such times, if one side wanted to leave and was not trapped in any immortal battlefield, the other side would hardly be able to stop them. An immortal battlefield's value was that it did not allow enemies to escape freely. Wan Clan's 3 immortals brought out the immortal battlefield to make sure Fang Yuan could not escape. But they did not expect Fang Yuan to not even try to escape. Instead, the immortal battlefield became useless and he killed Wan Liang Han while fighting off the other 2 Wan Clan GU Immortals. This was truly an ironic result to Wan Clan. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder felt regret now. If he had known this would happen, he would have lent his immortal GU house to Wan Liang Han. But he had his own difficulties. He was only a rank 7 and not like the rank 8 leaders of other Righteous Path forces. Because of this, the immortal GU house was required to guard their headquarters. He, however, did not know his arrangement was actually rational and correct. Were Fang Yuan to see the immortal GU house, he would definitely plunder it. Thus, the first Supreme Elder's arrangement reduced Wan Clan's losses instead. First Supreme Elder sighed in his head before saying to Wan Zuiqing, Wan Liang Han's death was a mistake on our part. Wan Liang Han will be honored and any GU materials required to refine his immortal GU will be provided for free from the clan's treasury. I just hope these immortal GU were destroyed. Thank you, First Supreme Elder. Thank you, esteemed elders. Wan Zuiqing kowtowed multiple times towards the first Supreme Elder and the other Wan Clan GU Immortals. This was what he hoped to achieve by crying in the first place. He succeeded now. He was the youngest here, so kowtowing was not inappropriate. First Supreme Elder continued, but with a gloomy and chilling voice, Xuan Bu Jin is Fang Clan's member, we will pressure Fang Clan to hand him over. From this battle, we can be certain Xuan Bu Jin is definitely Old Man Lishan's inheritor. This is a demonic path scoundrel. The bloody debt that Old Man Lishan owes us will be paid by him. Many Wan Clan GU Immortals' eyes shined brightly. They could only do this. Back then, Old Man Lishan had been the pain of many Western Desert Righteous Path forces. Placing this crime on Fang Yuan was to give the Western Desert Righteous Path forces an excuse to go against Fang Clan. Earlier, this had only been an excuse. Wan Clan wanted to capture Xuan Bu Jin so that Fang Clan would have no way to extricate themselves. The plan did not work, but Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder still insisted on it as the truth. Lack of evidence? I will create evidence myself. Although it was shameless, every super force wanted to deal with Fang Clan and this plan would make use of their worry regarding Fang Clan's rise. It was just that the success rate of this plan was not as high as the previous plan. Wan Clan's GU Immortal died in the battle and it was even publicized. They could not let this go. Wan Clan had no option but to continue with this excuse. Second Supreme Elder heaved a deep sigh. The situation might not be that bad. Fang Clan might have already decided to give up on Xuan Bu Jin. HMPH, even if they give him up, Fang Clan won't be able to escape the crime of sheltering a demonic path GU Immortal. However, bad news arrived in Wan Clan the next day. Fang Clan declared their stand. They were going to protect Fang Yuan and prove Fang Yuan's true origin was related to Sheng Jingshan. Wan Clan immediately objected and brought out all kinds of evidence. Fang Diaichang did not even bother to deduce the flaws in these evidences. Instead, he tossed out even more undeniable evidence. Laughable. You can forge evidence, can I not do the same? Western Desert's 2 super forces argued intensely over the claims that Xuan Bu Jin was Shang Jingshan's inheritor or Old Man Lishan's inheritor. One side said they had proof. The other side said theirs were more reliable. One side threw out a piece of evidence, while the other side threw out 2. But the main person who was being thrown in the whirlpool of politics, Fang Yuan, was leisurely subduing immemorial soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert with a content spirit. Naturally, he kept his attention on the progress of the situation. It was actually quite amusing. Fang Yuan himself was not anxious at all. He did not bring out any evidence to prove himself, but Fang clan and Wan clan, however, were extremely agitated, bringing out any evidence they could find, or forging some if they could not. The two super forces vied with each other in testifying for and against a demon, even airing extreme confidence in their own claims. Were they to truly know Fang Yuan's identity, who knew how their mentality would change? Fang clan would definitely feel like they had fallen into the icy depths, but Wan clan would also be scared. This was the demon Fang Yuan. Even Heavenly Court as well as the whole of Southern Border's righteous path were helpless against him. Over these days, Fang Yuan had not only subdued several immemorial soul beasts, he also took out time to absorb Wan Liang Han's wisdom path inheritance. Wan Liang Han was instantly killed by Fang Yuan. The difference in their strength was so great that he simply did not have the time to destroy his immortal GU. Fang Yuan obtained 3 immortal GU from him, 2 rank 6 and 1 rank 7. The rank 7 wisdom path immortal GU was called Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle immortal GU had the shape of a snail. It was dark and occasionally shined with a trace of purple light. It looked quite silly. Fang Yuan had already seen the power of this immortal GU. Activating this Wisdom Obstacle immortal GU could instantly form obstacles in a large range around the GU immortal. It consumed immortal essence as well as a large amount of will. There were also a lot of killer moves with Wisdom Obstacle immortal GU as the core. One killer move was quite outstanding that even Fang Yuan was surprised. This killer move directly sent the obstacles created by the Wisdom Obstacle immortal GU into the enemy's mind. With the giant obstacles, the thoughts in the enemy's mind would have trouble colliding with each other and thus would make it difficult for them to think. Usually, when this move succeeds, it would immediately make the enemy turn stupid. They would feel like there was a boulder in their mind, unable to solve any problems. This move was outstanding, but it had to first touch the enemy and pierce into the enemy's brain. So there were several other killer moves that were specially targeted towards the brain. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was well versed in Wisdom Path and had many methods protecting his mind. Wan Liang Han's killer moves had almost no hope in getting past these hurdles. Moreover, he was struck by Fang Yuan's distracting thoughts generation and lost the initiative. He clearly had killer moves but could not use them and lost most of his ability. Thinking back about the battle, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. He had put his 2 killer moves to test in actual battle and their effects were excellent. One was distracting thoughts generation. It was a Wisdom Path killer move that also had the essence of Soul Path. When activating the killer move, Fang Yuan could hide its aura by relying on the 4 immemorial soul beasts. It would be problematic if the killer move's aura was exposed and the enemy sensed it. This was because distracting thoughts generation required a certain amount of time before its strength could accumulate to a decent level. The other move was Wisdom Grasp. It was a Wisdom Path killer move which Fang Yuan deduced after referencing Great Thief Ghost Hand and the Steel Life True Inheritance. Great Thief Ghost Hand stole immortal GU while Wisdom Grasp stole lives, instantly killing enemies. This move was only rank 7, so it had very poor effect against rank 8 GU Immortals, but was perfect for an opponent like Wan Liang Han. Fang Yuan had added some Transformation Path GU worms into Wisdom Grasp to disguise it as Great Thief Ghost Hand. In the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Fang Yuan had displayed Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Fang Gong. He also subdued immemorial soul beasts under the cooperation of Fang Di Chang. So the methods Fang Yuan revealed did not stun Fang clan, they instead highlighted his value. At the same time, he also cleverly exposed his weakness. Fang Yuan clearly had methods to directly manipulate soul beasts, but he did not use any in the fight. Therefore, Fang clan had a misconception that they still had Swan Bu Jin in their grasp. Trying their best to protect him was a natural thing. From a simple perspective, this battle was only a battle between Fang Yuan and 3 Wan clan immortals. But in truth, it was Fang Yuan who manipulated the present situation and intensified the conflicts between the two sides. He was influencing the 2 super forces Fang clan and Wan clan, while also controlling the situation of the entire Western Desert. Fang Yuan's true goal was after the battle. By implementing this plan, his future gains would be beyond imagination. These immortal GU-like wisdom obstacles were just appetizers before the banquet. Unconsciously, at this point, Fang Yuan no longer emphasized on trifling gains or losses. Physically in the situation, rampaging everywhere unhindered. Mentally in the situation, ambition soaring above the horizons. Unconsciously, I have already reached this level. Those heroes and conquerors who ruled their eras, were they also like this? Heh. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. Green Ghost Desert looked even more dark and gloomy at night. Dark clouds filled the sky, not letting even a trace of starlight pass. Fang Yuan was sitting on the head of a ferocious immemorial soul beast, and beside him were uncountable soul beasts. Under Fang Yuan's control, the large army silently charged forward towards the boundless darkness. Chapter 1803. Dragonman Clone. A large formation was making loud noises. Variant human GU immortals were fully prepared for combat with Bai Ningbing at their lead. Whoosh! There was the sound of enormous tidal waves, and an immemorial year beast rushed out of the formation that was shining in silver light. This is an immemorial year pig. Lady White Rabbit shouted excitedly. Great, the year essence pool lacks this species of year beast. Fairy Miao Yin also added spiritedly. There was nothing to say, the battle started immediately. The Immortals controlled Myriad Year flying warship and battled the immemorial year pig. The immemorial year pig had a sturdy body, but Myriad Year flying warship was also incomparably firm. Both sides were evenly matched. The battle caused a storm just from its aftermath. If it were an ordinary immortal aperture, the GU immortal would definitely suffer heavy losses. But Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was too vast. He had devoured the lifetime accumulations of many GU immortals, but even then, his sovereign immortal aperture was only 17 to 18% developed. This mini red heaven was specially left empty by Fang Yuan, reserved as a battlefield. Currently, the mini 5 region's development was flourishing. 7 of the mini 9 heavens also had some resources. Mini red heaven was completely empty. Dream realms were stored in mini green heaven, and mini yellow heaven only had a small segment of a gold fragment current. The mini 5 region still had a lot of unoccupied land. It could be estimated that the mini 9 heavens would remain barren for a long period of time. Normally speaking, when a GU immortal advances to rank 8 and gains a Grotto-heaven, they would actively develop the sky because there would be no free space left on the land. But Fang Yuan was a special case and could not be assessed by common sense. The battle of the rank 8 immortal GU house and the immemorial Desolate beast lasted for a few days before the latter lost and gave in. Fang Yuan's main body was sweeping through Green Ghost Desert, while inside his immortal aperture, his subordinates were using Myriad Year flying warship to subdue immemorial year beasts. On one hand, Fang Yuan was intentionally making these rank 7 GU immortals get familiar with Myriad Year flying warship so that they could participate in battles of rank 8s in the future. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was using the immemorial year beast fishing formation to attract immemorial year beasts in an attempt to complete his 12 zodiac battle formation. Fang Yuan had started on the plan of 12 zodiac battle formation in his previous life. This was an ancient battle formation, gathering 12 different species of immemorial year beasts and using them as cores for the formation. 12 zodiac battle formation was specialized in offense, and it could move freely after the formation was complete. During inactive times, these immemorial year beasts could be sealed, becoming like statues, unmoving and not requiring food. But during battle, the seal would be released. They would make up the battle formation and attack the enemy. There were many advantages of this formation. One was it saved a lot on food expenditure. In his previous life, Fang Yuan saw this point and had intended to use this method to ease the pressure on his immortal aperture management. But in this life, Fang Yuan was very affluent. Saving the food expenditure became secondary, and what Fang Yuan prioritized now was the strong offensive prowess of this formation. Only immemorial year beasts were qualified to be the cause of the 12 zodiac battle formation. Fang Yuan would be unable to construct the 12 zodiac battle formation if he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts. This showed that the 12 zodiac battle formation could definitely suppress the methods of ordinary rank 8 GU immortals. However, it was not as easy as it seemed to gather 12 different species of immemorial year beast. It depended not only on strength but also luck. In his previous life, Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy to spare on this, and his luck was also bad, so he was not able to gather the complete battle formation even by the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The River of Time had a lot of year beasts, but the species of these year beasts were not allocated evenly. Instead, a certain species of year beasts would have a huge increase in its population during a certain period of time. Fang Yuan also was not completely sure if he could gather them all in this life. But in this life, the manpower, resources, time, and energy put into this project along with the increase in his luck was much more than his previous life. This was a fact. Time continued to pass. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fang Yuan. Many secretly thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan but were afraid of alerting him. Western Desert's righteous path forces were confronting each other. Fang clan and Wan clan's argument was continuing without an end. The other righteous path forces were restraining themselves, but hidden undercurrents were surging. In Northern Plains, Grotto-heaven was trying hard to unite the whole Northern Plains GU immortal world, but there was little progress. In the previous life, Grotto-heaven took in Lang-Ya blessed sect, which made the Northern Plains GU immortals realize their sincerity, greatly reducing the hostile intentions. But in this life, Lang-Ya blessed land was already completely taken by Fang Yuan. In Eastern Sea, it was tranquil as always. There were some disturbances occasionally, but they were nothing major. The most sensational issue would be the matter of ascending Heaven Plane, but this matter was already settled. In Central Continent, because of the defeat in Lang-Ya blessed land, Heavenly Court was recuperating. Fairy Zi Wei wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but she was helpless because Fang Yuan was wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion. Even if he took action, he would do it in disguise, making it hard for others to distinguish reality from rumors. The GU immortal world of the 5 regions entered a temporary peaceful period. Fang Yuan did not waste even a second of his time. He used this rare peaceful period to constantly process his gains and strengthen himself. Time Cutting Edge was one step closer to perfection. He could already use all 5 colored lights of 5 restriction profound light chi at the same time after this period of painstaking training, but he was still some distance left from becoming completely proficient. The progress of his soul path cultivation was also highly satisfactory. Fang Yuan's soul had already passed 10 million man soul level, reaching 100 million man soul. This was the limit of a human. Before spectral soul demon Venerable appeared, in the long and endless history of humanity, even if there were shocking talents and geniuses, they could not progress beyond 100 million man soul. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Humans had the strongest intelligence, but when their strength was compared, the sharpness of their nails, and the robustness of their souls, they were far inferior to other beings. However, cultivation itself was a process of breaking one's limits. GU Master could possess strength to suppress fierce beasts by using GU worms, grow nails sharper than those of fierce beasts, and naturally, have the foundation to possess even more robust souls. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to innovate this method of breaking through the limits. Fang Yuan naturally had a grasp of this method after inheriting Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Cultivating beyond the limit of a human soul was Desolate Soul. Although 100 million man soul was already condensed to the limit and could interfere with the real world, it was still fragile. But when the soul reached Desolate Soul level, there would be an earth-shaking change in its battle strength. Fang Yuan would be able to match most desolate beasts with just his soul. The one who had reached the peak in this was Spectral Soul. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he had used just his soul to fight against the heavenly and human calamities. His awe-inspiring demonic might had left an extremely deep impression on Fang Yuan, making him feel desire towards reaching this level. But I still have things to do before I break through to Desolate Soul. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's split soul was put inside the long hair refinement path formation. The formation began to work. Its light dyed all the surroundings bright red like blazing fire. After the experience of failing several times before, Fang Yuan's movements were smooth. Concentrate, we are going to add the main immortal material next. Fang Yuan commanded. Lang-Ya Land Spirit, who was helping as an assistant, nodded immediately, helping Fang Yuan control the formation. The space inside the formation formed into partitioned secret rooms that were specially meant to store immortal materials. At this moment, one secret room opened and the immortal material inside immediately entered the formation. This immortal material was called Prospering Springlight. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Although it was a light path immortal material, it was condensed in the form of a flower. The flower bloomed open, its pure white petals were adorned with bright red specks along with blotches of bright green. The flower was lifelike and delicate, and was bursting with vitality. The moment the Prospering Springlight entered the fire, it melted into pure white light that poured over Fang Yuan's split soul. The light fully covered the soul. The fire continued to burn the soul. GU materials were thrown in one after the other. At the same time, several immortal GU outside the formation were ceaselessly activated. Hairy Man GU immortals were assisting with all their strength, some were dealing with the immortal materials, some were controlling the fire, and some were inspecting the wastage. This was a group GU refinement. The expenditure was much higher than refining GU alone, but the difficulty of the GU refinement was also lower. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was alone and did not have this treatment. In this life, he annexed Lang Ya sect. The refinement path capability he grasped had already surpassed Heavenly Court. How many refinement path GU immortals could Heavenly Court awaken? Even if there were refinement path great experts hibernating in the immortal graveyard, there would be very few who might possess refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Naturally, Heavenly Court's treasuries were extremely rich. They far surpassed Fang Yuan in this aspect. Even though Fang Yuan had swallowed the lifetime accumulations of so many GU immortals, he could not hold a candle to Heavenly Court. The refinement was going well. Fang Yuan's spirits rose as he shouted, "Next is False Pearl." False Pearl was not a pearl but a transformation path immortal material that could transform into any gem. It was also a rank 8 material like Prospering Springlight, and was this refinement's main material. The False Pearl quickly integrated into the fire. Fang Yuan called out, "Bai Ning Bing." Bai Ning Bing nodded. She was already standing in a formation core. She lightly swung her arm. Blood flew out of the injury on her hand. The blood entered the raging fire. The crimson fire immediately turned into a bewitching blood-red color. Moreover, dense blood chi spread into the surroundings. Sixth Hair immediately gathered this blood chi and constantly removed it. If this was not done, this blood chi could heavily interfere with the next process of refinement. The blood fire reduced in size the more it burned, and soon it shrunk to the size of a fist. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. The other GU immortals also had solemn expressions. Next was a crucial step. Release the raging wave rising dragon fire. Fang Yuan sent the command. The raging wave rising dragon fire could act on its own. The moment it was released, it sought to fly away from the formation. But how was it possible? The long hair refinement path formation firmly blocked it and forced it to collide with the blood fire. The two fires were quite distinct from each other, but they soon merged with each other, forming a large lump of colorful fire. The mixed fire similarly reduced in size the more it burned while also emitting dense suffocating smoke. The smoke settled down and covered the fire, forming a pitch-black sphere. From outside, one could vaguely see the bright fire in the center of the smoke sphere. Boom! The smoke sphere lasted for about an hour when it suddenly exploded. Countless gusts of smoke flew around chaotically like dragons. Air waves surged and people could hear a sound like that of a dragon roar. A Dragonman GU master walked out of the smoke and revealed himself. He was muscular and handsome. He had a tall nose bridge and firm lips. He looked like a peerless hero. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of dragon eyes like topaz. There was also a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his head. Seeing him, Lang Ya land spirit laughing loudly, "Success, we succeeded." Indeed, this young rank 1 GU master was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. Chapter 1804. Breaking through to Desolate Soul. The soul path formation was already arranged properly. This formation was floating in the air, with a radius of about 3 li. The formation was letting out a dark and gloomy radiance. It looked like a huge pancake with thick sides and a thin center. Eerie wind blew up everywhere in the formation, sharply lowering the temperature inside, but everything was normal outside the formation. Fang Yuan inspected the formation several times with his divine sense before feeling satisfied. This formation is modified from a soul path killer move. It is much more stable than the killer move and it can be controlled much more smoothly and exquisitely. This was a unique soul cultivation technique recorded in Shadow Sect True Inheritance. It allowed the human soul to break through the limit and reach the Desolate soul level. On the basis of this soul cultivation killer move and his formation path attainment, Fang Yuan improved and perfected it. Everything was ready. Fang Yuan sent his 100 million man soul into the formation. A Desolate beast soul core was being grasped by Fang Yuan's soul, and when the soul reached the center of the formation, it crushed the soul core. The soul core was already processed beforehand and was further weakened sharply by the formation. The soul core shattered and turned into fog that floated out. The formation operated rapidly, making the fog shroud Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul completely. For the next several hours, this fog continued to thin before completely disappearing. Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul was still in its original shape, the same as his sovereign immortal body's appearance, solid and lifelike. The feelings Fang Yuan had inside it, however, was greatly different from before. So this is Desolate Soul. Fang Yuan's soul looked at his hands. He could clearly sense that although there was not much change in his shape, a vast strength was surging on the inside. This strength could not even be imagined by his previous state. 100 million man soul could interfere with the real world but would be in danger even if it was attacked by ordinary wild beasts. But the Desolate soul's strength was like heaven and earth compared to 100 million man soul. Let's test it in real battle. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the formation excitedly. Fang Yuan had already made preparations. A Desolate beast was confined not far away. The Desolate beast had just obtained its freedom when it saw the bluish-black soul that had the physique of an adult fly towards it. It roared ferociously and opened its mouth as it charged at Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul suddenly flew up at the last moment, avoiding the Desolate beast's bite and flying to its head. He then raised his right leg and swung it down like an axe. Boom! A loud sound resounded as the hill-sized Desolate beast was knocked down, heavily injured. Again! Fang Yuan's soul chased after it, punching and kicking. The Desolate beast lacked intelligence and adding on its large size, it could only take the beatings passively while Fang Yuan dodged its attacks. The Desolate soul's attacks hit all its targets. After taking the beating for a while, this Desolate beast whimpered and fled, losing its will to fight. Fang Yuan's soul did not give chase. He would arrange for people to catch it afterwards. A light excitement lingered in the thoughts of Fang Yuan's soul. I really possess the strength of a Desolate beast. Adding on my combat techniques, ordinary Desolate beasts are not my match in a one-on-one battle. However, my human soul could float, but after breaking through to Desolate soul, I am unable to fly and have to rely on GU worms. Fang Yuan's soul could fly around in the battle because the soul contained various immortal GU as well as immortal essence. Some soul beasts could fly but some could not. In the records of Shadow Sect's True Inheritance, when a human soul broke through to Desolate soul, it could not fly. Because humans were innately unable to fly. A Featherman soul was different, it could fly, but Feathermen were not pure humans. Even Spectral Soul who had reached the peak of soul cultivation could not fly and had to stand on the ground in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. The number of soul path Dao marks on the soul has increased sharply, it actually broke through 10,000 Dao marks. Previously, Fang Yuan's soul had few soul path Dao marks even though it was cultivated to 100 million man soul. This was because Fang Yuan had used the two sacred lands of soul cultivation, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley. If he had used other soul cultivation methods, he would have to increase the Dao marks on his soul to accumulate the same level of foundation. The physical body was a carrier of Dao marks, the soul was also the same. It was not only soul path that could add Dao marks on the soul, other paths could also do it. Like time path. Southern Border Rank 8 GU Immortal Shia CHA had arranged a defensive method on her soul. Her soul was covered in a web formed from time path Dao marks. This layer of defense had caused many difficulties for Fang Yuan when he soul-searched her in the previous life. Breaking through the limit and forming a desolate soul, Fang Yuan could now continue cultivating his soul. The journey would be much longer and broader than human soul cultivation. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul. Fang Yuan's desolate soul started cultivating. The time path clone was focused on deductions, while Fang Yuan's main body continued to research on the Dragonman clone. Despite this clone being created by himself, it still had research value. The Dragonman clone soul originally had the appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, and had 30 million man-soul foundation. At present, however, its appearance had changed greatly. It looked the same as the Dragonman's body, with dragon tail, horns, scales, and vertical dragon pupils. Moreover, the soul path Dao marks on the soul were already reduced to single digits and the soul foundation was only at a few dozen man-soul. This was the result of Fang Yuan's refinement, and it was also what he wanted to achieve. The split souls all possessed human souls. When entering a Dragonman body, it could only be possessed by the human soul and the entity could not be considered a Dragonman completely. Fang Yuan created the Dragonman clone to strive for the immortal GU House Dragon Palace. Be they transformation path killer moves or soul possession, they could not give such assurance like the clone. After painstaking refinement, Fang Yuan refined the Dragonman body with a matching Dragonman soul. Only like this could it be considered a complete Dragonman. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone was only a half-finished product. The Pure Dream clone's physical body did not have any issues, but its soul was Fang Yuan's human soul. Although the Pure Dream clone was a human, it did not match Fang Yuan's split soul. A long period of adaptation was required and some soul path methods would have to be used before Fang Yuan's split soul could completely turn into the appearance of its physical body. Only then could they truly match each other. In fact, when Fang Yuan had just obtained the sovereign immortal body, it did not match his soul. After a long period of cultivation and using soul path methods to adjust his soul, he reached his current perfectly matching state. Dragonmen were variant humans. There was naturally unique points about their physical bodies. Rockmen had abundant earth path Dao marks, snowmen were proficient in ice and snow path, hairy men possessed refinement path Dao marks, mermen were water path, and dragonmen possessed enslavement path Dao marks from birth. Dragonmen had an incomparable talent in enslavement path. They were natural kings who could rule over other life forms much more easily than other races. The influence of the enslavement path Dao marks brings an enormous benefit in not only the external matters but also to the internal structure of dragonmen. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, with the enslavement path Dao marks, the Dragonman societal structure would be much tighter than other races. This tightness was not because of external causes but was innate to Dragonmen. In Fang Yuan's point of view, the influence brought by enslavement path Dao marks to the internal structure was much more significant to the Dragonmen than its external influence. The Dragonmen would be united unlike other races, especially like the internal fighting and internal friction of humanity. As for enslavement path, it was specialized in battles of attrition. The cost of cultivating enslavement path was high, but if it was accomplished to a certain level, one could fight many by themselves, winning against stronger enemies. Some paths had high individual battle strength like blood path, metal path, sword path, and so on. But only few paths possessed the special characteristics of fighting one as many in order to win against stronger enemies. For instance, there was formation path. When Fang Yuan was a mortal and fought in the imperial court contest, he used enslavement path methods. And he had used formation path methods to capture southern border immortals not long ago. Fang Yuan suddenly realized one point: no wonder, in the previous life, Dragon Palace could enslave Di Zongsheng. This immortal GU house should be an enslavement path immortal GU house. Fang Yuan was not too clear about the inner details regarding Dragon Palace. Even now, he did not understand how Bai Ningbing suddenly became the owner of Dragon Palace. But it did not matter. Even if the Dragonman clone is of no use, I still have a living Bai Ningbing. The Dragonman clone only had rank 1 GU master cultivation. The next step was to raise it to GU immortal level. Its path was most likely going to be enslavement path. Fang Yuan had already sealed the pure dream clone's aperture, albeit with difficulty. The split soul was cultivating continuously, actively transforming to match the physical body. These two split souls might have some soul path cultivation, but it would only be at superficial level and never be to the extent of the main body soul. Because the Tao marks of different paths would conflict and interfere with each other. I will cultivate for a bit longer, then it will be time to attack. Fang Yuan's gaze shined like blazing fire. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Wei was still the one in charge. In Central Great Hall, a message came that slightly eased her furrowed brows. Good, old ancestor Shui who has accepted Prince Feng Xian's proposal and will receive our financial help. Longevity Heaven wanted to unite the whole Northern Plains GU immortal world and they showed great determination, thus they had big clashes with lone immortals and demonic path members. Fairy Wei thus made a plan and boldly sent back Prince Feng Xian to Northern Plains to persuade old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu was not willing at first and had been firm in his stance, but under his wife's persuasion he reluctantly agreed to collaborating with Heavenly Court. Although our current collaboration is limited, it won't be the same in the future. Fairy Wei smiled confidently. Looking at the entire world's situation, there was important progress in Northern Plains while Heavenly Court was also stirring up trouble from behind the scenes to create conflict in Western Desert's righteous path. Central Continent was free of any particular event. Eastern sees several large forces divided ascending Heaven Plane between themselves. But in the dark, Heavenly Court was putting full efforts in searching for Immortal GU House Dragon Palace. As for Southern Border, Fairy Wei's smile disappeared. The situation was not optimistic in Southern Border. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fang Yuan. Fairy Wei was unable to stop it. At the same time, the Southern Alliance was formed. The Alliance leader position was empty but Tai Clan's beacon towers were already being constructed everywhere. Both of these situations were bad news to Heavenly Court. There is also Fang Yuan. He captured so many Southern Border GU immortals and extorted countless immortal materials. He also has the whole of Lang Ya sect's refinement path GU immortals under him. Fairy Wei was paying close attention to any news regarding Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had gone into hiding and was unable to be found. Fairy Wei felt a huge pressure. She would rather have Fang Yuan cause chaos everywhere and run amok. Currently, she did not even hear a trace of any rumor regarding Fang Yuan's recent situation. What is Fang Yuan doing? How much has his strength increased? When and where will he appear again? The final question did not trouble Fairy Wei for long. Approximately half a month later, she obtained some battle information. Fang Yuan had suddenly appeared in the River of Time and fought the Xuanzi. He was not alone, he brought a ship-shaped rank 8 immortal GU house. Chapter 1805. First Battle in the River of Time. Fang Yuan was standing proudly on the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He wore a black robe, his hair was long and black, and he was gazing at the endless waves in the River of Time with his dark abyss-like eyes. Bai Ningbing and the rest were inside the immortal GU house, looking at Fang Yuan who was releasing rank 7 aura. Some felt a chill in their hearts, while some realized, no wonder Fang Yuan could rampage till now. If I had rank 8 cultivation, I would have already begun ruling an area and proclaimed it to the world, but he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, not letting go of any chance to deceive the enemy. There were some who sighed. Both sides have yet to clash, but Fang Yuan has already started to mislead the enemy. This is a confrontation between information and tactics. This battle has already started since Myriad Year flying warship appeared in the River of Time. Fang Yuan had his own plan. If he could keep his rank 8 cultivation a secret, he would not expose it. Because once it was exposed, the secret of the sovereign immortal body would no longer be hidden. In the previous life, this secret was exposed, but in this life, this secret seemed to still be undiscovered. As for the secret of my rebirth, it will probably be exposed after this battle. Fang Yuan estimated inwardly. Let it be exposed then. Fang Yuan felt it was time for it to be known. The significance of this battle was extremely huge. Although Fang Yuan was cautious and careful all along and paid close attention to the ink effect, he would not hesitate when it was time to make a move. Advancing or retreating, attacking or defending, Fang Yuan was well versed and experienced in this. A pavilion was floating in the river of time. It was not covered on all four sides, it was very simplistic in appearance. The cover was made of yellow grass, the pillars were grey-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen in the pavilion consisting of multiple panels, it was the most elegant decoration in there. It was the Rank 7 Immortal GU House Present and Past Pavilion. For Central Continent Time Path GU Immortals were standing inside the pavilion, they were the Fearsome. They had detected Myriad-Year flying warship the moment it appeared. The Fearsome immediately reported this information to Fairy Z Wei without daring to delay a second. Fang Yuan has finally appeared. Yes, we did not waste our time by waiting here for so long. He is still a Rank 7, but has a Rank 8 Immortal GU house. What Immortal GU house is this? I have never heard about it. From the looks of it, it should be a Time Path Immortal GU house, right? The Fearsome did not attack immediately. As far as they were concerned, Present and Past Pavilion was specialized in investigating within the River of Time, they were still very far away from Fang Yuan at this moment. They discovered Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan could not see them. They were only at Rank 7 in the end, it was only because they cultivated Time Path that the Supreme Heavenly Court noticed them and stationed them here. Moreover, the Fearsome were not Heavenly Court GU Immortals, their next course of action would depend on Fairy Z Wei's arrangements and commands. Myriad-Year flying warship carried Fang Yuan while floating slowly. Fang Yuan was looking at all directions from the bow as if he was searching for something. Looks like Fang Yuan is searching for Red Lotus True Inheritance. He did not discover us indeed. Lady Z Wei has not sent a command yet. Inside Present and Past Pavilion, the Fearsome were tightly observing Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court. Fairy Z Wei was first happy then puzzled. She was happy that Fang Yuan had finally appeared. It was less scary when he appeared, the worst was him hiding and doing things secretly. In truth, every day that Fang Yuan did not appear would increase the mental pressure on Fairy Z Wei, wondering what evil scheme Fang Yuan was plotting. But now that Fang Yuan appeared, Fairy Z Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, come. Let me see how much you have grown, I will make good use of this chance to kill you. Killing intent spread inside Fairy Z Wei. As for that Rank 8 Immortal GU house, is it your reliance and source of confidence, Fang Yuan? Fairy Z Wei also was somewhat bewildered. This Rank 8 Immortal GU house had appeared with no prior signs. According to common sense, even a super force would not be able to hide the construction of an Immortal GU house and there would be many traces left behind. Because there were too many things to gather and prepare. The construction process of an Immortal GU house would make quite a bit of commotion and would be discovered by others. Fang Yuan naturally was not exempted from this. But his accumulation process had happened in his previous life, so Fairy Z Wei could not sense it. How could Fang Yuan suddenly have a Time Path Immortal GU house, and it is a Rank 8 one? What abilities and powers does this ship-shaped Immortal GU house have? Thoughts were constantly colliding in Fairy Z Wei's mind. Central Great Hall was quickly pervaded with purple chi. She rapidly deduced and soon came to a decision. She estimated this Immortal GU house had limited strength even though it was at Rank 8 level. Because it had appeared too suddenly and there was no records of such a ship in the history, it was likely a hasty and experimental work of Fang Yuan. Moreover, whether it was strong or weak, Heavenly Court would still need to probe it and stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritances. Fairy Z Wei quickly commanded Qingyi to hurry to the location of Present and Past Pavilion with Eternal Yacht. An accurate and clear map of the surroundings appeared in her mind. When Eternal Yacht meets up with Present and Past Pavilion, they will pincer attack Fang Yuan from the front and back. Fairy Z Wei's gaze shone sharply. Previously, Present and Past Pavilion was monitoring the River of Time while Eternal Yacht was moving everywhere in search of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Currently, Eternal Yacht was already rushing over under Fairy Z Wei's command. The Fearsome also quickly received Fairy Zwei's command. We need to move. Based on Fang Yuan's speed and direction, he will soon escape present and past pavilion's detection range. We will attack first and delay Fang Yuan, luring him to this area. Then Eternal Yacht will sneak attack them from behind. Move out! The Fearsome controlled present and past pavilion to make the River of Time send out waves. The water waves moved towards Myriad Year flying warship like countless soldiers. They finally made a move. Inside Myriad Year flying warship, a variant human GU Immortal said softly and excitedly. Fang Yuan had intentionally appeared near present and past pavilion to lure them into attacking. Lord Sect Leader is so naughty, he clearly discovered present and past pavilion already but is acting like he did not. The enemy has taken the bait. Lady White Rabbit's long eyebrows fluttered, her eyes were glistening brightly like shiny crystals, having learned another sneaky move. Fang Yuan gasped lightly, his brows slightly furrowed as he sensed the anomaly in the river. The slight changes in his expression were seen clearly by the Fearsome. Fang Yuan discovered something. He is controlling that rank 8 Immortal GU house to move towards us. Relax, we are very far away from him, so fast. Myriad Year flying warship speed greatly shocked the Fearsome. They were still calm and leisurely at the previous moment, but right now, their expression changed, their minds and bodies shook. Myriad Year flying warship was piercing through the waves like a swordfish, charging extremely quickly towards present and past pavilion. Increase the intensity. The eldest among the Fearsome, Fearsome, shouted. Present and past pavilion let out dazzling light, tall waves that were dozens of feet high submerged Myriad Year flying warship like a tsunami. Boom! 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 Myriad Year flying warship was covered in a silver-white light. Every time the waves collided with it, its speed increased even more, charging forward like an unmatched sword. The Fearsome's expressions turned pale, their eyes showing horror. Fang Yuan's charge was too quick and too fierce, they felt extremely uneasy now. Zhong Xuanzi shouted, "Quick, use that move." The radiance around present and past pavilion turned brighter, it was like a vast light pillar that shot towards the sky. Under present and past pavilion's influence, the water around Myriad Year flying warship experienced a strange change, turning into a giant whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool spun quickly and was barely able to immobilize Myriad Year flying warship. The Fearsome finally let out a sigh of relief. We finally immobilized it. This Immortal GU house is so fast, it crossed such a large distance in just a few breaths of time. But it is already trapped by us now. Let's probe what abilities it has. The whirlpool rotated even faster, waves changed, turning into the shape of saw teeth. Countless saw teeth moved around Myriad Year flying warship, biting and soaring at Myriad Year flying warship. Myriad Year flying warship was trapped in the center of the whirlpool, but Fang Yuan's expression was cold and uncaring. Zhan Guozi revealed a frightened expression, such a sturdy Immortal GU house, the sawtooth whirlpool is actually unable to break its defensive light. Xia Xuanzi patted Zhan Guozi's shoulder and comforted, "Relax, it has not even been 10 breaths of time, it will definitely crumble apart once it is bitten and soared for a longer time." Although he said this, the Fearsome were inwardly astonished. They were deeply aware of the power that this sawtooth whirlpool killer move had. This move was the strongest offensive method of present and past pavilion. Ordinary GU Immortals would be cut into pieces in a blink of an eye, even the Fearsome could not last 3 breaths of time. Even present and past pavilion would be unstable if it entered the whirlpool, and a large amount of its GU worms would immediately die. But Myriad Year flying warship was completely intact and even looked like it was doing quite well. The Fearsome felt a chill rising up their backs. It is a rank 8 Immortal GU house after all. Where has Eternal Yacht reached now? No, the situation is bad. Zhan Guozi suddenly shouted. The other 3 Xuanzi quickly looked ahead. They saw the water surrounding Myriad Year flying warship change rapidly. The original sawtooth whirlpool transformed into rapids that shone in a silver-white color. The rapids moved under Myriad Year flying warship and enlarged by over 10 times within a few seconds. Present and past pavilion has methods to control the river water. How could our myriad-year flying warship not have them? The variant human GU Immortals laughed loudly inside the ship. Kill. Fang Yuan gave an indifferent command. Boom. Like a torrential waterfall or a flash flood, the rapids around myriad-year flying warship surged and expanded as it moved forward. Myriad-year flying warship was pushed forward by the rapids, easily breaking past the ruined Sawtooth Whirlpool and charging towards the Fearsome with surging momentum. The Fearsome took in breaths of cold air. The Sawtooth Whirlpool that they had put their hopes in had only held back myriad-year flying warship for less than 50 breaths of time. Chapter 1806. Wei At A Loss. Block it! Increase the power of present and past pavilion to the maximum. With chaotic thoughts, Fearsome exerted present and past pavilion to its limits. The screen in the pavilion emitted dense smoke and the light pillar that shot out was almost solid. Myriad-year flying warship neared present and past pavilion. Ram into it! Fang Yuan sneered, standing arrogantly on the bow of the boat. But at the next moment, present and past pavilion retaliated with all its strength, sharply slowing down myriad-year flying warship's charging momentum. Killer move, slow down. Fang Yuan was familiar with this move. Under his command, the silver light around myriad-year flying warship suddenly concentrated. Swoosh! With a light sound, present and past pavilion's killer move was broken. Myriad-year flying warship speed was restored and it collided with present and past pavilion. Present and past pavilion was not specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had destroyed it by himself back then, and now it collided with the sturdier and faster myriad-year flying warship. It shattered immediately. The pavilion roof was sent flying, the pillars crumbled, the screens were shattered, the pavilion base was reduced to fragments. The Fearsome coughed out a large amount of blood and fell down into the river of time. Without the protection of present and past pavilion, the Fearsome lost the ability to retaliate against Fang Yuan. In just a short while, they were all killed by Fang Yuan. They were at rank 7, and like Liu Hao, had not joined Heavenly Court, so they still had their own immortal apertures. Their immortal GU, however, were all detonated. Fang Yuan had just collected their corpses as well as the scattered immortal GU when Eternal Yacht arrived. Rank 8 GU Immortal Qingyi was standing on Eternal Yacht. His expression immediately changed when he saw the Fearsome's corpses on the deck of myriad-year flying warship. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will make you pay with your life. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled. Here comes another one seeking death. There was no exchange of words. The rapids under myriad-year flying warship surged and rushed towards Eternal Yacht. Its violent and sharp movement immediately caused a disturbance among the GU Immortals in Eternal Yacht. Bursting veins bulged on Qingyi's forehead. He rubbed it but still sent out a wise command. We will avoid it. Don't fight head-on with this rank 8 Immortal GU house. The Fearsome were dead, but the battle details had already been sent. Fairy Wei and Qingyi knew much information about myriad-year flying warship. However, would it be easy for Eternal Yacht to escape? Myriad-year flying warship speed rose, breaking the limits it showed before. Although this immortal GU house was called a warship, it had the shape of a boat. It moved like a silver comet now, rapidly surfing along the river of time. Eternal Yacht had the form of a multi-storage ship. It was much larger than myriad-year flying warship, but it was not fast. How could it be able to dodge? Boom! With a huge sound, Eternal Yacht shook as a large hole was smashed in its front hull from which the inside could be seen clearly. Fang Yuan's myriad-year flying warship had directly pierced through Eternal Yacht. How is this possible? We had already activated the strongest defensive method of Eternal Yacht, but it could not block even one attack. The fact was so horrifying that Qingyi was staring with wide eyes. Lord, that damned Fang Yuan is charging over again. The GU Immortals inside Eternal Yacht shouted in fright. They had just spoken when myriad-year flying warship smashed into Eternal Yacht again. Eternal Yacht shook intensely. Qingyi lost his balance and staggered. His battle intent was shaking. How could he beat this? Eternal Yacht's GU worm suffered enormous damage. The entire place would directly collapse after another few collisions. Many GU Immortals were pale with cold sweat all over their faces. Fortunately, they heard Qing Yi's command at this time, retreat. Eternal Yacht turned around and retreated decisively. Can you escape? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Boom boom boom. Myriad-year flying warship collided into Eternal Yacht time after time. Eternal Yacht used its killer moves to retaliate, but Fang Yuan had already prepared restraining methods. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As long as Heavenly Court did not have any huge change, Fang Yuan would definitely be the final winner. The outcome of this battle had been decided from the start. Therefore, when Eternal Yacht was destroyed and Qing Yi fell into the River of Time, Fang Yuan's side was not surprised. Kill him. Without needing Fang Yuan's command, many GU Immortals inside the warship shouted simultaneously. Killing intent surged, myriad-year flying warship submerged into the river and rammed at Qing Yi like a vicious shark. Qing Yi put all his strength in activating defensive methods. But as a Dark Path GU Immortal, he was greatly suppressed in the River of Time. Boom! Myriad-year flying warship directly destroyed the Dark Shield and sent him flying. Qing Yi coughed out a large amount of blood and tried to move to the surface while enduring the intense pain. The river surface was right in his sight when he made a horrifying discovery. Myriad-year flying warship was already waiting for him. Boom! There was another huge sound. Myriad-year flying warship directly slammed down on Qing Yi's head with its base. A large part of Qing Yi's skull caved in, the enormous force transmitted through his whole body, shattering his spine, rib bones, and other parts. Gurgle gurgle. A large amount of water of the River of Time entered through his mouth. The huge collision slammed him down to the depths of the river like a ball. Still not dead. Bing Yuan was stunned at Qing Yi's stubborn vitality. Then, we just have to do it again. The eyes of the Rockman tribe First Supreme Elder were bloodshot with killing intent. Taking advantage of the enemy when he was weakened, myriad-year flying warship was like a killer launching a deadly pursuit. Boom! With the third collision, Qing Yi was heavily injured once again. From his right shoulder to his chest, most of his body was smashed into pulp and his organs were completely destroyed. Qing Yi stared rigidly at myriad-year flying warship. He wanted to struggle but had no strength left. Finally, he lost his life, becoming a floating corpse. He is dead, he really died. This is a rank 8 GU Immortal. We really killed him. The variant human GU Immortals cheered in joy, even Bai Ning Bing, Hei Lulan and the rest were visibly moved. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were also very excited. A battle merit like killing a rank 8 GU Immortal was simply too rare. Despite using many external influences, this battle merit was enough for them to boast about it their whole lives. Fang Yuan collected Qing Yi's corpse. It was a pity his soul had already dispersed. This Qing Yi is quite a fierce person, he actually destroyed his own soul at the end. But this physical body is also an excellent immortal material and it will help me research Phantom Path. Heavenly Court grasped the supreme profundities of Phantom Path. Precisely so, after the Heavenly Court members contributed their immortal aperture, they could obtain a Phantom aperture and leave Heavenly Court to fight outside. Once a Heavenly Court GU Immortal died, the Phantom aperture would automatically dissipate along with the GU worms, even the Dao marks would disappear. In short, even if 1-1 against a Heavenly Court GU Immortal, they would reap few benefits. But after annexing Lang Ya Blessed Land, Lang Ya Land Spirit had informed Fang Yuan that the corpses of Heavenly Court GU Immortals would retain the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. If Fang Yuan could comprehend some Phantom Path mysteries from these corpses, he might be able to decipher Heavenly Court's Phantom Path method and even have a hold on Heavenly Court. Even if he could not do anything to Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan could use this Phantom Path method on himself. With the Phantom Aperture method, Fang Yuan could control Ying Wuxia and the rest even more strictly. This was the best weapon to ensure loyalty. Myriad-year flying warship continued to sweep through the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was joyous, their long training was finally paying off. In this battle, they destroyed 2 immortal GU houses and over 10 GU immortals. Present and past pavilion had the fluency while there were even more GU immortals in Eternal Yacht. Immortal GU houses were developed from immortal formations, they needed to be jointly controlled by many GU Immortals for them to be flexible and comprehensive. Some Immortal GU houses had extremely strict requirements on the amount of GU Immortals, there could not be one more or one less. Very few Immortal GU houses could be controlled by just one person. None of these GU Immortals managed to escape with their lives, they were all gathered, corpses put to one side and their souls suppressed. The battle ended, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he patrolled around the river while waiting to see if there would be reinforcements from Heavenly Court. Lady White Rabbit, Bing Yuan, Shizong, and other GU Immortals discussed. They were still excited and their topic of discussion was mostly centered on the rank 8 GU Immortal Qing Yi. Speaking of which, Qing Yi was quite unlucky. Eternal Yacht was destroyed and he was highly restricted in the River of Time. It was quite amazing for him to be able to display 20 to 30% of his skills. This was the area with the greatest amount of time path Dao marks in the whole world. Because of this, time path methods were extremely easy to use here and their might was also amplified. But other methods like Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal and so on were greatly suppressed. Heavenly Court. Fairy Zi Wei's expression was pale and her gaze was somewhat dazed. She obtained the latest battle information. Fang Yuan controlled the rank 8 Immortal GU house and destroyed both present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht, even Qing Yi was killed. Fairy Zi Wei felt a deep sense of disbelief. She was still planning on giving commands, even if they could not kill Fang Yuan, they could drive him off. But the two greatest sources of battle strength that she relied on were eliminated so soon. This battle was decided way too quickly. This does not make any sense. Present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht might only be at rank 7, but they were both outstanding among their peers, their structure was highly ingenious and they possessed plenty of comprehensive methods. If not for this, Fairy Zi Wei would not have mobilized the two Immortal GU houses to besiege Fang Yuan. So what was the problem? Reviewing the battle information, Fang Yuan's mysterious Immortal GU house might be at rank 8 but has limited methods. Besides controlling the water of the River of Time to speed up itself, its strongest aspect was physical toughness. Myriad-year flying warships fighting method could be described in one word, collision. If 2 words were used, hard collision. If 3 words, sped up collision. This battle tactic was clearly extremely straightforward and simple, but why did it succeed? That was because during the fight, the methods of present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht, especially the defensive measures, were instantly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fairy Zi Wei stood up from her seat. She was unable to keep sitting. A thin layer of cold sweat had appeared on her forehead. Looks like Fang Yuan has truly been reborn. He has an extremely deep understanding of present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht. He also prepared the most effective methods against their killer moves. Thus, they appeared fragile and looked like they did not even have strength to retaliate. Just like Fang Yuan expected, Fairy Zi Wei, who already had heavy doubts before, was now certain Fang Yuan had been reborn. What do we do? Fang Yuan has a rank 8 Immortal GU house now and can move around the River of Time while my side's 3 Immortal GU houses are still in the construction process. Should I halt the construction? Since he has been reborn, he is probably familiar with these 3 Immortal GU houses. If I halt the construction and switch to other Immortal GU houses, would it be too late? Fang Yuan definitely entered the River of Time to search for Red Lotus true inheritances. If he succeeds, it will be extremely bad, the consequences will be much worse than the defeat in Lang Ya Blessed Land. At this instant, the ever-so-resourceful Fairy Zi Wei was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 1807. Public Sentiment. Despite the Immortals being in an excellent condition with high spirits, it was still necessary to rest and reorganize after the battle. The gains this time are quite good. Fang Yuan inspected the corpses. Besides rank 8 GU Immortal Qing Yi, most of these Central Continent rank 7 GU Immortals were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They did not have the qualifications to join Heavenly Court, so they had not contributed their immortal apertures. Most of the GU worms were destroyed, but these immortal apertures were still there. There was also 1 or 2 immortal GU that were luckily preserved after the 2 immortal GU houses were destroyed. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan would need to inspect these immortal apertures and see if there were any issues. If there were no issues, he would annex them. Naturally, there was a portion of immortal apertures that Fang Yuan could not annex because of inadequate attainment levels. In fact, there was a portion of such people among the southern border immortal captives. These battle spoils are only a bonus. The true value of this battle is that I have shrugged off my passive situation. I am now taking the initiative to fight Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had grasped the timing of this battle well. If he had battled earlier, he would not have the immortal GU House Myriad Year flying warship and would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation. This was undesirable. Because once his rank 8 cultivation was exposed, Heavenly Court would notice Fang Yuan had not underwent the tribulation, and as such, the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture would also be exposed. If he delayed this battle, Heavenly Court would not have just these 2 immortal GU houses. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had encountered for time path immortal GU houses. By destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, Heavenly Court fell into a very passive state. Heavenly Court was afraid Fang Yuan would obtain Red Lotus true inheritances, so they would definitely send reinforcements to the River of Time to stop Fang Yuan. After Lord Huangsha passed, Heavenly Court lacked Time Path rank 8 experts, so they were forced to substitute with Qing Yi and Time Path immortal GU houses. Like this, it would give Fang Yuan another chance to attack. It would be just like how Fang Yuan destroyed Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion. But even if Heavenly Court knew of this, they would do their best to stop Fang Yuan no matter how big of a price they had to pay. In the previous life, Heavenly Court guarded the River of Time like a fortress. But in this life, the River of Time has already become a place Heavenly Court must salvage. It is also the best battlefield for me to weaken Heavenly Court and make them bleed. Fang Yuan was almost sure of Heavenly Court's response. Just like Heavenly Court had the strategical advantage of possessing Fate GU, which forced the 4 regions GU Immortals to make a long campaign to attack Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan relied on the smoke screen that was Red Lotus True Inheritance to force Heavenly Court to send reinforcements to the River of Time. It is just that my rebirth secret cannot be hidden any longer. In the Battle of Lang Ya, Fairy Zi Wei had already been suspicious. And in this period of time, Fang Yuan captured the southern border Immortals and also started a slaughter in the River of Time. If Fairy Zi Wei was still not sure that Fang Yuan had been reborn, she would not be Fairy Zi Wei. Fang Yuan would never underestimate Fairy Zi Wei. He was very familiar with her. Often, the one who understood you the most was not your friend but your enemy. Sure enough, after a few days, Fairy Zi Wei publicized in Treasure Yellow Heaven that Fang Yuan had reborn and possessed a rank 8 Time Path Immortal GU house. The moment this was released, news spread everywhere. Fang Yuan's influence went up a level and the whole world was in an uproar. How long has it been? Fang Yuan has already grown to be a demonic path overlord, a person who is a giant pillar of the demonic path. Fang Yuan already has that reverse flow river killer move and can reflect attacks of rank 8 GU Immortals, being in an impregnable position. Now, he has a rank 8 Immortal GU house. Isn't this too fast? It is like this Immortal GU house jumped out from the ground out of nowhere. Since he was reborn, the appearance of this Immortal GU house cannot be considered sudden. Don't forget that he annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land, which has a deep foundation. The discussions naturally involved Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court seems to be quite weak. They don't have any effective methods against Fang Yuan. The mighty Heavenly Court was defeated again and again, so they publicized Fang Yuan's details. It is not that Heavenly Court is weak, but they have no way to deal with Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, even a rank 8 demonic immortal would not be as high profile as Fang Yuan. That's right. Demonic path GU Immortals have always been alone. If they offend or provoke the righteous path, many forces would collaborate, gather information using information path, deduce their position with wisdom path, and hunt them down. It is like how the southern border Immortals chased after Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan? He can actually guard against Heavenly Court's deductions. He also has fixed immortal travel to move everywhere he wants and is hard to catch. His formation path attainment is also extremely high. He can see through the ambush of formations. He even used a time path formation to ambush and capture the pursuing team of Southern Border. He also annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land. His refinement path attainment level is at least at Great Grandmaster level. The discussions became much more in-depth, and the GU Immortals astonishingly discovered Fang Yuan was so versatile. He cultivated so many paths, such a horrifying talent shocked the world. I understand now, he is a monster. Many people took sharp breaths. Most GU Immortals, even rank 8s, cultivated one path primarily. Who could cultivate so many paths like Fang Yuan? Cultivating multiple paths would divide their time, energy, and resources. The GU Immortals would often accomplish nothing in the end. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of specializing in one path, but he could do nothing about it. Before this, he battled alone and was always pressured by his enemies. Could he do without cultivating Wisdom Path? Could his battle strength increase if he did not cultivate Soul Path? Could he capture the Southern Border Immortals without Formation Path? We can't say that. Even if Fang Yuan's aptitude was worse, as long as he continuously rebirths with Spring-Autumn Cicada, he can use the time to accumulate different foundations. Right, with Spring-Autumn Cicada, even if he fails, he has the opportunity to rebirth countless times. The experience of failures will still accumulate. Even an idiot will succeed after failing so many times. Spring-Autumn Cicada, it is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital GU, it has such an amazing power. On the list of mystical GU, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking should be raised even higher. The current ranking of such a mystical GU is too low. Because of Fang Yuan, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking should indeed be raised, but I feel we should not overestimate Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is after all only a GU worm. There are many methods to restrict it. To a great extent, the reason why Fang Yuan is so amazing is because he is an otherworldly demon. Indeed. The combination of an otherworldly demon and Spring-Autumn Cicada is truly too perfect. Besides an otherworldly demon, it will be very difficult for others to change their lives greatly by using Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan observed the discussions and after careful consideration, he decisively spread the video of the battle in the River of Time in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He even posted a speech, "Heavenly Court, my counterattack has just begun. Wait until I get Red Lotus True Inheritance in the River of Time, I will completely destroy your Fate GU. In the previous life, you successfully restored Fate GU, that was because the depths of your foundation surpassed my expectation. There were too few people understanding the situation in the other 4 regions, many rank 8 experts were even secretly restrained by you. There were also many GU Immortals who were living naively, not knowing the fatal threat of Fate GU. All of you, just you wait." The moment this speech was posted, the GU Immortal world of the 5 regions fell into temporary silence. Shortly afterwards, the public sentiment erupted like a volcano and poured like a flood. Oh heavens, Fang Yuan is directly provoking Heavenly Court. How many years has it been since something like this happened? Years? Even throughout history, such cases only appeared a few times. Few people can do this, and even fewer people can pose a threat to Heavenly Court. Although Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation, he can already match rank 8. He has annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land and has a large number of variant human GU Immortal subordinates as well as a rank 8 Immortal GU house. The even more terrifying thing is he seems to possess precise information about Red Lotus True Inheritance if he really obtains the Demon Venerable's True Inheritance. Terrifying. If this continues, Fang Yuan will become a new Demon Venerable. Sigh, the common people are innocent. Is there going to be a Demon Venerable wreaking havoc again? We cannot lightly make an enemy out of Fang Yuan. Look at this video properly. All the killer moves of Heavenly Court's 2 Immortal GU houses were broken by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had clearly experienced them in the previous life and found the countermeasures in this life. The combination of Spring-Autumn Cicada and an otherworldly demon is too unreasonable. The discussions gradually started to contain fear. Fear towards Fang Yuan. Previously, GU Immortal mostly felt wariness, hatred, and envy towards Fang Yuan. But now, fear began to gradually take over the other emotions. The GU Immortals already knew Fang Yuan could not be provoked easily, but now, Fang Yuan could not be provoked even more. Even a colossal super force like Heavenly Court, the strongest righteous path force in the 5 regions, was repeatedly wrecked by Fang Yuan, and their prestige was ruthlessly stepped on. Even now, they had no way to deal with Fang Yuan. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Wu Yong's gaze was gloomy. Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court. Kai Clan. Kai Chuyu's expression was ashen. He finally realized the possibility. The traitor has not been found. Maybe this is the information revealed in the previous life. If I did transactions with Fang Yuan in the previous life as well, doesn't that mean I am the traitor? Thinking of this, Kai Chuyu felt stunned himself. Western Desert, Tang Clan. The first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were in a secret discussion. This demon Fang Yuan is becoming increasingly stronger. If his relationship with our clan is exposed, Heavenly Court will definitely eliminate us. We have already collaborated with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is so strong now that we cannot stop this connection. We will have to be even more careful. If he truly becomes a demon Venerable in the future, it will also be an excellent opportunity for our Tang clan to grow. Shi Clan. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, who was cultivating in a secret room, laughed. Interesting. Heavenly Court wants the whole world to go against Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan also expressed the weakness of Heavenly Court and its hidden threat, hoping that GU Immortals of the 4 regions would jointly attack Heavenly Court. Forget about him for now. I will continue my closed cultivation. After my cultivation progresses further, let's see how the heroes of the world will act in front of my sword. Chapter 1808. Plotting, Pursuing Dao. An inexplicable change was occurring. A lump of fire appeared. It was very small at first, but after a while, the fire expanded rapidly, dyeing the sky of the immortal graveyard red. This fire illuminated the surroundings, attracting Fairy Zi Wei and other Heavenly Court members' attention. Fairy Zi Wei immediately rushed to the entrance of the immortal graveyard and saw that the fire had grown even brighter. There were even specks of silver light in the fire, like countless diamonds adorning a red curtain. The fire dissipated and an aged GU Immortal wearing a large crimson robe walked out from the depths of the immortal graveyard. The diamond-like lights gathered together, and inside the gentle light was an old man who slowly moved forward in a wooden wheelchair. Fairy Zi Wei's eyes shone happily. She recognized these 2 elderly GU Immortals. That crimson-robed elderly man was Li Huang, a fire path great expert. And the elderly man on the wooden wheelchair was GU Liu Ru, a time path great expert. Junior Zi Wei pays respects to both seniors. Fairy Zi Wei bowed as she greeted. GU Liu Ru nodded without speaking. He was sickly pale and thin as a skeleton. He had a rough life experience and the lower half of his body was paralyzed with no cure available, thus he had a cold and detached disposition. Li Huang spoke. We did not wake up for no reason. Heavenly Court must need our strength. How is the situation now? Fairy Zi Wei felt ashamed as she informed the 2 of them about the current situation. Fang Yuan? I did not think such a demon would appear in the world. HMPH, throughout the ages, there has always been chaos and disorder during the coming of a great era. But this demon is too savage in his rampage. The fundamental cause is that he is the seed planted by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Li Huang snorted coldly. His expression was of anger and dissatisfaction. GU Liu Ru's expression was cold like ice as he said, Fortunately, the overall situation is still in our control. When Fate GU is restored in a few years, Heavenly Court will be in an invincible position. By then, even if Fang Yuan is stronger, he won't be able to make a huge impact. He then said to Fairy Zi Wei, You are a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, it is right for you to lead Heavenly Court. If you have any tasks for us old-timers, there is no need to hold back. Joy appeared on Fairy Zi Wei's face. Seniors, you have just woken up, you should first rest and recover your battle strength by equipping yourselves with Immortal GU. We have lost control over the River of Time and are currently constructing Time Path Immortal GU houses without regard for the costs. We also need to lay down the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation in the River of Time. Seniors, it would be great if you could guard the River of Time. Jiu Liu Ryu and Li Huang glanced at each other, before the former nodded while the latter laughed. So be it. Let us deal with this little demon Venerable. Based on just battle strength, Li Huang was stronger than Jiu Liu Ryu, but Fairy Ziwei was more excited about Jiu Liu Ryu's appearance. This Time Path great expert had woken up at just the right time, filling up the gap of Heavenly Court in the Time Path aspect and relieving Fairy Ziwei's urgent issue. But Fang Yuan has been reborn. Does he know about the awakening of these seniors? Fairy Ziwei frowned again when she thought of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could rebirth. It was extremely troublesome to deal with such an enemy. It would always make others doubt their decisions. Fairy Ziwei did not know that in the previous life, only Li Huang had woken up. Jiu Liu Ryu had woken up in the final period when Longevity Heaven attacked Heavenly Court. At that time, Jiu Liu Ryu fought He Fan to a deadlock. He was finally killed by Liu's sneak attack. Fang Yuan had made an early attack, destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, also killing Qing Yi. The ink effect caused Jiu Liu Ryu to awaken in advance. This rank 8 great expert would definitely be a huge obstruction to Fang Yuan in an environment like the River of Time. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's divine sense covered this marsh. There was highly fertile silt here. There was also a clear knee-deep river above the layer of silt. This was the resource point Fang Yuan had just constructed. The marsh was vast and boundless. A bud of the desolate plant extreme marsh flower, as big as a house, could be seen every few kilometers. When the extreme marsh flower bloomed, it looked like a trumpet with its petals connected. They were primarily white with a few parts bearing slight hints of pink. Strands of white mist started rising slowly from the pistils of the extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flower mist was the food of Regret GU. Feeding Regret GU was slightly troublesome as its food was hard to store. The extreme marsh flower mist needed to be fresh, so the best method was to construct a corresponding resource point in the Immortal Aperture. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had constructed this marsh, but that was after obtaining Regret GU. In this life, he was extremely wealthy, so he constructed it in advance. Although he had not obtained Regret GU yet, it was a preparation for the future. When he obtained Regret GU, there would be no need to worry about its food. Fang Yuan solved the food issue of even Regret GU, which he had yet to obtain in advance. He was already able to self-sufficiently provide food for all his Immortal GU. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had even created a resource point for the rank 8 Immortal GU edition that he plundered from BA. He marked a special sea area in Mini Eastern Sea, in which he introduced another whole new group of water spiders to produce sufficient food for the rank 8 Immortal GU edition. Naturally, these water spiders were extorted from Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan had already annexed most of the immortal apertures of the Southern Border captives and had even searched their souls until there was nothing left, but Southern Border's righteous path did not know this and accepted Fang Yuan's extortion obediently. It was like how Heavenly Court did not know the true inheritance left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable to Fang Yuan did not have the direct method to destroy Fake GU, but they still feared for the worst and used all their strength to redeem the situation in the River of Time. There was a famous phrase on Earth about the art of war: the highest form of generalship is to cut down the enemy's plans, the next best is to cut them off from allies, the next in order is to cut down the enemy's army in the field, and the worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. These were wise words. When people were young, they only cared about fighting. But after growing up, they would gradually realize, fighting was only a third-rate method to reach one's target and get benefits. There was high risk in an intense battle and the benefits are also not fixed. Often, there would be damage to both sides. This method could only be used when there was no other choice. Fang Yuan leaned towards planning and plotting when he did things. He was not a brute, but when there was a necessity to fight, he would pick up his blade with no fear or cowardice. Naturally, There was a fundamental difference between the GU Master world and Earth. Through cultivation, an individual's strength could surpass the collective force of a group or organization. Therefore, a person like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could exist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only used one method: kill. 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 Slaughter everything, destroy heaven, decimate earth. Heads roll and blood flow. He did not counter the enemy's plans, nor did he cut them off from allies, but he still obtained supreme success. Why? Because he cultivated his own Tao. This was his understanding of heaven and earth, it was his understanding towards himself. Every person he killed would further increase his perseverance towards improving himself and deepen his understanding of heaven and earth. Both of these fueled the growth of his soul path attainment level. And the growth in his attainment level greatly increased his strength. If this was Earth and someone did this, they would be seeking death. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he was already more than 100 years old when he suddenly comprehended this principle. From then on, he started to think, what was his Tao? Or rather, what kind of path could he create? Even now, he did not have a perfect answer to this question. Over 400 years had passed since then, he had reborn several times and was still trying to find out the answer. He only had a vague and blurry direction. He moved and rolled about in the darkness. And in this darkness, there were too many hardships, dangers, and ferocious beasts that wanted to swallow him whole. Fang Yuan was clear, among these ferocious beasts, Heavenly Court was currently the biggest and the strongest one. He needed to exert all his strength to have a chance of contending with this ferocious beast, escaping from its hunt, and to continue walking on his path. Both Fang Yuan and Fairy Zi Wei had repeatedly exposed information about each other, hoping to borrow the strength of other GU Immortals to deal with the other. There was no winner in this fight. It was like the fight between a lion and a tiger, the bloody smell attracting countless hyenas. He seemed to have an impressive reputation, but there were turbulent undercurrents surging in the dark, many people thinking of ways to deal with him and Spring-Autumn Cicada. No one liked the presence of such a threat. Spring-Autumn Cicada was not all-powerful, it was only a rank 7 GU and there were too many ways to restrain it. Even Lang Ya Blessed Land had many methods to subdue Spring-Autumn Cicada. In truth, Fang Yuan was rather surprised at Heavenly Court not having any effective methods against Spring-Autumn Cicada. The Little Demon Venerable title seemed to show unlimited prospects, but it concealed deep killing intent. This was reminding the world that if Fang Yuan was not killed and he grew up to be a Demon Venerable, the future would be bleak for everyone. Fang Yuan might have obtained victory in the River of Time and gotten hold of the initiative. But he was clear that this was only a small strategical victory and it could not put a dent on Heavenly Court's overall strategy. Just like the game of chess, he only made a single good move, and although he turned from passive to active, which was worth celebrating, Heavenly Court still had the overall control of the game. And this Heavenly Court, that had countless years of accumulation, was the chess piece that was placed by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable over 3 million years ago. With Heavenly Court's foundation, the ink effect should appear again and some powerful characters might awaken in the immortal graveyard. The most important thing is still to use every second and do everything I can to increase my strength. Fang Yuan did not become prideful due to victory, his joy lasted a very short moment before he dived into cultivating once again. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was making full use of every second. Soul cultivation progressed smoothly. Fang Yuan's soul stably progressed from 1 Desolate Soul to 3 Desolate Soul, 5 Desolate Soul, 8 Desolate Soul, and finally, broke through to 10 Desolate Soul. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was already practiced to the point of proficiency. Fang Yuan even modified it. Although this modification was rather small, it allowed Fang Yuan to alter the method and suit his habit so that he would have ease when activating it. Fang Yuan began to practice other killer moves, like Ba's consecutive hit method. In this period of time, he went out frequently and used Jade Flow Pearl to make early moves, obtaining many resources from newly formed earth trenches. Among them, rank 7 Earth Vein Immortal GU was one significant harvest. Chapter 1809. Seeing Heavenly Court. It was exquisite and translucent like brown amber. With this rank 7 Earth Path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could construct the 5 regional limit formation. Regarding the 5 regional limit formations modification, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone had smoothly completed it. There was the support of the Light of Wisdom as well as Fang Yuan's formation path and rule path foundation being deep enough. The new 5 regional limit formation added Earth Vein Immortal GU as well as Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. With the Formation Spirit, Fang Yuan would have a powerful assistant to help him control the whole formation and notice any signs of disturbance. With Formation Flag, Fang Yuan could move the whole formation directly from his immortal aperture to the outside or move back the formation from the outside 5 regions to his immortal aperture. The Immemorial Year Beast Fishing formation was activated all the time and the progress was stable. The Year Essence pool already had over 20 Immemorial Year Beasts with as many as 7 species. Over half the species were gathered, but Fang Yuan was unsure if all the species could be gathered. This depended on luck. To strengthen his luck, Fang Yuan commanded Hairy Man GU Immortals to begin refining Luck Path Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had an enormous amount of Immortal GU, already passing 100, but he did not have many Luck Path Immortal GU. Since he had the Luck Path True Inheritance, once Luck Path Immortal GU were refined, he could immediately put the inherited methods to use. Moreover, Heavenly Court's foundation in Luck Path was shallow. Thus, the effect of raising his strength in terms of Luck Path would show obvious yield. As for Luck Path Immortal materials, although they were rare and hard to gather, Fang Yuan had the southern border Righteous Path to extort materials from. The moment these Luck Path Immortal materials were gathered, Fang Yuan made the Hairy Man GU Immortals start the GU refinement. Because they were not advancing the ranks of the Immortal GU and were only refining rank 6 Luck Path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could bear the losses even if the refinement failed. He had enough foundation currently and was extremely wealthy, an enormous difference compared to his previous life at the same time period. As for the practice of immortal killer moves, 5 restriction Profound Light Chi could be put aside now. Although he did not practice Time Cutting Edge, Fang Yuan had gained many new insights. He had a clearer understanding of the true essence of this move now. This move was like an eraser. It could use time path power to erase the enemy but also consume the user at the same time. The flaw of memory erasing by this move could not be removed. This was determined by the structure of Time Cutting Edge. Once this flaw was removed, the whole killer moves framework would be overturned. If that happened, Time Cutting Edge's extremely powerful offensive characteristic would also disappear completely. Fang Yuan had no choice but to accept this flaw. The main body made a lot of progress, his clone's progress was even bigger. The pure dream clone soul was gradually transforming and matching the body. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone had already advanced to become a rank 6 Dragonman GU Immortal and possessed a high-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan began to spare more time towards exploring dream realms. Over this period of time, he and Kai Chuyu had carried out many transactions, and there were already a lot of dream realms in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's soul left the body and entered a Chi Path dream realm. His vision changed, and at the next moment, he was standing on top of a hill. Fog filled his sight and chilling wind blew around him. He looked at himself. He was a rank 6 GU Immortal and was in a miserable state. His body was filled with injuries with some wounds still bleeding. What is this? Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, there was a rustle of wind behind him, the fog dissipated and 3 Inkman GU Immortals appeared. Wei Yushu, where do you think you're going? Die! 3 killer moves slashed towards Fang Yuan. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan had yet to familiarize himself with his GU worms when he already fell into a life and death situation. Boom! At the next moment, his body exploded into pieces, dying miserably. Fang Yuan exited the dream realm and returned to reality. I did not expect I would encounter such an obstacle immediately after entering the dream realm, and even dying. He inspected the injuries on his soul. What was beyond his expectation was that there were only light injuries on his soul, which could be healed with 100 guts GU. Looks like after my soul advanced to Desolate Soul, the soul's quality changed and can bear stronger backlash from dream realms. Fang Yuan rested for a while before continuing to explore the dream realm. It was the same dream. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his GU worms. He only had one immortal GU. It had the shape of a cockroach and was grey-white, like the texture of a stone, but was quite light. It gave a cold and slightly rough feeling to the touch. Fang Yuan quickly found the details of this GU in his memories. This is Qi Flow GU. A rank 6 Qi Flow immortal GU. Besides this, there were a large number of rank 5 Qi Path mortal GU. There were also 3 immortal materials, Black Iron Qi, Orchid Vitality Qi, and Moving Dragon Qi. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Qi Flow GU only has support characteristics. How can I block the pursuing troops with just these mortal GU? Just as he was thinking, a loud shout sounded from behind him. Wei Yushu, where do you think you're going? Die! Bam! Fang Yuan was once again cut into pieces. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan pondered while treating his injuries. Based on the current situation, it is obvious that I need to activate immortal killer moves to be able to resist the 3 pursuing troops. Qi Path Immortal Killer Move Her? Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was low, but he had plenty of resources. Even without Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Shadow Sect's True Inheritance contained many inheritances and had records of a lot of Qi Path killer moves. Lang Ya Sect also had many in its collection. Even if he did not have these, just based on the enormous number of Qi Path Immortal GU recipes in Lang Ya Sect and his Refinement Path attainment level, Fang Yuan could refine immortal killer moves. On top of this rich theoretical foundation, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and soon thought of a killer move that could resolve the first obstacle of the dream realm. However, he was a stranger to Qi Path killer moves. Therefore, he began to practice them. Naturally, he did not have Qi Flow Immortal GU, but he could more or less imitate its moves and practice them. When he returned to the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally had confidence. After trying several times, Fang Yuan activated the killer move successfully. His whole body was covered in a pitch-black armor. The pursuing 3 GU immortals could no longer kill him instantly. Wei Yushu, you dare to retaliate? A mere slave has such guts. You offended your master, you deserve to die. Kill him, mash him into pulp. The 3 Inkman GU immortals shouted as they surrounded and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was able to resist for a while before he was killed by the 3. Coming out of the dream realm, Fang Yuan summarized his experience. Looks like I need to prioritize escape instead of fighting them. In the next attempt, he did not use the previous moves but instead changed to a movement immortal killer move. He failed once but succeeded in the next attempt. This success brought Fang Yuan to the second stage of the dream realm. Goo! Before he had time to size up his surroundings, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I am heavily injured and the immortal materials have been expended greatly. Fang Yuan's mind sank slightly. Although he had only Qi Flow Immortal GU, he could use this Immortal GU as the core and use the 3 immortal materials as supplementary to activate immortal killer moves. Black Iron Qi could transform into a dark full-body armor. Orchid Vitality Qi could heal him. Moving Dragon Qi was used for movement. In the first stage of the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan had escaped the pursuit of the 3 GU immortals by using Moving Dragon Qi. Currently, Fang Yuan had entered the second stage and immediately discovered that Moving Dragon Qi was expended by over half, Iron Qi was expended by half, while Orchid Vitality Qi was intact with no expenditure. This situation is not good, let's heal first. Fang Yuan silently prepared and activated an immortal killer move, Orchid Breath. As immortal essence was transferred to activate the killer move, Orchid Vitality Qi was instantly expended by a small portion. Fang Yuan gulped and his cheeks suddenly puffed up. He opened his mouth and breathed out. The smell of his breath was fragrant and full of vitality. It was like a dense light green fog that quickly covered his whole body. When the fog disappeared after a while, Fang Yuan's injuries were mostly recovered. Where should I go now? Fang Yuan felt troubled. Currently, he was in a cave which looked like it might be in a mountain or underground. The cave was long and had many paths that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan had just walked a few steps when he saw an Inkman Gu Immortal coming from the front. This Inkman Gu Immortal saw Fang Yuan and was dazed at first before shouting in joy, "Wei Yu Shu. So you were here. Ha ha ha, this is great, you actually ran into me, this merit is mine." The saying is not wrong, arriving at the right time is better than arriving early. Fang Yuan was also surprised, this Inkman Gu Immortal was not one of the 3 Gu Immortals in the first stage. He was someone new. More importantly, he was not a rank 6, but a rank 7 variant human Gu Immortal. The rank 7 Inkman Gu Immortal pounced towards Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan be his opponent? All his bones were broken as he fell limply on the ground. The Inkman Gu Immortal sneered while looking down at Fang Yuan. "Wei Yu Shu, weren't you so wild? You never expected to fall in my hands, right? Ha ha ha, to tell the truth, even I had not expected this. You lived so extravagantly and were doted on by the princess, but you were actually stupid enough to run away. You really brought it upon yourself." At the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul returned to reality with injuries. This means even if I am captured and am not killed, it is considered a failure. Looks like this dream realm is an escape dream realm. In that situation, there is indeed no way to contend against a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Again, Fang Yuan entered the second stage of the dream realm. He tried many times and failed repeatedly. He discovered there were many Inkman Gu Immortals chasing after him, 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals and 3 rank 7s. They were all Inkman Gu Immortals. Adding on the information revealed by that rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan had a rough guess about the time period of the dream realm. It was not the remote antiquity era but olden antiquity era. Variant humans were still powerful. There were many Gu Immortals chasing him and they all had plentiful methods. Fang Yuan failed again and again, but he was not discouraged, and soon, he found an opportunity to escape. Inside this mountain cave tunnel, there were several Chi Path Immortal materials. One of them, Autumn Scale Concealment Chi, was the biggest help to him. Finally, Fang Yuan used the experience from his failed attempts and collected the immortal materials to activate a killer move. He smoothly passed the second stage. At the third stage, Fang Yuan discovered to his surprise that the dream realm progressed automatically and he could not interfere at all. He was collapsed on the ground. In front of him was a beautiful female Inkman Immortal. Her body was overflowing with rank 8 aura and her gaze towards Fang Yuan contained anger, hatred, as well as love and pity. "Wei Yu Shu, when I bought you back then, you were only a kid who did not even know about cultivation. I taught you step by step and raised you into a Gu Immortal. Was it my protection and indulgence that allowed you to have such guts? Tell me, why did you betray me? Have I, Princess Yi Tong, mistreated you? You lived in luxury and peace, you only needed to serve me and I have never treated you cruelly." The rank 8 female Inkman Immortal asked sharply. Wei Yu Shu smiled sadly, "But even if I lived a much better life, I was still only your slave." The female Inkman Immortal was furious. "What is bad about becoming my slave? Many Inkmen want to live your life but don't get such a chance." Wei Yu Shu was dazed for a moment before he spoke slowly. "I did not think it was bad before, but when I heard there was a heavenly court in this world where humans live." "So, you want to run to heavenly court?" The female Inkman Immortal sneered. "You are too naive, you actually believe in the temptation of these devils." Wei Yu Shu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse. "It is not that I believe it, but I want to believe it." The female Inkman Immortal's gaze turned slightly dazed and her anger slowly dissipated. She recalled the beautiful memories of the past, how she had spoiled this foreign race's slave, but those days would never return. She said regretfully, "Yu Shu, I have pardoned your mistakes many times, but I cannot do it this time. If I pardon you anymore, it will damage the dignity of my race. If I had not personally come out, you would have actually escaped. My effort in raising you was not in vain after all. The truth is, this place is very close to the sphere of influence under Heavenly Court. These words seemed to have injected a gust of strength in Wei Yushu. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the female Inkman Immortal. He begged, "I don't have any wish before my death, but I only have one thought. Please let me climb out of this cave and take one glance at Heavenly Court." The female Inkman Immortal was silent for a while before sighing, "All right." She moved to the side. Wei Yushu used his blooded hands to slowly crawl out with all his strength. He was breathing roughly, his sweat and blood mixed together. It was a short distance, but he had to spend a good while to move to the cave entrance. This cave entrance was located at the middle part of the mountain. It could see far and wide. He looked ahead with hope. However, he only saw dense mist. It is really unfortunate, but mist is a common occurrence around mountains. The female Inkman Immortal walked from behind, but even if there was no mist, you won't see Heavenly Court. I said this is only a place near the sphere of influence under Heavenly Court. But it is only a barren land. Wei Yushu, however, seemed to have obtained utmost satisfaction. He lied on the ground powerlessly with no strength left to raise his head again. But his eyes shone brightly. "No, I saw it, I saw Heavenly Court." "You?" The female Inkman Immortal was visibly moved. The moment he finished saying this, Wei Yushu's last breath was used up. He died. The female Inkman Immortal fell into silence. She stared ahead at the direction of Heavenly Court in silence. Her expression carried an unprecedented solemnness. Heavenly Court. Chapter 1810. Extorting Dream Realms. When this third stage was complete, the whole Chi Path Dream Realm also disappeared. Fang Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the beginning and easy at the end. I had to accumulate experience by going through so many failures in the first two stages. Even Unravel Dream was not too useful. But at the last stage, I directly passed it without having to do anything. This was the most comfortable experience for Fang Yuan, being an audience. If he could observe every dream realm like this, how wonderful would it be? This dream realm's time period was not the remote antiquity era but olden antiquity era. Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's gaze was slightly complicated. Even though he was Heavenly Court's archenemy, he had to admit the greatness of Heavenly Court. But shortly afterwards, only a chilly light remained in his eyes. No matter how great they are, as long as they block my path, I can only use all my strength to destroy them. With the successful exploration of this dream realm, Fang Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grandmaster. The progress was quite big since Fang Yuan had no attainment in Chi Path previously. No wonder that Wei Yushu could receive constant special treatment from the Inkman Princess. One of the main reasons must be his talent in Chi Path. Fang Yuan's biggest realization from this exploration was not related to the dream realm or Heavenly Court, but his soul. Desolate soul. After forming a desolate soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was a human soul, the injuries from this exploration would definitely be much heavier. Although Guts Gu could heal the injuries, it was bound to affect the efficiency of the exploration. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps when I use pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the injuries on the soul will be even lighter than now. Just like how Fang Yuan cultivated inside Luopo Valley using Luopo wind. Once Fang Yuan's soul was inside a physical body, the power of Luopo wind would fall sharply. If Fang Yuan used a pure dream reality seeker physique body to carry his soul to explore dream realms, his soul should be tightly protected by the physical body. A normal body could not block the power of dream realms. But the pure dream reality seeker physique body was different. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not know the way to enter dreams with the pure dream reality seeker physique body. If he directly sent the pure dream reality seeker physique body into a dream realm, it would move freely inside without any disturbance from the dream realm. But at the same time, it was unable to immerse in the dream, let alone explore the dream realm. Next, let's explore this ice and snow path dream realm. Fang Yuan moved his gaze. Fang Yuan had already stored many dream realms inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Chi Path Dream Realm just now was the biggest and it was gone now. This Ice and Snow Path Dream Realm took the place as the biggest dream realm. Besides this dream realm, there were also dream realms of Chi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have Desolate Soul, my efficiency in exploring dream realms is greatly increased. I felt these dream realms were enough before, but it looks somewhat insufficient now. Moreover, the dream realms are of different types. This is a petty act by Kai Chu-yu. Fang Yuan knew clearly. Although Kai Chu-yu continued to transact with Fang Yuan, he could secretly control the formation, and because he had obtained many Dream Path research results, he could distinguish the types of Dream Realm roughly. So, when he transacted with Fang Yuan, he was controlling the goods, giving Fang Yuan scattered Dream Realms of different paths. There was not even one human path Dream Realm that Fang Yuan truly wanted. There were also not many Dream Realms of Chi Path or Ice and Snow Path. Yet these Dream Realms were all useful to Fang Yuan. Or even Time Path Dream Realms or Refinement Path Dream Realms, as long as they were not Dream Realms which he had already explored before in the previous life. After all, Fang Yuan's highest attainment level was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, there was still space to advance. Fang Yuan did not refuse any of these Dream Realms, as these Dream Realms could increase his attainment levels. Moreover, there was no disadvantage in increasing the attainment levels of all his paths. It was even a good thing, as he would not need to worry about this when annexing immortal apertures of related paths in the future. While Fang Yuan was exploring Dream Realms, the Hairy Man GU Immortals had succeeded in their GU refinement. Lord Fang Yuan, we have refined this Immortal GU. Sixth Hair handed over an Immortal GU. This Immortal GU resembled a water droplet that flickered with dazzling lights like a blue diamond. It was smooth and cold when touched. This was rank 6 Time Anchor Immortal GU. Although Fang Yuan prioritized refining Luck Path Immortal GU, Time Anchor Immortal GU was also on the list of GU to be refined. The number of Immortal GU Fang Yuan possessed surpassed 100, but he had enough resources and wealth to raise them, so the more Immortal GU he had, the better. He had come in touch with Time Anchor Immortal GU long ago. It was once the Immortal GU of Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Subai Man. It could anchor onto a certain period in time. Subai Man died and Time Anchor Immortal GU was acquired by Shadow Sect, but was destroyed in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Now, Fang Yuan had ordered Hairy Man GU Immortals to refine it. Time Anchor Immortal GU could coordinate with Spring Autumn Cicada to form a killer move that could let Fang Yuan rebirth to a specific period of time. This killer move was very valuable. For instance, Fang Yuan could mark this current time and continue to explore Dream Realms without regard for anything else. At a certain stage, he could use this killer move to return to this time again and continue exploring other Dream Realms. His attainment levels in the paths would remain. Fang Yuan could use this move to continuously increase his attainment levels. Unfortunately, I cannot use Spring Autumn Success if I use this killer move. Without a 100% success rate, there will be a chance of failure, and if I bump into it, it will be akin to suicide. I will end up as the biggest joke. Fang Yuan's Time Path attainment level might be at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, and he had the Light of Wisdom, but the problem here did not originate from himself. If I am not wrong, since Fate GU is injured and not destroyed, it can restrict the effectiveness of the killer move made by merging Time Anchor Immortal GU into Spring Autumn Success. Using Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth was using a loophole of this world. This would disrupt events and change the past, influencing the balance of the world. Heaven's will would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Fang Yuan, just using Time Anchor with Spring Autumn Cicada was just enough to use this loophole. Spring Autumn Success could also make use of this loophole. But the hole was too small for him to use the both together. Looks like only when Fate GU is completely destroyed can Time Anchor effectively merge with Spring Autumn Success. The killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were similar. Even if the killer moves could link to form an even greater might, it did not show a good result when put into practice. The Dragonman clone had already passed 1 heavenly tribulation and a dozen earthly calamities. His cultivation was rising sharply. To quicken Dragonman clone's cultivation, Fang Yuan used Time Path Killer move to hasten the rate of time of the Dragonman clone's immortal aperture to the limit. Before each calamity and tribulation, Fang Yuan would deduce the details, thus being well prepared for it. Because of Fang Yuan's powerful strength, these calamities and tribulations possessed no threat and were like fireworks ceremonies that increased the Dao marks of Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. Fang Yuan had time path methods, and more importantly, he had exposing heavenly secret which made the calamities and tribulations sent by heaven's will ineffective. With the help of his robust strength, these calamities and tribulations were impotent. At present, Fang Yuan could not only increase a GU master's cultivation level, he could even rapidly increase the cultivation level of a GU immortal. But this method could not be advocated, because the cost was quite high. The time path killer move to accelerate the immortal aperture's time flow was a rank 8 killer move and expended a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence. Exposing heavenly secret was also not a killer move that could be activated by ordinary wisdom path GU immortals. Adding on the expenses to undergo each tribulation, it only could produce at most a rank 7 Dragonman clone. The investment was not proportional to the yield. If not for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would be reluctant to develop the Dragonman clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were constructed everywhere, and Southern Border's righteous path GU immortals began to protest, asking for Fang Yuan to first release some captives to show his sincerity. Thereupon, Fang Yuan released Yi Yang. Yi clan was dumbstruck after obtaining Yi Yang. Because Fang Yuan had only released Yi Yang's body, his soul and immortal aperture were absent. Just a body was the same as a corpse, what use could it have? Southern Border's righteous path were furious but were helpless against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan persuaded them, the body is only the first step. It shows my sincerity, it is your turn to show sincerity now. Southern Border's righteous path felt that the future was bleak. If Fang Yuan were to disassemble the captives and extort them, how much could he extort and how long would this extortion last? Thereupon, they began to make a din. Fang Yuan's attitude changed to become tough and indifferent, directly threatening every clan, if you want me to release the captives, I will release them to your enemies. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's GU immortals through indescribable ways and make sure he or she would never be able to raise their head in the future. Fang Yuan had done this in the previous life, he was even more at ease and familiar with this process this time. Southern Border's righteous path shamefully gave in. They could do nothing, especially BA clan and Xia clan. These pitiful clans had their first supreme elders captured by Fang Yuan. The other clans had also lost important battle strengths of theirs. If they did not save the captives, they would lose the support of their people. Fang Yuan then demanded Southern Border's righteous path to use Dream Realms as the chips to exchange for the captives. Southern Border's righteous path was not willing at first since Dream Realms represented the future. But Fang Yuan guaranteed, I am not asking for a lot and won't empty this place, I will even leave behind most of them for Southern Border's righteous path. To show even more sincerity, he was willing to release the body of a GU immortal captive for every Dream Realm exchange. The Southern Border righteous path forces were helpless and could only accept this proposal. Kai Chuyu felt a chill inside, he knew this was Fang Yuan's retaliation and also a warning. Thereupon, the extortion of Southern Border's righteous path entered the next stage. Fang Yuan did not go back on his promise, he released a captive's body every time he obtained a batch of Dream Realms. These Dream Realms were much larger than the ones he secretly transacted with Kai Chuyu. Moreover, Fang Yuan had carefully chosen their paths as well. Fairy Zi Wei was extremely worried and tried many ways to ruin these transactions, but none of them succeeded. It is time for another battle. Fang Yuan calculated the time and rode Myriad Year flying warship into the River of Time. He took the initiative to start the second battle in the River of Time, but he did not know that this time, the Time Path Great Expert, Gu Liu Ru, was waiting for him. Chapter 1811. Daybreak Sword. Not long after Fang Yuan entered with Myriad Year flying warship, Gu Liu Ru intercepted him. You are Fang Yuan? I am Heavenly Court's Gu Liu Ru, I came to take your life. Gu Liu Ru was sitting in the wooden wheelchair, his face was sickly pale but his eyes were ice cold. The moment he finished speaking, lumps of grey-white light shot towards Fang Yuan like meteors. Boom boom boom. These grey-white lights were completely blocked by Myriad-Year Flying Warship. But Myriad-Year Flying Warship also shook intensely from the explosions. This person is a Time Path great expert. His Time Path killer move is amplified in the River of Time. Heavenly Court's foundation is indeed unfathomable. It hasn't even been that long, but an old-timer has already appeared. The Immortals inside Myriad-Year Flying Warship were stunned. I am afraid you don't have the ability to take my life. Fang Yuan sneered. He was slightly surprised at first, but he recognized this person a moment later. In the previous Life's War, when Longevity Heaven invaded Heavenly Court, Bing Saichuan had given all the information of the battle situation in Heavenly Court to Fang Yuan, in order to gain his trust. And Jiu Liu Ryu had awakened and participated in that battle. Therefore, Fang Yuan was able to quickly recognize Jiu Liu Ryu and even knew about all his methods. Immediately, Fang Yuan fought Jiu Liu Ryu with Myriad-Year Flying Warship. The battle ensued, causing astonishing waves in the surroundings. Jiu Liu Ryu's moves were exquisite with many concealed moves within them. He was clearly a Time Path great expert but used a style similar to Wisdom Path. In fact, his main cultivation path was Time Path, but he also cultivated Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan felt like he was facing a powerful chess player. If he was even a bit careless, he would be dragged into the other's rhythm and fall into countless traps. Fortunately, Fang Yuan knew about Jiu Liu Ryu's battle style. Myriad-Year Flying Warship ran amok and destroyed Jiu Liu Ryu's arrangements. The long battle showed no results. Jiu Liu Ryu chose to retreat. Didn't you come to take my life? Fang Yuan shouted coldly from the bow of the ship while giving chase. Jiu Liu Ryu sneered, I am not in a hurry, so what are you in a hurry for? Fang Yuan, you are indeed a demon whose name causes a commotion in the world. You have some skills. By the time I return, I will have already deciphered your tiny ship and will then take your life. Although half of his body was paralyzed, the wheelchair he was sitting on was a compact immortal GU house. The two wheels moved rapidly on the surface of the river, bringing Jiu Liu Ryu away at an extremely fast speed. Lord Fang Yuan, let us activate Torrential Charge. A variant human GU immortal suggested. The killer move Torrential Charge could change the flow of the surrounding water of the River of Time and help Myriad-Year Flying Warship move with an astonishing speed. There is no hurry. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with light for a moment before rejecting the suggestion. Use Daybreak Sword instead. No one had the guts to go against his order. Myriad-Year Flying Warship's aura surged as a blinding white light shot out. From the silver-white light bubbled the water of the River of Time, from which countless strands of silver light emerged. The silver rays quickly condensed and took shape, transforming into many sharp sword-like blades that shot out violently. What? Jiu Liu Ryu had naturally been paying attention to Fang Yuan's movements and immediately discovered this. Thoughts surged and clashed in his mind as he rapidly deduced, this is the first time Fang Yuan has revealed this Time Path killer move. Truly wondrous. It actually uses the water of the River of Time to extract traces of the sharpest power of Time Path. Although they are shaped like swords, they are essentially Time Path Dao marks. If I am hit by this, I won't leave unharmed. Jiu Liu Ryu's mind jolted slightly, inwardly astonished at the power of this killer move. The killer move itself was at rank 8 level and Fang Yuan had further elevated it by ingeniously using the River of Time, thus increasing its might far beyond ordinary rank 8 killer moves. This demon's talents are terrifying. Not only can he use Reverse Flow River, he has even begun researching the River of Time. Jiu Liu Ryu's wariness towards Fang Yuan deepened by another level and his killing intent surged. I can't let this demon live. I must use all my strength to get rid of him, otherwise, he will be a huge threat in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Silver sword shot towards Jiu Liu Ryu. Jiu Liu Ryu was soon injured, his defensive killer move was unable to block the sharp swords. Kill him. Some variant human GU immortals shouted, their morale surging. After they killed Heavenly Court's rank 8 the previous time, their confidence had soared and they even treated Jiu Liu Ryu as prey. With their rank 7 cultivation levels, they had hunted down a rank 8 great expert of Heavenly Court. This sense of achievement and stimulation shook both their bodies and minds. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he ridiculed Gu Liu. Didn't you want to take my life? Now it looks like your own aged life is on the line. Gu Liu snorted coldly but did not reply, only escaping rapidly. His wheelchair was already riddled with marks. Fang Yuan laughed, scared like a stray dog. You have brought shame to Heavenly Court's reputation. The sharp swords were exquisitely controlled by him, cutting Gu Liu's robe and flesh. Gu Liu was silent. Fang Yuan jeered, looks like there are only rubbish like you in Heavenly Court, so much for it being the #1 force in the world. It seems Heavenly Court is nothing much after all. Gu Liu heard Fang Yuan disgracing Heavenly Court and could not endure any more. Shut up. Is Heavenly Court's greatness something a petty demon like you can understand? Swoosh! Before he even finished speaking, a sword brushed past his head, cutting away most of his hair along with skin. Bright red blood spilled out continuously. Gu Liu cried out in pain and slammed the wheelchair, which burst out with an unprecedented speed. Chase! He can't last for long. That's right, his immortal Gu was destroyed by Daybreak's sword, so his wheelchair is starting to break. Many of Fang Yuan's subordinates shouted. Their morale was at an all-time high at this moment. Indeed, Gu Liu's wheelchair was constantly crumbling, leaving behind a large amount of fragmented Gu worm corpses in its path. But Fang Yuan restrained his expression and smiled indifferently. Stop! Ah! The Immortals were surprised, but they did not dare to disobey him and immediately combined their strength to stop Myriad-Year flying warship. Gu Liu, who was running for his life, saw this scene. His whole body shook as a stifled feeling rose up in his chest, but he was unable to vent it. Fang Yuan smiled and commented leisurely while sizing up the empty space above the river in front. What a great time path Gu formation. I wonder which Heavenly Court member is specially waiting for me. You are talking to me, Li Huang. Li Huang's voice was transmitted, and at the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the Gu Immortal subordinates of Fang Yuan were stupefied at this sight. Some variant human Gu Immortals only managed to react after a while, so this was a trap. That old man acted so well. We almost fell into the trap. If it were not for the wise and mighty Lord Fang Yuan, we might be in a terrible situation. Gu Liu slowly flew over with a dark face. To play this trick, he had intentionally given up on an immortal Gu and even got injured. Blood flowed wildly, but they were actually self-inflicted injuries. But who could have thought his mutilation plan became a show that Fang Yuan watched with leisure? Li Huang said with a deep voice, looks like you are familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Fang Yuan admitted openly, indeed, I suffered a lot because of this in the previous life. So what if you recognize it? Your life ends here. Gu Liu sneered. As his voice landed, two immortal Gu houses appeared on the left and right of Fang Yuan. One immortal Gu house was elegant and grand. The orange roof resembled cranes with their wings spread out. The immortal Gu house was radiating 3 layers of autumn light. It was quite extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Another immortal Gu house was a huge lever that was white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp teeth and were dragging the huge lever ahead. It was Shark Flow Lever. Fang Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion, an eternal yacht. Heavenly Court was still reconstructing them. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow levers constructions had already begun long ago. They were completed recently and were sent to take part in this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Fang Yuan's retreat route. Gu Liu moved in once again and stalled Myriad-Year flying warship. Shark Flow Lever drew a beautiful arc in the periphery of the battlefield and picked up Li Huang before joining the battlefield. A large battle ensued, causing the river to surge and set off countless violent waves. This rank 8 immortal Gu house has such strong defense. Li Huang and Gu Liu were stunned. Myriad-Year flying warship displayed extremely powerful defense. causing all the killer moves of Heavenly Court's side to be ineffective. It showed a stance of standing on the spot and letting the attacks hit it. After another while of fighting, Fang Yuan laughed brightly. "Gu Liu are you? I have seen through your moves." Saying so, Myriad-Year flying warship slammed at the weak point. Not good. Gu Liu Ru's expression changed. At the next moment, his time path killer move that was hindering Myriad-Year flying warship broke loudly. The backlash caused him to cough out blood. Stop him. Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform used their killer moves. Charge through. Fang Yuan instructed lightly. Explosions burst out as Myriad-Year flying warship charged out of the battlefield with an unreasonable momentum. Don't chase. Gu Liu Ru quickly stopped Li Huang, who wanted to give chase. He said with a dark expression and heavy voice, "This immortal Gu house is worthy of being at rank 8 level, we can't stop it." Damn it! Li Huang clenched his fists. He felt quite stifled. He was a Firepath Gu immortal and could only fight in the River of Time with Shark Flow Lever. If Fang Yuan had fallen into the trap, he would have a platform to display his might, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not give him this chance. However, what made Li Huang even more depressed had yet to come. Fang Yuan saw Heavenly Court did not give chase and immediately brought Myriad-Year flying warship to a stop, smiling, "Friends, my Myriad-Year flying warship still has a move called Myriad-Year Hunting, please appraise it." Heavenly Court side was quickly on guard. They smelled a strange fragrance coming from Myriad-Year flying warship. Not long later, countless beast roars resounded from every direction and were approaching closer. These are A-Year beasts, Ancient Year beasts and even Immemorial Year beasts. There are too many Year beasts, they seem to have formed a beast tide. Li Huang and Gu Liu Ru felt their heart shaking at this sight. It turned out Fang Yuan's rank 8 immortal Gu house was not just about collision, it still had such a terrifying killer move. Chapter 1812. Second Battle in the River of Time. The scene was too grand. The Year Beast army was charging towards them from all directions with a great momentum. Such an amazing killer move. No wonder this move was never used inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Too many Year Beasts are lured in. If it was used inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it would definitely lead to a great catastrophe. Heavenly Court side was also shaken. Myriad-Year flying warship. Gu Liu Ru mumbled this name with a serious expression. Li Huang was also solemn as he spoke. This is already a beast tide now, its power is actually so great. Even a legendary character like him was highly impressed at such a majestic sight. Fang Yuan showed a slight smile. He had derived Myriad-Year hunting from Immemorial Year Beast fishing formation and developed it to its limit. With years flow like water immortal Gu as the core and the amplification from the River of Time, it resulted in an extraordinary power. Countless beasts roared in the beast tide. Boom boom boom. Heavenly Court attacked the Year Beast tsunami with all kinds of killer moves. Waves after waves of Year Beasts were killed. Heavenly Court's 2 time path immortal Gu houses were both of rank 7 level and could match rank 8 battle strength. They had no issue in dealing with most of the Year Beasts. But the problem was, what was the use in simply killing these Year Beasts? As long as Myriad-Year flying warship still existed, there would be an endless flow of Year Beasts. This was an enslavement path battle tactic to consume Heavenly Court's battle strength. The explosive killer moves that Heavenly Court's people used expended a lot of immortal essence. If we fight with these Year Beasts, we will be falling into Fang Yuan's scheme. We need to destroy Myriad-Year flying warship and this will all end. A rank 7 Gu immortal inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform suggested. The moment he had finished speaking, a Gu immortal beside him spoke, but we already know how sturdy Myriad-Year flying warship is. How can we adopt the tactic of attacking directly? The rank 7 Gu immortal was speechless. This? Immediately after, he heard shouting in his surroundings, "Careful! Fang Yuan is coming over again." Myriad-Year flying warship speed rose, but instead of retreating, it charged directly into Shark Flow Lever. Such audacity! Li Huang, who was inside Shark Flow Lever, shouted, Fang Yuan actually dared to come back, he clearly looked down on them. Immediately, Heavenly Court's 2 immortal GU houses and Time Path Great Expert GU Liu Ru surrounded and attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship took the waves of attacks firmly as countless silver swords shone around it and then shot out like a rainstorm. Both sides went at each other, the intensity of the battle reached an extreme level immediately. Not good. Fang Yuan is trying to delay us so that this year beast army can surround us. GU Liu Ru saw Fang Yuan's plan. Li Huang smiled coldly, as long as we wholeheartedly concentrate on breaking through the siege, so what if there are even more of these year beasts? GU Liu Ru sighed, don't forget we still have the river suppression lotus ceiling formation behind us. Li Huang was stumped, he had forgotten about that in this moment of urgency. After being reminded, his mind jolted as he cursed, this scoundrel Fang Yuan is truly insidious and vicious. Heavenly Court had constructed the river suppression lotus ceiling formation painstakingly, it could slowly drift along the surface of the river of time. There were a large number of GU Immortals garrisoned inside, controlling their respective formation cores. If this large formation was destroyed, Heavenly Court's losses would not only be a lot of Immortal GU but also these rank 7 GU Immortals. Moreover, they probably would not be able to construct another river suppression lotus ceiling formation within a short period of time. Heavenly Court's situation was quite awkward. They wanted to use the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to ambush Fang Yuan, but it was seen through by Fang Yuan. Now, this formation instead became Heavenly Court's weakness and was used by Fang Yuan. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation could float, but its speed was very slow, there was no chance of it escaping the current battle. Let's first slowly recall the GU Immortals inside the formation. GU Liu Ru said after a while of thinking. Li Huang, however, said at almost the same time, kill Fang Yuan, everything will be settled once we kill this source of evil. The 2 GU Immortals glanced at each other, at this crucial moment, they had different thoughts. Roar! Because of Fang Yuan, the frontmost year beasts reached the battlefield. At the lead were 3 immemorial year beasts. These immemorial year beasts had a tough physique, they endured Heavenly Court's bombardment and charged right into the battlefield of immortal GU houses. Seeking death! Li Huang shouted in fury, he controlled the huge sharks in front of Shark Flow Lever to bite at them. At the same time, he also activated Shark Flow Lever's killer move. Within a dozen breaths of time, 2 immemorial year beasts were beaten to death one after the other. Foolish clowns! Li Huang's killing intent was leaking when he heard GU Liu Ru shout, help me quickly. Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial year beasts, while GU Liu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship and brought the battle to a temporary deadlock. But soon after, Fang Yuan activated Daybreak Sword and bombarded the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This formation was strong inside and weak outside, it was originally meant to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after this vicious attack by Fang Yuan, it immediately became unstable with many areas crumbling apart. The GU Immortals inside the formation cores lost their lives immediately. With Myriad Year Flying Warship's extremely tough defense, GU Liu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were unable to do any harm to it. They were forced to block Fang Yuan's attacks to defend the retreating GU Immortals inside the large formation. As such, Fang Yuan gained the initiative, he could casually attack anywhere he wanted. GU Liu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a miserable state, unable to cope with the attacks from all directions. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad, he quickly dated and attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship from the back. But Fang Yuan had no fear. If it were him alone, he might not be able to pay attention to all sides, but he had many experienced GU Immortal subordinates inside the vessel to help him. And to get the battle merit of killing another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot with excitement. Fang Yuan stood on the bow of the boat from the beginning, regardless of how dangerous and chaotic it was outside. Suddenly, he saw a gap in GU Liu Ru's defense and activated a killer move. Spring Scissors! Spring Scissors flew out, it was not targeted towards GU Liu Ru, instead it dodged his obstruction, and snip, beheaded a female immortal. Gu Liu Ru's heart jumped with fright. Isn't this sheer CHA's trump card method? Fang Yuan has already grasped it and even modified it to suit his rank 7 cultivation. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he activated Summer Fan, which was also at rank 7 level. Li Huang was unable to pay attention to both sides and could only look on as wind howled and blew even more holes in the river suppression lotus ceiling formation, instantly destroying several immortal GU. Ha ha ha, I want to kill them, can you stop me? Fang Yuan laughed loudly and mockingly. Li Huang's eyes burned with anger as he shouted, "Scoundrel, I will grind your bones to ashes." Boom! An immemorial year beast rammed into Myriad Year flying warship, slightly tilting the rank 8 immortal GU house. Heavenly Court side was stumped. Almost at an instant, the two rank 8 great experts reacted. It turns out Fang Yuan can only lure in the year beast tide and not control them. It even seems like these year beasts' target is Myriad Year flying warship. After discovering this secret, Li Huang and Gu Liu Ru had the urge to cough blood. They had fought wholeheartedly for so long, but it turned out they were actually blocking the enemy for Fang Yuan. No wonder Fang Yuan did not watch from the sidelines, instead charging over to pester them. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. He had already done his best in the current situation. Using year's flow like water to attract year beasts and incite a year beast tide, this was the power of Time Path. If he could control this year beast army, that would be Enslavement Path's power. Year beasts continued to come in from all around, making the battlefield extremely cramped. Previously, Heavenly Court was still bombarding this year beast tide and had slightly slowed them down. But because of Fang Yuan attacking river suppression lotus ceiling formation constantly and killing many rank 7 GU immortals, Heavenly Court side had no time to attend to the beast tide. Die, Fang Yuan! Get lost! Li Huang shouted, but Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship to cling onto Shark Flow Lever or 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. The year beast's target was Myriad Year flying warship, but because of this, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform also met with calamity. Don't you want to get rid of me? I am right in front of you now, come on, attack me. Fang Yuan laughed. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot with anger, even Gu Liu Ru's breathing hastened as he looked rigidly at Fang Yuan with a deep cold gaze filled with killing intent. The 3 immortal GU houses soon did not even have space to move. If someone looked from afar, they could only see year beasts rushing to the battlefield in the center. These year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were packed so tightly that they looked like a sphere of ants. And the sphere was getting tighter and denser along with getting increasingly larger. The 3 immortal GU houses in the middle of the sphere seemed to have turned into meat grinders. Even an immemorial year beast would be ground to death within a dozen seconds. Li Huang and Gu Liu Ru attacked furiously. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was already destroyed completely. Heavenly Court's efforts this time had all gone to waste. Li Huang and Gu Liu Ru had already tried their best to save any GU immortal they could, but most of them still died miserably at Fang Yuan's hands. Let's leave now, otherwise there will be no survivors. Gu Liu Ru called out. Without the large formation hindering Fang Yuan rampaged in the battlefield with Myriad Year flying warship. No one was able to stop him. Heavenly Court's battle tactics had failed completely. Fang Yuan, just wait, you won't be able to be arrogant for long, you will die by my hand sooner or later. Li Huang said with clenched teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fang Yuan, and he already felt extreme hatred, anger, and disgust because of Fang Yuan's actions. This demon was truly insidious and crafty. HMPH. Li Huang, I think you are the one who is arrogant. Myriad Year flying warship suddenly erupted, the killer move torrential charge activated under it. At its surroundings were Daybreak swords. The silver swords pierced into the torrent and exploded with an unimaginable speed. These two moves can be combined. Li Huang cried out in shock, caught off guard. Myriad Year flying warship directly collided into the damaged Shark Flow Lever. Bam! Amidst the loud sound, Shark Flow Lever was directly destroyed, the remaining huge sharks dying on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Myriad Year Flying Warship destroyed Shark Flow Lever and collided straight into Li Huang with its remaining momentum. Li Huang's Verdant Sunflame Cloak shook intensely. It was like a prairie fire, but after the collision, it immediately weakened to become a small flame. Li Huang, it is time for your death. Fang Yuan's eyes shone sharply as he used both Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8. Li Huang stared with his eyes wide open as he felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to breathe as he focused everything on defense. But when he took on the killer moves, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan revealed their previous state. They were only at rank 7. Fang Yuan, you deceived me. Li Huang roared. His attention was completely on Fang Yuan. Immediately after, Myriad Year Flying Warship followed. Li Huang's eyes almost popped out as his sight became filled with the large silver figure of Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom! Li Huang's flame cloak was completely extinguished. His chest caved in, from which blood, mixed with pieces of organs, spurted out like a fountain. Whoosh! Countless silver swords attacked at the next second. They were as densely packed as bees. They pierced deep into Li Huang's body and exited out from all directions. Li Huang's body was moved around in all directions by Daybreak swords, shaking intensely in the process. The sharp light in his pupils dissipated rapidly. Before death, his final thought was still disbelief. I am actually going to die here. Retreat! Gu Liu Ru shouted with teary eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead and his whole face looked malevolent. Li Huang might be stronger than Gu Liu Ru, but in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal Gu house, he was definitely more disadvantaged. It was not that Gu Liu Ru did not think of going to save him, but Fang Yuan had prepared for so long. How could he give him the chance to rescue? The tightly packed year beasts were also a huge hindrance. Gu Liu Ru controlled 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and left the battlefield rapidly. Fang Yuan gave chase with surging killing intent. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, this will be your final resting place. Gu Liu Ru gave a muffled groan as he concentrated on escaping. He imprinted this disgrace deep in his heart. Righteous is falling while demonic is rising. Sigh. The most sensible option now is to preserve our strength and fight again in the future. Fang Yuan, you can continue to be arrogant for the time being. Chapter 1813. Fearsome Beast Tide. Myriad Year Flying Warship continually shot out Daybreak flying swords like a storm raging towards 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, many Central Continent GU Immortals were resolved for death as they said to Gu Liu Ru, Lord, please leave first. Gu Liu Ru hesitated. These people continued, Central Continent can do without us, but it cannot lose you. This situation is too dangerous. We will all be killed if we try to escape together. Moreover, Heavenly Court has also sent the command. Fairy Wei had already sent the command for 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to block Myriad Year Flying Warship while Gu Liu Ru escaped. Gu Liu Ru heaved a sigh. I didn't expect the situation to escalate to this. Everyone, your sacrifices won't be in vain. He jumped out of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and dived into the river of time, escaping rapidly. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately turned Myriad Year Flying Warship around to give chase, but 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform blocked him without regard for itself. Fang Yuan was blocked by 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and was unable to get rid of it within a short period. He could only watch as Gu Liu Ru entered a tributary of the River of Time and escaped to the outside world. In that case, you can all go die. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he concentrated the attacks on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. By now, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform was already an exhausted force. Under Myriad Year Flying Warship's violent and repeated collisions, it completely broke into pieces. Over 10 GU Immortals fell into the river, and under the extreme chaos, the bloodthirsty year beasts in the surroundings attacked these GU Immortals. You beasts, get lost! Fang Yuan shouted as he maneuvered Myriad Year Flying Warship to retrieve these battle spoils. But there were too many year beasts. Waves after waves of the beast tide collided into myriad-year flying warship. During this short delay, many of the GU Immortals were swallowed by the berserk year beasts without leaving behind even a piece of flesh. Boom! A giant immemorial year ox crashed into the side of myriad-year flying warship like a meteor. Myriad-year flying warship was almost overturned and was only able to break away after a while. The warship's shape had already deformed with 2 large holes on it. It was the result of the ox horns colliding into it. Fang Yuan's subordinates were flustered. Repair it quickly! So many GU worms were destroyed. This immemorial year beast has extraordinary strength. Fang Yuan was surprised and sized his surroundings carefully. Year beasts were everywhere in the surroundings. Some flew, some ran on the water, while some moved underwater, with all of them having myriad-year flying warship as their target. In this period of time, 8 immemorial year beasts had surrounded Fang Yuan, some still afar while some near. That immemorial year ox just now had smooth skin and hair that shone with golden luster. Its hooves stood stably on the surface of the water. Even the chaotic year beast army could not move it. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Didn't his 12 zodiac battle formation lack an immemorial year ox? Even if he already had an immemorial year ox, Fang Yuan would think of replacing it. The ancient battle formation's might was completely related to the strength of the immemorial year beasts in the formation, and this immemorial year ox was outstanding among immemorial year beasts. But this is not the time to subdue it. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile as he commanded, "Retreat!" Myriad-year flying warship began to escape as well. But no matter where it ran to, year beasts would block its path. Woof woof woof. An immemorial year dog blocked the path. Its body was agile with strong muscles, its eyes shone emitted lightning and its fur was glossy golden. Myriad-year flying warship repeatedly activated Daybreak swords, but when they hit its body, they immediately broke, only managing to cut its fur. Woof! The immemorial year dog jumped with such force that it immediately neared the bow of the boat. It opened its mouth, revealing its blade-like sharp silver teeth. Crack! The bow of myriad-year flying warship was directly bit into pieces. Leave quickly, this dog has time path immortal GU on it. Fang Yuan's expression was chilly. Immemorial year dog was also a species he lacked, but under this chaotic situation, he simply did not want to fight against these year beasts which he had no information on. Fortunately, the year beasts were also fighting and suppressing each other. There was only one immemorial year dog with the most abundant immemorial year monkeys. Fang Yuan cleverly turned myriad-year flying warship towards these immemorial year monkeys, then myriad-year flying warship moved through the gaps between the year beasts like a flash of silver lightning. The immemorial year dog was stopped by these immemorial year monkeys. After escaping like this all the way, they finally arrived in front of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad-year flying warship had to struggle to pass through the tributary and return to the outside world. A large amount of year beasts actually gave chase without giving up. Squeak squeak squeak! A small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared and it ran into myriad-year flying warship like a flash of golden lightning. Oh no! Fang Yuan, stop it! It is all up to you! The Immortals' expression changed. Myriad-year flying warship was strong outside and weak inside. If the immemorial year rat ran amok inside, the whole immortal GU house might be destroyed by it. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan also did not care about concealing his strength. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation and appeared in front of the immemorial year rat. He activated the true rank 8 level spring scissors. It flew nimbly in the narrow space and snipped the immemorial year rat. This immemorial year beast was very small, only the size of an adult fist, and was like an extremely hard golden wart. Spring scissors sniped its body but produced clanging sounds like striking a hard stone, even producing yellow sparks. Fang Yuan was already using all his strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shone brightly as it saw a time path immortal GU. It bit the immortal GU and made its escape. It was extremely fast, disappearing from Fang Yuan's sight within a blink of an eye. Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad. Rank 8 years flow like water. Immortal GU was taken away by this immemorial year rat. Fang Yuan laughed happily, even rejoicing slightly as he said, "This is my disguise. Although it is a time path Immortal GU, it is not the real years flow like water." Fang Yuan had personally deduced the myriad year hunting killer move. How could he not be aware of its enormous flaw? Therefore, he had been prepared and had arranged a bait in myriad year flying warship. When myriad year flying warship was damaged to a certain extent, they would throw out this bait and cause a fight among the immemorial year beasts, thus creating a chance to escape. This method might not fool Heavenly Court's GU Immortals, but immemorial year beasts had limited intelligence and were not like Heavenly Court's rank 8 great experts. Sure enough, after the immemorial year rat took away the bait, the year beast army immediately felt a strong attraction. They abandoned myriad year flying warship and surrounded this small golden rat. Myriad year flying warship was finally able to get rid of this terrifying year beast tide. After confirming it was safe, Fang Yuan immediately moved the rank 8 immortal GU house into his immortal aperture. There were bumps and scratches all around myriad year flying warship. Its sharp bow was chewed down, and there were large holes on its sides. There were also several claw marks on the deck that looked like they were cut by a giant blade. Countless mortal GU used in myriad year flying warship had died. Many immortal GU were also injured, especially Precaution immortal GU. Its injuries were the heaviest since it was the core of myriad year flying warship's defense. Even years flow like water. Immortal GU had some damage. It appeared like myriad year flying warship still maintained its framework and looked intact, but if it were to be entangled for a while longer, it would be unrecognizable and the losses would be heavy. The River of Time was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. An inestimable scale of living beings lived here. There was no lack of powerful beings among these time path living beings. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to deal with them within a short period of time. The ones that left Fang Yuan the deepest impression were the 3 immemorial year beasts with golden fur. But this is all within my calculations. The immemorial year beasts that attacked myriad year flying warship have all been marked. I can easily go find them later and subdue them. I need to take the risk if I want to finish the 12 Zodiac battle formation. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The 12 Zodiac battle formation required 12 different species of immemorial year beasts: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, money, chicken, dog, and pig. In the River of Time, at every set interval of time, a certain kind of immemorial year beast would be more commonly seen than others, becoming the strongest year species of that time period and suppressing other groups. However, in the next dozen years, this species of year beast would fall down from the strongest to the weakest, heavily pushed aside and attacked by other year beasts. But the year beasts that could survive these attacks would often be the strongest within the same level. They could not survive if they were not strong. Just like the immemorial year ox, immemorial year dog and immemorial year rat that Fang Yuan just encountered, they were the best evidence. Most of the immemorial year beasts were easy to gather because of their high quantity. But some species, because their whole group was at the lowest point, were not only rare but also had very powerful individual strength. Myriad year flying warship's recovery was not a difficult issue. Although countless mortal GU were lost, Fang Yuan had enough of them. Injuries of immortal GU were the most troublesome, but Fang Yuan had the GU as before formation. Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was too robust. He could restore these immortal GU. It is just that those central continent GU immortals' immortal apertures are all completely empty. Looks like Fairy Wei has learned her lesson. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortal apertures inside those central continent rank 7 corpses were empty and barren. All their resources were moved out before the battle. After the first battle in the River of Time, Fairy Wei was afraid these resources would only nourish Fang Yuan, their enemy. Fang Yuan did not care about it. To him, these resources would only be icing on the cake and were not important. Next, I need to repair myriad year flying warship, then go to the River of Time and capture the lacking immemorial year beasts. Then I will explore Dream Realms. There is already a large pile of Dream Realms extorted from Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan was pressed for time and kept track of it closely. Not long later, it would be time for the 5 Slong's public Grotto-heaven to open and for the ancient bet to end. I can only do my best. Fang Yuan sighed. At the same time, Fairy Wei sighed bitterly in Heavenly Court. She was filled with worries. They had lost miserably in the River of Time once again. What should they do now? The methods and strength revealed by myriad-year flying warship made even her feel a sense of helplessness. She knew Fang Yuan's strategy. It was to bait them inside the River of Time, but this matter was related to Red Lotus' true inheritance. Heavenly Court had no choice but to take the bait. Even if it is a bloody pit, we need to clench our teeth and jump into it. Heavenly Court has never been afraid of sacrificing. Fairy Wei's eyes shone sharply before her brows furrowed once again, but we need to modify the time path immortal GU houses and make them prioritize speed. In the future, we will prioritize on disturbing Fang Yuan. It will be a great achievement as long as we stop him from obtaining Red Lotus' true inheritance. Chapter 1814. Pitiful Chi Clan GU Immortals. A plain white cloud carried 6 Chi Clan GU Immortals inside as it flew rapidly in the sky. Be careful, this is immemorial white heaven. There are often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around. Currently, this route is quite safe, but we need to stay alert. After getting into that Grotto-heaven, we will be able to obtain heaven form this time. The rise and prosperity of Chi Clan is in sight. Chi Clan's GU Immortals conversed in secret as they held in their excitement and joy. Even though they did not understand the use of heaven form, it did not mean that they would underestimate the power of this move. Because this was half an inheritance left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Suddenly, their vision changed. The serene white heaven suddenly flipped like a pancake, turning into a huge and dark space. This dark space was like a huge ball that enveloped all 6 immortals of Chi Clan. Threads of silver light weaved like strings of a web, moving in all directions from the top to the bottom of the dark space. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Who is it? Who ambushed us? Quickly come out! Chi Clan's GU Immortals were deeply shocked. After a momentary panic, they shouted angrily. Thus, a rank 8 immortal GU house carrying a GU Immortal appeared in a casual manner. This immortal GU house looked like a small boat. The front was sharp and long, shining with silver light. At the bow of the boat, a GU Immortal stood with his arms behind his back. He wore a white robe and stood silently as he smiled towards these Chi Clan GU Immortals. This GU Immortal had a handsome face, to the point of being beautiful. His black hair was long and reached his waist. This was a delicate-looking young man with peerless appearance at first glance. But the 6 Chi Clan GU Immortals were completely stunned when they saw this person and this house. Chi Cai was the 2nd Supreme Elder of Chi Clan. He was the bravest among them, but at this moment, only shock was shown on his face. Chi Jin was the 3rd Supreme Elder of Chi Clan. He was like the other Chi Clan GU Immortals, having a pale expression. His heart was thumping, a cold chill was spreading through his 4 limbs. Chi Clan's 1st Supreme Elder Chi Fa was usually composed, but at this moment, he panicked and said in a shivering voice, Fang Yuan, why are you here? Why are you finding trouble with us? Fang Yuan's appearance alone shocked these Chi Clan GU Immortals to the point of being dumbstruck. Their morale was completely extinguished as it fell to rock bottom. A person's reputation provides shelter like the shadow of a tree. Fang Yuan's current demonic reputation far surpassed the previous life. Earlier during the 2nd battle in the River of Time, Fang Yuan had announced the results of the battle to the world. Heavenly Court lost time and again. They experienced a severe defeat this time. Li Huang died tragically. By stepping on Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan's demonic reputation was causing tremors in the entire world now. Most of the Chi Clan GU Immortals were so scared their bodies went limp. Fang Yuan was a great demon of this era. Why was he here to deal with Chi Clan? And even setting an ambush? Lord? Fang Yuan, my Chi Clan is a secluded clan that has never caused any problems for you or schemed against you. Is there any misunderstanding between us? We are willing to compensate and appease you. Chi Clan's 1st Supreme Elder Chi Fa said. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be nervous everyone, as long as you submit to me, I will let you live. As for compensation, why don't you give heaven form to me then? Hearing this, the Qi Clan GU Immortals felt like their mood had sunk to the abyss. Oh no! Fang Yuan knows our greatest secret. How did he find out? He is an otherworldly demon. He has been reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada. The ancient bet is here. The goal of our Qi clan for thousands of years is about to reach its end. Should we give it up now? I cannot accept it. Qi clan's GU Immortals had pained and complex expressions. They were fearful, they were angry, they were anxious, they felt hatred, and they were helpless. The strongest Qi clan GU Immortal was merely rank 7. They had spent a great effort to enter immemorial white heaven to begin with. How could they fight Fang Yuan? He. They were meat on the chopping block. Simply pitiful. Why don't we risk it all? Qi Cai gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his arms shivered. Risk what? Can we even win? You know about Fang Yuan's battle results as well. We will just be giving up our lives. Qi Jin said with deep helplessness. A peculiar light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He threatened, I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you do not submit, you can go die. What do we do? Qi clan's GU Immortals panicked. They were not sure of what to do. Everyone looked towards Qi Fa. As the first supreme elder of Qi clan, Qi Fa had the highest authority. He was a skinny old man, but had great spirits. His back was straight like a long spear. But after 3 breaths of time, he lowered his back as he gave up. He cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan with a pleasing expression. Lord Fang Yuan, our Qi clan, submits to you. Ha ha ha, a wise person understands their circumstances. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. A bright light flashed in his eyes. None of the Qi clan GU Immortals dared to look at him. You have all made a wise decision. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were waiting inside Myriad Year flying warship. After witnessing this, they sighed to themselves. The battle in Lang Wei Blessed Land and the 2 battles inside the River of Time, they allowed Fang Yuan to step on heavenly court and gain immense reputation in the world. His demonic might was awe-inspiring. His name alone was able to make rank 7 GU Immortals surrender without putting up a fight. Qi Fa added, Heaven form belongs to you, Lord, but I would like to speak of the details regarding it, if Lord would allow us to. Fang Yuan looked at this Qi clan first supreme elder deeply in the eyes as he smiled nonchalantly. No need for that. I am not afraid to tell you that I obtained heaven form in the previous life. I killed many of you afterwards and took Qi Si Grotto-heaven. Of course, some of you surrendered to me. After pausing, Fang Yuan continued, I am much clearer of the secrets involving heaven form than all of you. Fang Yuan's words were like a hammer that pounded into the Qi clan GU Immortals' hearts. They were dumbfounded but also in disbelief. Fang Yuan did not care if they believed him. He used his methods on each of them and took away all of their GU worms. He was very clear on what immortal GU these Qi clan GU Immortals possessed. After that, these Qi clan GU Immortals were kept on the deck of Myriad Year flying warship, as they stood in a daze and with pale expressions. After putting these Qi clan GU Immortals under control, Fang Yuan retracted his immortal battlefield, Yama Web. Yama Web Battlefield was modified from Yama Battlefield. It achieved Fang Yuan's intended goal, combining the power of Time Path into it. It was now stronger and more stable. Myriad Year flying warship had been repaired long ago. It flew rapidly towards the crucial location. After a while, the Immortals saw that in the empty sky, a huge gatehouse appeared out of nowhere. The gatehouse had a tall roof and 2 statues at the side of the gate. There was a huge plaque above the gate, writing the words 5 Xiong's Bet Entrance. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of bronze. It radiated a majestic aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became solid and clearer. After the gatehouse formed fully, a huge area of clouds gathered to hold up this gatehouse. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shocked. They were seeing this for the first time. Qi clan's 6 GU Immortals had complex expressions. A trace of hope was still lingering in the eyes of Qi Fa and the rest. At this time, the door started to shine in 5 colors, representing the strength of the 5 Xiong's. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn bright red. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at He Lulan, go. Hei Lulan was expressionless as she moved out of myriad-year flying warship, flying towards the gatehouse. Fang Yuan waved his hand as an immortal killer move was used on her. Hei Lulan's body shook as she landed before the gatehouse. The red light surrounded her and faded away rapidly, acknowledging Hei Lulan's identity. Impossible! Oh heaven, what is going on? Her bloodline was recognized. Is she really a descendant of Shui Xiong's Shui clan? Qi Clan's 6 GU immortals were deeply astounded, they could not believe it. Fang Yuan turned around to look at them as he smiled, instructing the Rockman GU immortals, go. Several Rockman GU immortals were hit by Fang Yuan's killer move, their auras changed profoundly, they passed the inspection of the yellow light and obtained the rights to enter the 5 Xiong's Grotto-heaven. Seeing this, the 6 GU immortals from Qi Clan shook intensely. Some were even shaking so intensely like they would fall. Earlier, Hei Lulan was a human, she had a possibility of having Shui Xiong's bloodline. But these variant human rockmen? There were only male rockmen, they could not have children with other races. However, the gatehouse acknowledged them. The cruel fact stabbed into these Qi Clan GU immortals' hearts like a sharp sword. They finally abandoned all hope, they had to admit that this was the work of Fang Yuan's method. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Fa had a bitter expression, he surrendered to Fang Yuan earlier because he did not want to die, and also because he wanted to use the 5 Slong's agreement and heaven form to coax Fang Yuan and find a chance to escape. But now it seemed like it was impossible. Fang Yuan's preparations were too ample, he came here prepared, all the different signs showed that he was not lying earlier. In the previous life, I'm afraid that Fang Yuan really obtained heaven form. He has spring-autumn cicada, he can start over again countless times. This is too absurd, who can stop him? The ancient bet, to think that an outsider would benefit from it, he. Qi Clan's GU immortals felt deep rage, some were furious at Heavenly Court's weakness, while some were dealt a huge impact, they were completely dejected. They had very intense emotions. And it was only understandable. They had arrived here with deep hopes and excitement, but abruptly, Fang Yuan ambushed them and took them as prisoners. The treasure that Qi Clan had worked hard to get for so long, heaven form, was now in the hands of an outsider. The contrast was too big, it was too sudden and cruel. These people are so pitiful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Qi Clan's GU immortals as she felt some sympathy for them. HMPH, Fang Yuan wants that treasure, how can they even compete? Bai Ningbing had a cold expression, she has the clearest understanding of Fang Yuan's methods. Next, several GU immortals landed in front of the gatehouse, passing the bloodline test. Fang Yuan did not let Qi Clan's GU immortals in, they were still restrained on the deck, they watched as their places were taken by Lady White Rabbit followed by Fairy Miao Yin, obtaining Qi Xiong's acceptance. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing went together, they also got in. As for myriad-year flying warship and these Qi Clan captives, he kept them inside his immortal aperture. Chapter 18:15. Reaching the heavens in one step, Qi Path. As she thought about that, an unknown source of information appeared in her heart, she understood the arrangements of the 5 Xiong's immediately. This is a public Grotto-heaven, the heaven surveying 5 Xiong's had once donated a portion of their Grotto-heavens each to form this place. The entire Grotto-heaven has 5 segments, they are not directly connected to each other, only the most central mountain range is shared among the 5. The treasure of this bet is at the center of the Grotto-heaven, as long as a GU immortal is acknowledged by the gatehouse and is teleported inside here, they can go after the treasure. Along the way, the heaven surveying 5 Xiong's have also set up some resources, stronger experts can try to take them away, but it is recommended that they do not take everything, so as to allow the resources to grow again in the future. Bai Ningbing looked towards Fang Yuan, hesitating for a moment before deciding to inform him. But Fang Yuan looked ahead as he waved his hand, I've already gotten the information, no need to tell me. Bai Ningbing nodded as she stopped talking. In the previous life, Fang Yuan faced a hurdle at the gatehouse, not only was familiar face seen through, causing him to be pushed outside, he even had to use the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move that succeeded in allowing him to enter the 5 Xiong's Grotto-heaven under disguise. After entering Five Shlong's Grotto-heaven, the information was not provided to him. He had only learned about it after Bai Ningbing told him. But this time, after Fang Yuan's modifications and deductions, he conceptualized an immortal killer move that could not only be used on himself, but also other people. So now, once he stepped into Five Shlong's Grotto-heaven, the information immediately appeared in his mind, telling him of the situation. Let's go to the peak at the center. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing traveled together. In the previous life, he had to rush against time because Qi Clan's GU Immortals were also here. He needed to compete with them over heaven form. But now, Fang Yuan chose to act in advance and kick his competitors out of the competition. This entire Five Shlong's Grotto-heaven was his. Even though the situation was calm now and he could relax and collect resources along the way, slowly taking it down, Fang Yuan knew that at the center of the mountain range, the immortal GU house that contained heaven form might seem rough, but it was the control area of this Grotto-heaven. Once he gains control over the immortal GU house, it would help with the movement of resources later on. While flying, Bai Ningbing was shocked to realize that Five Shlong's Grotto-heaven had a lot of resource points. Ice Mirror Snow Lotus, 100 Years Profound Ice, 1000 Years Profound Ice, Mystical Frost Water, Heavencraft Divine Jade, Jade Frost Antelopes. Even though there are no large or giant resource points, and all of these are just small or mid-sized ones, these resource points are so closely packed and each have a huge amount stored up. Since this place only opens up once 100 years, it has naturally accumulated many resources. Bai Ningbing felt envious internally. There was no question about it, these resources would all end up in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If she obtained them, she could expand her foundation rapidly, her assets would increase by multiple times, she would become rich instantly. But for Fang Yuan, this was just icing on the cake. The journey was very smooth. Fang and Bai safely arrived at the central mountain range. In the previous life, Qi Clan's GU Immortals made arrangements here and created a beast tide. They lured two immemorial desolate beasts to stop Fang and Bai, obstructing them and creating trouble for their advancement. But now, they were all captured in advance, trapped inside myriad-year flying warship. They were already unable to decide their own life and death. There was nothing special about the immortal GU House Palace at the top of the mountain range. Fang Yuan lost his interest quickly. In front of the palace, there were many GU Immortals gathered already. They were all Fang Yuan subordinates. They had entered before him. After paying respects to Fang Yuan, the GU Immortals reported what they saw along the way. Fang Yuan looked around. There was no surprise or anything amiss. He nodded as he led the Immortals into the hall. Heaven form was at the center of this hall. It was shaped like a one-legged white crane. It was covered in pure snow-white feathers that had no dust or dirt on it. Its long beak was red in color. It was craning its neck and hanging its head. Its wings were tucked in as its eyes were shut tight, as if it was sleeping. Rank 9 Aura. Bin Yuan and the rest gasped and breathed in deeply as surprise and joy showed on their faces. Fang Yuan led the Immortals as they sat around the heaven form flying crane, instilling their wills into it. The gatehouse was the bloodline inspector for the Five Shlongs, but they did not do anything to this heaven form killer move, thus, anyone could instill their will into it. All sorts of wills gushed in as they obtained the information left by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable the moment they entered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable told them that he had once found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial White Heaven. After spending a lot of effort, he captured it but found that heaven form held deep mysteries. He could not refine it immediately even with his great strength. Thus, he designed the killer move heaven form and left this half-inheritance to a lucky person in the future. After the Five Shlongs found this inheritance, they did not back off. The ancient bet was thus created. The Immortals understood the origin of this killer move. They gasped and sighed in admiration. Fang Yuan had heard this in his previous life. He felt no emotions, but he gained a new understanding of the existence of heaven form. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has killer moves like Ghostly Concealment, Divine Concealment, Heaven Form, and others. They are able to exist indefinitely and would not break apart. In my previous life, I thought that this was the style of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but after the Battle of Fate Gu's restoration, I noticed that all the Immortal and Demon Venerables had similar methods. This was true for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, and Limitless Demon Venerable. These killer moves and methods all have vast power, they are able to exist for a long time. Normally, they stay hidden without making any waves, but once they are used, the effects are simply shocking. If only 1 or 2 Venerables have such methods, that could be considered their specialty. But if all the Venerables were like this, then it is not something regarding a path or a person, it is about attainment level. Every Venerable had Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, this was a publicly recognized fact. Then this means Master attainment level generates intuition. Grandmaster attainment level allows mimicking of other paths. Great Grandmaster attainment level allows the use of natural Dao marks. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level allows killer moves to last indefinitely and operate on their own. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved quickly, even though he was just guessing, he felt like his hypothesis was likely to be true. Even though there was no description of this in the true inheritance that he obtained, with Fang Yuan having 2 paths at quasi-supreme attainment, he had the ability to take a peek at the heights of a Supreme Grandmaster. Hours later, Fang Yuan successfully took down the last bit of Heaven's Will inside Heaven form. This lump of Heaven's Will had used a tactic of showing weakness in the previous life to deceive the Qi Clan GU Immortals. They suffered a huge loss while Fang Yuan benefited from it overall. This time, Fang Yuan controlled even more wills here, he exterminated this stubborn Heaven's Will. No unexpected mishaps happened during this process. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was afraid that Bai Ningbing would betray him, but this time, he had more subordinates here. Those variant human GU Immortals were very loyal to Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's leadership talent, he was skilled at politics. After defeating Heavenly Court multiple times, his personal charm and grand aura surged overwhelmingly, he did not need to use any enslavement path methods to achieve this. The variant human GU Immortals were very obedient, while Shadow Sect's Immortals did not dare to defy Fang Yuan. Even though they were just refining Heaven form and had to exterminate the remaining Heaven's Will, there was also a large number of sturdy GU Immortal wills that were inside the killer move. These wills were accumulated in the last thousands of years by the wills of the descendants of the 5 Xiong's. Without exterminating these wills, Fang Yuan would not be able to use Heaven form. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared for it. He modified several killer moves, including the one that used Wisdom Sword Immortal GU as the core, which had become his main method here. In my previous life, I used Wisdom Sword Immortal GU alone, the effect was ordinary. Now that I have a killer move, I will gain control of Heaven form rapidly. Fang Yuan stored away Heaven form, but he did not keep the Immortal GU house. He directed the GU Immortals to control the Immortal GU house and relocate all of the resources here. 5 Xiong's Grotto-heaven had once devoured a 9 heavens fragment, it no longer faced any calamities and tribulations, but Fang Yuan could also not annex it now. After making the arrangements, Fang Yuan led the remaining Immortals out of the Grotto-heaven. They went towards the direction of Qi Grotto-heaven. Within Qi Grotto-heaven, there was a rank 6 Qi Clan GU Immortal guarding it. But even the first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder had surrendered. This Qi Clan GU Immortal became stunned before he let Fang Yuan inside. After the Qi Clan GU Immortals saw Fang Yuan's Heaven form killer move, they no longer had hope, their expressions turned pale. In the previous life, Fang Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing to attack Qi Grotto-heaven, she was even attacked by unlimited Qi. But this time, the heavenly spirit in Qi Grotto-heaven had not woken up yet, it was still sleeping. Lord Fang Yuan, how do you want us to move these resources? The variant human GU Immortals asked. Qi Clan's GU Immortals looked at each other as someone said anxiously, we are willing to defend this place for Lord Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, no need, watch as I annex it. His Qi path attainment level was Grandmaster long ago. After the second battle in the River of Time, he repaired Myriad Year flying battleship and entered the River of Time. He captured his required immemorial year beasts. In this long process of searching, he stayed inside the ship as he explored dream realms, letting his subordinates handle the matters outside. He only took action when it was time to fight. Thus, he saved a lot of time, he could succeed in many dream realm explorations. Fang Yuan's attainment level in many paths had risen, especially Qi path, it rose to Great Grandmaster. With this attainment level, he could annex Qi Grotto-heaven. During the process of annexing, the heavenly spirit of Qi heavenly spirit was rudely awakened, but Fang Yuan was prepared and quickly suppressed it. The heavenly spirit scolded the Qi clan descendants for being unfilial. While Qi clan's Gu immortals had defeated expressions, they were in deep despair. Eventually, they watched as their homeland was devoured by Fang Yuan, fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. He gained a vast amount of Qi path resources that could not be calculated at the moment. His greatest gain was unlimited Qi. This killer move was the trump card of Qi Grotto-heaven. It was the key that allowed them to defend against tribulations. Unlimited Qi used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi, rank 7 Immortal Gu Big Family Qi and others. There were countless Qi path immortal materials, like Metal Qi, Water Qi, Fire Qi, and others, and also special ones like Luck Qi, Divine Qi. There was a variety of different types of Qi. In the previous life, Fang Yuan dismantled this killer move, but now that he had great Grandmaster attainment level in Qi path, his foundation was deep enough. He decided not to destroy it. And worth mentioning was that Qi Grotto-heaven gave Fang Yuan 1,000,000 Qi path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's Qi path foundation grew immensely. It was truly reaching the heavens in one step. Chapter 18:16. Absorbing Qi Grotto-heaven. Mini White Heaven. The Dragonman clone smiled as he stretched out his hand. Before him stood a fawn. The fawn lowered its head before the Dragonman clone, stretching out its tiny pink tongue and licking the Dragonman clone's palm. Master. The fawn spoke in human language. It was not an ordinary fawn, of course. It was created from the obsession of Qi Slong fusing with the heavenly power of the Grotto-heaven, resulting in this Qi heavenly spirit. Qi heavenly spirit had the appearance of a snow-white fawn. Its eyes were golden in color, extremely dazzling. But on the fawn's back, near the right side, there was a deep wound that exposed the bones. It extended towards its stomach, leaving behind a dense amount of Dao marks. Dragonman clone sighed, "Your injuries are severe, my methods might not work." This was the injury the fawn sustained when it used unlimited Qi against Qi Grotto-heaven's myriad tribulation. In the previous life, when Bai Ning Bing attacked Qi Grotto-heaven, the heavenly spirit had fallen asleep due to its injuries. It was rudely awakened. The fawn was a heavenly spirit. It was a special existence created from the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. To heal the fawn, wisdom path methods were the most appropriate. Thus, Fang Yuan tried but had no success. Even though Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were stronger, he did not dare to use them rashly. It was not that he was helpless against one wound, but these methods were too powerful and uncontrollable. They were harmful to the heavenly spirit fawn. Very likely, the treatment might kill this Qi heavenly spirit. If the treatment kills Qi heavenly spirit, what was the point of wasting effort in trying to save it? For now, Fang Yuan could not heal this fawn. But this heavenly spirit did not mind that. It was in fact quite happy. After Qi Grotto-heaven got annexed, it did not die, it still existed. Every life form would have basic survival instincts. Heavenly spirits were the same. They were inclined to finding a master and preserving the Grotto-heaven. Of course, they would only submit to masters who fulfilled their conditions. Or if methods like blood light spirit suppression were used. Fang Yuan was thinking about the mystery of land spirits and heavenly spirits. The Gu world had countless mysteries. The more Fang Yuan interacted with them, the more he realized how little he knew. When ordinary Gu immortals annex apertures, even if land spirits existed, they would die when the annexation is completed. But the sovereign immortal aperture broke this rule. There had to be a reason for it. But Shadow Sect had no records of it. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hid the details, or maybe Shadow Sect's true inheritance was not everything that Spectral Soul had. Or maybe even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no idea that the sovereign immortal aperture would end up like this. It was like how Fang Yuan could only understand the general concept behind an unknown immortal Gu that he just refined. Even though he had such strong refinement path attainment, he could not comprehend it entirely. A newly created and unprecedented Gu was especially so. Only by using it could the Gu immortal learn more things about it. Right now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had many land spirits and heavenly spirits. Land spirits were more abundant. Among them, Lang Ya land spirit was the most unique. He was made from 2 obsessions. There were also a snake, star core, black hound. Land spirits in all sorts of forms were scattered in different locations over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were all useful assistants in managing the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own territories. Fang Yuan did not kill these heavenly spirits and land spirits, he preserved them. Now was not the time. In the future, he was going to understand the logic behind their existence. This was also why he wanted to save Qi-Si heavenly spirit. After Qi-Si Grotto-heaven was assimilated, Fang Yuan placed it in mini-white heaven. There were evident changes to the sovereign immortal aperture now. All sorts of Qi were growing and interacting. Mini-white heaven had the most evident signs. Countless white clouds were forming and spreading. The other 8 mini-heavens were the same. They all had their own colors. These clouds were still like thin fog. They had not grown into cloud soil of their respective colors. But this was just the start. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, for the following period of time, different Qi would appear in all parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. These Qi were of different types of varieties. Most were mortal Gu materials. But after a while, after enough mortal level Qi are accumulated, they would start producing Qi path immortal materials. And after an even longer time, these Qi path immortal materials would stabilize and create a special connection with the environment. That would be the initial formation of a resource point. If it develops well, these tiny resource points might grow into small, mid, and large-sized resource points. Of course, without human interference, the chances of the sovereign immortal aperture generating a large-sized resource point was simply too small. It was negligible. All these changes were due to the addition of 1,000,000 Qi path Dao marks. These Qi path Dao marks were the accumulation of Qi-Si Grotto-heaven. Now that Fang Yuan annexed it, these Qi path Dao marks spread out and became distributed all over the mini-5 regions and 9 heavens. Each time he annexed an immortal aperture, he would gain Dao marks. The environment of the immortal aperture would change slightly. Like in the previous life, Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven, gaining transformation path Dao marks. This caused the entire sovereign immortal aperture to produce a larger variety of living beings. For example, the ordinary foxes in mini northern plains would reproduce and have a greater chance of becoming red foxes, gray foxes, wind foxes, cloud foxes, or others, even becoming mutated beasts like autumn water fox or flowing light fox. After annexing Sea Ancestor Grotto-heaven, he gained a bunch of time path Dao marks. The tributary of the river of time became wider. Fang Yuan could control the upper and lower limit of the rate of time to a greater extent as a result. Very evidently, randomly annexing apertures was not a good thing. Because the increase in Dao marks would cause the environment to change dramatically, without wisdom path methods to absorb these changes, the GU Immortals' development inside the immortal aperture would be ruined. They would lose all their assets. The living habitat of the immortal aperture world was always a tight chain. If one small species of grass became extinct, it could lead to a crisis for countless species higher up in the food chain. In comparison, the annexing of immortal apertures would cause huge environmental shifts. The reason why Fang Yuan gained from it was because the sovereign immortal aperture was too big and vast. It made these influences negligible when spread out. Most GU immortals had tiny immortal apertures compared to this sovereign immortal aperture. When the same volume of water is stored in a bottle and a vat, the bottle would be full while the vat is only filled to a negligible amount. Other than that, Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment, along with other paths that allowed him to easily deal with all the changes that happened. It was still okay when I annexed Sea Ancestor Grotto-heaven, but after annexing Qi-Si Grotto-heaven, the gain of 1,000,000 Qi path Dao marks has made an evident change to the sovereign immortal aperture. Sea Ancestor did not pass any myriad tribulations. She only had 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the previous life, Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven, which had over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. And this was because Beast Calamity Immortal had gone through one myriad tribulation before dying. The Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven that he left behind did not pass a second myriad tribulation. Qi Xiong was very strong in the past. After all, the 5 Xiongs were united and dominated the 2 heavens. Their reputation was high in the 5 regions. They were incredibly famous. After Qi died, Qi Grotto-heaven was left behind. It did not devour any fragment of the 9 heavens, it still had to face endless calamities and tribulations. Difficulties led to wealth. After thousands of years, Qi Grotto-heaven had gone through more than 10 myriad tribulations, each one gave around 100,000 Dao marks. Along with Qi accumulations in his life, there were over 1 million Qi path Dao marks. This was a shocking achievement. It was not easy. Myriad tribulations were terrifying, even rank 8 GU immortals were fearful of them, they could only pass with great difficulty. But Qi Grotto-heaven had survived for such a long time. Mainly by relying on unlimited Qi. The heavenly spirit controlled this move, and with sufficient rank 8 immortal essence, Qi Grotto-heaven managed to pass each time. Of course, this move is incredible, it not only consumes immortal essence but also different types of Qi. By expending Qi, the immortal essence expenditure could be reduced, while also increasing this move's power. For the last thousands of years, Qi clan's GU immortals had been going all over the world collecting these types of Qi. Compared to it, Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven was just a child. Even though Lang Ya Blessed Land had an even longer history, it had purposely fallen to a blessed land. It did not have to face myriad tribulations. The strongest tribulations it faced were grand tribulations, so it gained much fewer Dao marks. Other than that, Lang Ya Blessed Land also used killer moves to influence the contents of the calamities and tribulations, allowing it to gain a large number of water path Dao marks. These water path Dao marks worked with the refinement path Dao marks, creating refinement water. In order to create a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, Lang Ya Blessed Land had expended a vast number of refinement path and water path Dao marks. If I did not annex this Qi Grotto-heaven, with the heavenly spirit fawn's injuries, it would not be able to survive much longer. With a few more myriad tribulations, this Grotto-heaven would be destroyed. Thus, one could not say that Lang Ya Land Spirit's decision was wrong. If Lang Ya Blessed Land was kept as a Grotto-heaven, even if it obtained 10 times the number of refinement path Dao marks, it would not exist until today. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. On one hand, he was trying his best to assimilate Qi Grotto-heaven entirely, on the other hand, he started practicing Qi path killer moves. The consecutive hit method that Ba possessed was given up after Fang Yuan tried it. The most important thing now were Qi path killer moves, especially unlimited Qi. The power of unlimited Qi was truly tremendous, it helped Qi Grotto-heaven pass so many myriad tribulations. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lacked foundation and time, he also needed resources, so he dismantled the killer move unlimited Qi. But now, as a Qi path great Grandmaster who annexed Qi Grotto-heaven, this unlimited Qi killer move was usable by him. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was much faster than in the previous life as well. This gave Fang Yuan even more time to practice his killer moves. Fang Yuan's Qi path foundation soared to a peak. After he turns it into battle strength, he would definitely gain a huge amount of strength that would surpass his current state. If my Qi path battle strength is formed, it will surpass time path and become my main offensive method. 1 million Qi path Dao marks, it is truly not a joke. By then, I can try to subdue Dragon Palace, I will be able to fight for it against multiple rank 8 GU immortals, forcefully taking away this immortal GU house. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie, he had made his plans long ago. Chapter 1817. Training in Qi path killer moves. Fang Yuan practiced his Qi path killer moves. Several immortal GU moved in the sky, while a large number of mortal GU flew around them like a tornado in the sky. Large amounts of astral winds were mixing into them. As rank 8 immortal essence was injected, these GU worms' auras started to merge. But after a long time, the killer move was not activated. Sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan barely controlled the situation, the killer move finally succeeded, it was unleashed. Qi path immortal killer move, heavenly astral cloth robe. A grey-white cloth robe appeared on the Dragonman clone's body. It looked like normal clothing, but upon closer inspection, one could see that every thread on this cloth was made of astral Qi. This was a rank 7 killer move, but after the amplification of Fang Yuan's 1 million Chi Path Dao marks, its power had risen by 1,000 times. After inspecting it, Fang Yuan saw that while this robe was thin, it had incredibly shocking defense. It has rank 8 power without doubt, it is even stronger than Winter Coat. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Of course, it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. 1 million Chi Path Dao marks was truly not a joke. Even through mere amplification, a rank 7 killer move could have the power of rank 8, and most importantly, the expended immortal essence is at the level of rank 7. After 1 myriad tribulation, a GU immortal will gain 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the larger the number of Dao marks obtained. Theoretically, after 3 myriad tribulations, a GU immortal can become venerable. They would have at least 300,000 Dao marks. 1 million Chi Path Dao marks is on the level of something only rank 9s can possess. The core immortal GU of Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe is only rank 7. After the Chi Path Dao mark amplification, it has reached the level of rank 8 peak. If the core immortal GU is rank 8, after the Chi Path Dao mark amplification, would it have rank 9 power? Fang Yuan had a thought as bright light shined in his eyes. He recalled the battle in his previous life, and all the methods left by the Venerables. At the same time, his main body also made deductions. Soon, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone shook his head. The possibility was small. Most likely, rank 9 killer moves need rank 9 immortal GU. Dao mark amplification cannot reach this extent. Or more accurately, I cannot break through to that level using just 1 million Chi Path Dao marks. Maybe if I have 10 times the Dao marks, the quantity will induce a qualitative change, and reach rank 9 perhaps. Fang Yuan was not certain. Even though he was a rank 8 GU immortal, when he looked up towards the level of a rank 9, it was still shrouded in complete mystery. In a purely theoretical situation, each Venerable would start with at least 300,000 Dao marks. But from what Fang Yuan learned from Lang Ya Land Spirit as well as his own experiences, each Venerable was an absolute monster. They could not be looked at with logic or common sense. Just Limitless Demon Venerable alone, when he was a GU Master, he already possessed GU Immortal level Dao marks. At that rate, when he became Venerable, how many Dao marks would he have? Fang Yuan could not imagine it. As for the other Venerables, when they just became a Venerable, would they have merely 300,000 Dao marks? Fang Yuan smiled. The possibility was close to 0. In this world, there were no invincible GU worms, only invincible GU immortal. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became Venerable, how could they dominate the world and gain the reputation of invincibility? Right now, Fang Yuan was already one of the greatest experts in the world. He was at the peak. He could look down on most of the people in this world. There were few who could fight him evenly in a one-on-one battle. However, whenever he looked up, he could still see those 10 giant mountains above his head, concealed within the clouds. They were the 10 strongest people in history. Each was a legend of legends. Throughout the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was. Even the extremely talented individuals who were dazzling like the stars paled in comparison to them. Their tiny light was forever shrouded by these 10 shadows. Fang Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because he had relied on these predecessors, especially the Venerables. Just looking at the Sovereign Immortal Aperture alone. This belonged to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even today, when cultivating, Fang Yuan would often sigh in admiration towards the heaven-defying advantage that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture gave him. For example, the annexing of Qi Grotto-heaven, under normal situations, who could annex it? Almost nobody. Unless Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was alive now. Because immortal apertures could only annex smaller ones, the big and small here referred to Foundation. In this world, only Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had the Chi Path Foundation to annex Qi Grotto-heaven, which had 1 million Chi Path Dao marks. And if the Grotto-heaven was dissected and annexed piece by piece, the losses would be severe. Each time a Grotto-heaven was cut apart, it would suffer immense damage. the Chi Path Dao marks that were weaved like a web would suffer huge losses. And because of conflicting Dao marks, GU Immortals could not truly gain many of these Dao marks. If Chi Grotto-heaven was dissected to a certain extent, the winds of assimilation would start blowing due to its severe damage. The remaining portions of the Grotto-heaven would be destroyed in this case. But the sovereign immortal aperture could devour larger apertures. Originally, Fang Yuan had no foundation in Chi Path, but he was able to annex Chi Grotto-heaven. This was not like a snake devouring an elephant, it was an ant devouring an elephant. The most scary was that with non-conflicting Dao marks, Fang Yuan could perfectly absorb his gains. He could assimilate every single Dao mark without any bit of wastage. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder the heavenly Dao could not condone its existence. In order to stop Spectral Soul, it nurtured the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan, plotting endlessly and sending him back 500 years to stop Shadow Sect's plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it showed how scary Spectral Soul demon Venerable was. Every time Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, he could gain a deeper understanding of Red Lotus demon Venerable's terrifying power. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Using the foundation of these Venerables, Fang Yuan became the current generation demon overlord, but with every step he took, he increasingly felt the difference between him and a Venerable. It was too vast to calculate. Fang Yuan felt no dejection whenever he looked up at them, all he felt was admiration. He had never been arrogant nor proud, he respected each of these predecessors. One could only learn from capable people. Mixed in with his admiration were traces of indescribable excitement. Even as strong as these 10 Venerables, none of them could attain eternal life, they died one by one. Then, can I truly succeed? The possibility was as slim as none. In fact, as long as Fate GU still existed, it would not allow any life form to gain eternal life. This was already confirmed within the legends of Ren Zhu. That is why it is interesting to pursue it. Fang Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan's main body continued to train his Chi Path killer moves. As for the Dragonman clone, after testing Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, he flew away and looked into Treasure Yellow Heaven. He wanted to purchase many Chi Path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Many Chi Path killer moves needed to use these Chi Path immortal materials. For example, the Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe earlier needed a large amount of Astral Chi. Using the Dao marks inside immortal materials to unleash killer moves was not a rare thing. Grandmaster Formation Path GU Immortals were able to use immortal materials to set up formations. Long ago, Water Path killer moves also used a large number of Water Path immortal materials in huge quantities. But afterwards, due to the absurd cost involved, GU Immortals chose to use GU worms instead. They abandoned this method. This trait was most evident in Chi Path. No matter how low their Chi Path attainment level was, a GU Master, GU Immortal, would always be able to use GU materials in place of GU worms to unleash killer moves. The reason was that Chi Path materials were the most mobile and simple to use. Water Path materials were slightly less useful, while the Dao marks of earth and rocks were much harder to use. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He was very rich now and had abundant wealth. He searched and bought Chi Path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He did not ask for Chi Path immortal materials from Southern Borders GU Immortals. In terms of his Chi Path battle strength, he wanted to keep it a secret for now. Profound Yin Chi, Minor Sun Chi, Astral Chi, Domination Chi. I'll buy all of them. Blood Chi. The Dragonman clone looked as he pondered. Even though Blood Path was detested greatly, would any righteous path force not research it secretly? Thus, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Blood Path GU materials were very popular. These Blood Chi were just mortal materials, but the quantity was huge. If it were any other type of Chi, Fang Yuan would not want these mortal materials. His sovereign immortal aperture could produce it. But Blood Chi was different. Not only did this Chi contain Chi Path Dao marks, it also had Blood Path Dao marks. Therefore, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage: if the quantity was high enough, it could be treated as an immortal material. Such a huge quantity sold, this can be seen as an immortal material. The Dragonman clone thought of this as he hesitated no more, immediately buying it. Central Continent. What? There is no more blood chi. Guu Fangzeng looked into Treasure Yellow Heaven with disbelief. You had such a huge quantity last time. The Gu Immortals who sold the blood chi in Treasure Yellow Heaven shook his head. A few hours ago, an incredibly affluent Gu Immortal swept the entirety of Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, buying all of the Chi Path immortal materials available. You also know that these blood chi can be accumulated and used together. That is why this happened. Guu Fangzeng was stunned. Sweeping the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven's market and buying all of the available Chi Path immortal materials, what sort of wealth could allow one to do that? Guu Fangzeng had already become an immortal for some time. He knew deeply that wealth was a form of representation of strength. If a Gu Immortal had immense wealth, it would mean that they own a large amount of resources. With such a foundation, it would help them advance smoothly in their cultivation journey. Maybe it is not a person, but a super force's action. Guu Fangzeng muttered to himself. His divine sense went to many more stalls, but there were no gains as expected. There was no blood chi left in the market. But Guu Fangzeng cultivated blood path, he needed blood chi. After his divine sense left Treasure Yellow Heaven, Guu Fangzeng started to think, do I ask the sect for blood chi? He quickly dispelled that thought. He decided to collect it himself. Chapter 18:18. Heavenly Court's Righteousness. Precisely because blood path resources were easily obtainable, blood path was incredibly threatening. The righteous path of the 5 regions prohibited it. If it were other immortal materials, Fangzeng might get help from the sect, but this was just blood chi, and Fangzeng did not need a lot. In Fangzeng's case, it was just a little troublesome to obtain the blood chi that he needed. He only had to spend some time. Thinking about this, Fangzeng informed Fanxi Liu of his plan. Because of his unique identity, he could not leave Feihe Mountain casually. After Fanxi Liu learned about it, he gave Fangzeng a mission. Perfect timing. There is a golden mountain ox at the northwest area wreaking havoc. Go and settle that issue. Kill or enslave it. If you can capture it alive, you will get double the sect contribution points. Fangzeng's heart shook. The golden mountain ox was a desolate beast. He had never fought against a desolate beast before. But soon, he felt a little excitement in his heart as he agreed. Fangzeng was no longer the young lad from before. He had gone through many hurdles in Lang Ya Blessed Land. After thinking about it, he made up his mind. He did not head to the golden mountain ox immediately. He went to the information tower of Immortal Crane Sect. White Crane Information Tower was an immortal Gu house with 9 floors. It was situated at a secluded area on the mountainside of Feihe Mountain. It was covered in deep fog and lush greenery. Fangzeng flew over on a crane. Even though he cultivated blood path, he had been tutored in Immortal Crane Sect and was the disciple of Lord Sky Crane. He was familiar with the manipulation of flying cranes. When he was in Lang Ya Blessed Land, he had participated in the huge war of 3 continents. He did not have a chance to subdue cranes, but he still retained his interest in them. But due to a twist of fate, he was saved by Feng Juji and returned to Immortal Crane Sect. Because Heavenly Court decided to nurture him, he became an immortal. With Gu Immortal cultivation level, he even became a Supreme Elder of Immortal Crane Sect. Fangzeng easily obtained a crane for himself as a movement tool. Before White Crane Information Tower, there were no guards. Only 2 desolate beast cranes were resting here. If anything happened, these cranes would appear and act as guardians. Fangzeng rode on his crane as he got near White Crane Information Tower. The flying crane below him started shivering as its vocalizations became jittery. Fangzeng could not help but sigh. This flying crane is a rank 5 mutated beast. When I was in Immortal Crane Sect in the past, I felt that it was incredibly powerful, but now, it is nothing special. The difference between immortal and mortal is truly too great. After Fangzeng landed in front of White Crane Information Tower, his crane almost fell down from fear. Fangzeng sighed as he kept it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a supreme elder. White Crane Information Tower was open to him without question. Fang stepped in. Every floor of the information tower had a large number of information path mortal GU. If Fang wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to exchange for it using sect contribution points. The information tower itself could store information, but Immortal Crane sect would not do that. Because if the tower got destroyed, the information would also be ruined. This information tower was an Immortal GU house that only managed one aspect. It was like Heavenly Court's Immortal GU houses, it only had the power of information path. If it were a complete Immortal GU house, having both offense and defense, it would not need two desolate beast white cranes to defend it. Fang had no foundation in information path, he could not see the mysteries of this tower. But he could guess that this tower had some sort of arrangement towards preserving, transporting, and destroying these GU worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to collect and update information. Most types of intelligence could be found in it. Of course, true secrets could only be obtained by the higher-ups. Even though Fang was a supreme elder, he could not become a higher-up of Immortal Crane sect. Because of his special identity, he was excluded by the rest of them. In the past, Fang was still ignorant and innocent, but after these years, he had understood these politics. He did not feel proud for having this understanding, instead he only had a bitter smile. He could now understand the circumstances that Fang Yuan faced back in Qingmao Mountain. With Fang Yuan's situation back then, he was not welcomed by the higher-ups. In order to get stronger, he could only use schemes and robbery. The truth is, since the creation of Immortal Crane sect, haven't they been doing this all along? They occupy lots of resources. Many of these resource points were once owned by demonic path or lone immortals. And even though Heavenly Court is known for righteousness, that is not entirely true. Looking at history, all of its territory was snatched away from variant humans. Heavenly Court only represents the righteousness of humanity. Fang thought to himself. Other Central Continent righteous path GU immortals would not think like this normally, it was a heretical idea. But Fang had lived with the hairy men. Even though he was ostracized, he had truly felt the culture and living habits of the hairy men, he understood them. How could other GU immortals live and grow in an environment dominated by variant humans? His unique experience gave Fang a unique perspective. All his hardship in the past had now become his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But one's position determines one's views and behavior. I still prefer the righteousness of Heavenly Court. Fang smiled bitterly as he inspected the information. Desolate Beast Golden Mountain Ox, this is the one. He went up several floors as he found the corresponding information path mortal GU. After his divine sense looked into it, he gained waves of information. The Golden Mountain Ox was large as a mountain. It was a female-only species and liked to eat metal essence. After eating several hundred kilograms of metal essence, it would enter a cave and sleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. That's a good life. Fang laughed. He continued to look. The horn is the most valuable part of the Golden Mountain Ox's body. Every 100 years, the horn grows by 10 feet. It will continue to grow and extend, curving until it coils around the entire head, neck, and stomach. After it reaches the stomach, the sharp horns will turn into thick leather skin. As long as the ox moves its head, it would pull forward and cut the skin of its womb. The descendants that are called golden calves will jump out of this wound and become born. Fang eyes flickered as he muttered, this reproduction method is quite like rock men. Fang continued to look. After the Golden Mountain Ox gives birth, because the wound is huge, it would be in great pain. It would cry out loudly as it bleeds profusely. If newly born golden calves choose to lick the wound of the mother, the Dao marks on their tongue would heal the Golden Mountain Ox rapidly, until they fully recover. But if they choose not to, the mother would die. The calves can drink the blood of their mother and become stronger rapidly, passing the weak period of being a calf quickly. Very interesting. Fang sighed to himself. The life of a Golden Mountain Ox was to eat and sleep. This meant that after giving birth, if the calves choose to save the mother, she would not take care of them. After ingesting lots of food, she would hibernate. For the calves' own survival, it was more beneficial to not save the mother. Thus, most calves would watch as their mothers die, only a small portion would lick the wound and save her. When an ox gives birth, it often means a tragedy. But for survival, this is necessary, but I still like those calves who save their mothers more. Fang watched as he decided on his plan. He left the information tower. His confidence in this sect mission was completely different from before he saw the information. He decided to target the Golden Mountain Ox's habits. Didn't it like to eat metal essence? Then he would make some metal essence, like how people used fish bait to fish, he would use metal essence to bait the ox. Fang had above average strength, having familiarized himself with many blood path immortal killer moves during this period of time inside his immortal aperture. He was able to fight against the Golden Mountain Ox now. But if he could use half his strength, why would he go all out? The best way was to fight the enemy with wisdom, using all the advantages that he could find, to preserve his remaining strength for possible accidents. This was the habit that Fang had gained after the countless battles in his mortal life. Days later, Fang arrived at his destination. He entered the valley stealthily, leaving behind a large amount of metal essence at the area where the Golden Mountain Ox often roamed around. When the Golden Mountain Ox came nearby, it sniffed as brilliance shined in its eyes. It quickly discovered the deeply buried metal essence. The Golden Mountain Ox started to use its hooves and horns to dig. Rocks were tossed as dust clouds rose, the metal essence was quickly excavated, the joyful Golden Mountain Ox started to devour it. I did it! Fang watched personally. He was secretly overjoyed. He waited patiently for the Golden Mountain Ox that had eaten its fill to go back to the cave and sleep. 3 days later, the Golden Mountain Ox's cries could be heard from within the cave. Fang, who was sleeping, woke up in shock. After reacting, he cheered, "The poison has finally spread, it is working now." But he did not enter the cave, he waited outside patiently. The intense pain of the poison made the Golden Mountain Ox go berserk. It rampaged in the cave, causing the entire mountain to shake. The surrounding forest went into chaos as a large number of living creatures scattered. After a long while, the commotion in the cave gradually calmed down. Fang entered the cave now and fought intensely against the half-crippled Golden Mountain Ox. After some time, seeing that the Golden Mountain Ox was completely agitated, Fang left the cave. Fighting against the Golden Mountain Ox in the cave was too dangerous. If it caved in, even as a rank 6 GU immortal, Fang would be in trouble. And Fang was here to capture the Golden Mountain Ox alive. He did not want to destroy the area and cause all the living creatures to lose their homes. Fang left the cave, the Golden Mountain Ox followed. The two fought in the valley. Eventually, Fang used the killer move Blood Turns Cold to freeze the Golden Mountain Ox and captured it alive. However, when he was about to send the Golden Mountain Ox into his immortal aperture, a strong aura surged from the body of this Golden Mountain Ox. At the same time, a bronze-gold cauldron forced its way out of the Golden Mountain Ox's body. This is? Fang was deeply shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 GU immortal flew out of the golden cauldron. Spirituality hides within the metal essence, divine light slumbers for 300,000 years. Owing to great fortune I see the light of day, with thanks to the martyr of righteous blood. This female rank 8 immortal sang slowly as she landed in front of Fang, smiling at him, "Little friend, you are the one who awakened me." Fang was dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a situation. Chapter 18-19. Sword Path Grandmaster. Fang Yuan shouted loudly as he used the killer move. Instantly, countless golden threads burst out of his body, stabbing towards his surroundings like a porcupine, piercing everything in their path. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 GU immortals around him were pale and shocked. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their bodies and souls were completely penetrated by countless golden threads. Plop, plop, plop. The 3 GU immortals fell onto the ground, lifeless. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. This was a tough battle. After finally killing the enemy, he was extremely tired. The world he was in started to vanish until it was completely gone. Only Fang Yuan's desolate soul was left inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's mini-green heaven with heavy injuries. I finally passed the final scene. It was really difficult. If I did not use Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment, to find that tiny loophole, I would have failed for sure. After Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, he still felt some emotions from earlier. This was a sword path dream realm. Inside this dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every GU immortal enemy was stronger than him. He had to keep trying and making use of the conflicts between these enemies to disrupt them, creating chances for himself so that he could remain standing. Eventually, after 100 tries and incredible luck, he managed to kill the last 3 GU immortal enemies. But I passed after all. Not bad, my sword path attainment level has reached Grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He became quite happy. He had quite a number of sword path immortal GU, he only lacked sword path attainment level. This weakness was finally removed. In the future, his sword path battle strength would also rise greatly. After resting, Fang Yuan recovered fully and continued exploring dream realms. This is likely a human path dream realm. Fang Yuan's desolate soul arrived in the next dream realm as he looked with anticipation. Extorting southern border's righteous path was a correct choice. This gave Fang Yuan a large number of dream realms to explore. The value of these dream realms were extremely high to him. Because Fang Yuan did not lack resources, immortal GU, killer moves, or immortal GU recipes, he only lacked attainment level and actual experience. His desolate soul entered the dream realm. The world that he was seeing changed immediately. This was a battlefield. It was filled with smoke and dust, shouting and killing were all around him. Clan leader, be careful! Fang Yuan had just taken a look when someone shouted at him. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He quickly dodged. However, his body could not move as fast as his thoughts, and intense pain assaulted him. Fang Yuan fell onto the ground, looking at the hole on his chest. Only half his heart was left. This? Fang Yuan was speechless. He shouted loudly, "Where is the healing GU master?" But no answer came. The world started to spin. It turned dark rapidly. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's desolate soul suffered heavy injuries as he was pushed out of the dream realm. Using Guts GU, Fang Yuan's desolate soul recovered quickly. After resting, he entered the dream realm again. Dodge! Fang Yuan entered and immediately dodged. Clan leader, be careful! The GU master beside him shouted. Fang Yuan's movement suddenly froze as he suffered a fatal hit again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized, the GU master who called out to me earlier is a spy. He used an information path method that pretends to alert me but is actually a mortal killer move that restrains my actions. There are no healing GU masters around me. With this spy around, I can only try to pass this using my own strength. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the abilities of the character within the dream. Originally, Fang Yuan did not want to do this, because he had too little time to react. He could not check the GU worms that he had. Before he inspected them, he would definitely get killed. Fang Yuan could only accept his loss and try a third time. Plop! He died again. Back to reality, Fang Yuan was troubled. How can this be? I can't check my own aperture? How can I do anything without even knowing what GU worms I have? The dream realm restricted him. He could not inspect what GU worms he had. Guess? That was unrealistic. Fang Yuan tried for a fourth time. Different from the previous 2 explorations, Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream this time. Clan leader, be careful! The GU master beside him shouted. Plop! Fang Yuan suffered a fatal blow. He fell on the ground. Clan leader! Impossible, Lord Clan leader has Justice GU on him. How could he be defeated so easily? The traitor shouted beside him. After the exploration failed, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was thrown out of the dream realm again. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream only gave me 1 hint. The traitor spoke an extra sentence, pointing out that I have Justice GU. Then let's use it. During Fang Yuan's 5th exploration, at the crucial moment, he used Justice GU. Clan leader, be careful! The traitor screamed. Fang Yuan's dodging movement froze again. Justice GU. Piercing white light burst out of Fang Yuan's body, his speed went back to normal as he dodged the fatal blow. Huff! I succeeded! Fang Yuan rolled on the battlefield as he quickly looked around, assessing the area. This was a village. Everywhere, there was rubble and corpses lying on the ground. The conflict between two clans? This is already at the step of exterminating a clan. But Fang Yuan found that he was not the victim, he was the invader, his side had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level fight and I am the clan leader, by just leading these GU masters, we can win. Fang Yuan had a calm and composed mood. But is the condition for clearing this dream realm winning the battle? Let's try. After that, Fang Yuan was joyful to find out that his aperture could be inspected again. The Dream Realm character had rank 5 cultivation level and many mortal GU, there were 5 to 6 rank for GU, and 1 rank 5 GU which was Justice GU. Fang Yuan immediately understood as he smiled, with these GU worms, I can settle this myself. Be it leading the troops or fighting personally to obtain victory, it was extremely easy for Fang Yuan. Lord Clan Leader. At this time, the traitor appeared, showing a concerned expression. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, I will kill this traitor first. He attacked immediately, killing the traitor with one killer move. Clan Leader, what are you doing? The Vice Clan Leader is dead, the Clan Leader killed him. I was right after all, Chen Clan is trying to take down our Shan Clan. Rebel. Rebel. Let's take revenge for Lord Shan. Fang Yuan was shocked, he killed the traitor but half of the GU masters started to rebel and attack. The scene fell into chaos, a three-way battle started. Fang Yuan noticed that this was bad, I have rank 5 Justice GU, it can give me great strength. With my strength, I can still win and kill all opposition. But this traitor should not have been dealt with this casually. As expected, even though Fang Yuan won, there were only a few GU masters left standing on the battlefield. Corpses and broken body parts were everywhere, blood flowed like a river. The world dissipated as Fang Yuan's desolate soul was thrown out again. But this time, he did not suffer much injuries. This result made Fang Yuan gain a deeper guess, this means that victory is indeed the condition to pass the first scene. However, the type of victory is crucial. If the losses are too high, I will not be able to pass it. Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again with newfound knowledge. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor, he went as the vanguard and used Justice GU along with many killer moves to slaughter the enemies, obtaining a perfect victory. Lord Clan Leader is so courageous. We have won, we are victorious. Nai Clan has finally been exterminated. Ha ha ha. Amidst a wave of fun and laughter, the dream realm entered the second scene. Within the hall, bright lights were shining. There were delicious food and wine on the table, dozens of GU masters were gathered here as they enjoyed a luxurious feast. Fang Yuan found that he was sitting beside the main seat, towards his left was Chen Clan Leader, who was sitting at the main seat. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked, in the previous scene, I was in the role of Chen Clan Leader, but this time, I actually became the traitor Vice Clan Leader. Fang Yuan was seeing this for the first time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he soon thought, no wonder I could not kill the traitor in the first scene. Because he is the next character that I should portray, now then, how do I pass this? Fang Yuan looked at the situation with cold eyes. Chen Clan Leader drank a huge mouthful of wine as he placed down the empty wine cup, sighing, we finally won. Brother, to speak the truth, I have finally relaxed only now. When I heard that Nai Clan was planning to destroy the mountain, I could not sleep at all. They were unable to compete with the alliance of our two clans, so they created such a vicious plan, it was truly evil. Thankfully, heaven is not blind, they got what they deserved, these people died because of just deserts. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. This Chen Clan Leader was ignorant, he had not realized the ill intentions of this Vice Clan Leader. But it was not surprising. During the first scene, even though the Vice Clan Leader used an information path method, he disguised it as a warning of concern, there were no traces left behind. It was truly hard to notice. Fang Yuan had a sharp sense because he was a GU immortal. He realized the Vice Clan leader's vicious scheme. When he tried to kill the traitor in the first scene, a rebellion occurred. Wait, even if the Vice Clan leader's members see him getting killed, they would not act so united, right? There has to be some people who are hesitant during the chaos. But these people rebelled in unity. After the Vice Clan leader was killed, they acted together and took revenge on the Chen clan members without holding back. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood, so that means that the Vice Clan leader's intentions to harm Chen clan leader is not his own plan, it is the collective plan of the entire Shan clan. Fang Yuan thought of this as Chen clan leader's expression suddenly changed. He held his stomach as he stood up, taking several steps back. This wine is poisoned. Chapter 1820. No justice in heaven and earth. This was a sudden change of events. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. But before he said anything, the GU master beside him stood up and chuckled. What are we doing? We are killing you. We are eliminating the Chen clan members. Throughout history, this mountain has belonged to Shan clan, be it Chen clan or Nai clan. You two were initially servants of my clan. You are bullshitting. This was my Chen clan's mountain to begin with. Our ancestors were kind and took in both of your clans after you were forced to vacate your destroyed mountain. Chen clan's GU master rebuked in a loud voice. The Shan clan GU master who spoke continued in a cold voice, shameless servant, there is no point in talking. It is too late now, your clan leader has already drunk this poisoned wine. We created this using woman's heart GU, it counters your clan leader's justice GU. Without your clan leader, how can you Chen clan members resist our Shan clan? Chen clan's GU masters turned pale as they realized the problem now. Fang Yuan was dazed again. He turned around and asked the Shan clan GU master beside him, who told you that woman's heart GU can create a poisonous wine that counters justice GU? The Shan clan GU master was the Vice clan leader's aide. He was stunned as he asked in a stupefied tone, what? Lord, didn't you tell me that yourself? What? Fang Yuan was speechless. Boom! Chen clan leader burst out with a blinding white light. The paleness and anger vanished on his face as his expression turned solemn. He stared with furious eyes towards Fang Yuan. He shouted in a heroic tone, Shanxing. You unscrupulous scoundrel! You dared to use this vile scheme on me. I was wrong about you. I had misjudged your personality. I had actually thought that you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the big picture and hand the role of clan leader to me. So you were always afraid of Justice GU and my strength, which was why you chose to conceal your ambitions. Fang Yuan felt a sharp headache as he thought rapidly. Chen clan's leader has rank 5 cultivation level. I am only rank 4 now. My GU worms are also weaker than him. If we fought, I will not be Chen clan leader's match. The aide beside him screamed in fear. What is going on? He drank the poisoned wine, but Justice GU is still working. Lord Shanxing, didn't you say? Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly instantly. He thought of the solution to this. Indeed, as long as Justice GU stopped working, Chen clan's leader would be poisoned, his strength would fall, he would not be an impossible opponent. So that's it. Fang Yuan died from the attacks of Chen clan's leader, but he carried a faint smile. The second attempt at the dream realm. Within the hall, bright lights were shining. There were delicious food and wine on the table. Dozens of GU masters were gathered here as they enjoyed a luxurious feast. Chen clan leader drank a huge mouthful of wine as he placed down the empty wine cup, sighing, we finally won. Brother, to speak the truth, I have finally relaxed only now. When I heard that Nai clan was planning to destroy the mountain, I could not sleep at all. They were unable to compete with the alliance of our two clans, so they created such a vicious plan. It was truly evil. Thankfully, heaven is not blind. They got what they deserved. These people died because of just deserts. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, saying lightly, there is a reason behind this. Nai clan did not come up with such a vicious plan. I was the one who arranged it and deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. What? Chen clan leader was completely shocked. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting? Fang Yuan looked at Chen clan leader with an eerie gaze. You are too naive, you were kept in the dark all along. You are a cold-blooded murderer, how many innocent people have you killed? Your hands are filled with blood, your justice is just a facade. You are a brute and a fool, also, you drank too much. What? You poisoned the wine. Chen clan's leader held his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Chen clan's GU masters were shocked and fearful, while Shan clan's GU masters were ready and attacked immediately. Chen clan's leader wanted to put up resistance, but he could only watch helplessly. Fang Yuan's aide shouted excitedly, the wine was effective after all, Chen clan leader's Justice GU has been neutralized. Fang Yuan wanted to roll his eyes. To activate Justice GU, other than Primeval Essence, the GU Master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Fang Yuan's words made Chen clan's leader enter a chaotic state. He suspected himself and felt incredibly ashamed. He could not activate Justice GU anymore. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan clan came prepared. All of the Chen clan members, from clan leader to clan members, were all dealt with. When the hall returned to quietness, Chen clan's GU masters were either dead or injured, those who were alive were captured. The second scene was passed. During the third scene, Fang Yuan was inside a cell. The only cellmate he had was that Chen clan leader. He was covered in injuries, his vitality was weak, his face was pale, his eyes were dyed in a purple dark color, he was deeply poisoned. Fang Yuan looked at his injuries, he had obviously been interrogated and was on the verge of death. Even so, the forelimbs and neck of Chen clan's leader were chained up, he was lying on the ground, barely breathing. What is this situation? Fang Yuan looked at himself, speechless. He was also chained up, his body was old and weak, he was thin like a twig, he was in about the same state as Chen clan's leader. Even though he had a rank for aperture, it was already destroyed, he had no GU worms either. What am I supposed to do? I am not the traitor vice clan leader but another person now. Right now, other than me, only this guy is in the cell. I guess I need to talk to him to find out. Fang Yuan laughed to himself and wanted to speak, but Chen clan's leader spoke in advance. No need to mock me, father. Father? Fang Yuan was surprised, he was acting as the father of Chen clan's leader? Then why was he locked up here? Looking at the situation, he had been kept here for a long time, he was not a new entrant like this Chen clan leader. Chen clan's leader continued, Father, I was the one who defeated you and locked you in here. But I have never regretted it. You were corrupt, the evidence was clear, you were neither impartial nor fair, you were not fit to be Chen clan's leader. According to the rules, you deserved this punishment. So you are the snitch. Fang Yuan quipped. Chen clan leader added, similarly, I do not regret my current situation, I deserved this. I killed so many innocent people, my hands are stained with the blood of Nai clan's members. I deserve death. He. Chen clan's leader laughed pitifully, Shan clan wants to force me to hand over Justice GU, but what can they do? Their screaming, the sound of their whipping, the sound of hot iron scalding my flesh, all these sounds are like the cries of anguish and injustice of Nai clan's members. I would rather they whip me more and let me suffer more pain. But this cannot atone for my sins. It cannot undo my mistakes. I want to die, just let me die. I deserve this. Ah. Chen clan's leader grunted as he shook, he had died. His death alerted the guard, soon, Shanxing who had taken his position arrived. Damn it! We can't get Justice GU now. Shanxing was furious, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with rage, old-timer, didn't we agree that you would urge your son to hand it over? What did you do? You are useless, go join your son. Crack! Shanxing said this as he acted, chopping off Fang Yuan's head. The exploration failed, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene was the final scene, Fang Yuan's exploration failed, his desolate soul suffered huge injuries. While recovering, he thought about it. In the third scene, I am Chen clan leader's father, but I am crippled. There is no hope in escaping with my strength. The key to this should be Chen clan's leader. Then, what is the condition for passing the third dream realm? Fang Yuan had a lot of experience in dream realms now. He was the #1 person in the world. This question did not stump him for long. He soon understood. The first 2 dream realm scenes have different identities, but the conditions were the same. That was to satisfy the needs of the character. In the first scene, I was the Chen clan leader. I needed to obtain victory with my clansmen, and it needed to be a beautiful victory without much losses. In the second scene, I was the vice clan leader Shanxing. I needed to succeed in my scheme and suppress his Justice Gu. And now in the third scene, I am Chen clan leader's father. My son locked me up in the prison cell for a long time. I want to regain freedom. Thus, I chose to work with Shanxing to get my son to hand over Justice Gu, so that I can be free. Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Chen clan leader spoke in advance. No need to mock me, father. You are my son. Isn't mocking you like mocking myself for failing to raise you well? I simply regret it. I sacrificed myself for your sake. I wanted your justice to lead Chen clan towards glory and prosperity, but to think that you would become a prisoner that does not even believe himself. I was wrong about you. Had I known this, I would not have created fake evidence of my corruption. Fang Yuan said. Chen clan leader was dazed. He was curious. Father, what do you mean? Fang Yuan laughed coldly but did not speak. Chen clan leader shook his head. No, father, you were corrupt. The evidence was there. How could it be fake? Fang Yuan laughed coldly again. You think it is real, so it has to be real? Then what about Nai clan's matter? Chen clan leader was lost for words. Fang Yuan continued. I pretended to not care for you, but I was secretly nurturing you with great effort. To use Justice Gu, the Gu master needs to believe firmly in his own justice. Because you were too young, and your understanding of justice was too superficial, I had to do this and sacrifice myself so that you would understand your justice. Father, speak clearly. What was the truth back then? Fang Yuan chuckled. Is the truth really that important? Chen clan's leader did not hesitate. He answered immediately, of course. Without the truth, how can there be justice? That is why I said your understanding was too superficial. Is justice closely related to the truth? Fang Yuan said slowly, let me ask you, when you slaughtered Nai clan, was it an act of justice? Even if they really had a plan to destroy our mountain, from their perspective, you are a murderer trying to slaughter their whole clan. By resisting you and defending their homes and family, wasn't that justice too? This? Chen clan's leader pondered. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. From their perspective, the so-called plan to destroy the mountain was just a form of deterrence. They were afraid that our Chen clan and Shan clan would ally. But in the end, even though you wiped them out, they did not destroy the mountain, right? Fang Yuan asked. Chen clan's leader was silent. Fang Yuan smiled. I see you realized their side of justice too. You triggered the battle, slaughtering the enemies and also causing deaths and injuries to our clansmen. You thought that it was an act of justice. Was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain's foundation. In that case, it would collapse as the spirit spring vanishes, lives would be lost and homes would be destroyed. You were thinking for your clan. You eliminated the problem in advance. That was not wrong. It was also a form of justice. Now look, both sides had their own perspective of justice, right? Chen clan's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered this problem before. Fang Yuan observed his expression as he said, let me ask you, is it justice that a sheep eats grass? This, how can that be a form of justice? Chen clan's leader was dazed. From the sheep's perspective, without grass, there would be no food, it would starve to death, it had to eat grass. But from the perspective of the grass, it had worked so hard to stay alive, getting out of the soil and growing larger to get more rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but the sheep decided to eat it, even uprooting and devouring everything the grass had, without any hope for survival. Isn't the grass an innocent victim? Isn't it pitiful? Chen clan's leader shook his head. Isn't sheep eating grass just a natural thing? I have never pitied the grass because this is how the world is meant to be. Precisely. Fang Yuan nodded. The truth of this world is the law of the jungle. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. This is what nature entails. What crime can there be? There is no such thing as justice here. Sheep eats grass, humans eat sheep. That has nothing to do with justice, it is just for survival. There is no such thing as justice in heaven and earth, there is only justice made by humanity. Since time immemorial, humans had to unite to gain strength for the sake of survival, in order to live in this cruel world. Then, how can humans become united? Through organizations, through law, and through morals. We organize clans or sects, distributing work according to an individual's ability. We use laws to restrain people, to tell people what they cannot do. We use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do certain things. Mothers are doting and children are filial, neighbors live in harmony, they all follow the rule of justice and morals. Be it intentionally or unintentionally, from the start of time, any organization would always promote this, because organizations follow their own survival instincts. Or rather, the organizations with comprehensive laws, realistic morals, and proper class systems find it easier to survive. After a long time passes, this becomes the norm of society for the future generations. Chen clan leader was tongue-tied, he was completely stunned by Fang Yuan's words. He had never considered this. He knew that justice was good, but he did not know why. He knew that morals were good, but he did not know why. And now, Fang Yuan told him the answer: justice and morals were man-made creations. This could be either a conscious or a subconscious creation. People follow these guidelines and allow themselves to survive better in a hostile environment. They can stay united as a group for a long time. Fang Yuan concluded, when you understand the core meaning of justice, you will know, this so-called justice is like iron armor, it is a human tool. When you wear it, you need to use it like a tool. But look at you now, this iron armor has become your chain, it is binding you down. Chen clan leader looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, he did not speak. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, the truth and justice, are they really related? What is the truth behind my clan? What is the truth behind my corruption? What does this have to do with justice? Son, you must understand, your justice is just a tool, you must make use of it, do not get restrained by it. Chen clan's leader was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Father, I understand now. Saying so, a white light burst out of his body, it was dazzling and bright, filling the entire surroundings. This dream realm faded into nothingness amidst the sharp light. Fang Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration succeeded. I guessed correctly. The father and son were both clan leaders of Chen clan, they hate Shan clan's action. If I help Shanxing and Chen clan's leader hands over the GU, even if I regain freedom, I would not pass the final scene. At most, I would be chased out without injuries. Only by teaching Chen clan's leader and resolving his guilt can I make him use justice GU once more to break out of this prison. That is the condition to clearing the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. Oh? I advanced a human path, Grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected himself and smiled plainly. Chapter 1821. Gaining heaven form again. A long time later, she sighed softly. Even though the changes are huge, I can still vaguely remember the scenery of 300,000 years ago in my memories. Beside her stood Fairy Zi Wei. Fairy Zi Wei had a reverent expression. This senior female immortal here could not compare to Duke Long's seniority, but she had a huge background as well. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Heaven's Envy Manor. The day before she was going to become a member of Heavenly Court, Giant Son Immortal Venerable made one declaration and she was forced to be his concubine. Giant Son Immortal Venerable collected a harem and had many concubine palaces. They were present in southern border, northern plains, western desert, eastern sea, and central continent. Qin Dingling was the immortal empress of Central Continent's concubine palace in her time. After giant son Immortal Venerable died, Qin Dingling vanished mysteriously, but to think that she would appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Dingling's identity is not false, but according to history, she cultivated Metal Path. Why did she transform into a Luck Path GU Immortal? Fairy Zi Wei had questions in her mind. At this time, Qin Dingling suddenly turned around. There was a sharp light in her gaze that could see through worldly affairs. She was not a beauty in the most traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was tall, the tip of her nose was a little sharp, her lips were thin and her eyes were thin and long. However, when blended together, she had a unique sense of beauty. Her appearance would be deeply engraved into people's hearts when they see her. She was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad, she stood straight and had a heroic aura. She wore a huge cape on her back that extended from her shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material. It seemed to be made from pieces of golden armor. When put together, from time to time, golden light would flow along the cape in thin waves. The broad cape emphasized the beauty of her majestic body. Especially her long legs, they were also covered in armor that were black and golden in color. She had outstanding presence. She was like a born royalty that ruled above the common man. When she looked at people, because of her height, she often had to look down. She had an authoritative aura that was fermented naturally within her. People would lower their heads and not dare to look at her directly. It was as if they could only look at her feet in order to not offend her. Qin Dingling spoke lightly. Fairy Zi Wei, I know the questions you have. The truth is, I had intentionally gone missing. Back then, giant son Immortal Venerable was invincible in the world. He controlled the entire era. Nobody could resist him. Thankfully, he was not a demon Venerable. Even though I was forced to be his immortal empress, I also had my own objectives. That was to learn the profundity of Luck Path from him. After giant son Immortal Venerable died, I gained a lot of insight. I decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. But I already had rank 8 cultivation level back then. The risks were too great if I were to cultivate Luck Path. I gained the help of Heavenly Court and obtained a chance to hibernate. I also abandoned all of my Metal Path Dao marks and turned them into a metal coffin in which I was buried deep within the earth vein, entering closed cultivation to comprehend Luck Path. This slumber continued for 300,000 years. When I woke up, the world had already changed beyond my comprehension. Qin Dingling's tone was filled with deep emotions. 300,000 years later, everything had changed. The huge shadow cast down upon her, giant son Immortal Venerable, had died long ago. After him, there were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, the world was facing the wave of the Great Era. All sorts of prophecies and signs showed that a Supreme Venerable was going to appear. So that's it. Fairy Zi Wei let out a breath of air. Joy was expressed on her face. Senior, you came at the perfect timing. I must admit fault for this. Heavenly Court failed time and time again. One of the reasons for this was our weakness in Luck Path. We were restrained and often lost to that demon. Qin Dingling nodded. I've seen the information. To think that a demon like Fang Yuan emerged. This is very rare even in human history. However, don't think too lowly of yourself. Your decisions were not wrongs. It was just that the enemy is too crafty and has multiple venerable inheritances. Especially the latter, it made Fang Yuan extremely hard to deal with. I am afraid that the reason I woke up this time is also most likely to deal with Fang Yuan. Fairy Zi Wei was surprised. What does Senior mean by that? Qin Dingling smiled with deep meaning. Fairy Zi Wei, there is profundity in my awakening. Let me ask you, who woke me up? It was Guu Fangzheng. Exactly. Qin Dingling said slowly, the otherworldly demon does not exist within fate, it is an anomaly of the world. Heavens will try to use this pawn against Spectral Soul's heaven-defying attempt. It naturally created a way to restrain the otherworldly demon too. Like how the antidote for a venomous snake often exists near it, Guu Fangzheng is the safety measure that the heavenly Tao created against Fang Yuan. As she said this, Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Zi Wei with an expression of praise. You know little about Luck Path, but you managed to deduce this and nurtured Fangzheng to become an immortal. It was not easy. I do not deserve this praise. this junior was only doing her best to defend Heavenly Court and protect the righteousness of humanity. Ha ha ha, well said, this is the spirit of Heavenly Court. Even after 300,000 years, it has not changed. Qin Dingling chuckled as she continued saying with happiness, the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan is an uncertain variable. Guu Fangzheng is the key to restraining him. He will change as Fang Yuan changes. Spectral Soul failed to defy heaven, while Fang Yuan escaped from the control of heaven's will. He is becoming stronger, he has no weaknesses and is growing extremely quickly at a shocking pace. Even Heavenly Court is without options against him. Thus, to mend this problem, Fangzheng woke me up and caused me to interfere in this world again. Fate is constant while luck is a variable. The higher the cultivation level and strength of the Gu Immortal, the stronger and grander their luck will be. This is because every thought and action of theirs can cause great changes in the surroundings. Fang Yuan has incredibly strong luck, but you nurtured Fangzheng and made him an immortal. This caused him to exert enough influence to wake me up and resist Fang Yuan's current advantage. In the future, I am sure that similar situations will continue to occur. This demon Fang Yuan will not be free for long. At this point, Qin Dingling instructed Fairy Zi Wei, you need to continue putting in resources to nurture Fangzheng and ensure his safety. As long as we have him, we can follow the arrangements of heaven's will. We will achieve success with less effort. Junior understands. Fairy Zi Wei's eyes shined with bright light. All along, she had not made much progress in dealing with Fang Yuan. That was because he was too crafty and well defended. Fairy Zi Wei could not deduce his whereabouts. Fairy Zi Wei knew the purpose of Guu Fangzheng, but she did not place emphasis on him. She believed in her and Heavenly Court's strength. Her arrangements regarding Fangzheng were just a supplementary move. But after getting Qin Dingling's alert, Fairy Zi Wei understood that Guu Fangzheng was the most useful pawn in dealing with Fang Yuan. Right after she nurtured Fangzheng to become an immortal, a good result had already occurred. Qin Dingling awakened. As long as she continued investing in him, more people similar to Qin Dingling would show up. The stronger Fangzheng becomes, the grander his luck will be, and the more variables he will be able to create. These are all the arrangements of heaven's will, specially used to counter Fang Yuan. In that case, we will focus on Fangzheng, with Heavenly Court supporting him fully. Fairy Zi Wei grasped the situation with great clarity. She immediately changed her tactic to the most suitable one. Oh, one more thing. I have many incomplete Immortal Gu recipes here. I had secretly obtained them by probing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in the past. These recipes have to do with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path Immortal Gu. I need you to complete them and refine them. Qin Dingling took out an information path Gu worm. Fairy Zi Wei quickly received it with both hands. I will do my best to deduce them. Please rest assured, Senior. Immemorial White Heaven, 5 Xiong's Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan had been cultivating here recently. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a grand waterfall appeared inside Heaven Form Killer Move. The silver waterfall was majestic and vast. It slammed into the wills that were stored up at the bottom of Heaven Form. Each drop of water in this waterfall was a thought. It had the appearance of a sword. The waterfall crashed down and instantly created a huge crevice, decimating a large amount of wills. After a few breaths of time, the waterfall vanished. A lake appeared within the land of wills. Within the lake was a pool of sword thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Swordsman. Fang Yuan willed as he activated another move. Once this move was activated, the lake water started to bubble like it was boiling. Next, warriors jumped out of the lake one by one. They all had Fang Yuan's appearance and held long swords in their hands. They hacked and slashed at the lingering wills. Each attack caused cracks to form on the collective wills. These two moves had outstanding origins. Fang Yuan had created them as compound killer moves. Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core. It contained Sword Path. It was more effective on these wills compared to using Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone. Meanwhile, the killer move Swordsman contained Sword Path and Human Path. Fang Yuan had successfully created it recently after becoming a Human Path Grandmaster. 2 hours later. Suddenly, the loud cry of a crane filled the entire 5 Xiong's Grotto-heaven. The white crane which was sleeping had been awakened from its dreams. It stretched its body and flapped its wings. It was very elegant. I finally grasped control of heaven form again. Ha ha, I spent less than half the time compared to the previous life. It is time to move out and find Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven and Profound Literature Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan smiled as bright light shined in his eyes. Good events came in succession. He obtained a report from Lang Ya Land Spirit. Another rank 6 luck path immortal GU had been successfully refined. Fang Yuan had not obtained regret GU yet. He did not want to do a mass refinement to raise the rank of his current immortal GU for now. But he extorted the southern border righteous path and obtained lots of luck path immortal materials. He had been trying to refine these luck path immortal GU for the current period of time. Immortal GU were unique. Once he refines them, others would not be able to. The sovereign immortal aperture had already developed to a certain extent. Fang Yuan was affluent enough to feed mere rank 6 immortal GU with no problems. Chapter 1822. Using soul replacement twice. There was nothing here, but according to the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, he knew that Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven was right here. The Grotto-heaven's entrance was closed and hidden in empty space. It could not be seen with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had used heaven form in the previous life to discover the existence of Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. It was not as troublesome this time. He could directly locate it. Go, heaven form. Fang Yuan willed. Heaven form was a one-legged crane that was covered in snow-white feathers which had no dust or dirt. It had a long beak that was red in color. After it flew out, it flew round and round the empty space nearby. As it moved, information from heaven form went to the depths of Fang Yuan's mind. These were all information regarding Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan soon learned about the details of the inside world. Even though I successfully annexed this Grotto-heaven in the previous life, I came at a slightly different time in this life. Some unexpected mishaps might occur. If Heavenly Court has some arrangements inside and I go right in, there would be huge problems. Fang Yuan acted vigilantly. After investigating it for a long time, he confirmed that Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven was still an isolated world that did not interact with the outside world. He relaxed at long last as he activated a killer move that he had prepared for a long time. After some effort, the killer move was completed. Fang Yuan spat out lightly from his mouth. A grey soul ball shot into the Grotto-heaven at lightning speed. It was so fast that it vanished without a trace, as if all that happened was an illusion. After the grey soul ball entered Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven, it quickly descended. Any living being that entered Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven would be affected by the myriad beings assimilation transformation killer move that was in the Grotto-heaven. They would be turned into a Beast Calamity. The last time Fang Yuan attacked, he had met with this issue as he turned into bull-headed demon god. He slaughtered countless beings and caused a river of blood to flow. Corpses lay on the ground everywhere. Even though he was invincible and rampaged unhindered, he only managed to snatch the Beast Calamity inheritance. He did not gain the acknowledgement of the Chilean heavenly spirit. He managed to use myriad beings assimilation transformation with difficulty, but obtained no immortal GU. It was merely half an inheritance. After that, because of the battle in Eastern Sea over Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan stopped his plans here and went to Eastern Sea, but gained nothing. Eventually, he had to come here and change his tactics. He annexed the entire Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven after subduing it. All these incidents made his efficiency very low. Fang Yuan wasted lots of time and effort. The Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven that he obtained was also heavily damaged by himself. He killed almost all of the GU immortals inside the Grotto-heaven. That would not do. Fang Yuan decided to change his tactics against Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven this time. He wanted to preserve it at its full strength. He wanted to gather all of the GU immortals here and place them in his sovereign immortal aperture to increase the scale of his subordinates. The grey soul ball descended rapidly in the sky. Myriad beings assimilation transformation started to exert its influence on the soul ball, but it had all sorts of transformation path Dao marks on its surface. The number of transformation path Dao marks continued to be expended as it resisted the power of myriad beings assimilation transformation, maintaining the soul ball's shape. Fang Yuan was outside, using heaven form to observe this. The grey soul ball had limited time. It could not be replenished after leaving Fang Yuan. Even though it had a lot of transformation path Dao marks to resist myriad beings' assimilation transformation, the expenditure was heavy, it would be destroyed after some time. If not for the transformation path Dao marks protecting it, the grey soul ball would be transformed into a beast calamity due to the power of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he be exposed, he would also be attacked by the alerted GU Immortals. In that case, Fang Yuan's plans would end in failure. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had planned this meticulously. Soon, the soul ball reached the ground. It sneaked into a bustling city. It roamed in the alleys, hiding in the dark corners as it moved rapidly like a fish in water. Beat him up harshly. Boom boom boom. In a small alley, a few rich youngsters were beating up a poor kid of their own age. The poor lad wore a thin shirt, he was covered in wounds everywhere. He was already beaten to a pulp, he could not resist, he had to bend down and hold his head, shrinking into a ball. Eventually, he fainted from the assault. Seeing this, the rich young masters quickly stopped. Don't tell me we killed him. No, that's too scary. This lad is so weak. How dare this lad get close to Lin Clan's young miss? He did not even heed the warning of young Master Lin. HMPH, he deserves it even if he dies. The youngsters walked away with smug expressions, feeling agitated. Good chance, my luck is quite good. The grey soul ball arrived just in time as ripples appeared on the surface. This good luck was not a coincidence, it was influenced by Fang Yuan's own luck. Seeing that there was nobody around, the grey soul ball did not hesitate, it entered the chest of the poor lad and enveloped his soul entirely. The young man had a weak soul, he was resisting instinctively. But Fang Yuan's grey soul ball was a portion of his desolate soul, it was incredibly powerful, how could a mortal soul defend against it? In almost an instant, the young man's soul was destroyed by the grey soul ball entirely. The grey soul ball expanded rapidly, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body and controlled his mind, taking over and becoming a native person. From today onwards, I am the young lad, Jean Bu Du One. That's right, this grey soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul replacement. In the past, Shadow Sect had used this move to successfully plant spies in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Until now, the traitor Sixth Heir was still alive. The grey soul ball originated from Fang Yuan's desolate soul, it could not be detected by land spirits or heavenly spirits. This was the specialty of soul replacement. If not for this, Lang Ya land spirit would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect spies long ago. And Fang Yuan had modified soul replacement on that foundation, adding in many transformation path immortal GU to supplement it. Thus, the grey soul ball had transformation path Dao marks and could resist the influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. However, after soul replacement succeeded, all my actions will be observable by the heavenly spirit, I need to act with caution from now on. Thankfully, I have already destroyed the young lad's soul and obtained his memories, I know everything about his life. Even though the heavenly spirit was unlikely to place attention on this tiny area, who knows? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone started his performance. The young man grunted as he opened his eyes, he had rage and helplessness on his face. Damn it! He climbed up with difficulty, because of his injuries, the intense pain made him gasp loudly. Eventually, he held onto the wall as support, walking out slowly. Fang Yuan's main body observed for a while longer, seeing that this clone had adapted well without any accidents, he stopped heaven form and left. He rapidly arrived near profound literature Grotto-heaven. This information path Grotto-heaven was quite troublesome to take down. Fang Yuan lacked information path attainment, while there was an information path rank 8 GU immortal inside the Grotto-heaven defending it. In the previous life, Fang Yuan failed because of this rank 8 GU immortal, he was stopped outside and could not get in. Like earlier, Fang Yuan investigated this place again. Profound literature Grotto-heaven was also not a trap, it had not been affected by the ink effect, there were no negative changes for Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan instilled immortal essence and activated heaven form, creating a white light passage. Such guts! Which vile fiend dares to invade my homeland? A vast and mighty voice resounded from within, speaking with righteousness. Next, an old man resembling a white-robed scholar, possessing rank 8 aura, showed up at the other end of the white light passage. He came out after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He opened a slit of the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance. A large number of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts were let out. Heaven form itself could not transport killer moves. Once Fang Yuan uses any killer moves, the white light passage would break. But the white light passage could transport living beings, like how Fang Yuan had used it to invade Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. Don't even think about it. The white-robed old man shouted loudly. He used an information path offensive method to create a rain of written characters that slaughtered the beast groups. A few breaths of time later, the white light passage collapsed. An immemorial desolate beast was in a pitiful state as its head had just entered when the passage broke. Thus, its head was left in profound literature Grotto-heaven while its body was outside. No matter who you are, you will have to pay an unimaginable price to invade this place. The white-robed old man called out. Fang Yuan smiled nonchalantly. He went to another area and started to do the same thing. But similar to the previous life, the white-robed old man arrived quickly, slaughtering the invading beast groups again. Fang Yuan changed several locations, but each attempt ended in failure. No matter who you are, with me around, don't think of succeeding. The white-robed old man had great morale. Is that so? Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he retreated. Within profound literature Grotto-heaven, at a certain courtyard, a young male scholar looked at his reflection in the well water as he thought, from today onwards, I am Li Xiao by 1. Chapter 1823. Cooking Luck Pot. Fang Yuan rode on spontaneous auspicious cloud as he flew in the sky. The heaven form white crane was following closely, circling around him. The killer move spontaneous auspicious cloud was obtained by Fang Yuan from Fang Grotto-heaven. After some modifications, he used it as a movement killer move. But the auspicious cloud did not follow Fang Yuan's will, but moved according to the mystery of luck path. The route that the auspicious cloud moved was the one with the greatest luck. Spontaneous auspicious cloud and heaven form worked together very well. Fang Yuan had used this in his previous life to find Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven and Profound Literature Grotto-heaven. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had already used soul replacement in both the Grotto-heavens. After that, Fang Yuan waited for his clones to develop while he continued cultivating and gathering strength. His Chi Path killer moves were still in the process of familiarization. After intense practice, he could already use them to fight against rank 8 GU Immortals. But the trump card Unlimited Chi C killer move was still quite foreign to Fang Yuan. Other than training killer moves, Fang Yuan's main body also patrolled immemorial white heaven and used both spontaneous auspicious cloud and heaven form to attempt to find more Grotto-heavens. But until now, Fang Yuan had found nothing. Even though heaven form has a wide range, against this huge immemorial white heaven, it is just too tiny in comparison. But along this route, I had great gains. I obtained a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. This is truly the best route for me. I was lucky all along the way. It was filled with surprises. Oh? My time path clone has obtained results from deduction. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. His main body cultivated diligently but had no great gains, but after so much time spent on deductions, the time path clone obtained quite a good result. Another immortal GU house's deduction is completed. Very good. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He diverted some of his attention to his immortal aperture as he started assembling it. Immemorial white heaven was very dangerous with countless immemorial desolate beasts roaming around. There were even immemorial desolate beast groups occasionally. If ordinary rank 8 GU Immortals explored this place, they would need to be vigilant. Some rank 7 experts would also explore immemorial white heaven for cultivation resources occasionally, but they were all fearful and careful. However, Fang Yuan had spontaneous auspicious cloud. He only had good luck along the way. With the help of heaven form, he could detect any danger in advance. Fang Yuan was able to easily avoid them ahead of time. Iron Wall GU. This was a rank 6 Metal Path GU worm. It was the size of an adult's fist, heavy and resembling a rhinoceros beetle, but be it the head or back, it was squarish and straight. Its body had almost no curves at all. Evidently, Iron Wall GU was a defensive GU worm. It had been taken from Lang Ya sect's inventory, used by Fang Yuan now to create his second immortal GU house. Once Iron Wall GU was activated, a large number of mortal GU followed. These mortal GU were of various types. There were 3,000 of them, among which Fire Path and Metal Path were the most numerous. They were all rank 5 GU. Iron Wall GU was fixed at the center while the mortal GU surrounded it as they moved like a wave. A wave of black light appeared among the mortal GU like spreading ink. It enveloped all of the GU worms as a black ball of light was created. The black ball floated in the sky. Its surface was uneven as the GU worms inside started to fly even faster now. After reaching a certain speed, the black ball became extremely smooth. There were no bumps anymore. It was completely round. At this point, Fang Yuan started to activate his Fire Path Immortal GU. He activated 3 Fire Path Immortal GU and a large number of Mortal GU, creating a flame. The flame had an intense scarlet color, coiling around the black ball as it burned continuously. An alluring fragrance started to spread. Mortals who breathed it in would indulge in it and feel deep desires and imaginations that could not be stopped. After burning for many hours, the black ball turned into a golden ball of light on the surface. The black color earlier seemed to be soot that was removed by the flames. Fang Yuan maintained this golden ball of light as he stopped the flame, taking out Water Path and Wisdom Path Immortal GU as he created a clear spring. The spring water doused the golden ball as sizzling sounds were heard. It was like red-hot iron submerged in water. But no steam was produced. All of the water had fused into the golden ball. The golden ball of light started to become slower in rotation. The GU worms inside looked like tiny golden meteors that spun around endlessly. The pattern of their traces became more complicated and disorganized. It would make people feel dizzy when looking, but no collisions had taken place at all during this period. At this time, Fang Yuan took out his second supplementary Immortal GU. Food Path Immortal GU, Cook. It looked like a giant water bug that was the size of a basin. It had a triangular head and short feelers. Under its feelers were 2 compound eyes shining in golden light. Its body was flat and oval-shaped. It was dark red in color and had the sensation of touching sand. It was very warm. It had 3 pairs of legs. The front pair was the strongest, looking like 2 thick and powerful pincers. Immortal GU Cook was obtained by Fang Yuan when he extorted the southern border righteous path. By now, Fang Yuan had already returned the bodies and souls of the southern border GU immortal captives. He started to exchange immortal GU with them. Fang Yuan spent an hour before he placed immortal GU Cook into the golden ball of light. The golden ball expanded by double its original size as a result. Fang Yuan was already covered in sweat. He had finally gotten past this hardest part of the first step. Assembling an immortal GU house was not easy. It was much more difficult than using normal killer moves. If it failed, the GU immortal would face a backlash. The GU worms used would also be damaged or destroyed. Thus, Fang Yuan was extremely careful and vigilant. As he continued, Fang Yuan added dogshit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, time luck, and his other luck path immortal GU into the ball. His luck path attainment level was master, while formation path was Grandmaster. He already had intuition. Thus, during the process of assembling it, if any bad feelings emerged, Fang Yuan would pay close attention to them and make appropriate adjustments. The most important thing was that his method of assembling the immortal GU house was deduced by the time path clone using the light of wisdom. It was very exemplary. Half a month later in the sovereign immortal aperture's time, Fang Yuan succeeded. The golden light ball exploded as a brand new immortal GU house was formed. Different from myriad-year flying warship, this immortal GU house was smaller and had the size of a regular bowl. It was shining in golden light. It was covered in a pure white light, sacred and royal. It was a pot. The pot's rim was about a thumb's thickness. The internal space was large, but there was nothing inside now. Outside the pot, there were 8 dragons. 6 were vivid and lively, while 2 were blurry and crude. These 8 dragons were all at the base of the pot, coiling around each other and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. The 8 dragon tails pointed in 8 different directions, towards the north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Each dragon claw was attached to the surface of the pot. The dragon bodies moved upwards as the dragon heads hung on the edge, looking inside. The dragon eyes were shut as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal GU House, Cooking Luck Pot. Even though Rank 7 Immortal GU like Food Path Immortal GU Cook were used, the core Luck Path Immortal GU were still Rank 6, thus this Immortal GU House had a slightly lower rank. This Immortal GU House was within the records of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone had improved upon and modified it. Evidently, this was a Luck Path Immortal GU House. It could not carry GU Immortals into battle, it was tiny and had another use. In fact, it was quite similar to Star Constellation chessboard. Fang Yuan instilled his immortal essence as Cooking Luck Pot started to vibrate. It turned into a golden light and flew above Fang Yuan's head, vanishing from sight. Even Fang Yuan could not see this Immortal GU House with his naked eye. He had to use methods to verify its existence. It was quite easy to see it. Fang Yuan willed as he instilled Immortal Essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. Fang Yuan's vision changed rapidly. He saw that his luck was flowing into Cooking Luck Pot continuously. After a while, Cooking Luck Pot became filled with luck. Luck Inspection Immortal GU is only rank 6 while I have rank 8 cultivation level. Just this Immortal GU alone cannot inspect my luck. Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, I can only see the luck inside this pot, but not the full extent of my luck. Even so, Fang Yuan could still see a bit of his luck on the outside of the pot. There was a river-like luck with clear and bright water. It seemed like a miniature river of time. It was most connected to Fang Yuan. One end of the river extended into the pot while the other merged into empty space. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone had stable luck, but a trace of black chi was forming and growing continuously. This was Spring-Autumn Cicada's drawback. It generated bad luck. Once in a while, Fang Yuan would need to use luck path methods against it. There was another luck. It looked like a layer of pink fog. It was floating near the pot, circling around it. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone. The pink fog was weak and thin. It continued to change forms as it resembled a vague shadow. Only after the Dream Path clone becomes rank 6 would it have comparable luck with the Time Path clone. Other than that, there was the Dragonman clone's luck. It was a tiny purple dragon flying near the pot. Fang Yuan's clone in Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven had a grey and dirty sparrow luck, while his Profound Literature Grotto-heaven clone had a flower bud luck that was wilting. These two clones have weak luck. It seems that the grey soul ball consumed a lot of luck. And because they and my main body are separated by a small world, there is some obstruction. In that case, Fang Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. Cooking Luck Pot started to rise in temperature as the luck started to boil. 2 dragons at the edge of the pot opened their eyes and mouths, sucking at the luck in the pot. Immediately, 2 portions of luck were absorbed into the dragon's stomachs. The dragon started to move as their heads turned towards the grey sparrow and flower bud, spitting out at them. The 2 spurts of luck shot out and fused into the grey sparrow luck and flower bud luck. Instantly, the grey sparrow chirped and turned into a sharp-beaked eagle. It spread its wings and flew. Meanwhile, the flower bud luck seemed invigorated as it bloomed profusely in vibrant colors. Chapter 1824. Egg Falling from the Sky. Generally, the 7 main colors of luck were black, grey, white, red, gold, azure, purple. But there were also uncommon colors that were created by the mixing of the above colors. Luck had all sorts of special forms and appearances. They varied according to the situations and conditions that the individuals were in. Fang Yuan, for example, had very different luck compared to his various clones. Fang Yuan owned the complete self-luck true inheritance of Giant Sun and a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. He only needed to take a look at these colors and shapes to learn about their conditions and deduce a lot of information. Cooking Luck Pot had time luck, luck inspection, dogshit luck, Chi Luck, Connect Luck, and other Immortal GU. The abilities of these Luck Path Immortal GU were just the basic functions of Cooking Luck Pot. The main ability of this Immortal GU house was Cooking Luck. The shape, size, and color of one's luck was a representation of their current situation and possible changes. For example, if Fang Yuan had a dense black coffin luck now, it meant that he was going to face fatal danger. Fang Yuan could use Cooking Luck Pot to cook and change this black coffin luck into a brand new luck within the pot. For example, Fortune Luck or Peach Blossom Luck. Giant Sun Self Luck True Inheritance revolved around researching on one's own luck and how to modify it. This Cooking Luck Pot was the peak creation within this true inheritance. It had the ability to cook any form of luck and convert it into something the user wants. However, I have rank 8 cultivation level while Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, it can barely affect my main body's luck. However, my other clones are different, with the highest being rank 7 and most of the rest being mortals. With the Cooking Luck I used earlier, the effect and change should be immediate. Fang Yuan tested it for a while before continuing to cultivate and practice his Chi Path killer moves. He definitely had to raise Cooking Luck Pot's rank, but currently, Regret GU was inside the Paradise, Dragon Whale Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan could command the Hairy Man GU Immortals to refine rank 6 Luck Path Immortal GU en masse, but to advance them to rank 7, he lacked some crucial elements. Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan's clone, Zhon Bu, was walking slowly. The crowd was noisy, people moved rapidly like a current. This is the largest GU master market in the city, it is bustling. Zhon Bu observed and thought. He was only rank 1 now, he was too young. And because he was broke, he came here this time to collect information and increase his understanding of the surroundings. GU masters need resources to cultivate. I am totally broke now. My most important task now is to earn money. Zhon Bu had an innocent young face, but he was full of confidence internally. He was a split soul of Fang Yuan, a GU immortal. How hard was it to find a method of earning a fortune as a GU master? But after some observation, Zhon Bu's brows became covered in a thin layer of bitterness. GU masters are known as combat beast envoys in this place. Even though they both use GU worms, these GU worms are used to nurture combat beasts or to fuse with wild beasts and plants. There are no instances of GU masters fighting alone in this place. Fang Yuan walked around the market. He found very few GU worms here. Most shops were selling beasts or plants. It is no surprise. This Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven has the power of the killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It is very easy for GU masters to fuse with beasts or plants. In the outside world, they would need to pay more than 10 times the price to achieve it. Because the method of fusing with beasts and plants is too easy and advantageous, traditional GU cultivation has been buried in history. Of course, this is also the intention of Beast Calamity Immortal. Even Beast Calamity Immortal died after suffering heavy injuries from his first Myriad Tribulation. He had placed a lot of effort in developing this Grotto-heaven in the past. He probably created this trend so that he could control the living beings inside well. After all, Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven had a really large number of people. Zhon Bu wanted to take over this place. He could not use the traditional GU cultivation method. He had to assimilate and become a combat beast envoy. Becoming a combat beast envoy could be said to be easy but also hard. It only required the GU master to successfully fuse with a wild beast or plant. This was the most basic step. After that, he could go to the Combat Beast Guild and spend money to register and become a guild member. Inside Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven, the Combat Beast Guild was the largest and sole super force. If Zhon Bu joined it, he would have the lowest ranking Combat Beast Disciple status. Above Disciple level would be the main forces of the Combat Beast Guild, Combat Beast Envoy. Above Combat Beast Envoy was Combat Beast Warrior. This needed GU Immortal cultivation level and they were mostly city lords. And above Combat Beast Warrior was the one and only Combat Beast King. The structure of the organization was simple and crude. Zhon Bu not only lacked GU worms now, he also lacked combat beasts and combat plants. Especially the latter two, they were expensive. After collecting enough information, Jean Bu had a plan in his mind. According to my plan, in a month's time, I will have enough finances to buy a GU worm. After another month, I will be able to purchase the lowest grade combat beast. I will buy the incisor rat first and use it for some time. This wild beast is greatly underestimated by everyone. It is very valuable for its price. With sufficient strength, I will join the Combat Beast Guild and use it to receive missions and increase my strength rapidly. At this moment, Jean Bu heard a shout, "Careful, above you!" He quickly looked up and saw a black figure descending rapidly from the sky. Even higher in the sky, an old man was manipulating the huge bird below him, descending quickly as he tried to catch the black figure, but it seemed like he was too late. "What is it? Quickly run!" The surrounding people quickly dispersed. Jean Bu also quickened his pace, hiding under the roof of a shop. Boom! Almost instantly, the black object crashed into this shop's stairs as it shattered. Shrapnels flew everywhere as the surrounding people screamed out in pain and agony. Jean Bu was the closest to it, but he was completely unharmed. "This is an egg." Jean Bu looked at the egg that was as tall as a person, thinking, "This aura, it is clearly a desolate beast egg." While he was thinking, the eggshell broke as a cute little eagle made its way to the world. The young eagle looked at Jean Bu as it chirped. It jumped onto him and used its tiny beak to peck at Jean Bu's cheeks. How could this happen? The old man riding a huge bird landed on the ground as he looked at this with dumbfounded expression. "Hello, old sir, my name is Jean Bu. Jean Bu was knowledgeable. He knew this old man was a GU immortal. He did not dare to wait and quickly paid his respects. Before the old man spoke, that tiny eagle that Jean Bu shrugged off went towards him again as it patted his back using its tiny wings. The old man had a complex expression as he looked at this tiny eagle. He assessed Jean Bu closely. "Sigh, my partner has been pregnant for 30 years, it finally laid the egg today. So coincidentally, it landed here and hatched as a young arrowtail eagle. You were the first person that it saw, so it treated you as its closest kin." Jean Bu was stunned. He quickly waved his hands. "Old sir, I am so sorry, I did not mean to do that." The old GU immortal chuckled. "Your name is Jean Bu? I will call you Little Do. Oh Little Do, don't be nervous, I am not blaming you. In fact, I need to apologize to you, the egg almost killed you earlier. This truly feels like an arrangement of fate. If my grandson was still alive, he would be as old as you. Oh Little Do, are you willing to cultivate with me? You obtained the young arrowtail eagle's recognition. You might be able to become a combat beast warrior in the future." Combat beast warrior. Jean Bu's eyes widened as it shined with light. He had the expression of an innocent and excited boy. He clenched his fists. "My greatest dream is to become a combat beast warrior. Old sir, can I really do it? Can I cultivate by your side?" The old man laughed loudly. "Oh Little Do, it will depend on your hard work to determine if you can become a combat beast warrior. But for now, let's leave." "Yes, old sir." Jean Bu followed the old man as they rode on the arrowtail eagle, flying away under plain sight. Heavens! What did I just see? Isn't this youngster's luck way too good? That old man is the city lord of Mountain Cliff City. He is Mountain Cliff City Lord? Oh. I heard that the Mountain Cliff City Lord would come to our city one of these days to negotiate matters with our city lord. The surrounding people exploded into a commotion. Their discussions got increasingly louder. Who is that young man? He seems to be called Jean Bu. Why is his luck so good? Sigh, why wasn't it me? Had I known this, I would have pushed him aside. Damn it! This Jean Bu wore tattered clothes. He is clearly a poor lad, but he was actually taken in by that esteemed combat beast warrior. He has truly changed his fate. His future is incomparably bright now. He even gained the acknowledgement of the arrowtail eagle. This is an immortal beast, an immortal beast. Indeed, compared to an immortal beasts, all of the beasts and plants in the market are trash. They are less valuable than the eagle's feces. Some were angrily stomping their feet, feeling extremely regretful. Why did they not grab onto this rare opportunity earlier? Some stared with wide-opened eyes that had turned red, some were shouting and screaming, their saliva spitting everywhere. Profound Literature Grotto-heaven. A poetry competition was going on. A famous great scholar looked at the students in the hall as he laughed. This city is filled with literary talents. I see that all your students are overflowing with scholarly aura. It seems that Brother Jiang's teachings has paid off. I am flattered, Brother Shen. These students of mine are shallow in knowledge, they are still too young. This is their great opportunity and luck to be able to watch our literary battle. The teacher of this place, Teacher Jiang, said humbly. Great Scholar Shen held out his hand. Brother Jiang, we are quite evenly matched in this battle, let's consider it a tie. Next, let's play a game of passing the flower one. The 3 students who win will recite their poems. Let me see the literature skills of these juniors. How about that? All right. Teacher Jiang thought about it and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the eyes of many students below the stage lightened up. This was an incredibly rare opportunity. There were 2 great scholars on the stage. No matter how good their poems were, as long as they could showcase their works, their reputation would spread among the people. The drums rolled. Choose me, choose me. Pass it to me, pass it to me. Sigh. The drums have stopped. Who has the red flower? Please do recite your poem. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes as he smiled. As everyone looked with gazes of anticipation, Li Xiaobai walked up the stage while rubbing his nose. Chapter 1825. Getting the Red Flower. Great Scholar Shen smiled at him, nodding. Meanwhile, Teacher Jiang of this school asked, Xiaobai, do you have any poems? Teacher Jiang had a bit of worry shown between his brows. This Xiaobai was very ordinary in talent. Hopefully he had some sort of preparation before this, otherwise with his current standards, this would be a disappointing show. It was okay if he was the only person disappointed, but right now with Great Scholar Shen here. Especially when the first half of this competition was very interesting and would become renowned in the world, if the later half was disappointing, everyone in the world would know that Teacher Jiang was a talented person but could not teach young talents himself. Teacher, I have a poem prepared. Li Xiaobai immediately answered. He was quite confident. Then let us hear it. Teacher Jiang was slightly more assured now. This profound literature Grotto-heaven was not like any other place. It had a flourishing literary culture. If anyone could make a good poem, even if nobody rewards them, heaven and earth would provide them benefits. Thus, the art of creating poems was an important task. It directly affected the person's livelihood, status, reputation, and future. Normally speaking, most scholars would accumulate their foundation and save some good poem lines as secrets. Even if they could not compose a poem with those lines, they would save it for the future. Thus, even though many scholars could create great poems, they would not publish them. They would conceal their strength and use them to deal with difficult poem competitions. Because of this, it was not strange or surprising that Li Xiaobai had a poem prepared. Li Xiaobai had his considerations. I have read countless poems in my life, most are world-shocking creations, they are famous on Earth even after thousands of years, and after such a long time, the literature on Earth flourished greatly. But if I try to use these poems, it will be a problem. This Grotto-heaven world has an information path environment, it most excels at collecting information. Especially the method to observe literary chi and talent chi. Almost everybody has such methods, they only vary in the depth of abilities. I lack literary chi and talent chi. Before I use soul replacement, this was just an ordinary student. By creating a world-shocking poem now, not only would people not believe me, they would also be suspicious and start investigating me. Even if I try to explain that it is not my work afterwards, it would be too late. I'd be seen as dishonest. In this world, everyone will despise and loathe me. Fang Yuan had planned many things before infiltrating profound literature Grotto-heaven to deal with all sorts of situations. The clone Li Xiaobai lacked literary chi and talent chi to begin with. It was not that Fang Yuan's own talents were lacking. However, Li Xiaobai had a large number of famous poems in his memories. Other than those from Earth, there were also Fang Yuan's own creations. Thus, Li Xiaobai chose one of them and started to recite. Teacher Jiang let out a breath of air. This poem was quite well constructed, it was barely living up to the standards of today's competition. What, it is nothing impressive. I sat beside Li Xiaobai for 3 years in class, this is way beyond his usual standards, ha ha ha. Isn't that great? With his poem as the anchor, the next 2 winners will be very lucky. The students below the stage became increasingly lively. Even though Li Xiaobai's poem was quite compatible with his known abilities, he still had many more talented classmates around. Especially when some students had many precious poems that they prepared already in advance. These poems were composed meticulously by them, using a lot of time and effort to create. They were too good for other situations, but this was an appropriate setting to use them. When the drum started rolling and the red flower got passed around, these elite students became very excited, their eyes were shining. The drum stopped. Most of the students were disappointed, why were they not chosen? Next, their eyes turned red, it was him again. The red flower stopped at Li Xiaobai's table. Oh. Li Xiaobai was also quite surprised. The rules are the rules, you can come up again. Great Scholar Shen laughed as he shook his head. Teacher Jiang got worried again. According to Li Xiaobai's nature and foundation, he had already performed above standard last time, this time. But Li Xiaobai started to recite his poem again. This poem was on the same level as the previous one. Teacher Jiang finally relaxed as he looked at Li Xiaobai with a gentler expression. It seems that even though this student is not as talented, he is very hardworking. He stored up 2 poems as backup. These 2 should be his own creation, it was not easy that he managed to compose them. Li Xiaobai did not put up a shameful performance, Teacher Jiang was very glad about it. The final person. Both chances went to Li Xiaobai. Sigh, that was truly bad luck. If I had gone on stage, the 2 great scholars would definitely be pleasantly surprised. But I was not given a chance. I wonder who will get the 3rd chance? If it is not me, I hope it is not them either. The students were unable to sit still, they had their own thoughts as they lost their cool. The drums rolled as the students looked at the red flower with bloodshot eyes. Pass it to me. Pass it to me. Sigh, it has passed me. I hope the drumming continues and it makes its way to me again. Bang! The drum stopped abruptly with a loud sound. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes as he smiled. Who is it this time, Ua? He was dazed, a strange expression was shown on his face as he pointed at the final lucky star. He did not know whether to cry or laugh. Why is it you again? Li Xiaobai held the flower as he walked up the stage with a grim expression. He first cupped his fists at the 2 scholars before turning to the students below the stage. Fellow classmates, I really did not do this intentionally. Getting up the stage thrice is less of a surprise and more of a shock to me. I know that most of you are more talented than me, but I have to recite 3 times. I sincerely apologize. Originally, his classmates were shocked and furious, but after hearing Li Xiaobai's words and expression, the anger in their hearts dissipated. In fact, a portion of the people started to feel pity for Li Xiaobai. After all, Li Xiaobai's talent and literary skills were inferior to them. Wasn't he suffering by going up the stage? Your luck is too incredible. Forget it, start reciting. Teacher Jiang laughed as he spoke. Li Xiaobai started his recital again. The standard was ordinary but the final line was quite impressive. Even though it was just a minor point, it elevated the entire poem to a new level. Not only did Great Scholar Shen laugh and praise it, even Teacher Jiang was a little surprised. The final line of your poem is quite interesting. How did you conceptualize it? Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I don't dare to lie, this poem had only 3 lines originally. I thought of and added the final line earlier when I was anxious. To think that both sirs would enjoy it, I was also quite surprised. Teacher Jiang was stunned before laughing loudly. Great Scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are very honest. It turned out that he had used a method secretly to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary chi and talent chi. He obtained information that this person had quite an ordinary talent. But it is not something rare that he can have a flash of inspiration and perform better than normal. Great scholar Shen had no suspicions. Teacher Jiang reassessed Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai inconspicuously as he thought, even though Li Xiaobai is very ordinary in talent, he is very hardworking normally. That is how he had 3 poems prepared. Being able to gain inspiration and make up the verse on the spot shows that he has potential. But the best thing about him is that he said those words earlier before the 3rd round. He apologized to his classmates. That was his good interpersonal skills. Being able to articulate as well as his writing, and sophisticated in human interaction, he is not bad. Wait. Teacher Jiang suddenly thought, this competition is going to be famous in the world. My reputation has already spread throughout the world before this. That is not key. But Li Xiaobai is going to become famous from this. If there were 3 students who performed, it would be less impactful, but he actually took all 3 chances. This way, he will be the center of attention. After ending in a draw against Brother Shen, nobody will find me for a duel in the short period. But there might be some devious people who would target my student in order to affect me. And the problem was, Li Xiaobai was a common and ordinary student. Teacher Jiang frowned as he made up his mind. After this, I need to nurture Li Xiaobai and secretly give him tuition. After this competition, everyone will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, if anyone mentions Li Xiaobai, my name will also come up. Our reputation is already tied together. I need to nurture him well, otherwise. Teacher Jiang felt very pressured. He decided to make sure Li Xiaobai was a proper scholar even if he had to spend a huge amount of effort and resources. Even if he was a cheap piece of wood, he needed to be carved into jade in appearance. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Jiu Liu Ryu stopped his killer move as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He let out a breath of air. It is done. His immortal aperture time has been shifted to its limit. He will face calamities and tribulations very often. Thank you for the hard work. Qin Dingling smiled as she looked at the sleeping Jiu Fangzheng. Suddenly, she gasped. What is it? Jiu Liu Ryu asked in confusion. Qin Dingling said, I was using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move was activated, Fang Zheng's luck changed again. His original luck was like a hill, lush and squarish, but now it has turned into, it looks like a pot lid. Jiu Liu Ryu was very perplexed. What premonition is this? Qin Dingling shook her head. She was troubled too. In the short term, I cannot understand it. 2 months later. A certain news made Fang Yuan's main body stop his cultivation. I finally found out the location of Dragon Palace. Good, I have basically learned all the Qi path methods there are. I should act in advance and steal this immortal GU house in secret before Heavenly Court does. Chapter 1826. Dragon Palace's Test. Plop. With a soft sound, a GU immortal dived into the water, swimming deeper. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The sea was extremely deep. There was a large number of fierce sea beasts living here. After reaching 1,000,000 feet deep, immemorial level sea beasts started to appear. Of course, there were precious treasures here as well. Eastern Sea is truly the #1 in the 5 regions in terms of resources. The GU immortal sighed as he continued to dive deeper. After reaching 10 million feet, in the abyss-like darkness of the sea, there was a beautiful and colorful dream realm. As the GU immortal got closer, the dream realm expanded within his vision. By the time he arrived, this dream realm resembled a small mountain. Dragon Palace should be here. The GU immortal had a heated gaze. He was muscular and handsome. He had a tall nose bridge and sharp lips. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of dragon eyes resembling topaz. There was also a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his head. This was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. Fang Yuan knew that Dragon Palace was hidden in Eastern Sea, but he did not find out where exactly it was in the previous life. Back then, Duke Long had brought Feng Jinhuang to try and subdue Dragon Palace. They were obstructed by the 4 dragon generals. Thus, a battle ensued and Dragon Palace took the chance to fly into the sky, escaping from him. Even though Duke Long chased after it, the huge commotion caused Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortals to approach him. When news of this spread throughout the 5 regions, Fang Yuan had just reached a certain stage in his plan against Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. He was also moved and decided to head to Eastern Sea. Eventually, he was discovered and did not gain anything. And in the River of Time, the second Stone Lotus Island appeared. Fang Yuan made his decision to abandon Dragon Palace and went after the Red Lotus True Inheritance in the second Stone Lotus Island. However, even though he stopped Heavenly Court's plans, Feng Juji summoned the Winds of Assimilation and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This caused Heavenly Court to obtain Dragon Palace, suppressing it within Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea's GU Immortals were unwilling to give up. They went to cause a huge battle with Central Continent, the battle in Hidden Dragon Cave. After rebirth, Fang Yuan already included Dragon Palace in his plans. He had started planning long ago. He collected information and made deductions on this, drawing a circle around its possible area. After that, he sent subordinates to explore and investigate Eastern Sea secretly. Fang Yuan did not know where Dragon Palace was initially, but his hard work was not in vain. His efforts paid off. He found out the location of Dragon Palace recently. The Dragonman clone searched around the area. He did not find any immemorial desolate beasts around. It was a safe zone. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He acted quickly, using a killer move against this dream realm. His choice was the same as Duke Long's. He wanted to isolate the dream realm and target Immortal GU House Dragon Palace directly. And above the sky of this sea area, Fang Yuan's main body was hidden among the clouds. He was inspecting the area around him and guarding the Dragonman clone. On the other hand, he was also getting the Dragonman clone to probe the area. If any accidents happen, Fang Yuan's main body would be able to rapidly escape to safety. After all, Fang Yuan did not know the clear details regarding Dragon Palace. This was not like his plans in the River of Time and Dao Yu's True Inheritance where he had sufficient information. What if Heavenly Court ambushed him? Even if they did not, Dragon Palace itself was very dangerous. Because it had an offensive Dream Path killer move, Fang Yuan was quite wary against it. As pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were created one by one, the Dragonman clone's progress remained quite successful. But this dream realm was too huge. At this rate, he would need several days and nights to completely transform it. Ignoring anything else, just the dream realm itself is a huge fortune. In the previous life, Heavenly Court obtained it. They had no way of using it. But in my hands, it is different. Fang Yuan's main body had a clear view of the situation in the sea. Next, he looked above himself. After using luck path methods, he saw the cooking luck pot that was above his head. This pot was floating above it. It moved up and down slightly, like it was floating on water. Fang Yuan could not check his own luck, but he could check the Dragonman clone's luck. He saw that beside cooking luck pot, the purple dragon that was the Dragonman clone's luck coiled around in the air motionlessly. It opened its mouth and had an anxious expression. It was looking around alertly. Around it, black traces of chi were gathering into a lump, forming many black clouds. This black cloud luck shows a premonition of death. It seems that the Dragonman clone is in danger of dying. Fang Yuan frowned. He immediately made his calculations. After using rebirth, looking at the time, I have found Dragon Palace much earlier than Heavenly Court in the previous life. I acted in advance. I should be ahead of them looking at the situation, but time is moving quickly. A bad change is about to occur in a few days. In just this time, the black clouds became thicker as they surrounded the purple dragon in all directions, trying to bury and suffocate it. Fang Yuan immediately used Cooking Luck Pot. The dragons on Cooking Luck Pot became active as they started to devour the black clouds and spit them out into the pot. The pot started to cook the luck, boiling all of the black cloud luck into a beneficial luck instead. The luck then got devoured by the pot dragons before being sent to the purple dragon. The purple dragon received such help, it became energetic and invigorated. Even though the black clouds were still thick and overwhelming, the purple dragon no longer looked so weak against them. Fang Yuan saw this as he gasped lightly, thinking, my cooking luck pot is only rank 6 but it is the epitome of Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance. It can control the luck of rank 6 GU Immortals and even influence rank 7 GU Immortals. Right now, my Dragonman clone is already a rank 7 after immense nurturing, thus, it can only affect the purple dragon. But this black cloud luck. Fang Yuan frowned lightly, pondering, this black cloud luck was influenced by me but the effect is mild, this is a rank 8 level crisis. However, looking at the purple dragon's reaction, it seems to have some form of attraction to this black cloud luck. Dragons run like wind and rain, while this black luck has a cloud shape. It seems that this is not only a dangerous situation for the Dragonman clone, it is also an immense fortuitous encounter. Of course, this was all built on the foundation that Fang Yuan was not going to take action. Once Fang Yuan's main body acts, the luck would change intensely. Because Fang Yuan was not an ordinary rank 8 GU immortal, his every action would cause a huge change to the situation. Sigh, it is too bad I cannot inspect my own luck. The self-luck true inheritance has the killer move luck inspection, from rank 1 to 9. But my luck inspection immortal GU is only rank 6, even if I make a killer move, the killer move would be able to inspect the luck of rank 7 GU immortals. Fang Yuan already had cooking luck pot, he also added luck inspection immortal GU into it as one of the cores. Thus, he did not need any killer move to inspect luck, just by activating cooking luck pot, he could observe the Dragonman clone's luck. Cooking luck pot is too low ranked. In the future, I need to advance all its core immortal GU. I also need to add in all living beings' luck, so that it can affect other people and objects. Fang Yuan planned. Even though he could use cooking luck pot to help his clones, they were the same entities as him. Thus, he was just helping himself, this was within the boundary of self-luck, it was not all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan sensed the crisis that Dragonman clone was going to face but he chose not to act. He controlled the situation while activating cooking luck pot. Even though it was not very helpful to the purple dragon, his influence on the black cloud luck was small, but any bit of help counts, as it accumulates, the amount would be quite significant. After all, it was better than nothing. The Dragonman clone also received the main body's information as it continued to transform the dream realm. After a day and half a night, for Eastern Sea GU Immortals arrived from different directions. The east one was a white-robed young-looking man with a handsome face, it was Yang Zihe. The west one was an old woman with a hunched back, she had deep wrinkles on her face that resembled the pattern of a purple venomous snake, extending from her face, to her arms and to her whole body, it was Granny Rome. The north one was a muscular GU immortal with triangular eyes shining in cold light, it was Shi Miao. The south GU immortal wore a black robe, his face could not be seen, he was silent like an eerie ghost, filled with dark energy, this was Zhong Yin. For rank 8 GU immortals came? It is them. Fang Yuan's main body did not move, because he sensed something strange from the Dragonman clone's luck. Right now, the purple dragon luck was surrounded by a huge and thick layer of black clouds, it could not break out. But this black cloud luck was transforming slightly. There was water sounds from the east, resembling a river. From the west, there was the silhouette of a purple venomous snake, from the north, there was a mountain shape, and at the south, the cloud was dark like an abyss, forming a black hole. These for rank 8 GU immortals are not normal. Their lucks are all a part of the black cloud, are they in an alliance? Fang Yuan did not know about the 4 dragon generals of Dragon Palace, because there was no information about them in his previous life. But soon, he found out. These for rank 8 GU immortals arrived before Dragonman clone, their cold expressions relaxed a little. He is a Dragonman indeed. You have rank 7 cultivation level, you are qualified to participate in the test. These dream realms are your test, if you pass it, you will gain the acknowledgement of the dragon spirit and become the owner of Dragon Palace. Quickly return the dream realms, undergo the test by exploring the dream realms, otherwise, we, the 4 dragon generals, will make sure you regret ever coming here. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortals spoke one after another, while they spoke, they also revealed their Dragonman identities. At once, be it Fang Yuan or his clone, they were both shocked. Chapter 1827. Controlling Ants in Dream. If he was a human GU immortal, the 4 dragon generals would attack him together, but Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone was a genuine Dragonman, be it body or soul. He was the real deal without any flaws. Thus, the 4 dragon generals exposed their identities. Fang Yuan gasped upon hearing this secret. In the previous life, he had only seen Bai Ning Bing control Dragon Palace and Di Zongsheng to participate in the final battle at the crucial moment. He did not see the 4 dragon generals. So these 4 rank 8 GU immortals are servants of Dragon Palace. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and made into dragon generals. This is quite a deep scheme. Should I take action personally? Fang Yuan had countless thoughts as he quickly deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with all 4 rank 8 GU immortals at the same time. Fang Yuan's strongest methods were Chi Path now. Just the number of Chi Path Dao marks alone were far beyond any of these for Eastern Sea rank 8s. But they are still rank 8 GU immortals. Even though I can win and even kill them, there would be a huge commotion. I cannot gain victory quickly. Looking at the fight between Duke Long and these 4, Immortal GU House Dragon Palace also can act on its own. It is able to fly and escape. If I try to fight them forcefully, it might not end up well. I will be in the same state as Duke Long in the previous life. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the most likely outcome. He had come here to take Dragon Palace in secret. If he caused a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level as well as his Chi Path battle strength, it would not sit well with his other plans. Fang Yuan thought of this as he looked at the cooking luck pot above him. The purple dragon was completely submerged by the black clouds, but it was excitedly grinding its teeth, waiting to take action. Especially when there was a trace of azure purple 1 chi vaguely inside this black cloud. These traces of azure purple luck are extremely noble and profound. It shows that the Dragonman clone has a chance of becoming the owner of Dragon Palace. The Dragonman clone only has rank 7 cultivation level while the 4 generals are rank 8. They did not discover my presence, so it is unlikely they are lying to me. If the Dragonman clone follows the rules and explores the dream realms, after passing, I will obtain Dragon Palace as well as these 4 rank 8 GU immortal subordinates. It seems that Dragon Palace is truly an enslavement path immortal GU house. It can enslave 4 rank 8 battle strength experts at once. Truly amazing. According to the information of my previous life, I still have a lot of time. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's main body decided to wait and let the clone explore the dream realms, participating in the test. This was the most beneficial method. The Dragonman clone was secretly informed by the main body to return the dream realms. This action made the 4 dragon generals show more amicable expressions. Granny Rong said, to participate in the Dragon Palace test, your soul and body needs to enter the dream realms. You need to have the courage to risk everything in order to become the Dragon Palace Lord. The Dragonman clone's expression changed mildly, but considering that the main body was watching and guarding him from the sky, he nodded his head and entered the dream realms. Once he entered the dream, he immediately landed in an area of deep darkness. Wu Shuai, wake up, wake up! A person beside the Dragonman clone nudged him. The Dragonman clone opened his eyes, seeing a young dragon girl. She was innocent and cute, showing a look of helplessness. Why are you still sleeping? Everyone is waiting for you. Don't forget that today is the day we arranged the battle with stakes against Chen Fu and Zhong Shuang. So my name is Wu Shuai. I have rank 3 GU master cultivation level. The Dragonman clone quickly inspected his own body condition. Quickly, let's go. The dragon girl could not wait. Seeing that Fang Yuan opened his eyes, she quickly dragged him along. They sprinted until they finally arrived at the school field. 2 groups of people were already gathered in the school field. They were separated into the east and west group, facing each other with a clear line in between. The west group consisted of young humans, both male and female. Their leaders carried the arrogance of human youngsters. The east group were young dragon men. They were fewer in numbers and had no leader now. They were currently being pressured by the humans. Seeing that Fang Yuan was here, the Dragonman youngsters became very excited. Some were cheering while others chided him for being late. Wu Shuai, you finally showed up. I thought you were too scared and did not dare to come. Over at the human side, one of the two youngster leaders shouted. The dragon girl that brought Fang Yuan over immediately retorted, "Don't be arrogant, Chen Fu, now that Wu Shuai is here, he will beat you all to a pulp." "Cut the crap, Wu Shuai, let's fight. This time, I will make sure I repay you for the humiliation of losing last time." The other youngster GU master, Zhong Shuang, stood up. He was clearly impatient. He wanted to fight straight away. "Wait." Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, stalling for time. "Since this is a battle with stakes, where is the bet?" he said as he assessed the school. This school field was not simple at all. It was covered by an immortal formation. This meant that Fang Yuan was not in an ordinary place. Since there was an immortal formation here, this was likely a super force. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was currently at an important place in this super force's territory. Creating an immortal formation at a school field meant that it was of great importance. Looking at the clothing of both parties, which was very alike, this was clearly a sect. This wager is clearly the impulse of youths. These youngsters have at least rank 2 cultivation level. Looking at them, they must have only started recently. Their talent is really high. I have the highest cultivation level, along with the two human leaders, Zhong Shuang and Chen Fu. They also have rank 3 cultivation level. We are all young geniuses. Below that is this dragon girl beside me. She has rank 2 peak cultivation level. Wu Shuai, don't look down on me. I have already brought the betting item. Look. Chen Fu said as he carefully took out a GU worm from his pocket. Fang Yuan took a glance. It was a rank 5 GU, called Commanding Leader GU. Commanding Leader GU looked like a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle had a long and cylindrical body, its back was slightly flat and there were 2 long feelers on its head. This Commanding Leader GU was similar. Its body had a jade-like texture, its feelers were very long, more than 10 times its body length. They were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragonman clone was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan had many immortal GU. He did not care much about mortal GU. But this Commanding Leader GU was different. It was a mortal GU, but it was a human path GU worm with enslavement path effect. It had once gained huge fame in history but quickly went extinct. According to rumors, Commanding Leader GU had a great effect. It was also compatible with many types of GU worms. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone shared the same attainment level as his main body. Fang Yuan had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment levels. The Dragonman clone was the same. At Master attainment level, one could generate intuition regarding the path. Right now, the Dragonman clone had a clear intuition. As long as I pass this scene, I will get the recipe of Commanding Leader GU. No wonder my purple dragon luck wanted to try it. This enslavement path dream realm is a huge fortuitous encounter after all. Thinking of this, the Dragonman clone became even more excited. While he was on the way, he had already checked what GU worms Wu Shuai had. He had already prepared some methods that he could use. As for how the battle worked, he did not know. Immediately, Fang Yuan smiled as he said, "In that case, let's do it. In fact, I will give you the first move." Zhong Shuang heard this as rage appeared on his youthful face. "Good, Wu Shuai, you are so arrogant. How dare you look down on me? I will show you." He took out 10 or so Primordial stones and scattered them around the school field. The school field itself was an immortal formation. After the Primordial stones landed on it, they got devoured by the ground like rocks falling into water. Next, ants started to dig their way out of the ground. Zhong Shuang stared widely as he used his method to manipulate these ants. The Dragonman clone was shocked. These are not ordinary ants. They have some natural markings on their body that resemble human language characters. Is this the legendary army ant? Dragonman was not a natural variant human race, it was man-made. The army ants and the Dragonman were quite similar. They were not produced by nature but created by GU immortal great experts. This type of army ant was used by enslavement path GU masters. They were able to resolve the feeding problem to a large degree. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large group of army ants could form an ant tide with colossal power. Zhong Shuang had good strength. He quickly enslaved 10 or so yellow ants. At this time, new ants came out of the ground. they were slightly larger than the ants before, being black in color. Zhong Shuang was overjoyed and quickly focused his attention on refining these black ants. The yellow ants had this word naturally carved on them, worker. The black ants had this word naturally carved on them, soldier. Seeing this, the Dragonman youths became anxious while the dragon girl beside Fang Yuan shook his shoulders. Brother Wu Shuai, start quickly. If we lose this duel, you will lose your vital GU. The other party is shameless, he already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants. All right. Fang Yuan smiled, he sat on the ground and focused his attention on these ants. He activated a killer move, it used sight to enslave ants, the effect was incredible. After a few breaths, dozens of ants on the ground gathered by Fang Yuan's side. Among them were worker ants and soldier ants. This result quickly overtook Zhong Shuang. The human youths shouted in shock while the Dragonman youths were stunned before cheering loudly and excitedly. Zhong Shuang looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief, seeing that Fang Yuan's ants were multiplying in number rapidly, many times his own. His face turned pale as paper. I lost. Zhong Shuang was straightforward, but what killer move is this? The killer move was very powerful and profound, and even more importantly, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very deep, far greater than mortal GU masters, not to mention this youngster. Fang Yuan did not know the name of the move he had just created casually, he avoided it. Since you lost, where is the bet? Zhong Shuang snorted coldly, placing commanding leader GU in Fang Yuan's hands as he turned around and left. Chen Fu had an ashen expression as he left his parting words before going, Wu Shuai, to think that you are so devious, secretly learning a powerful enslavement path killer move, don't be too smug, we will definitely challenge you in this again. Yay! We won, Wu Shuai, you are amazing. As expected of Wu Shuai. Haha, they were so funny. Zhong Shuang and Chen Fu had ugly expressions earlier. Fang Yuan smiled, he was about to respond to the youths here when he suddenly saw their expressions freezing. They all looked behind Fang Yuan with stiff expressions. Father! They called out quietly. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a Dragonman GU immortal staring at him with a deep and dark gaze. Fang Yuan was shocked. Duke Long. Chapter 1828. Talk between father and son. Even though it was a Dragonman GU immortal who appeared in front of him, it was not Duke Long, they only looked similar. Even so, this person likely has a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if this person is the father of my character in the dream realm. Fang Yuan was thinking when the Dragonman GU immortal arrived. Wu Shuai. You are too daring, I told you so many times to not create trouble, don't provoke them. But you actually won against them again. Do you know that Zhong Shuang and Chen Fu are bloodline descendants of supreme elders of our sect? The Dragonman GU immortal that resembled Duke Long had a stern expression, his eyes were almost spewing fire. The young dragonmen who were still cheering earlier became silent, they did not dare to say anything, they looked down at their feet. This showed how high this person's status was in their hearts, he was normally strict on them. Fang Yuan was not sure of his relationship with this Dragonman GU immortal, he had to mimic these youngsters and keep silent. The Dragonman GU immortal got more furious as he knocked on the back of Fang Yuan's head with his palm, the force almost pushed him to the ground. Fang Yuan stumbled forward for a step but regained his balance quickly. Wu Shuai, follow me, come to the study room for your punishment. The Dragonman GU immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan took a glance at these Dragonman youngsters, they all looked at Fang Yuan with sympathy, guilt, and schadenfreude. It seems that I can only follow this Dragonman GU immortal. Fang Yuan thought as he quickly followed after the GU immortal. After a few steps, the surrounding world changed rapidly. At the next moment, Fang Yuan found himself in a study room. The study room was huge, there were beautiful flower vases here, the study table was about 10 feet long, there was ink and paper on it, at the center, there was calligraphy of 3 words, Longxing Tuan. Is this Dragonman GU immortal's name Longxing Tuan? No, there is still some space at the end for one final word. Fang Yuan had a thought. Right at this moment, he heard a stern shout beside him, "Unfilial son, kneel down right now." Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragonman Gu Immortal was standing behind the desk, staring at him with a cold and strict expression. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes internally as he thought, "You should have said that earlier, I would be able to confirm your identity." Immediately, he knelt down without hesitation with a loud sound. The Dragonman Gu Immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. "Your attitude has really improved this time in apologizing, huh? Father, your words are reasonable. I was too young and ignorant, I did not know your intentions, please forgive me." Fang Yuan immediately gave a perfunctory speech but had a vivid expression that made people feel a sense of sincerity. The Dragonman Gu Immortal was stunned again before his smile became even colder. "HMPH. Acting obedient while having other intentions, you dare to lie to me. You deserve a beating." Saying so, he took the paperweight on the table and used it to whack Fang Yuan. The paperweight was made of metal, it was long and hard, thick and heavy. It was originally used to hold down the paper and straighten it. The paper on the desk was about the size of a door plaque. One could imagine how big the paperweight was. This paperweight hit Fang Yuan's back, it caused intense pain, his soul foundation fell by a huge amount. But Fang Yuan could not resist. In this dream realm, he was not the Dragonman Gu Immortal's match. But Fang Yuan was very crafty, he fell to the ground as he got hit, his forehead landed on the ground and created a dull sound. He grunted as he knelt and straightened his back, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, but showed a look of desperately holding back the pain. The Dragonman Gu Immortal was the father of this person after all. Seeing this, he had a thought, did I hit him with excessive force earlier? Sigh. He sighed deeply, sitting down on his chair, looking at his kneeling son across the table. He said with deep emotions, "Wu Shuai, you are my most outstanding son, your enslavement path talent is rarely seen in 100 years. I spent so much effort to nurture and teach you, I want you to succeed in life. But you went ahead and forgot all of my teachings. How many times have I told you to not argue with those people? You are a genius, you have superior insight than the people of your age. I've already described the current situation to you. The higher-ups of the sect are increasingly unhappy with our Dragonman race, which is getting stronger. Even though I am a supreme elder that has seemingly great status, I am pushed aside by them. Even though you defeated Chen Fu and Zhong Shuang, you also infuriated the Gu Immortals behind them. These human Gu Immortals will not show me any good attitude, they will become even stricter against the Dragonman race. Even though you won this time, you harmed the entire Dragonman race's benefits and intensified the sect's conflicts. You are too rash, you do not consider the consequences when you do something. I am truly disappointed in you. I am beating you for your own good, for the sake of the Dragonman race and the peace of the sect. Do you understand my intentions?" Fang Yuan wanted to reply understood, but he took a look at the Dragonman Gu Immortal's expression and his heart shook. The Dragonman Gu Immortal might have a gentle gaze, but a cold icy feeling was in the depths of his heart. Only someone like Fang Yuan who was aged and experienced could sense it clearly. Instantly, Fang Yuan became incredibly alert. He thought rapidly as all sorts of clues appeared in his mind. In this dream realm exploration, even though the main body was outside, his soul and body had entered the dream, he could not afford to fail once. If he failed, he would lose the qualification to become the Dragon Palace Lord, he might even die. Of course, the main body would not do nothing, but in that case, when the main body fights, he would face the same situation as Duke Long, the commotion would be huge. To obtain the greatest benefit, Fang Yuan was willing to take this risk, so he had to be very careful with every step. This question seems simple, but it might be the key to this scene. If I answer wrongly, I will fail. My analysis should not be wrong. I will go ahead with this. Thinking of this, a sharp dagger-like light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Dragonman Gu Immortal. His expression changed as he smiled. "I am grateful for your concern, Father. But Father, you are willing to hold back and endure it for the big picture. I do not agree with that at all. Unfilial son. You are unrepentant." The Dragonman Gu Immortal was enraged. He stood up and grabbed the paperweight again. Fang Yuan quickly added, I know you want to beat me. Even if you beat me to death, I will not hate you at all. But father, your action of giving in and showing subservience is not helping the big picture, you are harming the entire Dragonman race. The Dragonman GU Immortal's eyes were spewing fire. He held the paperweight and pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting loudly, such guts. You dare to accuse your father of being wrong. Good, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, how am I wrong? Fang Yuan felt even more certainty now. He said slowly, Father, must our Dragonman race always put ourselves at a lower status than humans? We have talent and aptitude, we are born with enslavement path down marks. What do the humans have? We do not necessarily need GU worms, our bodies alone give us great stamina, strength, and recovery. Our bodies are tough and sturdy, our claws and teeth are sharp, while humans are weak and fragile. And in terms of lifespan, our lifespan is tens or hundreds of times of humans. As we continue to live, the humans of our age will die one by one. Even without us doing anything, they will all die of old age. We Dragonman are born with such superiority, and even rarer is our unity. We recognize each other and trust each other. We are not like the humans who turn on each other and enjoy internal conflict. Father, everybody can see your contribution to the sect. I won this duel, but should I really have lost on purpose? On what basis do these humans look down on us? How dare they treat us so badly? We Dragonman deserve a greater status. In fact, these normal people should rank below us Dragonmen. Insolent, you are too insolent. The Dragonman GU Immortal flew into a rage. He quickly walked past the table as he waved the paperweight in his hand, almost about to hit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly stood up abruptly. He had tears in his eyes as he shouted at the Dragonman GU Immortal, Father, I am unresigned, I refuse to accept this. Even if you beat me to death, I will never agree to this, I will not submit. Wu Shuai. The Dragonman GU Immortal walked to Fang Yuan, looked down at this youngster, his bloodshot eyes were staring straight at him, but his paperweight did not hit. Fang Yuan had no fear. He looked at the Dragonman GU Immortal directly as his eyes also spewed fire. It was the deep anger and hatred in his heart. Both father and son looked at each other for a while. After the Dragonman GU Immortal confirmed something, he threw the paperweight in his hand away. He grabbed Fang Yuan's shoulders with both hands as he shook his son, laughing loudly, Wu Shuai, you are truly my precious son. I was not wrong about you. Father? You? Fang Yuan was stunned. His expression contained suspicion and shock that seemed extremely natural. I will tell you the truth, I think the same as you. I was trying to probe you earlier, I was unable to speak the truth, there is a reason behind all this. The Dragonman GU Immortal sighed deeply. What do you mean? Father, do you mean that? Fang Yuan seemed to have reacted as his eyes shined with delight and surprise. It was as if he had just understood what happened but did not dare to believe it. His expression was precise and flawless. But internally, he sighed in relief. This was it after all, my analysis was right. Within the sect, the conflict between the Dragonmen and humans is intensifying. We can see this from just the youngsters' conflict. That school field earlier was an important area with an immortal formation. The sect higher-ups must have sensed something. If the Dragonman GU Immortal wanted to endure it, why would he not know of it? Why would he arrive after it ended? Looking at this study room, the furniture is huge and placed in a grand fashion. This displays the Dragonman GU Immortal's huge ambition in full view. He called me Wu Shuai in front of the youngster Dragonmen but called me unfilial son when we got to the study room. He was saving my reputation. He wants to nurture me into his assistant, his successor. Thinking so, Fang Yuan finally understood the workings of this dream realm and the intentions of Dragon Palace in holding this test. Chapter 1829. Green Ant Recruiting Disciple. Fang Yuan's main body, which was hidden within the clouds, had a change of expression. Oh? My clone's luck transformed again. Fang Yuan took a look at the huge and dense black cloud luck beside cooking luck pot. Within the black cloud luck, for different phenomena that represented the 4 rank 8 GU Immortals defended this black cloud luck. The purple dragon luck of Fang Yuan's clone was surrounded by the black cloud luck. It was growling inside. The purple dragon was more energetic now. Traces of azure purple luck continued to be converted from the black cloud luck as it entered the dragon's body. With this boost, the purple dragon expanded in size. Its claws and teeth also became sharper. The most evident change was that this dragon was originally lying down in a circular manner, but now, it stretched its body and took the initiative to attack. It started to probe the black cloud luck. From motionless to active with greater morale, it seems that my clone has made a breakthrough in the dream realm. He knows how to act now, so he has the initiative. This is a good thing. It is a pity that I cannot use luck path methods to help my clone anymore. If the Dragonman clone went in with his soul only and his body was outside, Fang Yuan could still barely send him good luck. But now, the Dragonman clone went inside with both body and soul, completely isolated by the dream realms. All luck path methods were kept out of range. Fang Yuan's main body was helpless too, unless he could take away some of the dream realms and expose the Dragonman clone's body. Or in the future, when his dream path research results gets to a higher level and Fang Yuan learns how to mix luck path with dream path, he would be able to target the dream realm's concealment. The dream realm continued. Dragonman clone analyzed the surroundings clearly and considered his options. Because of his heartfelt declaration, his father recognized him and he passed the second scene of the dream realm. However, he needed to probe for more information. Within the study room, Fang Yuan asked, "Father, since we are on the same side, can you tell me how we can make the Dragonman race prosper?" "I am sure Father has a plan, please teach me." The Dragonman Gu Immortal smiled, "We have a plan since long ago. I will tell you the truth, not only me but many of our Dragonman comrades are working together. But you cannot learn of their identities yet. This is to protect them and also yourself. The first step to any great plan is secrecy. It is easier to work in secret than acting openly." "I understand that." Fang Yuan nodded, but he asked again, "But any great plan would have a resolution, right?" "Our resolution is this." The Dragonman Gu Immortal smiled as he lifted his pen, writing the final word of the paper on this table, Shia. When put together with the first three words, it made up the phrase "One a dragons roam the world." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Dragonman Gu Immortal suddenly let out a breath. It cut the paper like a sharp blade. The Dragonman Gu Immortal took a small portion of the paper and passed it to Fang Yuan. There was only one word on it, Xia. The remaining Longxing Chen was burned to ashes by the Dragonman Gu Immortal. He waved his sleeves and incinerated the paper. The Dragonman Gu Immortal looked at the ashes on the table as he sighed. "One day, our Dragonman race will soar the heavens. The world will be beneath our feet. But now, humanity is incredibly strong. They are the overlords of the world. Looking at the situation, our Dragonman race is too weak and small. We do not have any alliances with variant humans in the outside world, while we are still a subordinate force of the humans ourselves. To soar the heavens, we need to ascend first. Right now, we need to endure our position below the humans, to accumulate and gather foundation. Our Dragonman race has just been created. Our foundation is too thin, but thankfully, because we were born from humans, our relationship to them is also the deepest. Especially in Central Continent, we have members in all 10 great ancient sects. We need to learn and accumulate our foundation to catch up to the humans." Fang Yuan continued asking, "Then what should I do?" The Dragonman Gu Immortal smiled, "You are already contributing now. When you were a child, I saw your potential and purposely nurtured you to be an enslavement path Gu master. Now that your enslavement path attainment is already decent, I have made plans for you to attend Green and Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony." Green and Ascetic? Fang Yuan purposely acted unaware, but his heart shook as he thought of a name, Ascetic Wine Couple. These two were husband and wife, a famous lone immortal great expert couple in Central Continent's history. The man was called Green and Ascetic while the woman was called Wine Fairy. The two of them were childhood friends. They were extremely close. They were originally mortals but had their own immortal opportunities. Because of a disaster, they were forced to separate when they were still youths, but they missed each other and thought the other was dead. After becoming Gu immortals, neither the male nor the female thought of marrying anyone. Thanks to a coincidence, they met one day and fell into disbelief and joy. It was like a dream come true. After talking to each other about their situation, the woman told the man, "I remember that you enjoyed playing with mud and ants when you were a kid." The man also laughed, "When we were young, your family operated a tavern. Your life was much better than mine. You went to the streets and alleys to sell the wine that you carried on a pole. I accompanied you by your side during that time. I wish we could continue that forever." Thus, the man called himself Green and Ascetic while the woman also changed her title to Wine Fairy. The two possessed great talent and morals. After becoming a couple, they lived in harmony and bliss. The Dragonman Gu Immortal continued. Green and Ascetic had once lost a bet with Hongan of the 10 great ancient sects. He agreed to recruit a disciple and let them inherit his legacy. The time for the agreement is now, but the 10 great ancient sects have no proper candidate, because the Gu Immortal Hongan who had caused this event died from tribulation long ago. Green and Ascetic is a human great expert who is a lone cultivator. If you can become his only disciple, not only would you get to learn enslavement path methods, you would also build a relationship with the Ascetic wine couple. When the Dragonman race faces difficulty in the future, these two rank 8 great experts would be a huge help. So that's it, I understand now. Fang Yuan paused before continuing. I will work hard and become the disciple of Green and Ascetic. The Dragonman Gu Immortal nodded. Good, the ceremony is at the start of next month. You will enter closed cultivation now as I teach and train you personally. The second scene faded away, the third scene started. High in the mountains, fog and clouds shrouded the air. In a bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut on the empty land, the younger generation members of the 10 great ancient sects were standing. These were all young geniuses with great talent. They were here to fight for the position of Green and Ascetic's disciple. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. He observed the surroundings and found himself among the youths. However, most of the human youngsters avoided him subconsciously. There were only 2 Dragonman youngsters around him. At the center of the empty area, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Fang Yuan recognized one of them. He thought, isn't that Zhong Shuang? Right now, Zhong Shuang was at a disadvantage. He was fighting against a girl with yellow eyebrows. She had beautiful features and shining eyes that had double pupils. Fang Yuan had just arrived in the third scene. He did not know the situation. He quickly probed, "What do you guys think?" The 2 Dragonman youngsters beside him heard this. The left one with azure scales said, "Wu Shuai, you are looking down on us. Even though we were eliminated and only you are left in this competition, the situation is very obvious. Zhong Shuang is going to lose in a few more exchanges of moves." The azure-scaled Dragonman youngster was a little proud and spoke in a cold tone. But the yellow-scaled youngster had a more gentle tone as he consoled, "Qing Xuan, don't act like this. Victory is victory, loss is loss. Since you were defeated, why take issue? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to humiliate you." The azure-scaled youngster Qing Xuan was indignant. He gritted his teeth. "Those humans are too devious. Knowing that I am strong, they sent 3 humans to fight me in succession, causing my strength to fall greatly before that Tai Qin defeated me easily." "Huang Wei, don't tell me you couldn't tell." The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. "Why would I not know? We were both obstructed, but the truth is that we lacked strength. If we were like Brother Wu Shuai, so what if they tried to obstruct us? He still made it into the finals." Fang Yuan listened as he thought. The azure-scaled youngster is called Qing Xuan while the yellow-scaled one is called Huang Wei. Meanwhile, I am already in the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, "Brother Wu Shuai, I truly admire your enslavement path attainment. But your next opponent is not simple. Tai Qin has extraordinary strength. She is on par with you. But you have already gone through many rounds of tough competition to get to this point." Meanwhile, she was basically given free passes every round to reach this stage until she met with the strong opponent Zhong Shuang. Fang Yuan understood now. The yellow-brows double pupils girl, Tai Qin, was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood. Because after some observation, he had some evaluation. This Tai Qin is an enslavement path master. She mobilizes her troops without thinking in many situations, only relying on instinct, but it still produces outstanding effects. She is a tough foe. Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment level was only at master. He felt a little regret now. Had he known this, his main body would have raised his enslavement path attainment level in preparation for this. But nobody could predict that such a situation would happen. I lost. After a while, Zhong Shuang had a pale expression as he cupped his fists shakily. It was an honor. The young girl Qin Qin responded with a cold expression, before her eyes turned to look at Fang Yuan fixedly. And at the final round, Fang Yuan slowly walked up. He walked past Zhong Shuang, who had a complex expression. He wanted to encourage Fang Yuan as they were from the same sect, but thinking about his Dragonman identity, he only opened his mouth but did not speak. After resting for a while, both sides started to fight. The youngsters surrounded them as they watched the battle closely. Ants started to emerge from the ground one by one. Chapter 1830. Battle using ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were created by Green Ant Ascetic. The content of his disciple recruitment competition was obviously to test the ant manipulation abilities of the participants. After Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ant and 6 soldier ants, he willed as they attacked Tai Qin with full force. Tai Qin had more than 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. She chose a different tactic to Fang Yuan. She made the worker ants build an ant nest while the soldier ants protected them. Fang Yuan's troops had a little advantage. He also acted very aggressively. The youngsters watching all gasped in shock. Tai Qin frowned, flustered. Why is this Dragonman youngster Wu Shuai acting like a different person? He is so aggressive. She quickly mobilized her troops, diverting the worker ants from the ant nest to move out while the soldier ants defended the place, trying to prevent their hard work from getting destroyed. Soon, both sides clashed in an intense battle. To think that this would happen so early on. Wu Shuai's tactic is different from before. He is taking too huge of a risk. That's right, as long as Tai Qin defends herself from this attack, her advantage would be huge. Wu Shuai did not build any ant nest, but Tai Qin has one. Their power levels will be different. It will depend on their ant manipulation skill now. Because now is still early, just the difference of 1 or 2 ants will decide who gains victory here. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin also has deep foundation. They are equally matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a higher chance of winning. How could Wu Shuai act so rashly? However, a moment later, the temporary victor was decided. Tai Qin lost a bit more of her troops. She retreated slightly as Fang Yuan's side pressured towards her. How could this be? Wu Shuai actually won against Tai Qin? Tai Qin made a mistake. She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded his usual standards. Did he use any enslavement path methods, or is he at this level normally? No wonder he had the confidence to attack directly. Tai Qin had a grim expression. While retreating, Fang Yuan killed more of her ants in the process. By the time she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a sad situation. Of course, Fang Yuan was merely in a slightly better situation. The ant nest had several routes. Tai Qin was clear about her own nest situation. She stationed troops at the crucial positions while diverting some attention to enslave more ants outside. Fang Yuan had a change of thought. He did not attack abruptly. Now that the enemy was completely trapped, they had nowhere to go. Fang Yuan was not sure about the design of this ant nest. If he attacked now, his troops would not be useful. Thus, he sent them to guard the entrances and encircled the ant nest before he used enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants continued to emerge from the ground. First were worker ants, followed by soldier ants, and finally, arrow ants. Arrow ants could shoot out sharp spikes from their mouth. After shooting 3 spikes, they would be weak. They would not be able to fight even a worker ant. But even so, arrow ants were strong. A small number of them could defeat a larger army. If one had a large number of them, when they shoot together in a battle, the power would be overwhelming. Both sides will definitely compete to get these arrow ants. Indeed, if Tai Qin gets these arrow ants, she would be able to use them to kill the enemy ants guarding the entrance. That way, the troops inside can come out and counterattack. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, the situation is not certain now. He can easily lose. It is a pity if armor ants appeared instead of arrow ants, Wu Shuai would be able to use them to charge and advance into the ant nest, destroying it. The youngsters went into an endless discussion. The two sides were competing in the most popular game of the generation, ant manipulation. At the start, worker ants and soldier ants would show up, but after that, the types of ants would be random. With the emergence of these new ants, not only would the enslavement attainment of both sides be tested, the GU Master's understanding of ants would also be evaluated, as well as their management of the overall situation. Fang Yuan and Tai Qin went all out, but he had the advantage still. The youngsters saw this and were unable to believe it. This battle area has a GU formation, the ants closer to the competitor are easier to enslave. Tai Qin is enslaving ants near her while Wu Shuai is doing it to ants far away from himself. How could he possibly still have the advantage? Is this Wu Shuai's real strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier, to think that he still had such strength left. Isn't he tired at all? If this was really Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Fang Yuan was not. Fang Yuan had just entered the dream realm. He was in a good condition, especially his soul. It was created as the main body split soul. Afterwards, even though it was turned into a Dragonman soul and had not undergone soul cultivation, the foundation was still much deeper beyond ordinary people. Soul foundation directly affected enslavement path. For example, Fang Yuan's main body was unable to capture many immemorial year beasts before the Battle of Southern Borders ambush, but now he could capture more than 20. In the Battle of Arrow Ants, Tai Qin lost. The arrow ants that she had diverted attention to enslave were all wiped out. Fang Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants. They cooperated with his arrow ants perfectly. Tai Qin's troops were diverted into two, making her end up in a passive situation. But thankfully, the arrow ants were not outstanding on offensive when they were in terrain like the ant nest with many tunnels and paths. Even though I gained some advantage, it is not outstanding, especially when Tai Qin has been using her worker ants to build the ant nest rapidly in this period of time. Even though Fang Yuan was acting aggressively, he was actually using the most stable method to achieve victory. Battle tactics were usually built on the foundation that one understands their enemies well. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the ant nest. Even if other types of ants appear, as long as they are not the cannon ants, I will be able to obtain victory with my advantage in numbers. Fang Yuan was assured of his victory. He had a high chance of winning. The humans youngsters watching were not willing to see it happen, but they had no choice but to admit it was happening. Dragonman Wu Shuai is going to succeed. To think that this competition would end up like this. To think that Wu Shuai concealed so much strength, he is truly formidable. Sigh. It is a pity that the Great Green and Ascetics enslavement path inheritance is going to a Dragonman. Tai Qin had a stern expression, staring at the battle area without blinking. She also recognized that she was about to fail, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth as she had an intense thought, if I lose to a Dragonman like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhong Shuang earlier. I cannot lose, I don't want to lose. At this time, clouds started to form on the battle area. They quickly condensed into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths of time later, acid rain started to fall from these green clouds. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold while the youngsters gasped. This change did not occur on the ants but the battle area instead. If an earthquake occurs, Tai Qin would lose without Wu Shuai doing anything. If any other change occurred, the situation would be unchanged. But this acid rain. Indeed, Tai Qin's ants are all inside the nest while Wu Shuai's troops are exposed to the acid rain's corrosion. Wu Shuai has started to build his nest. It is too late. This acid rain gave Tai Qin a chance for a comeback. Wu Shuai's advantage that was created by taking a risk is all gone. Tai Qin was aided by the acid rain and got past her state of complete disadvantage. Fang Yuan had to pull back his troops and build a nest to hide from the acid rain. After the acid rain, even though the armor ants appeared, no matter how many Fang Yuan enslaved, he still lost the best opportunity. But after a while, Fang Yuan used his deep soul foundation to suppress Tai Qin. he won a few small battles and accumulated enough advantage to force Tai Qin into a corner, edging towards defeat. A huge battle was about to start. Tai Qin gathered her remaining forces to resist stubbornly when suddenly an Ant Queen appeared. To subdue a wild Ant Queen, the GU Master needs to use enslavement path methods and also beat the Ant Queen with the troops until it submits. But this Ant Queen appeared in the middle of Tai Qin's forces. Fang Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how large his army was, he could not break through Tai Qin's last few defensive lines. Tai Qin gave it her all and used methods that carried backlash to herself but finally subdued the Ant Queen. Even though the Ant Queen was injured, it had a special power to allow ally ants to move faster, have higher defense, and attack more fiercely. Her overall strength increased greatly as a result. Fang Yuan's ants were not powered up, even though he had a larger army, they were all cannon fodder. After failing to take her down for a long time, Fang Yuan chose to retreat wisely. He left behind some troops to stall Tai Qin. After the first Ant Queen appears, more would follow. Soon, new Ant Queens appeared and got captured by both sides. As such, the battle between them went into a deadlock again. As the number of ants that both sides controlled increased, more ant nests were built. The battle area became dominated by both sides as their troops fought intensely. Tai Qin had a pale expression, so did Fang Yuan. However, with his rich experience, he gradually gained the upper hand. Rumble! Right when Fang Yuan was about to deal the decisive blow, an earthquake happened as Fang Yuan faced a devastating loss. Most of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Qin faced the same situation, she had fewer nests to begin with, her losses were smaller. Both sides were evenly matched again. The youngsters went into a commotion again. It happened again. Whenever she gets into a disadvantage, changes occur to help Tai Qin. Isn't Tai Qin's luck too good? It has happened 3 times already. Is someone cheating? How can that be? This area was set up by Green and Ascetic personally. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have won already. Fang Yuan's gaze turned colder. This is trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost the connection to the main body, he would not be this unlucky. The most likely possibility is that this dream realm requires me to lose. I cannot defeat Tai Qin. Thus, whenever I am about to win, a change would occur and cause me to lose my chance of victory. Then should I hold back and just lose? In usual times, he would do this to probe the situation. But now, the Dragonman clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrong, he would be giving up this test. In that case, the Dragonman clone would be trapped in the dream realm. His main body would need to take action. The main body would fight the 4 dragon generals. He would lose control of the situation. Dragon Palace would fly away. Fang Yuan's plan would end up fruitless. What should he do? Chapter 1831. Heavenly Court notices. Qin Dingling floated in the air. She had an extremely solemn expression. She had been preparing this killer move for 3 days and nights. Go! At the next moment, she burst out with a grand golden light. The light shot out like a 5-tailed peacock, chirping and spreading its wings as it flew. When this golden light reached a certain area in the sky, it exploded and scattered into countless light specks. Within the light specks, a huge tunnel was vaguely seen. Fairy Zi Wei, who was beside Qin Dingling, became shocked as she shouted, "There was really a tunnel here!" Qin Dingling was bleeding from her 7 orifices. Her body shook as her face turned pale. She went to rest. Thank you for the hard work. Duke Long was around too, evidently moved. Qin Dingling breathed deeply for a while as she sighed, too close. If I had not soul-searched Zhao Lianyun a while ago and learned some information regarding Giant Sun's all living beings' luck true inheritance, with just my own attainment, I would not have found Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements here. Duke Long snorted coldly. This Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had ill intentions. Back when he toured Heavenly Court, he already set up this hidden path. This luck path true inheritance is truly profound. Even our great Heavenly Court could not detect it. But heavens will favor our Heavenly Court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and exposed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's devious scheme. Fairy Wei breathed in deeply too. With this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created a way to enter Heavenly Court. If it activates, Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals might likely attack us directly. Indeed, that is the behavior of these Northern Plains brutes. Duke Long said. Fairy Wei's eyes shined with bright light. However, since we found this in advance, we can deal with this arrangement. We can even make use of it to ambush Northern Plains instead. This will be very helpful for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years. Qin Dingling made a huge contribution, but she still had a grim expression. She sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has 3 true inheritances of self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. In order to deal with him, I cultivated all living beings' luck alone. After so many years, I thought that I had reached his level. But today, I learned that our difference is still so immense. Fairy Wei consoled her. None of the Venerables can be assessed using common sense. Senior's luck path attainment is already Heavenly Court's blessing. It allowed us to overcome our greatest weakness. From now on, Heavenly Court also has a proper luck path true inheritance. Qin Dingling said, to guard against accidents, I have already placed my luck path true inheritance in the treasury. But the best case is to obtain Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritances. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyun saw the all-living beings' luck true inheritance in Imperial Court Blessed Land, she was too weak then and only obtained a tiny portion. That Ma Hongyun was the user of fortune rivaling heaven. He must have known more information, but Fang Yuan captured him instead. Mentioning Fang Yuan, Fairy Wei frowned. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan has not shown up for a long time. Even though we placed a lot of defense in the River of Time, Fang Yuan is nowhere to be seen. He has Myriad-Year flying warship but does not show much interest in Red Lotus true inheritance. Is it because we cannot detect his traces or? Mentioning Red Lotus true inheritance, Duke Long frowned too. He said, let's make the worst-case assumption. We will treat it as if Fang Yuan has already obtained Red Lotus true inheritance. To subdue Fang Yuan, in my opinion, the focus is still on Guu Fangzheng. Qin Dingling smiled. Different from the previous life, Guu Fangding received a great amount of attention. He was already a significant figure to Duke Long and Fairy Wei. Through Heavenly Court's arrangements and a great deal of resources, Guu Fangzheng's strength was also improving rapidly. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. 3 desolate beasts became slower as they eventually froze and fell on the ground, grunting. The victor, Guu Fangzheng, floated in the air, looking at the 3 desolate beasts lying below him as his robe remained clean and untouched. Blood path killer moves are truly powerful. Zhao Lianyun was standing beside him as they fought together. Fangzheng cupped his fists. It was all thanks to your help, Fairy. Otherwise, why would I get so many opportunities to fight in real combat? Zhao Lianyun smiled. We both have a common goal. We should work together, right? Similar to the previous life, Zhao Lianyun also took the initiative to befriend Fangzheng. Zhao Lianyun loved Ma Hongyun, but he was killed by Fang Yuan. Even though he died, the soul remained. There was a chance of reviving him. Heavenly Court follows the will of heaven. They do not want to revive Hongyun. After all, if he revives, wouldn't that defy fate? Even though I am Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, Heavenly Court only treats me as a pawn. They only want to make use of me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Dingling soul searched me. That is the best evidence. In this aspect, Fangzheng and I are similar. We are both pawns, but Heavenly Court places greater importance on Fangring. Thus, if I want to revive Hongyun, I can only rely on myself. I need to find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyun made her own plans. Zhao Lianyun knew her own situation. Fangzheng was also no longer ignorant. After his experiences, he knew his own situation and why Zhao Lianyun was acting like this to befriend him. Fangzheng did not dislike Zhao Lianyun. They were in similar situations. He felt a sense of empathy towards her. As the two spoke, Guu Fangzheng kept the 3 desolate beasts in his immortal aperture. The 3 desolate beasts did not die. After he familiarized himself with Blood Turns Cold, he was now able to use it effectively to capture enemies. Fangding had put a lot of effort into this killer move indeed. Originally, Fairy Wei planned to nurture Fang through closed cultivation. But after Qin Dingling awakened, she told her to change this plan. Therefore, Guu Fang took the sect mission and came to suppress the 3 desolate beasts causing chaos. The mission was completed now. Fang was planning to collect all his loot and return to Fei Mountain. But to think that within the desolate beast's cave, there was a secret tunnel. To prevent the desolate beast cubs from remaining in the tunnel, Zhao Lianyun and Fang decided to fly into the tunnel after a discussion. The result was surprising to both of them. This tunnel was incredibly long. As they continued to fly downwards, the tunnel became wider. It could basically fit a mountain. This should be an earth trench. The 3 desolate beasts we caught should have nothing to do with the earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fang nodded, but he had his suspicions. I guess that too, but this earth trench is too strange. Normally speaking, it should be filled with vitality. Beasts and plants should be everywhere, but after we flew for so long, we saw no life forms. This earth trench is not simple. We should explore it deeper. Zhao Lianyun wanted to return, but hearing Fang Zheng's words, she followed him as they went down. Oh, there is a blessed land here. Not long after, Fang Zheng found something strange. Next, Zhao Lianyun also found out. She gasped, this blessed land is undergoing tribulation. The blessed land got damaged and a loophole formed, causing it to be exposed to the outside world. It is so coincidental that we came at this exact moment. Otherwise, if the blessed land's entrance is shut, even if it were right in front of us, we would not be able to notice it. Let's go in and see. Fang Deng was slightly excited as he spoke. Since this was a blessed land, there might be a Gu immortal inheritance here. After all, blessed lands were created from immortal apertures of Gu immortals. The 2 easily got into the blessed land. It was facing a grand tribulation now as chaos ensued. Strange, the people here are really strange. Are they the extinct beast men? Looking at the situation, there should be no Gu immortals here. Zhao Lianyun and Fang Deng discussed for a while. They decided to help. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. They had powerful methods and they soon calmed the situation. The people who survived in the blessed land knelt to the 2 immortals as they expressed their gratitude. Fang Deng asked and found out that these people in the blessed land were not humans, they were Dragonmen. Dragonman, what variant human race is this? I have never heard of it. Fang Deng was confused. Zhao Lianyun had become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House for quite some time. She quickly frowned as she said, Dragonman is a variant human race, but we are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fang Deng were pawns of Heavenly Court. They seemed to be moving freely, but Heavenly Court definitely had methods to watch them. As expected, Gu immortals descended soon after. 2 female immortals. Fang Deng and Zhao Lianyun knew them. They were Fairy Wei and Qin Dingling. Fang Deng did not understand. This blessed land is so ordinary. It is not outstanding. Why did these 2 great experts come here? Qin Dingling and Fairy Wei were in a good mood. It was evident from their facial expressions. Fang Deng, you made a huge contribution again. Good work. Your job here is done. You can leave now. Qin Dingling smiled as she sent Fang Deng and Zhao Lianyun away. Fang Deng and Zhao Lianyun had to obey her as they flew back to their respective sects. A moment later, Fairy Wei obtained the information she needed. This blessed land belongs to Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it was hidden for so long. Even Lord Duke Long was deceived. The Dragonmen in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's bloodline descendants. There are pure Dragonmen and also Dragonman human mixed bloods. These Dragonmen are not important, but this blessed land hides the clues to Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you were right. Fang Deng is truly our lucky star. Fairy Wei had a joyful tone. Because one of the creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. Heavenly Court had been looking for Dragon Palace, but progress was slow. Now that they obtained this important clue, as long as they solved it, with Heavenly Court's efforts, they would be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Fang Deng is the arrangement of heaven's will to deal with Fang Yuan. Since he found this blessed land and exposed Dragon Palace, it means that Fang Yuan must be trying to obtain Dragon Palace himself. Fairy Zi Wei heard this and did not dare to waste time. She quickly went back to Heavenly Court to make her deductions. Chapter 1832. Changing Duke Long's Luck. The Dragonman clone manipulated the ant army as it charged forward. There were thousands of black ants moving in a tight formation. Among them, armor ants paved the way at the front while arrow ants stayed at the rear. The ant queen was well protected in the middle. At the very end of the army were cannon ants. They were bulky and moved slowly. In front of Dragonman clone, Tai Chin was similarly controlling her and army. "Senior brother, here I come!" The yellow eyebrows girl shouted as her army pressed forward, attacking Fang Yuan's troops. Fang Yuan quickly willed as he stabilized his formation, defending with the armor ants while attacking with the cannon ants. Tai Chin controlled mainly spear ants and sprint ants. They were very offensive in nature. Fang Yuan smiled secretly to himself. Ever since the disciple ceremony of green ant ascetic, Tai Chin was motivated due to the defeat against me. She changed her cautious attitude in battle and became very aggressive, often choosing to attack first. At this time, two groups of sprint ants encircled him from the left and right. Tai Chin's tactic was very clear. She wanted to use the sprint ant speed to rapidly attack Fang Yuan's cannon ants. Cannon ants had powerful long-range attacks that could kill many spear ants in a frontal battle. But it moved slowly and had weak defense. If the two groups of sprint ants got close and attacked, it would definitely get killed. This is an appropriate tactic. However, since I moved in this formation, why would I not anticipate this weakness in the formation? "Oh, junior sister." Fang Yuan smiled at the girl in front of him. "Then let's fight, senior brother." The yellow eyebrows girl shouted. Her eyes shined with bright light as she exerted her full force. As the sprint ants moved closer, Fang Yuan's entire ant army retreated, encircling the cannon ants at the back. The entire process was fluid and smooth. Tai Chin saw this and her eyes widened as she sighed with a cute expression. "So amazing. Senior brother, you are able to control all of the ants at the same time. You have already mastered our master's ant thought killer move." Fang Yuan smiled as he nodded. Tai Chin gritted her teeth. "Even so, I will not give up easily. Senior brother, I will take down your frontal troops." It turned out that in order to retreat, Fang Yuan left his armor ants at the front lines, blocking Tai Chin's spear ants. Fang Yuan's ant army retreated successfully, but they were separated from the armor ants in the process. The armor ants did not last long. They were quickly wiped out by the spear ants, which had greater numbers. Spear ants moved like the tides, pressing forward. Fang Yuan had already prepared his arrow ants at the most outer layer. They continued to shoot out their arrows. At the same time, cannon ants flew into the sky and blasted the spear ant army, killing many of them in the process. Due to Fang Yuan's barrage of attacks, Tai Chin finally lost as her ant army got obliterated. Sigh. "I lost again, senior brother, you are really amazing." The girl let out a breath of turbid air as she looked at Fang Yuan with a glimmering gaze. There was a faint blush on her face. Fang Yuan saw this and understood why. 3 scenes had passed since Green and Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony. Thinking back, Fang Yuan still felt some lingering fear. In the scene of the disciple recruitment ceremony, no matter what advantages he had, accidents would occur to erase them rapidly. Fang Yuan did not surrender. He considered his options and chose to keep a stalemate, preventing the yellow eyebrows girl from winning. Eventually, they ended in a draw after reaching the limits of a GU master. Green and Ascetic appeared to stop them and took both of them as disciples. The reason was that Green and Ascetic chose his disciple using ant manipulation on the surface, but he had his own intentions to test the nature of the GU master and how long they could persevere. If Fang Yuan admitted defeat, he would not meet this criteria. The Dream Realm exploration would fail. Thus, to pass the ceremony, he could not win or lose. It had to be a draw. After that hurdle, in the following few scenes, Green and Ascetic imparted his knowledge to them. Fang Yuan gained many GU worms and his main opponent was this junior sister Tai Chin. Tai Chin had never won a single time when she sparred against Fang Yuan. Initially, she was not convinced, but gradually, she admitted her inferiority and even had some sort of affection brewing that she was unclear of. Great, it seems that the clone is making good progress in the dream realm. Fang Yuan observed his Dragonman clone's luck as he spoke. This purple dragon luck had expanded in size by several times, its surrounding black cloud luck had shrunken by 30%. At the same time, the azure-purple chi produced from the black clouds became denser and thicker. But at this time, blood-red light flew over from the west. This blood-red light was huge, it floated above the purple dragon's head but did not merge with the black cloud luck. Within the blood-red light, there were the vague figures of a golden phoenix and a divine dragon. They had an incredible and threatening aura. What is going on? What changes are occurring? Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly deduced. This bloodlight luck is more than 10 times the size of the original one. It is coming from the west. West from Eastern Sea is either Western Desert or Central Continent. The bloodlight luck has not attacked yet, showing that now is not the time for its move. It is so big, it should be from Central Continent's Heavenly Court. How did Heavenly Court find their way here? In the previous life, they did not come here at this time. Is it the ink effect from my rebirth? Fang Yuan lacked information, but he deduced many possibilities. He was not shocked, in fact, he had plans against this. Because Heavenly Court was his biggest enemy all along. Heavenly Court. In Central Great Hall. Fairy Sea Wei stopped her actions as joy flashed on her face. I deduced it after all. She grasped the location of Immortal GU House Dragon Palace. This was because Heavenly Court had been sending people to secretly investigate the 5 regions to search for Dragon Palace all along. Even though progress was slow, after years of accumulation, they were close to success. In the previous life, Heavenly Court found its own way to Dragon Palace. This time, with a critical clue, their accumulation led to great results. They quickly found success. Fairy Zi Wei quickly told Duke Long and Qin Dingling about this news. Dragon Palace needs to be retrieved. This is my karma, let me go and take it back. Duke Long took the responsibility for this matter. Fairy Zi Wei immediately felt at ease. With Lord Duke Long taking action, we will definitely succeed. At this time, Fairy Zi Wei's expression changed. She received some information. Oh no, myriad-year flying warship has appeared in the River of Time. Fang Yuan is taking action again. Coincidentally at this time. Qin Dingling frowned. This is too coincidental. Let me take a look at both of your luck. Fairy Zi Wei and Duke Long did not reject her. Qin Dingling first looked at Duke Long. His luck was in a dragon shape. It looked like a flaming cloud. The old dragon lowered its head as it coiled its body, about to fall asleep. This was a sign that Duke Long's lifespan was ending. Qin Dingling grunted as she observed closely, seeing that the scales on the old dragon's body were turning blood red. Its dragon head became more wrinkled as it showed an upside-down mountain character. This symbolized failure. Qin Dingling was shocked. There exists a person in this world that can make Duke Long fail. At this moment, her vision turned blood red. Her luck inspection killer move was forced to stop. The backlash caused Qin Dingling to cough out a mouthful of blood. Senior Qin. Fairy Zi Wei quickly went to support Qin Dingling. After standing firmly with her eyes still bleeding uncontrollably, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly while having temporary blindness. Senior Duke Long, you are truly powerful. Your Dao marks are too numerous. My luck inspection killer move could only take a glimpse. Even though Qin Dingling had a rank 8 level luck inspection method, the actual use of it depended on the target. In Duke Long's case, his Dao marks far exceed the peak of rank 8. He also had defensive killer moves in the form of dragon markings. They activated earlier. It was tough on you. Duke Long asked, how is the result? Qin Dingling shook her head with a worrisome expression. Not good. Senior Duke Long will face an intense battle if he goes. There is a chance of failure. How can this be? Fairy Zi Wei was shocked. This is not unimaginable. Duke Long shook his head. The world is vast and unpredictable. The River of Time moves endlessly throughout time. Humans are merely a tiny segment of this. This is quite interesting. I am curious to know what can make me fail. Qin Dingling added, luck is a variable. This only hints that Senior Duke Long has a chance of failure in this trip. But it is not a problem. I cultivate all living beings' luck. I can use luck path methods to amplify or change your luck, Senior Duke Long. However, I need a few days. Okay, I will wait for a few days then. Duke Long thought about it and made his decision. Chapter 1833. Sea Ancestor. Senior brother, was the dinner I made yesterday delicious? After Green and Ascetic's lesson, junior sister Tai Chin came to Fang Yuan and asked him in anticipation. Fang Yuan smiled. It was really not bad. To think that junior sister had such talent. You will definitely make a good wife in the future. I wonder who would be so fortunate as to become your husband. Senior brother, you are making fun of me again. Tai Chin's face turned red as an apple as she spoke in a soft tone. If senior brother likes it, I will make more for you. Sure, then I will be happy to eat it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. At this time, a Dragonman Gu Immortal appeared. My son. Father, why are you here? Fang Yuan was a little surprised. Oh, hello Uncle Wu. Tai Chin quickly greeted nervously. The Dragonman Gu Immortal nodded at the young girl, smiling. You are Tai Chin, right? My son has mentioned you many times in his letters. This is a small gift from me, do accept it. Ah, no I cannot. Tai Chin wanted to reject it but Fang Yuan received it for her, putting it in her palm and forcing her to keep it. Take it, my father has come for important businesses. Our lesson today has to end here. Fang Yuan apologized. Ah, it is not a problem, no problem at all. Tai Chin quickly waved her hand and thanked the Gu Immortal before respectfully taking her leave. Such a pure and innocent girl, my son, are you interested? Seeing that Tai Chin had left, the Dragonman Gu Immortal joked. Fang Yuan smiled as he thought, the dream realm has changed again. He spoke cautiously, Father, don't you understand me well enough? Ha ha ha. The Dragonman Gu Immortal laughed loudly as he patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. I came here for important businesses indeed. The daughter of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, Shu Juling, has reached the age of 16 and is holding a contest to find her husband. Any remarkable young man can participate. I want you to join it. Oh. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He knew about the matter of Shu Juling. In the earlier scene, Tai Chin had mentioned it while they were chatting. Shu Juling originally loved Gu Immortal Fan Ji. She was impregnated with his child but he refused to marry her, constantly giving excuses. In the end, Shu Juling finally understood Fan Ji's true nature. She felt extremely hurt. She stayed locked up within the residence of her mother, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, never going out. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had rank 8 cultivation level. She owned the Immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. She was a leader of Central Continent's lone cultivators. As a mother, seeing that her daughter was in such a state, she became furious. She wanted to find that heartless man and settle the score with him. But Fan Ji was the last disciple of Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder Collating. He was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal with no children but many disciples. His most beloved disciple was the final and youngest one, Fan Ji. He treated him like a son. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not act rashly against him. She had to approach Collating and seek an answer. Thus, Collating brought his beloved disciple Fan Ji to Calligraphy Pavilion as they negotiated. But something happened during this. Not only did they not have an agreement, they even fought. After Collating and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady fought for a few rounds, they stopped. Fan Ji and Shu Juling became complete enemies as Shu Juling said in a rage, threatening Fan Ji, "Don't regret this, you don't want me, but there are countless in this world who do." Fan Ji smiled coldly, "I came here to negotiate with you but you're going too far. I want to see who has the guts to interfere in this. I want to see who has the passion to be with you even though this child is in your womb." Shu Juling fainted from anger on the spot. As her mother, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady definitely had to back up her daughter. After Shu Juling woke up, she wanted to arrange an open competition to find a husband. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not convince her daughter. She also felt that maybe someone else could give her daughter happiness. Even if her daughter does not like him, this event can distract her and lift her from depression and constant thoughts of suicide. Tai Qin had said it with excitement and joy. She was delighted and treated this as a joke. Fang Yuan laughed then, but now, he could not laugh anymore. He thought, the Dragonman race wants to be independent and strong, they have a strong ambition. This is a good chance indeed. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is a rank 8 lone immortal who is going against Black Heaven Temple. If I can become the son-in-law of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, with this relationship, I can lead her over to the side of my Dragonman race. As for Xu Juling's appearance, personality, and the baby in her womb, they were not a concern. Fang Yuan did not care. Compared to ambitions, so what if he had to make sacrifices? Normally, only people who were able to endure things that were absurd could create unimaginable achievements that normal people could not do. But junior sister Tai Qin's affection towards me is growing. If I do that, I will be letting her down. This girl will be very upset. Fang Yuan felt a sense of guilt in his heart. But immediately, he jolted in his heart as he realized, no wait, what happened to me? This is the dream realm. I am Fang Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why am I feeling guilt? What a powerful dream realm. It actually affected my emotions. The last few scenes of the dream realm were very stable and safe, but it was subtly trying to influence me. I was actually affected. That was close. If he had cold sweat, it would have formed on Fang Yuan's forehead already. But he was in the dream realm. Normally speaking, when Fang Yuan explores dream realms, his body would be outside while his soul enters. He would often travel between inside and outside. There was a clear differentiation. But now, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone went in with both body and soul. He explored it continuously for days. He was immersed in it. Even though Fang Yuan regained his clarity now and knew reality and dream, his emotions were actually affected earlier. This was a forewarning of danger. When exploring dream realms, the worst case was getting immersed in it and dissociating from reality. Emotions were the most powerful tool. Once they were affected, all sorts of feelings would emerge. Fang Yuan would be trapped in quicksand, falling deeper and deeper until he got devoured by the dream realm. The Dragonman Gu Immortal observed Fang Yuan's expression for a while before nodding in satisfaction. My son, you are truly unaffected by the restraints of love and affection. I will go and meet Green and Ascetic now, to tell him about this matter and get approval for a leave of absence for you. I will follow father's arrangements. Fang Yuan quickly said. River of Time. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions occurred as waves of river water shot out. Swoosh! A flying boat was riding on this huge wave, flying with lightning speed resembling a silver ray of light. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, 5 immortal GU houses chased relentlessly. Within Myriad Year Flying Warship, Bai Ning Bing and the rest went to their stations and fought with tense emotions. This heavenly court is truly rich. They managed to rebuild present and past pavilion as well as eternal yacht. Not just that, they also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal GU house. Heavenly Court is truly the #1 force in the world. Their foundation is shocking. Bai Ning Bing and the rest did not recognize Heavenly Court's moment stage. In order to construct this time path immortal GU house, Fairy Ziwei had taken out the core immortal GU of Million Heavenly King Gallery in Heavenly Court. Forget about the other 4 immortal GU houses, but this moment stage was a rank 8 immortal GU house. And there was rank 8 time path GU immortal GU Liu Ru inside moment stage. As Myriad Year Flying Warship fought against moment stage, the other 4 rank 7 immortal GU houses were not idling, because the situation now was quite different. Bai Ning Bing's side could only fight while moving away. No worries, we have advantage in luck. We can use the River of Time's complex environment to cause damage to Heavenly Court. That's right, after we weaken them sufficiently, we will counterattack. A few days later. Heavenly Court. Duke Long was ready to move out. Qin Dingling, who had a pale face, and Fairy Ziwei sent him off. After changing Duke Long's luck, Qin Dingling's condition was bad. She could not accompany him or join the fight in the River of Time. She could only recuperate in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had to stay in Heavenly Court to oversee the situation and prevent Longevity Heaven from launching a sneak attack. The immortal GU house battle in the River of Time has gone on for a few days, but Fang Yuan has not shown up. With Feng Juji's Dao Guardian luck, we can make up for the weakness in luck, thus, we have the upper hand now. This Fang Yuan should not be underestimated. Zi Wei, pay more attention to him. Duke Long said with deep care and concern. Yes. Fairy Zi Wei had a solemn expression. Fang Zheng is ready now. He is inside Immortal Crane Sect's Pine Crane Pavilion. He is already on the route of Lord Duke Long's journey. Good. Duke Long nodded as he turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi, vanishing on the spot. Fang Yuan inspected his clone's luck again. The Dragonman clone's purple dragon luck expanded by several times again. It was energetic and lively, moving casually within the black clouds. Half of the black cloud was already an azure purple color. This showed that the chances of Fang Yuan becoming the Dragon Palace Lord was much higher now. However, at the top of this black cloud luck, a huge bloodlight luck was already pressing down. It was very close. Within the bloodlight luck, the golden phoenix phantom was gone, only the purple dragon figure was left. It was huge and menacing. Compared to the bloodlight luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Fang Yuan had his realization. Oh? He's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with bright light. He saw that in immemorial white heaven, an immortal GU house flew closer. It was Immortal Crane Sect's Pine Crane Pavilion. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his battlefield killer move. This Chi Path battlefield had been prepared for a long time. It had been waiting for this moment. What? Within Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Zheng was deeply shocked as his vision warped greatly. He became trapped instantly. An enemy has ambushed me. But I have Pine Crane Pavilion, thankfully, Hua. Fang Zheng's expression was filled with shock and fear. Boundless Chi currents shot out like arrows, gathering towards Pine Crane Pavilion in an immeasurable number. The terrifying might made Fang Zheng's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move. Fang Zheng turned pale instantly. Pine Crane Pavilion was just a rank 6 immortal GU house. How could it block such an attack? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet with Fang Zheng. He only followed secretly and instructed Fang Zheng to head towards Eastern Sea using Pine Crane Pavilion. This was also Qin Dingling's suggestion. Giving Fang Zheng some freedom would cause disturbance towards Fang Yuan naturally. But Fang Zheng moved with peace and serenity until this moment when he met his foe. Without Duke Long, he would die without doubt. Duke Long pushed with his palms as the surrounding chi currents broke apart and crumbled. Who is it? Come out! Duke Long shouted. I am Sea Ancestor. Fang Yuan revealed himself, but he had a different appearance now. Chapter 1834. Fang Yuan fights Duke Long. He knew Duke Long's identity. In fact, they had met before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would have died already. With him around, I should be safe. Fang Zheng no longer felt fear. He was assured. He knew what kind of person Duke Long was. This was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Fang Zheng took another look at the person who almost took his life, Sea Ancestor. This old man wore a white robe, his sleeves fluttered in the air, his long white beard drooped to his feet. He had a solemn expression and grand aura. The clouds floated quietly around him, giving him an immortal-like disposition. Fang Zheng could not recognize this as Fang Yuan's disguise. He was curious about the old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not any of the known rank 8 great experts of Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not just him, even Duke Long was curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources among the 5 regions. It was normal to have a hidden rank 8 cultivator. Immediately, Duke Long smiled. Sea Ancestor, as a rank 8, it is fine to call yourself an ancestor. But calling yourself Sea in front of me, you are simply too arrogant. Fang Zheng heard this and had a thought. That's right, Lord Duke Long primarily cultivates Chi Path, followed by Transformation Path. He is a rare dual cultivator. This rank 8 Eastern Sea old man also cultivates Chi Path, but but he is going against Lord Duke Long he. Fang Zheng felt a little sympathy for Sea Ancestor. At this time, he heard Duke Long's voice. You have clear ill intentions. Tell me, what is your motive for staying here and ambushing us? What is your relationship with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He thought, how did he link my identity to Fang Yuan in this situation? On the surface, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of Eastern Sea. I do not bother people who do not offend me, but your heavenly court is too ambitious. You seek to take over all 5 regions and unify the world. In the future, you will look for trouble with me and attempt to kill me. Duke Long frowned slightly. He retorted, Sea Ancestor, you must have been deceived by that demon Fang Yuan. We have no grudges with each other. This is our first encounter. Why would we attack you? That demon Fang Yuan is crafty and likes to sow discord. You must not trust him blindly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I did not believe him at first, but this Fang Yuan pointed out many of my secrets. He gave concrete evidence. He is someone from the future. Should I believe him or you? Duke Long's frown became even deeper. Fang Yuan's accusation was quite shameless. If he targeted Heavenly Court's past or current actions, Duke Long could retort with evidence. But talking about Heavenly Court's future actions, Duke Long had nothing to say. Even he was uncertain himself. In fact, even Duke Long had his own interpretation. How can a rank 8 GU immortal be so easily deceived? Since Fang Yuan convinced this Sea Ancestor to obstruct Heavenly Court, in the future, it is likely that we really went ahead to attack him. In that case, there is no point in talking. Duke Long sighed as he thought about his mission to retrieve Dragon Palace, yet faced obstruction here. Sea Ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Fang Yuan was likely going after Dragon Palace now. I need to settle this battle quickly. Duke Long's eyes flashed with resolution. Fang Yuan managed to deceive him after all. This was not just because of Fang Yuan's modified familiar face killer move that was now compatible with his Chi path methods. Most importantly, Sea Ancestor was emitting a genuine rank 8 aura now. Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan was a rank 7 GU immortal. Not just Duke Long, the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Wei and the entire Heavenly Court, in fact, the entire world, had the same thought. Different from the previous life, right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret was not exposed yet. Fang Yuan had defended this secret very well. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long made up his mind. He wasted no time as he attacked with no hesitation. This was a Transformation Path Killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Fang Zheng, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped to think that Duke Long was the first to attack, and he even launched a sneak attack. Even though Sea Ancestor got hit by the attack, he turned into cloud fog as he faded away. Fang Yuan was guarded against Duke Long from the start, because this was his immortal battlefield. It was easy for him to dodge it. Duke Long's expression did not change. The attack earlier was just a test. Now that he probed it, this was truly a Chi path battlefield. Transformation path methods were greatly restricted here. In that case, he would use different methods. Duke Long did not turn around. He directly pointed behind him. Air currents moved as a layer of bubbles quickly surrounded Pine Crane Pavilion, protecting it. Thank you, Lord Duke Long. Fang Zheng did not dare to wait. He quickly thanked him. Duke Long did not pay attention to him as he used another killer move. After a while, he pushed with his palms as multiple Chi dragons emerged. The half-transparent Chi dragon moved rapidly. Once it finds Fang Yuan's location, it would attack on its own. Lord Duke Long is truly not an ordinary rank 8 GU immortal. Fang Zheng saw these Chi dragons, which were all over 100 feet long. They were majestic and grand. He could not help but praise. But at this moment, Duke Long raised his head, his eyes shining with a sharp light. What sound is that? Fang Zheng also heard the loud sound as he raised his head to look. At the next moment, his mouth opened wide as his pupils shrunk. He saw that a grand blade Chi that was 1,000 feet long, thick and wide, resembling a deity's war blade, slammed down with a force that sought to cut this world into two. The blade chi was vast and grand, it created gusts of wind and rumbling thunder. Fang Zheng was shell-shocked. He was like a tiny ant. Those majestic chi dragons from earlier looked like earthworms or snakes now. At the crucial moment, Duke Long shouted and used his killer move. Chi Wall. Chi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Chi Path, but the method that Duke Long used now was not simple. He used a consecutive move, using Chi Wall 3 times. The Chi Wall first had one layer. Before it expanded twice, it became thicker and tougher. It was the fusion of 3 Chi Walls. Boom! The blade Chi landed on the Chi Wall, causing a thunderous sound that exploded intensely. Even though he was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Gung's vision still turned dark as he felt dizzy. His ears were bleeding as blood flowed out. The Chi Wall collapsed while the blade Chi dispersed to a large extent. The remaining portion was not able to do any threatening damage. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a small raft. It shook intensely from the aftershock, constantly shaking. Fang Veng took a lot of effort to stabilize the immortal GU house as his face turned pale. He was breathing roughly in a pathetic state. How can this Eastern Sea GU immortal be so strong? Fang Veng was still completely dumbfounded. His sense of safety from earlier had been completely erased. Duke Long was unscathed, but his expression was solemn. He no longer had a relaxed mood. He raised his head to look at Fang Yuan, who was high up in the sky. They were quite far apart. The blade Chi earlier had an obvious aura. Fang Yuan's location was naturally exposed now. Duke Long rose in altitude as he said to Fang Yuan, "That is a powerful blade Chi. Even though it is not elaborate, it has a lot of raw power. But how many times can you use this move?" Fang Yuan smiled. He was calm and composed. The killer move earlier had too much power. Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan had activated it after a long period of preparation. This was quite an obvious thought, but he had no idea that Fang Yuan was a special exception. "Oh, you mean this?" "It was just a casual attack." Saying so, Fang Yuan pointed his index finger at Pine Crane Pavilion as he tapped. Boom! A grand blade Chi gathered and shot out again with imposing might. Fang Yuan tapped his finger again. Boom! Another blade Chi with vast power followed after the attack from earlier with might that could split heaven and earth. Fang Yuan tapped his finger again. Boom! The third blade Chi shot out with the same power. In fact, it was even larger than the ones before. Fang Deng's body froze on the spot. He was dumbfounded. This? Duke Long was also deeply shocked. The enemy's blade Chi killer move was very easily used. It was as simple as drinking water. But how could this be possible? Of course it was possible. Fang Yuan had a lot of Chi Path Dao marks. It was more than 1,000,000. Adding in the Chi Path Battlefield's amplification, it was reasonable that it reached this stage. Duke Long also had Chi Path Dao marks, but the numbers were only 30% of Fang Yuan's Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan's blade Chi killer move needed 3 Chi walls to block. He has such immense battle strength. To think that Eastern Sea contained such a character. Interesting. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. His battle intent was completely drawn out. He looked over. Those 3 blade Chi were approaching rapidly with an unstoppable might. It has been so long since I've last had a challenging battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply before his overwhelming aura burst out in all directions. Dragon roars were heard as he charged directly towards the blade Chi. While Fang Yuan and Duke Long engaged in fierce combat, the dream realm in the sea was quiet and tranquil. "Junior sister, be careful. I've prepared this move for a long time." The Dragonman clone smiled as he spoke. The yellow eyebrows girl Tai Chin smiled delicately. "Brother Shuai, go ahead, I am ready." "Good." Dragonman clone waved his hand as the ant army flew, creating a golden river that crashed towards Tai Chin. Tai Chin also waved her hand. Flying ants appeared from the ground and moved like a river as well, retaliating. The two ant groups met in the sky, but they did not fight. Instead, they fused together with no casualties. The ant groups merged completely in the sky. They were an entity now. Under the golden light, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone looked at Tai Chin with a sincere gaze. Tai Chin also looked at him bravely. Her face was flushing, but her eyes could not hide the affection that she had. Junior sister. Senior brother. The two walked closer and felt deep love for each other. The ant army flew around them and danced in joy. A moment later, it was time to separate. Junior sister, I need to go. Sigh, I want to be with you forever, but I cannot defy my father. I have a family now. It has been hard on you these years. The Dragonman clone kissed Tai Chin goodbye. Tai Chin shook her head. No, it has not been tough. Senior brother, you are forced to do this, while I had chosen this of my own accord. I will always be here. You can come anytime. I will be around. When Dragonman clone returned to Calligraphy Pavilion, it was already midnight. The moon was bright in the sky. He looked at the pavilion at the peak of the mountain as he felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. At this time, from the shadows, a Dragonman GU Immortal secretly flew up and met with Dragonman clone. Brother, when you were not around, sister-in-law went to meet with that Fan G again in secret. The Dragonman GU Immortal reported with displeasure on his face. HMPH, this slut. The Dragonman clone had a grim expression. At this moment, an intense rage emerged in his heart. Chapter 1835. Snapped in two. He blinked and subconsciously touched his forehead. He did not feel any cold sweat. Instead, he could feel a pair of warm coral-like dragon horns. He felt a deep chill in his heart. Brother, what do we do now? The Dragonman GU Immortal informant asked again. Fang Yuan looked at him. This Dragonman GU Immortal still had a trace of his appearance in his youthful days. It was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become the disciple of Green and Ascetic, but had failed. But this person had enough talent and aptitude. Due to the Dragonman race's diligence, they were highly united compared to the humans. They rarely had internal strife. This allowed all of the Dragonman young geniuses to grow properly, especially geniuses like Huang Wei. They were nurtured intensely. Fang Yuan's character, Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and wanted to befriend him. Due to a coincidence, Wu Shuai saved Huang Wei's life and they ended up becoming sworn brothers. A few scenes of the Dream Realm made rapid progress in terms of time. Fang Yuan was already a GU Immortal now. Fang Yuan thought about it as he snorted coldly. A little impatience will spoil great plans. We will continue to pretend we don't know this as always. This Xu Juling had once been pregnant with Fan Ji's child. She got abandoned and in a fit of anger, chose to have a competition to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders and became the husband of Xu Juling as they wanted to create a relationship with Central Continent's Rank 8 Lone Immortal Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Honestly speaking, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady played a significant role in Wu Shuai's ascension to become a GU Immortal. She provided lots of resources. But Xu Juling still could not stop thinking of Fan Ji even after giving birth to her son. After some time, Fan Ji was also reminiscing about Xu Juling. He decided to approach her again. Xu Juling could not control herself. She kept in contact with Fan Ji. They met with each other countless times. It almost became an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai becoming her husband already made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's GU Immortal world. Now, it was only worse. Ordinary GU Immortals who had a weak nature would not care, but Wu Shuai was a heroic genius with great aptitude. It was not easy for someone like him to endure this. The higher my cultivation level, the more easily I will succumb to this dream realm. After staying in this dream realm for so long, I've almost thought that I was Wu Shuai myself. Or maybe, this is the true test of Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's clone had a burst of inspiration. He realized the truth. This dream realm was the test for Dragon Palace's inheritor. It did not just test their personality, because choices in the dream realm might not necessarily reflect one's true intentions. The dream realm was not just testing him, it was also creating an inheritor. Even if a person was unsuitable, as long as they passed the dream realm, after such a long period of brainwashing, the GU Immortal would emerge as someone who hated Heavenly Court and loved Dragonmen. They might even become like Wu Shuai, taking on the responsibility of the uprising of the Dragonman race. It is possible that those for Eastern Sea Rank 8s tried to explore this dream realm but failed. In this process, their minds were warped and turned into dragon generals. What do I do? I have already started to succumb to it. It is not easy to stay awake. The more I explore this, the worse the situation becomes. If I fail, I will become a dragon general. If I win, I will be modified into the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might not even be my priority anymore. I will solely want to revitalize the Dragonman race. Fang Yuan's clone felt his heart turning cold as he realized this. Regardless of success or failure, neither result was favorable to him. And the scariest thing was, even if he wanted to leave now, it was impossible. The main body had no idea this was the situation. No information could be transmitted out of this dream realm. I had actually fallen into the trap of this immortal GU House Dragon Palace. Noticing this, Fang Yuan's clone did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of the previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ning being able to control Dragon Palace and become the owner of Dragon Palace in my previous life? Fang Yuan had never been able to deduce the truth behind this. In the previous life, Duke Long had taken away Dragon Palace, but he did not pass the Dream Realm test. Afterwards, it became Bai Ningbing's possession for some reason. This means that Duke Long did not truly obtain Dragon Palace, he only suppressed it forcefully. But even if he only suppressed it, how could he not know it himself? If he knew, why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of Heavenly Court, which was a safer location? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path immortal GU house. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zongsheng had also participated. It was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. Thus, this means that Duke Long was trying to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongsheng. In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zongsheng but turned against Heavenly Court. Bai Ningbing should have no time to explore the Dream Realms. Even if she does, she has no ability to explore these Dream Realms. However, because the Dream Realms were taken away by Heavenly Court, Bai Ningbing became a lucky winner. The Dragonman clone shook his head. After considering all this, his brain started to hurt. There was too little information. He could not figure out the truth of the matter. Currently, I need to stall for time until my main body notices this problem and saves me. The Dragonman clone did not know the situation outside. Fang Yuan's main body was currently fighting intensely against Duke Long. In this current situation, if he aggressively explores the Dream Realm, he would definitely be brainwashed. He would succumb to this dream and be unable to wake up. If he fails, he will become a Dragon General. If he succeeds, he will become the Dragon Palace Lord but would betray the main body. His personality, values, and life goals would all change. Neither one was what he wanted. Immemorial White Heaven. Chi Path Battlefield. Boom! An intense explosion whipped up a strong shockwave. Air current surged, blowing towards the entire world. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat that swayed helplessly in this tsunami. It would break apart at any moment. Fang Zheng was completely dizzy inside. His face was pale without any trace of liveliness. I am a GU immortal, but I am not even qualified to watch this battle. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died without a proper corpse already. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Fang Zheng felt admiration and gratitude. After such a long battle, Duke Long was still energetic as he stood straight. His dragon scales shined brightly in the light, but his dragon eyes were blazing with anger. Sea Ancestor, you are such a powerful expert, but you choose to attack the weak. You truly do not possess the disposition of a great expert. Fang Yuan laughed. Attacking the enemy's weakness is a righteous path tactic that just happens to be my style of fighting. Furthermore, I am very curious. Who is inside this immortal GU house? Why are you, Duke Long, protecting them time and time again? Fang Zheng did not know that Sea Ancestor was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also unaware that his brother GU Fang Zheng was inside Pine Crane Pavilion. Even though these brothers were meeting, they did not know each other's identity. And similar to the battle in the previous life, Fang Yuan also sensed acutely that the person inside this Pine Crane Pavilion was harmful to him. Fang Yuan attacked many times. Pine Crane Pavilion was within the range of his attacks. And because this was Fang Yuan's domain, fog spread out and concealed his true self, allowing him to use killer moves with ease. Duke Long was kept in a passive spot. he defended more than he attacked. Fang Yuan suppressed him for now. But at this moment, waves of dragon roars resounded within the dense fog. What's going on? Fang Yuan was bewildered. Following the waves of dragon roars, clouds started to gather and turned into giant dragon chi currents. Spiral currents continued to form and expand. They were like the undercurrents of the sea, splitting up the battlefield into multiple areas. A large amount of fog were drawn in by these currents and got devoured, as these currents expanded continuously. This is a split move. What an ingenious killer move. Without the fog to conceal him, Fang Yuan's true body was exposed. He sighed in admiration. There were 4 main killer move manipulation techniques that existed. Split move was one of them. Back then in the Battle of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, when many parties went after Ma Hongyun, old ancestor Shui, who had displayed a split move technique, he displayed incredible battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was also using this technique without causing a commotion prior. When Fang Yuan was fighting with him, he thought that these were just minor moves, but to think that they were all part of the same Chi Path killer move. When Duke Long activated them fully, a terrifying power was unleashed. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan looked at these currents as he sighed. He knew that in the short term, he could not do anything to these currents. Duke Long laughed heartily. The anger on his face was completely gone. He was just acting earlier to stall for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long's battle experiences were richer than Fang Yuan. He could use these techniques casually in battle. Even Fang Yuan was caught off guard. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I only succeeded after 10 years of practicing it. It was correct that you did not attack them immediately, because any Chi Path methods you use will only help them to grow. From worm to dragon, their power will rise by 100 times. You will not be able to guard against it. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not explaining for fun. He wanted Fang Yuan to be less inclined to attack. At the same time, he was preparing a powerful killer move. His grand aura could barely be contained. Fang Yuan's brain worked rapidly. He did not see Duke Long use this reverse worm dragon move in the previous life. In fact, when Duke Long rampaged in the previous life, he had not used his expression or words to deceive his enemies. This meant that Duke Long was treating Sea Ancestor as a powerful enemy. He was serious now. Reverse worm dragon's profundity was not inferior to the killer move Unlimited Chi. Fang Yuan had also not forgotten about Duke Long's trump card Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Retraction. This reverse worm dragon seems to have been created to counter battlefield killer moves. These worms are so troublesome to deal with. If they evolve into dragons, they would become even stronger. But so what? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled arrogantly. He attacked. Blade Chi gathered and slashed down again. Duke Long was stunned. He had clearly seen this move's profundity. He should avoid it. By attacking now, is he trying to stop me from using my killer move, to disrupt my tempo and continue suppressing me? Activating killer moves needed time. But Fang Yuan did not give Duke Long a chance. He did not feel disheartened. He stopped the killer move activation as he brought along Pine Crane Pavilion to dodge the attacks. You want to suppress me, but you are actually helping to raise reverse worm dragon's strength. They will grow from worm to dragon. I will get a chance. Duke Long was burning with battle intent. He wanted to fight with his full power. As expected, the blade chi landed on the spiral currents and got absorbed by them to a large extent. The currents grew rapidly, exploding on the spot as more than 10 of them fused into one divine dragon. Its body was long and majestic. It also filled this entire Chi Path battlefield. Compared to it, Pine Crane Pavilion was like a tiny mosquito beside an elephant. Such a powerful killer move. Lord Duke Long is finally retaliating. Fang Jing saw this and became overjoyed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan spoke slowly in a calm tone. So this is turning worm into dragon. It is powerful. But it is not enough. Saying so, he activated his killer move. Chi Path killer move, Yin Yang Great Killer Hands. Rumble. With a loud explosion, 2 huge hands, one black and one white, appeared out of nowhere. The 2 hands were so large they could loom over heaven and earth. They had an intrinsic pattern. At this moment, they grabbed at the Chi Dragon's neck and tail. The huge dragon growled and struggled intensely, but the giant hands were unmoving like they were made of metal. Fang Yuan pulled with both hands from afar. Boom! The huge dragon was directly snapped in two by him without putting up a resistance. Fang Xing opened his mouth wide, he was unable to close it. Fang Yuan stretched his fingers as he looked at Duke Long, saying plainly, "All right, I'm done warming up." Duke Long had a serious expression, his dragon pupils shined with a domineering light, he stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. He opened his mouth, revealing his sharp white teeth as he said, "Great, it seems, you are truly a worthy opponent." Chapter 1836. Steel life hits Duke Long. This is Censure Peak. The Dragonman clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky as he showed some amazement. This is not a real mountain, it is like a phantom image. Indeed, brother, I was shocked when I first saw it too. Dragonman Gu Immortal Huang Wei was by his side. 2 scenes had passed in this dream realm. They were currently inside Gu Immortal when Xiao's Grotto-heaven, because the tribulation was too strong, loopholes formed and a connection to the outside world was created, it got discovered. When Xiao was a legendary woman, an information path great expert that had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. The reason she became a rank 8 great expert was because she owned a special area, Censure Peak. A central continent Gu Immortal observed for some time before gasping, when Xiao was truly formidable. This Censure Peak is man-made and is full of information path Dao marks. It is akin to half a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Along with Fang Yuan's clone were many central continent Gu Immortals. All of the Immortals were looking at Censure Peak. Undeniably, it was the essence of this Grotto-heaven as well as the most valuable resource here. Everyone wanted it. Huang Wei transmitted, "Brother, when we contest for it later, give it your best effort, I will help to defend you and stall for time." Okay. Fang Yuan's clone was answering when the surrounding Gu Immortals turned to attack him. Strike first. Wu Shuai is the strongest person here, if we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can we let the great Censure Peak end up in the hands of a Dragonman? It turned out that while Huang Wei and Fang Yuan's clone were conversing, the other human Gu Immortals had already made their agreement. Instantly, Fang Yuan's clone and Huang Wei fell into an encirclement. From all directions, killer moves approached. Such guts! Fang Yuan's clone shouted angrily as his Dragonman body charged to the sky with imposing might. A vast amount of ants flew with him, forming a golden river current that protected Huang Wei and himself. Boom boom boom! The human Gu Immortals attacked fiercely. Soon, Fang Yuan's carefully nurtured and army suffered immense losses. Fang Yuan retaliated immediately. His methods were profound and powerful, quickly salvaging the situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and went into a deadlock with the Immortals. After a dozen rounds, the Gu Immortals who encircled him became suppressed in the battle. Enslavement path Gu Immortals were usually able to fight a group of enemies alone. This Dragonman Gu Immortal Wu Shuai that Fang Yuan was portraying had immense talent. He eventually forced these central continent Gu Immortals to retreat. Of course, Fang Yuan's clone paid a terrible price while Huang Wei also sustained heavy injuries. It was a difficult victory, but at least we obtained Censure Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. But when Fang Yuan's clone was about to obtain it, he met with an obstruction. What is going on? They quickly found the reason. Someone had secretly gone to take this Censure Peak as his own while they were fighting, stealing the fruits of the battle. This was none other than Fan Ji, the person who was having an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Juling. Fan Ji had fainted on the spot. His soul foundation was too weak to refine the entire Censure Peak. This fellow! The Dragonman clone gritted his teeth in anger. He was filled with rage. He almost attacked and killed him. You can't kill him! The Dragonman Gu Immortal Huang Wei who was beside him quickly shouted. Why not? Fang Yuan's clone turned around with bloodshot eyes. He was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei explained, "Oh brother, I know your pain, but we both know this person's identity. If you kill him, his grandfather will take action. He is now a member of Heavenly Court, but he does not move around normally. If his beloved grandson gets killed, he will investigate the truth and take revenge on you. Fang Yuan's clone was stunned before his gaze turned dark, his face was distorted from anger. After a long time, he sighed deeply. Brother, you are right. I cannot kill him, otherwise, the best case scenario is that I get involved. But worse is that others might use this as a chance to deal with our Dragonman race. How can I, Wu Shuai, implicate the entire Dragonman race because of my personal emotions? At the same time, in immemorial white heaven. It should be here. Shen Sheng frowned a little. After inspecting the empty sky for a long time, he stopped frowning as he spoke with certainty. Standing beside him was Song Qi Yuan. He smiled. Brother Shen's investigative methods are very effective. In that case, let's work together. Shen Sheng answered, of course, I want to know why Immortal Crane Sect's Pine Crane Pavilion came to Eastern Sea sneakily and vanished here. These two were not ordinary GU Immortals. One was Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder and the other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were originally on an important mission, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. At that time, Fang Zheng was inside this Immortal GU house, having entered Eastern Sea. The two GU Immortals were authority figures with deep knowledge. They recognized Pine Crane Pavilion as they wondered, what is an Immortal GU House of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects doing in Eastern Sea? Shen Sheng also found that a GU Immortal expert was hidden near Pine Crane Pavilion. The two GU Immortals thus followed from afar. Using Shen Sheng's investigative method, they did not lose track of this Immortal GU house. And because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fang Yuan ambushed Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see anything. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan had already succeeded in trapping Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion in the Chi Path battlefield. But Shen Sheng's method was incredible. After some investigation, he found a lot of clues. He deduced that an immortal battlefield was hidden here. The two GU Immortals immediately attacked. What is going on? Shen Sheng and Song Qi Yuan actually came here? Did they have any agreements with Heavenly Court? Fang Yuan's heart sank. The attack of the two Eastern Sea Immortals made him immediately get into a situation of facing internal and external threat. Against Duke Long, he had to give his full attention without distraction. But now, he had to deal with Song Qi Yuan and Shen Sheng. It was really troublesome now. Fang Yuan could not deal with so many aspects at once. Rumble! The Chi Path battlefield shook as Duke Long noticed it. He became joyful. What is going on? Someone is attacking this Chi Path battlefield? This is a good chance. Duke Long roared as he attacked with even greater force. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Chi Path battlefield to dodge attacks while aiming his moves at Pine Crane Pavilion. Attacking the enemy's weakness was the best strategy. Because Duke Long's weakness was grasped, he had to go on the defensive and continually take hits. But good times did not last long. The Chi Path battlefield soon gave way as more loopholes formed. Duke Long had been searching for a chance. He laughed loudly. Sea Ancestor, your luck is pretty bad. Even though you set an ambush, external forces came to attack. You have been targeting my weakness all along, but now your Chi Path battlefield is your weakness. Break. Saying so, Duke Long unleashed his killer move as the Chi Dragon soared to the sky. It could roam freely in heaven and earth. It could move unhindered over the universe. Fang Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Chi Dragon was very agile. It directly targeted the Chi Path battlefield's weakness. Fang Yuan could not stop it. He sighed as a huge loophole formed in the Chi Path battlefield. It rapidly expanded until the battlefield broke apart. Fang Yuan grunted as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him immediately. Instead, he pushed Pine Crane Pavilion. Go. A wave of dragon-shaped chi carried Pine Crane Pavilion and Fang Zheng as it rapidly retreated, attempting to escape the battlefield. After the battlefield was broken, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but he found that the ones who destroyed the battlefield were Song Qi Yuan and Shen Sheng. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s. They were not allies. Instead, Sea Ancestor had genuine Eastern Sea aura. Thus, Duke Long first made a move on Fang Zheng to send him away, so that he would have no reservations in the fight. What is going on? Song Qi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng saw this, they became stunned. Duke Long. They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity, their hearts shook. Duke Long was extremely famous, he was the master of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he had great seniority. Song Qi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng had not thought that they would see Duke Long in this situation. And more unexpectedly, Duke Long seemed to be ambushed by a person who seemed to be an Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortal. Heavens! Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Qi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng looked at each other in disbelief. They had a similar thought. Crap, we seem to have disrupted this Eastern Sea friend's plans. Instead, we helped Central Continent's Heavenly Court. Friend, we. Song Qi Yuan wanted to explain, but Fang Yuan grunted as he flew like lightning towards Pine Crane Pavilion. Duke Long saw this and became enraged. This person seemed like a gentleman and an old expert, but he was still targeting Pine Crane Pavilion even now. Thus, he gave chase. Duke Long was very fast, he soon caught up to Fang Yuan. The two began exchanging moves again. Song Qi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng took a few glances, they burst out in cold sweat. These are both monsters. Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He is able to fight Duke Long evenly. Forget this, he is obviously targeting Pine Crane Pavilion. What does this Pine Crane Pavilion contain? Even if there is nothing, we foiled his plans, we can take down this immortal GU house to explain our stance. Song and Shen quickly moved, getting away from the battlefield and grabbing Pine Crane Pavilion from the horizon. You cannot kill me, I am a prospective member of Heavenly Court, I am protected by Duke Long. I am Gu Fangzeng, I am also Fang Yuan's brother. At the moment of life and death, Fangeng, who was well experienced now, felt no sense of shame as he shouted, he did everything to preserve his life. Song and Shen stopped their actions indeed, they looked at this mere rank 6 GU immortal in surprise. Fangzeng barely calmed himself down as he gulped, Heavenly Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fang Yuan, they place great importance on me. You can use me as the hostage to extort resources and even immortal GU from Heavenly Court. I believe that Heavenly Court will give you a satisfactory amount. Shen Song Sheng waved his hand as Fangzeng immediately fainted. He looked toward Song Qi Yuan. Brother Song, what do we do? Song Qi Yuan was frowning deeply. It seems like we really cannot kill him. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and watch the battle. All right. The two went back to the battlefield. They saw from afar that Duke Long had the upper hand. He was attacking fiercely. That Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortal finally made a mistake when defending. He revealed a weakness. Duke Long had gotten rid of the burden Fangeng. He immediately grasped this weakness, attacking fiercely. Fang Yuan defended himself desperately. Oh no, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal is in danger. What do we do? Do we reinforce him? Song Qi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng hesitated. They had interfered in this matter coincidentally, they were still very suspicious now. Unlike the previous life, they had no idea what was going on. But at this moment, the two gasped. It turned out that Fang Yuan had changed his tactic, he moved rapidly and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it, have a taste of this. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. Duke Long had a stunned expression as the killer move Steal Life landed on him directly. It turned out that Fang Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and exposed a weakness so that he could obtain this chance. Song Qi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng looked at each other, feeling the immense shock in each other's emotions. Because after Duke Long got hit by this move, his condition became quite weird, he floated in the air without moving at all. Steal Life, why is it in your hands? Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan. Chapter 1837. Duke Long recruiting Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression sank a little, because nothing really happened to Duke Long. Back then when Fang Yuan attacked Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Lang Wei Blessed Land, the effect of Steal Life was immediate. In the previous life, when Lang Wei Land Spirit used Steal Life Immortal GU, he also heavily injured Fairy Zi Wei, Chen Yi, and Feng Ju Ji, while Thunder Ghost True Monarch died. But this time, against Duke Long, this Steel Life Killer move had no effect. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. But soon, he recovered as he said casually, "Fang Yuan gave it to me, but it seems to have no effect on you. Why is that?" Duke Long said plainly, "I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan will continue to dwindle as my strength rises proportionately. This is like GU Immortals who overuse lifespan extension methods. Lifespan GU no longer work on them. My Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also causes other lifespan extension methods to stop working on me. And Steel Life merely exerts influence on the Dao marks corresponding to lifespan. This might be why it failed." "So that's it?" Fang Yuan nodded as he smiled. "Such tricks do not work on you, but it will still be quite effective against other Heavenly Court Immortals. I will save it for the future." Duke Long's expression turned dark. He was worried about this. Even though the killer move Steel Life was ineffective on him, it was still very useful against most of the other Heavenly Court members. In this current situation, Fang Yuan failed to defeat Duke Long because of Song Qi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng's interference. Duke Long was aware that this was likely the result of Qin Dingling's changed luck, and also because of Fang Zheng's presence. However, it would be extremely difficult if Duke Long tried to destroy Steel Life Immortal GU. Because he had fought Fang Yuan for a long time, he knew that this Sea Ancestor was very strong. He was not like any other ordinary peak rank 8 GU Immortal. It was possible to defeat him, but trying to kill him would be very difficult. Because he could not set up an immortal battlefield now, he could not trap Sea Ancestor. At the same time, 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s were watching near the periphery. Thus, after getting hit by Steel Life, Duke Long did not make a move. He spoke to Fang Yuan warmly. "Sea Ancestor, as the saying goes, friends are often made after a fight. You cannot defeat me, but I cannot do anything to you either. The truth is, why do we even need to fight so intensely?" Fang Yuan had a thought as he said, "Oh, Duke Long, you want a truce." He had deep wisdom path attainment. He could easily understand Duke Long's intentions. He felt a bit of admiration internally. Duke Long was ambushed by me and took a beating in the fight earlier. He has such a great status and seniority. His strength is also at the peak, but he has no arrogance at all. He remained calm and observed the situation with clarity. Once he understood that a truce was more advantageous, he immediately stopped the fight. This person truly has terrifying self-control. Even though he was thinking about this, Fang Yuan spoke something different. "This is because Heavenly Court came to disturb and provoke me. I do not want to contest with anyone. I cultivate in seclusion, but your Heavenly Court is too greedy. You want to devour all 5 regions and unify the world. My existence itself was your biggest obstacle. Therefore, you used a devious scheme to plot against me, and also gathered a large number of rank 8s to encircle and attack me." Duke Long heard this as he felt helpless. He felt maligned. Heavenly Court had done no such thing as of this moment. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of Sea Ancestor. But he had no words to rebuke him. Because it was likely that Heavenly Court would do this in the future. Let's not discuss the fact that this could be Fang Yuan's lie. Duke Long nodded. "Even if this is true, that happened in the previous life. Looking at the river of time, it is a matter at the downstream. It has not happened yet. In that case, since we know about it, why don't we change it?" Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. "Ha ha, did I hear wrongly? Isn't your Heavenly Court proclaiming to be the leader of the righteous path? You defend heaven's will and try all means to repair fate. You actually want to change the future. Isn't that trying to change fate itself?" Fang Yuan pretended to be unaware. This was a crafty accusation. Duke Long smiled. "Heavenly Court does defend the Heavenly Dao. We want to repair fate GU. But this Heavenly Dao is the Heavenly Dao that wants humanity to rule. This fate is the fate GU that defends the human race. Sea Ancestor, we do not have a huge grudge between us. We can coexist in peace. I will represent Heavenly Court here. We can make an alliance of mutual non-interference." Duke Long spoke solemnly and with great sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8 GU Immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Shen Song Sheng gasped in dismay while Song Qi Yuan also had an ugly expression. Originally, after seeing that Eastern Sea had someone like Sea Ancestor who could fight Duke Long alone without being suppressed, they were very happy. In the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources, but the GU Immortals were not united. Their battle strength varied greatly among each other. With the currently moving earth veins, new earth trenches were forming all the time, the 5 regional walls were weakening and the 5 regions were merging into one. This was no secret to anyone now. Once the 5 regions merge into one, the other 4 regions would face the intense threat of Central Continent. Songqi Yuan and Shensong Sheng were both first Supreme Elders that were rank 8 GU Immortals. They had great authority and could clearly see the threats of the future. In this situation, if Sea Ancestor went against Heavenly Court, it would greatly benefit Eastern Sea super forces. Firstly, Sea Ancestor had outstanding battle strength. He was on par with Duke Long. When Heavenly Court invades Eastern Sea, he would be a huge threat to them. Secondly, Sea Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He had not shown up after so many years. It showed that he had no ambition. Because he was alone, he could definitely coexist with all the super forces in Eastern Sea. Finally, Sea Ancestor clearly cultivated Chi Path. This path had been on the decline for many years. Why would any super force in Eastern Sea cultivate Chi Path primarily? Thus, in terms of resources, there was no conflict. Alliance with Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan pretended to be stunned. He stopped his actions as he suppressed his aura and did not make a move. Duke Long said energetically, "Chi, our conflict can definitely be resolved peacefully. Regarding your potential future losses, we, Heavenly Court, can also compensate you." Duke Long was an experienced person. He spoke frankly and had great magnanimity. His concern was regarding the big picture. "You can't." Shensong Sheng could not control himself as he shouted, flying over quickly. Songqi Yuan followed behind him, saying, "Heavenly Court has a deep foundation. Their so-called compensation is nothing to them. Right now, they have grand ambitions. They just want to stabilize this situation now. Senior, you must not trust them." "That's right, Senior. We were rash earlier and ruined your plans. We regret it deeply now," Shensong Sheng said again. Furthermore, alliance agreements are bullshit. Any agreement can be broken given enough time or if they pay a huge price. Senior cultivates Chi Path instead of Information Path, but Heavenly Court is different. They cannot be trusted. Songqi Yuan added. The two of them spoke like juniors because they saw Fang Yuan's incredible strength. But why would Fang Yuan agree in the first place? He was merely stalling for time now, but it seemed that these 2 Eastern Sea Immortals were more anxious than him. Fang Yuan smiled internally. He knew what these 2 were thinking with just a thought. Duke Long nodded. "Indeed, at our level, agreements cannot restrict us. However, friend Chi has steel life, right? You must know its value. With this move, you have Heavenly Court's weakness in your grasp. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this restricting us, why would we break our agreement?" Once he said that, Fang Yuan assessed Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Fang Yuan saw Duke Long's immense battle strength, but to think that he was so eloquent as well, he was not inferior to a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. According to Duke Long's understanding, Steel Life Immortal GU and the Killer Move were both given to Sea Ancestor by Fang Yuan to deal with him. But these things were now used by Duke Long to push for an alliance with Sea Ancestor instead. Fang Yuan was silent. He knew about Duke Long's plans. He must be thinking that Sea Ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate GU was repaired, he would pose no threat to them. He could even be recruited to become Heavenly Court's battle strength. This was the power of a sect system. How could clan-based forces even attempt this? Normally, super forces could not recruit Sea Ancestor at his level that was equal to Duke Long. Only the number 1 force, Heavenly Court, had the foundation to recruit him. The 2 Eastern Sea Immortals were extremely anxious. They immediately spoke and pointed out that if Fate GU was repaired, due to the influence of Heaven's will, Heavenly Court would be unbeatable. Heavenly Court had a huge ambition. They wanted to take over the world. Senior should not be blinded by them. These 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s were also not stupid. Fang Yuan smiled to himself. With the 2 of them here, he did not have to waste his own effort. he looked at Duke Long without speaking. Duke Long looked at these two Eastern Sea Immortals coldly, exerting pressure. But Song-Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng looked at him fearlessly. Even though they knew that they were not Duke Long's match in the previous life, they dared to fight against him over Dragon Palace. In this life, they also dared to face him. This was not about courage, it was about benefits. Sea Ancestor's stance was too important, they needed to speak up now. The two Eastern Sea Immortals were not wimps. Shen Songsheng smiled coldly. Lord Duke Long, why are you not letting us speak? Did we hit a nerve? Song-Chi Yuan added, look senior, this is Heavenly Court's attitude, they are truly overbearing. Duke Long snorted and laughed. If not for Heavenly Court, why would there be the human race of today? Even if Heavens will exert influence, how much influence can there be? Can it kill you directly? If Heavens will had such power, we would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? At this point, I might as well increase the offer. Friend Chi-Si, why don't you just join our Heavenly Court? After cultivating alone for so many years, you gained such strength. This shows your immense talent. But you must know about the pains of a lone cultivator. Let's just talk about tribulations. How many people in this world can actually help you with them? In Eastern Sea, is there anyone who can match you? You want to rely on these people for help? In fact, these two even ruined your Chi Path battlefield earlier. If you join Heavenly Court, I can help you with tribulations. Even without me, Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard has countless sleeping rank 8 GU Immortals. We also have the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Zi Wei, who possesses Star Constellation Chessboard. She can help you with deductions. Chi Path has already become a declining path, but Heavenly Court has Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's inheritance. If you make any outstanding contributions, you can even obtain Primordial Origin's true inheritance in the future. Chapter 1838. Fighting for Fang Yuan's support. But nobody felt anything strange about it. Fang Yuan's strength was apparent to everyone. His attitude could affect Eastern Sea and even Central Continent to a large extent. This was his value. In the GU cultivation world, strength was supreme. Song-Chi Yuan became increasingly anxious as he laughed coldly. Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. Earlier you were fighting to the death with Senior Chi-Si, but now you want to recruit him. Who can believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. To trust or not to trust, that is up to the individual. You two do not trust me because you are afraid that Heavenly Court will go after your benefits. You both have your own clans and territories, you own many sea areas and you want to protect your forces. But Chi-Si is alone, he is not like you. Laughable. Senior Chi-Si is an Eastern Sea GU Immortal. If he joins your Heavenly Court, he will definitely be isolated and pushed aside by you all. Shen Songsheng shouted. Isolated and pushed aside. Duke Long looked at Shen Songsheng in disdain. With this kind of small-minded thinking, no wonder Shen clan has not done anything significant after you led it for so many years. The sect system is extremely accepting of outsiders, we only look at talent. And what is that talk about Eastern Sea and Central Continent? The 5 regions are merging into one. Every GU Immortal in this world will belong to the same region in the future. Duke Long was eloquent. Song-Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng were quickly rebuked until they were silent. However, even if Duke Long made sense, would Fang Yuan possibly join Heavenly Court? If Duke Long knew that he was talking to Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would show? Shen Songsheng wanted to speak again. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly, showing ruthlessness in his eyes. Your tiny Shen clan wants a piece of this world? Ambition has to fit one's strength. Otherwise, you will only attract trouble in the future. In fact, I can act as that trouble now and give your Shen clan what it deserves. Shen Songsheng was threatened by Duke Long. He was furious and shocked but kept his mouth shut. He was here to convince Sea Ancestor. He did not want to implicate Shen clan in this, or become the eyesore of Heavenly Court. Otherwise, when the 5 regions chaotic war starts, Shen clan would become the cannon fodder. That was not what he wanted to see. Song-Chi Yuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Such dominance, Duke Long, as a Central Continent GU Immortal, you are threatening 3 rank 8 GU Immortals of Eastern Sea now. Are you trying to take advantage of our good temperament? Fang Yuan also snorted coldly. He had an ugly expression. I am familiar with this tone as well. In the future when your Heavenly Court's GU Immortals attack me, you will use this tone as well, thinking that you are the supreme overlords of this world and that everyone should submit to you unconditionally. Once he said that, Shen Song Sheng and Song Chi Yuan felt revitalized as they straightened their backs. They did not know that Fang Yuan was helping them out a little and supporting them because he saw that they were currently intimidated by Duke Long's overbearing aura. This situation was quite peculiar now. Earlier, Duke Long and Fang Yuan were fighting, but now, Eastern Sea's 2 Immortals and Duke Long were fighting for Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan was happy to see this situation. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides. He would step in to help whichever side was weaker when the chance occurred. This is a really rare opportunity. If I handle this well, maybe Shen Clan and Song Clan will become the eyesores of Heavenly Court after this. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He was going to use this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides, so as to influence the entire Eastern Sea GU Immortal world. Duke Long saw that Sea Ancestor's expression turned dark. He felt a little annoyed. He was not annoyed at Sea Ancestor but Fang Yuan instead. This demon has ill intentions. He is most skilled at devious schemes. When he got Sea Ancestor to help him, he must have aggravated the story. Friend Sea. Duke Long thought about it and spoke. There is mutual benefit in us working together and mutual harm if we become enemies. Many of these devious people are trying to sow discord and use you as their cannon fodder. He spoke with both a soft and hard stance. He was not promising reward solely, he was also displaying Heavenly Court's deep strength. On the other hand, seeing that Sea Ancestor spoke up for them, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s thanked him while speaking ill of Heavenly Court. They were even more daring than earlier. Fang Yuan stayed at the center, sowing discord as he watched the 2 sides accuse and blame each other. After a while, they became more heated. Their words were also more offensive. Fang Yuan observed his expression and saw that Duke Long was getting impatient. He knew that he could not overdo it. He smiled with deep meaning. Why would I not know what that Fang Yuan is planning? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He was even willing to offer Venerable true inheritances. Even though I cultivate Chi path, I also have descendants inside my immortal aperture. It is always good to make preparations for them in advance. Fang Yuan was completely shameless. These true inheritances were his to begin with. He could say anything he wanted. Duke Long heard this and realized, did Fang Yuan also try to recruit Sea Ancestor? But it was not surprising. This person was so powerful that in the absence of an immortal Venerable, almost nobody could threaten him. Even Duke Long himself was only on par with him. Even though his killer moves were not very exquisite and he did not seem to have many Chi Path rank 8 immortal GU, his Dao marks were at an absurd number. It was truly a mystery how he managed to cultivate to this extent. Duke Long did not know that Fang Yuan had deceived him again. He laughed. Fang Yuan is merely someone who got lucky. He is a pawn of the Venerables. They needed him in their arrangement, so they gave him some benefits and made him slog for it. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to Heavenly Court? If you join Heavenly Court, you would not need to contribute your immortal aperture. You can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about joining Heavenly Court now. I just want to express my sincerity. In the future, if you want to join us, I will definitely invite you with open arms. Let's talk about the compensation. Since you cultivate Chi Path, my Heavenly Court is willing to provide a batch of rank 8 Chi Path resources that are extinct in the outside world, as well as Chi Path inheritances that are all exceptional for you to peruse. Duke Long decided to take it slowly. Fang Yuan's eye shined with bright light when he heard about the Chi Path resources mentioned. They were indeed extinct. Only Heavenly Court could keep them until now from the remote antiquity era. Other forces could not compare with Heavenly Court in age. They would not have such treasures stored up. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly called out, Senior Chi Si, do you know that Duke Long came to Eastern Sea secretly because he wants to obtain Immortal GU House Dragon Palace? We just captured GU Yu Fangzheng earlier. We soul searched him and obtained a lot of information. That's right, Duke Long only wants to stabilize Senior now and retrieve the crucial Immortal GU house first. Once he completes his task, who knows what attitude he will have later. Song Chi Yuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was very happy internally. This Immortal GU house, Dragon Palace, was rank 8, both Song Chi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng were very moved by it. They were even more anxious than him in wanting to stop Duke Long. But on the surface, Fang Yuan had a stern expression. He said solemnly, "I know some information about this Dragon Palace matter. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance from Fang Yuan. We made an agreement." Duke Long, stop here. If you want to express your sincerity, this is the best action to take. I will not pursue what happened in the future of the previous life. In fact, we can indeed have a truce in the future. Otherwise, even if I cannot defeat you, I will go visit Central Continent first. Duke Long snorted coldly, thinking in his heart, this Sea Ancestor looks like he has a cool disposition and a sage-like demeanor, but he is actually so shameless in personality. Fang Yuan said he wanted to visit Central Continent, but he was clearly not going to just visit it. Duke Long did not question the possibility of this, because earlier, Fang Yuan focused all his attacks on Pine Crane Pavilion. It caused Duke Long to end up in a passive spot. He had to withstand the attacks. Like how the two Eastern Sea Immortals had their territories and were afraid of Heavenly Court's threat, Central Continent's Heavenly Court also had a great amount of territory, much more than Shen Clan and Song Clan. They were afraid of people like Sea Ancestor who would be unrestrained and wreak havoc. Sea Ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was all alone without any territory holding him back. He could come and go as he pleased. And most importantly, he was very strong. Heavenly Court did not have any effective methods of dealing with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, or even Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court thinks he has rank 7 cultivation level, were not too threatening to Duke Long. Because they were not strong enough, even if they joined forces, they were not Duke Long's match. But Sea Ancestor was different. After their encounter this time, Duke Long became very wary of him. He had his trump card Triple Chi Retraction, but would Sea Ancestor lack a trump card? He definitely had one. Honestly speaking, reaching Sea Ancestor's level as a lone immortal was extremely rare. Such a person would have a huge influence on the forces around him. Even if he cultivated in seclusion, he was still a huge obstacle to Heavenly Court's domination. According to Duke Long's mentality, such a person needed to be eliminated. Because they were too threatening to the repair of Fate GU. Thus, when Fang Yuan lied that they would attack him in the future, Duke Long believed it in his heart. But now, due to Fang Yuan's interference, Sea Ancestor was alerted. And Duke Long did not want to give up on the Immortal GU House Dragon Palace either. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought that if he fought against Sea Ancestor, Fang Yuan would want to see that happen, or rather, that was Fang Yuan's scheme all along. But if he stops fighting against Sea Ancestor now, should he really give up Dragon Palace? Impossible. Those things earlier are just Heavenly Court's compensation. Duke Long said, next, we can talk about our transaction involving Dragon Palace. That demon Fang Yuan is too devious and scheming. He paid a huge price to get you to block us. It was a good move. But he is just a rank 7 GU immortal. It is too laughable that he thinks he can toy with us rank 8 GU immortals. As he said this, Duke Long's tone turned solemn. Whatever resources he gave you, our Heavenly Court can give you more. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action. I just want you to watch by the sidelines. Oh? Are you for real? Fang Yuan showed a slightly stunned expression. Absolutely. Duke Long said with certainty. Senior Chi. The two Eastern Sea Immortals wanted to interject, but Fang Yuan waved his hand, stopping them from speaking. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long as he smiled with a slightly mocking expression. Duke Long, Fang Yuan gave me a venerable true inheritance. Chapter 1839. Using Venerable True Inheritance as bargaining chip. Duke Long gritted his teeth. May I ask which one? Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan said immediately, if you don't believe me, I can show you a portion of the content. Duke Long pondered for a moment before nodding, "I believe you." At the same time, he thought, this demon Fang Yuan is truly crafty. Spectral Soul was already captured by Heavenly Court. In the future, we will obtain his Spectral Soul true inheritance as well. It is not an issue. This true inheritance has very little value to Fang Yuan now, so he used it for a transaction. But Sea Ancestor does not have Spectral Soul in his possession. It is normal that he took the offer. Fang Yuan continued, "Duke Long, if you want me to step aside, are you going to offer a Venerable true inheritance too?" Duke Long gritted his teeth again, "Of course." "Really?" Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. "Honestly speaking, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable is the person I admire the most." Duke Long could feel his lips twitching. He thought to himself, this old man is also really devious. If he really admires Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable so much, why would he fight so ruthlessly earlier? He even used Steel Life. He totally wanted to kill me. But he cultivates Chi Path. It is logical that he wants Primordial Origin's true inheritance. That can be my bargaining chip. Friend, you may not know, the bulk of Primordial Origin's true inheritance lies in creating Heavenly Court Grotto-heaven. The rest of the content is quite little. Due to many changing eras, they are no longer usable in the present world. Duke Long purposely said. Fang Yuan frowned as he showed some disappointment. "That means you cannot give me Primordial Origin's true inheritance. Then what can Heavenly Court offer? Star Constellations or Genesis Lotus true inheritance?" Regardless of which, they were useful to Fang Yuan. Duke Long chuckled. He gave Fang Yuan some hope, replying ambiguously, "We can discuss this." The two Eastern Sea Immortals looked at each other. They felt troubled. Duke Long was very ambitious. In order to recruit Sea Ancestor, he actually decided to offer a Venerable true inheritance. And the worst thing was that neither Shen clan nor Song clan could make such an offer. Duke Long was the leader of Heavenly Court. He had abundant wealth. He could directly use resources or Venerable true inheritances to flood Sea Ancestor. He wanted to overwhelm him. This was the foundation that Heavenly Court had accumulated over countless eras. Song clan and Shen clan were truly unable to match even a small fraction of it. Fang Yuan suddenly felt that Duke Long was actually quite likable. His style of doing things made Fang Yuan want to give a thumbs up. He was truly straightforward. Immediately, Fang Yuan and Duke Long went into a deep discussion. He wanted to stall time for the Dragonman clone anyway. The two Eastern Sea Immortals could only watch. They felt anxiety but also helplessness. Fang Yuan did not forget them, of course. During the conversation, he continued to talk to them and allowed them to maintain hope. After he did that for many times, Duke Long noticed the problem. His gaze turned deep and dark. He knew that this Sea Ancestor was using these two Eastern Sea rank 8s to vie for more benefits. But it was not a problem. As long as Sea Ancestor was willing to negotiate, it was a good sign. But Gu Fangzheng is in Shen Sheng's hands. This is a small problem. I need to take him back. Duke Long conversed with Fang Yuan while thinking about this as well. Fang Yuan was also thinking about Gu Fangzheng. Earlier, Eastern Sea's two Immortals had mentioned Gu Fangzheng, but Fang Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like did not mind it at all. He was a complete outsider that showed no flaws. But Fang Yuan had his own thoughts. This dear little brother of mine was not just saved by Heavenly Court, he was even nurtured into becoming a Gu Immortal. Very interesting. There must be a reason why Heavenly Court is placing such importance on him. I do not know the exact reason, but it is not a problem. I will take him away later and directly kill him. Long ago, Fang Yuan had wanted to refine Fangzheng into blood deity, but because of Heavenly Court's pressure and due to many reasons, Fangzheng was left to live in Lang Ya Blessed Land for a long time. In the end, an unexpected mishap occurred and Fangzheng got saved by Feng Juji. This was not really a mistake, but since Fang Yuan found him now, he decided to settle it for good. Fangzheng was not very important to Fang Yuan, but since Heavenly Court thought highly of him, Fang Yuan would kill him. This was Fang Yuan's usual vigilance. As for Blood Path, he had not many options back then. He needed to raise his battle strength. But times were different now. Fang Yuan's interest in developing Blood Path was very low. As long as the Demon Judgment Board existed, if he cultivated Blood Path, he would be giving Heavenly Court information on where he was. Sometimes, Fang Yuan guessed that in the previous life, he cultivated Blood Path likely because of the influence of Heaven's will. It was a method to trap him. Thankfully, he had always been cautious. He did not attempt to continue using his previous life signature path for a shortcut. The more Duke Long talked, the more energetic he got. He could tell that Fang Yuan was very sincere. He really had a lot of interest in the Venerable True Inheritance. Indeed, this Sea Ancestor has incredible strength. In this world, maybe only Venerable True Inheritances are of interest to him. Eastern Sea actually had such a person. I need to properly investigate his background after I return. Sea Ancestor was actually Fang Yuan, and not only did Fang Yuan want Heavenly Court's Venerable True Inheritances, he also wanted to kill Gu Fang Ving. If Duke Long were to know of this, he might just cough out blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fang Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression. He asked, "Are we really going to give ownership of Censure Peak to that Fan Ji? I clearly won the contest. He was the one who tried to steal it. If I did not hold back, he would have died already." The Dragonman Gu Immortal shook his head. Censure Peak involves huge benefits and complex relationships. Black Heaven Temple is refusing to give in. And worse is that even though we contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green and Ascetic, these two are not helping us to exert pressure on them. Damn it! Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am the last disciple of Green and Ascetic, but now that I am facing this problem, this master is showing no care or concern. And that Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is even worse. I am her son-in-law while Fan Ji is the guy who harmed her daughter, yet she is not even saying a word. The Dragonman Gu Immortal sighed. How can we influence rank 8 Gu Immortals? This was all my fault. I had been too naive in the past. The truth is, did Green and Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know about our intentions? They were just playing dumb. That's why, father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragonman Gu Immortal, his eyes shining with brilliance. Only our race's own rank 8 Gu Immortal is dependable. Our Dragonman race has been relying on the humans and developing until today. Wasn't it because of Ancestor Duke Long's influence? Wu Shuai's father nodded. My son, you are right. But rank 8 Gu Immortals are just too rare. Even though our Dragonman race is stronger than the humans, we lack their special spirit. Right now, we have many rank 7 Gu Immortals, but we do not even have a single rank 8 Gu Immortal other than our ancestor. Wu Shuai had a bright gaze. That is why we cannot wait any longer. External rank 8 Gu Immortals are not dependable while we are also unable to produce any. We need to use an Immortal Gu house as a substitute. The Dragonman Gu Immortal sighed again. He shook his head. Immortal Gu house? We have thought of that in the past, but to create a rank 7 Immortal Gu house would require too many resources. We cannot afford it. And our Dragonman race's current strength is already causing a lot of commotion. More and more human Gu Immortals are onto us. Conspiracy theories against Dragonmen are also increasingly common. In this situation, if we still build an Immortal Gu house, wouldn't they lose their minds? Father! Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes as he said loudly, are we not going to build our Immortal Gu house just because of some resources and rumors behind our backs? Isn't it enough? My son, our Dragonman race relies on the humans. This relationship is our foundation. We cannot be rash. If we really build an Immortal Gu house and ruin the relationship, not to mention a rank 7 Immortal Gu house, we would not even have hope of building a rank 6 Immortal Gu house. Sigh, all these years, I have been in this position and dealing with them. You will not understand the feeling of ostracism. The Dragonman Gu Immortal sighed continuously. Wu Shuai felt some disappointment. He argued, regardless of the difficulties, we need to do this. Ordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu houses are not enough. We need to create a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. That is the only way to establish the foundation of our race. Rank 8 Immortal Gu house? Ha ha ha, my son, I am very happy to see that you have such drive. But some things cannot be rushed. Progress takes time. Sigh, let's forget about Censure Peak. The Dragonman GU Immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai thought about it before nodding. I guess we have no choice. Scenes after scenes occurred. Fang Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time so that his main body could save him, but his main body was stalling for time so his clone could obtain Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was like quicksand. Fang Yuan's clone was helpless. He gradually sank and became unable to save himself. It was almost as if he had become Wu Shuai. He was experiencing all of these scenes personally. After the matter of Censure Peak, Wu Shuai finally realized the reality. His master green and ascetic was unreliable. His mother-in-law calligraphy pavilion lady was also unreliable. Even his own father, the Dragonman GU Immortal, was weak-willed. He was also unreliable. He could only rely on himself. Wu Shuai had this realization. He started to strive for strength and excellence. He had great talent and incredible aptitude, with ample hard work and network resources. Not only did his cultivation level soar, a portion of the Dragonmen also became stronger. They became the most prominent branch of the Dragonman race. On the day Wu Shuai became rank 7, he also became a higher-up of the Dragonman race, the youngest Supreme Elder with real authority. Chapter 1840. Dragon Court. Secretly, he gathered resources and did not forget about the plan to create a rank 8 Immortal GU house. But good times did not last long. The strengthening of the Dragonman race made the humans more antagonistic towards them. They started to use more underhanded methods. Many people were very jealous. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that much of the reason why the Dragonman race was able to get stronger was because they occupied the human GU Immortals' benefits. But due to Duke Long, the human GU Immortals would not find them for trouble over many things. On Duke Long's birthday, there was a huge celebration. The red longevity character written in the hall was very conspicuous. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by Dragonmen. One by one, Dragonman GU Immortals walked up and gifted the presents that they had prepared meticulously. Father, I wish you great blessings and longevity. A Dragonman GU Immortal gave a bundle of white python grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It contained dragon essence and had the shape of a white python with exquisite scales and dragon horns. Father, I wish you eternal prosperity and a long life ahead. Another Dragonman GU Immortal offered a soft jade flower. Father, I wish you. Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression as he nodded. His attendants beside him collected all of these gifts for him. After his sons had finished, his grandchildren came up. At this time, Duke Long's expression also became gentler. He smiled warmly. Grandfather, I am here to offer birthday wishes. I wish you blessings as deep as Eastern Sea, and longevity as tall as southern border mountains. This is a desolate beast that I hunted personally for you. I hope Grandfather likes it. A Dragonman youngster half knelt on the ground as he held a plate in front of him. There was a tiny seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast happiness seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is very hard for him to kill it, but to think he actually captured it alive. I heard that in order to capture this happiness seahorse, 7th young master spent a month at the bottom of the sea without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. Many human GU Immortals also participated in this joyous celebration. Little 7th was Duke Long's favorite grandson. He smiled kindly as he held the plate carrying the seahorse. He said, Good, 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 little 7th, I will happily accept this gift. But when it was Wu Shuai's turn, Duke Long retracted his smile as he looked at Wu Shuai. In the current situation, you are the most accomplished grandson I have, but remember that going too far could end up being detrimental. Yes, Grandfather. Wu Shuai respectfully walked away. That night of the celebration, Duke Long asked someone to secretly call Wu Shuai to his study room. Return that South Flower Island to them. Duke Long said openly. Wu Shuai was slightly shocked. He forced a smile. Grandfather, you may not know, I had won this South Flower Island fair and square. I planned to make this island a home for our Dragonmen. Duke Long had a solemn expression. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. It made Wu Shuai feel a little pain on his face. Wu Shuai, don't think that nobody can see through your little tricks. South Flower Island belonged to Wind Cloud Manor, but you snatched it through a scheme. What are you trying to do? Lead your Dragonmen properly. Isn't it good to stay in the sect? Why must you relocate and move all the way to South Flower Island? Tell me, what is it that you want? Wu Shuai held his breath. After a moment, he replied, Grandfather, I do not have much ambition, I just want my people to have a better life. A better life? You mean a greater ambition? Duke Long's voice resounded. Wu Shuai shuddered as he confessed, Grandfather, even if this is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we have ambition? Do we not have the right to strive for a better life? Why must we stay here? Grandfather, do you not know of how those human GU immortals ostracize and take advantage of us? What ostracism? How are they taking advantage of you? All these years, I have only heard about your actions. Do you know why I like Little Seventh the most? Because he sees the world's beauty, he is kind from the depths of his heart, he has never considered the difference between human and Dragonman. But you? You use my name to act rashly in the outside world, you devour people's territory and take your sect's benefits for yourself, quickly stop all these actions. Duke Long shouted coldly. Grandfather, if these human GU immortals did not treat us like this, why would we act like this? What human? What Dragonman? Dragonman is human to begin with, what difference is there? Duke Long chided. If there is no racial difference, what are these dragon horns on my head? What is this dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai said angrily, he shouted, Grandfather, you were a human who turned into a Dragonman, most of your life was spent as a human, you have only been a Dragonman for a short period of time. But us? Grandfather, have you thought about it? We were born as Dragonman, we were born with horns on our heads and a tail on our backs. I have been educated by my parents from a young age, they told us that we originated from humans, but when I was little, the kids around me mocked me for my appearance, they ostracized me, they pulled my tail and scales. All these tell me that I am not part of this human race. After growing up, I realized that not just the kids, even those human adults treat us differently, they are just more subtle with it. If I fail, they will say that it is normal for Dragonmen to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say, a Dragonman was able to reach this stage? Did he use any tricks or schemes? Those humans always think they are the greatest beings, they look down on Dragonman as an inferior race. How dare they? Man is the spirit of all living beings, but us Dragonmen are not inferior. We are born with enslavement path Dao marks, our body physique far surpasses these humans, if human GU masters do not use GU worms, their punches and kicks cannot even hurt the dragon scales on our bodies. And even more special is our long lifespan, all of these humans die so quickly compared to us. So many GU immortals become Dragonmen because they want to extend their lifespan. They have clearly abandoned their human identity but they still look down on Dragonmen, this is merely the fault of these decadent ideas of the past. Enough! Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai, his face was extremely dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's tone became calm, he looked at Duke Long bravely, enduring those dragon eyes that were emitting great pressure. Grandfather, you are the one who created the Dragonman lifespan extension method, without you, the Dragonmen will not exist, you are the ancestor of the Dragonmen, why must you constantly side with those humans? We are your family. I will not return South Flower Island even if I die. Grandfather, if you insist on it, then you will have to end my life first. After saying that, Wu Shuai did not look at Duke Long, he turned around and left, walking out of the room. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him, he remained seated on his chair, having complex emotions. Sigh, my descendants are all growing up, they have their own ambitions now. But they have never placed the big picture of humanity in their hearts. Was I negligent in my education? Or have the Dragonmen already formed into a flood, I was just the person who pushed open the floodgates. Wu Shuai schemed against Wind Cloud Manor, after realizing it, they went to Duke Long to settle this, wanting to take back South Flower Island, but Wu Shuai did not listen, he insisted on his actions. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up, they used all sorts of methods to find trouble with Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai dealt with whatever they threw at him. He maintained stability with much difficulty. Duke Long did not do anything to help his grandson, but the rest of the Dragonman GU Immortals did something to help, be it secretly or openly. Due to their help and Wind Cloud Manor being wary of Duke Long, they did not act too aggressively. Wu Shuai succeeded in relocating all of his people to South Flower Island to live. But the matter regarding South Flower Island did not end here. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor did not give up on it. They continued to act and try to reclaim South Flower Island. Wu Shuai dealt with all of these problems with impeccable methods. Wind Cloud Manor was unable to succeed. After 100 years, my plan finally comes to fruition. On this day, Wu Shuai looked at the immortal GU house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement and joy. Back then, he snatched South Flower Island because he needed a secretive location to build the immortal GU house. Wu Shuai's father stood beside him, having an incredulous expression. You actually succeeded. My son, you are more capable than me. Even though the sects have been suppressing and isolating my South Flower Island these years, I have been gaining fortuitous encounters constantly. I had a stream of resources. At the same time, with the help and contribution of the Dragonman GU Immortals, after 100 years, this Rank 7 Immortal GU house has finally been created. Wu Shuai smiled. Give me a few hundred more years, I might be able to make this a Rank 8 Immortal GU house. This has not been named. Wu Shuai's father asked. The GU Immortals all have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I overruled all suggestions and gave this the name, Dragon Court. Saying so, Wu Shuai's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court. Wu Shuai's father heard this and his expression changed. Isn't this too inappropriate? Ha ha ha, why is it inappropriate? It complements Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Son, you should reconsider it. In the eyes of these human GU Immortals, Dragon Court is not a name that complements Heavenly Court. It is clearly a rebellious sign. He. Wu Shuai laughed coldly. They can think what they want. You can't say that. Humans are still the overlords of the 5 regions. Father. Wu Shuai raised his hand. Say no more. I have made up my mind. This will be called Dragon Court. Chapter 1841. Renowned in the world, promising a future. An intense battle was reaching its climax. Song Daozi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, firmly suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move. That was your greatest mistake. Now lose. Song Daozi shouted as he raised his head, his body glowing in a dense green light. The green light covered Song Daozi and spread rapidly, traces of green light resembling the leaves of a pine tree. Layers and layers stacked as they swept towards Wu Shuai in an unceasing manner. Wu Shuai did not move. He continued to lie in the deep pit, seemingly accepting defeat. The observing GU Immortals saw this as they all sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. That is natural. Song Daozi is a peak rank 7 of Wind Cloud Manor. His battle strength is definitely top 3 within Central Continent's rank 7 GU Immortals. Wu Shuai wanted to challenge him. He was truly out of his league. He is just a Dragonman GU Immortal. It was amazing that he could fight to this extent. So what? Wu Shuai had already set the agreement with Wind Cloud Manor before the battle. This would decide the ownership of South Flower Island. This defeat is really a shame. His 100 years of hard work is going to end up wasted. That's right, I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragonman comrades have managed South Flower Island very well. It is full of resources. Now, Wind Cloud Manor is going to gain from it. You can't say that. Back then Wu Shuai used a devious scheme to take South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. This is just retribution. He deserves it. The humans GU Immortals were happily watching by the side, enjoying his misery. Tai Chin watched at a corner alone. Her eyes were filled with tears as she muttered worriedly, "Darling Wu." Meanwhile, those Dragonman GU Immortals had defeated expressions. Only a few of the ones who knew the secret had excited and expectant expressions. Brother, use it, shock the entire world. The former Dragonman youngster Huang Wei idolized and admired Wu Shuai with all his heart, he yelled internally. At the next moment, looking at the green light that spread towards him like an endless tsunami, Wu Shuai smiled lightly. You finally used this move, Song Dao Zi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? HMPH, he is putting up a front. Can a mere Dragonman GU immortal like him accomplish a comeback? This move is Song Dao Zi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the entire 5 regions, how many rank 7 GU immortals can actually successfully defend against this move? However, at the next moment, a huge castle appeared from nowhere. Wu Shuai went inside it and charged up while manipulating this palace. The palace soared towards the sky, up into the clouds. What is this? An immortal GU house. I have never seen an immortal GU house like this. Did Wu Shuai create it himself? Most likely. This battle has been announced to the world, both sides can use their own possessions. Since Wu Shuai is using it, this must be his according to the rules. Oh heaven, the Dragonmen have an immortal GU house now, and it is a rank 7 immortal GU house. Look, this palace is completely unaffected. It is as if Green Heaven Pine Wave does not exist, it easily carved out a pathway. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal GU house, it can definitely resist rank 8 existences. Everyone gasped. Song Dao Zi was furious and shocked. He looked at his proudest killer move being treated as harmless air, his heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was currently using Dragon Court. Dragon Court approached as Wu Shuai's voice resounded, Song Dao Zi, kneel down and beg for mercy, I will spare your life. Song Dao Zi had a pale expression, he said in a rage, don't even think about it. You, a mere Dragonman, dare to humiliate me. Even though he was in a desperate situation, Song Dao Zi refused to back down in this fight. Have mercy! The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor GU immortals saw this and quickly shouted. Within Dragon Court, Wu Shuai heard his words and laughed coldly. His dragon pupils burst out with killing intent as he used Dragon Court to directly charge over. Ah! Song Dao Zi could not dodge in time, he screamed pitifully as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Dao Zi died. He actually killed Song Dao Zi. Is he trying to cause a war? A Dragonman GU immortal killed a member of our human race, what is he trying to do? All sorts of furious emotions erupted, the Dragonman GU immortals present turned pale while Huang Wei had a look of nervousness. At this moment, Dragon Court floated in the sky, Wu Shuai shouted from within, shut up. My battle with Song Dao Zi was a life and death battle, this was announced to the world long before the fight. If anyone has any objections, come out now and face me, receive your death. Instantly, the surroundings went silent. In the next scene of the dream realm, it was the celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables here filled with delicious food and wine, everyone was happily celebrating. The spotlight was naturally on Wu Shuai who was sitting at the main table. Congratulations to brother, after this battle, nobody will contest South Flower Island anymore. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a powerful general. Huang Wei offered a toast, he was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulders, brother, this was not all due to me, you have credit too. Brother. Huang Wei was choked with tears. Brother Shuai, this battle made you renowned in the world, I will congratulate you now. Tai Qin raised her wine cup, she spoke normally but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for the concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about in her heart. Thus, he shouted loudly, my battle with Song Dao Zi was a battle of life and death, the world can attest to that, whoever dies has to accept their fate. Song Dao Zi was a good opponent, he deserves the glory of dying in a heroic combat. I would like to assume that Wind Cloud Manor has no objections. Wind Cloud Manor had naturally sent an envoy to this banquet, it was an ordinary rank 6 GU immortal. Song Dao Zi was killed by Wu Shuai's insistence, Wind Cloud Manor also lost South Flower Island, but for their righteous reputation, and to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to attend the banquet. Wu Shuai's words made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and calling out, "Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this was agreed upon, we would definitely not go against it. Please take a seat, envoy." Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to blow up, but there were many people looking at him. Because the sect's reputation was at stake, he had to sit down. "Friend Wu Shuai, I am an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, Gu Liang. I watched your battle with Song Daozi and how you overwhelmed him with power. I offer you a toast." A male Gu Immortal wearing a robe and crown walked out. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man but had a smile that gave off the air of a person of authority. Wu Shuai felt overjoyed internally. This battle really made him renowned in the world. Even Eastern Sea Gu Immortals came to attend his banquet. "Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived." At this moment, the doorman shouted loudly. The hall went into a commotion. A rank 8 Gu Immortal had just shown up in this event after all. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter along. It was Wu Shuai's wife in name, Shu Juling. "My son-in-law, congratulations on your victory." Calligraphy Pavilion Lady smiled lightly. Even though she said just one simple sentence, everyone's expressions changed. "Mother-in-law, my virtuous wife, I have been saving seats for you. Please come and sit." Wu Shuai smiled as he invited them, feeling surprised internally. From Wu Shuai's perspective, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady for such an important event. At least on the surface, he would always do his part as a good son-in-law. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she came personally and even brought her daughter along. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green and Ascetic has arrived. After Calligraphy Pavilion Lady got seated, another rank 8 Gu Immortal arrived. This was Wu Shuai's master, but for the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not been in contact with him. Wu Shuai also sent him an invitation, of course. "Disciple greets master." Wu Shuai quickly went to greet him. "My disciple, I have come to visit you." Green and Ascetic looked at Wu Shuai as he nodded in praise. You are quite energetic." "Master, please take a seat." Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not pretending, it was his true emotion. The influence and gains from this battle were far beyond his expectations. After the banquet, Wu Shuai sent off the 2 rank 8s, but Calligraphy Pavilion Lady left her daughter Shu Juling behind. "You two have been separated for so long, how can that continue? You should stay together." Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but she had deep meaning behind it. Shu Juling did not speak. She was not impatient as always, she was very quiet now. But at night, Wu Shuai left her in an empty room. "My virtuous wife, take a rest first, I need to settle some work first." He was still so polite, it was the same as their first encounter. Shu Juling was silent for a moment before nodded obediently. "Go and do your work, husband." Wu Shuai was not busy at all, he was meeting with Tai Qin. "Junior sister, I have come." "Brother Shuai, I thought you were not coming today." "How could that be?" "You need to know how important you are in my heart. That woman cannot even compare to a strand of your hair." Tai Qin was very happy when she heard this. After they enjoyed each other's company for some time, Tai Qin asked worriedly, "Brother Shuai, I am still quite worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7 expert. Would they let this go?" "Of course they will not let this go, but so what?" Wu Shuai sneered. Looking at the cold and bright moon in the sky, he sighed. "Today, after this banquet, I, Wu Shuai, have finally realized the truth." "Realized what?" Wu Shuai's eyes flickered with cold light. "In this world, strength is all that matters. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came here to attend my banquet?" "That is because I own Immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Even though I have rank 7 cultivation level, I can use this house to fight rank 8. This is my foundation. I am now qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have too many concerns if they want to deal with me. That is because of my Dragon Court. As long as I possess this strength, there is nothing to fear. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 GU Immortal. I will elevate Dragon Court to rank 8 as well. By then, I want to see who can look down on me in this world. Brother Shuai. Tai Qin placed her head on Wu Shuai's chest as she looked at him endearingly. Wu Shuai lowered his head and met with her gaze. He caressed her hair gently as he promised, "Oh, junior sister, I will give you happiness, I will give you a good life. Right now, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is still a threat to me, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you a proper status." "I don't need any status, Brother Shuai, I am satisfied with just being by your side." "But I am not satisfied, I want to have many children with you in the future, I want us to enjoy the happiness of watching our descendants grow up. Will that day come?" Tai Qin's face flushed red with embarrassment. "It will." Wu Shuai held her tightly. "Believe me, it will." Chapter 1842. Uprising Plan, Stealing Fate. Next, he made a bet with Wind Cloud Manor, using Dragon Court to kill Song Daozi in front of everyone, becoming renowned in the world. During the celebratory banquet, Green and Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. This confirmed that Wu Shuai's influence had grown. He was now qualified to speak on equal terms with rank 8 existences. During the night of the celebratory banquet, Wu Shuai had a nice dream. In this dream, he fulfilled all of his aspirations, he reached all of the goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragonman leader, he had peak rank 8 battle strength. Duke Long stepped down from his position for him. He controlled Dragon Court and led his Dragonman people to live freely, becoming equals with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and tortured him to death in front of Shu Ju-ling, before he went to deal with Shu Ju-ling herself. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came in time and fought against him. After she lost, she begged him to spare her daughter and offered herself as his subordinate. Wu Shuai agreed to it. He only made Shu Ju-ling a servant while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate for good. He made Green and Ascetic and Wine Fairy his Dragonman external supreme elders, even though they did not want to. The Dragonman race was too powerful, Wu Shuai's strength forced them to submit. And the happiest thing was that he finally made Tai Qin his sole Dragon Empress. They had many children together. All of his kids had great talent and aptitude, they were like shining stars in the sky. Even though they were still young, they would definitely become great figures in the future. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at his beloved Tai Qin as she slept, he covered her with a blanket affectionately. Next, he walked out of the room quietly, starting to do his work. His battle with Song Daozi did not just lead to his own rise, even the Dragonman race was feeling a lot of motivation and excitement. Due to this influence, the Dragonman race became more active and had a stronger attitude. For the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragonmen and humans intensified as they clashed with greater intensity. Duke Long learned of this and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew all the way for thousands of li, but was scolded by Duke Long. These years, he had been the main culprit behind the conflict of the Dragonmen and humans. Next, Duke Long ordered him to announce his crimes and step down as the owner of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change Dragon Court's name to Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai was unwilling, but against Duke Long and Heavenly Court, he was still too weak. He had a dark expression and deep anger as he returned to South Flower Island, following Duke Long's instructions reluctantly. Jiyu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai saw him was during the banquet after killing Song Daozi. For the last few decades, Jiyu Liang had been very close with the South Flower Island Dragonmen. They had worked together many times, their cooperation was harmonious. Wu Shuai, I heard about the situation in South Flower Island. Why are you admitting to such crimes? Is there anything I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Jiyu Liang, this is the order of my ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey him. I am helpless now. Wu Shuai spoke firmly. I will tell you the truth, when I killed Song Daozi, I thought it was a turning point that will lead to the rise of my Dragonman race. But after these decades, I seem to be stuck in a sandpit. All my actions are showing little effect, I am facing pressure from all directions. Jiyu Liang smiled as he consoled, don't think too lowly of yourself. These years, I have seen all of your hard work. If not for your management of South Flower Island, this force created by the Dragonmen would have been devoured by all the greedy people out there. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects and heavenly court that you are going against. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. He was filled with deep rage and anger, but also helplessness. In the end, he sighed deeply as he raised his head. The rise of the Dragonman race, it is easier said than done, it is harder than ascending heaven. Jiyu Liang still had his smile, one step at a time. Back then when Heavenly Court rose to power, wasn't it the same situation? Wu Shuai said in a defeated tone, with my ancestors' instructions, my decades and even centuries of hard work have gone to nothing. The humans have control of the world, this is the trend. Jiyu Liang said, I have a method, it can solve your problem. Oh? What is it? Quickly tell me, there is no need to hesitate with our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This is a simple plan, you are only worried about the morale of the Dragonman race. Especially since you and South Flower Island are the war flags that hold up the entire race, yet Duke Long wants to exterminate that. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want that? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Ha ha ha, you have taken charge of South Flower Island for so many years, you truly cannot take such a risk. You know how important you are to the entire island and Dragonman race. But all these worries are holding you back, you no longer have the same bravery back then. I am here to lend you a hand, I will help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 GU Immortal. Jiyu Liang said as his aura transformed, turning from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 GU Immortal disguising as a rank 7. Wu Shuai was deeply shocked. Jiyu Liang, no, senior, you. Jiyu Liang raised his hand, stopping Wu Shuai, let's continue talking as friends. The truth is, I approached you for my own intentions. Central Continent is too powerful, the rest of the 4 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea GU Immortal, I am willing to see internal conflict in Central Continent. But I am not helping you because of that, I really appreciate and admire you. To speak the truth, we are quite alike. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. These years, I have been finding a rank 8 GU Immortal to help me with my tribulation. But even Green and Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady are constantly giving excuses, your help has truly come at the best timing. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the Dream Realm was his tribulation. But because Wu Shuai and Jiyu Liang were very close in the earlier scenes, he was helped by Jiyu Liang. Jiyu Liang had extraordinary strength. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully passed the tribulation without danger. Wu Shuai finally became a rank 8 GU Immortal. Even though he obeyed Duke Long's instructions and did everything, causing a huge commotion and fear among the Dragonmen, when news that he became a rank 8 GU Immortal spread in the world, the tide shifted towards the Dragonman race again, their morale rose greatly, it was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragonman race, he surpassed his father's generation, only Duke Long was the sole person above him. Wu Shuai had genuine rank 8 cultivation level now, he could finally speak on equal terms with Green and Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed, he no longer summoned him and scolded him so casually. It was like he had broken out of a hopeless encirclement. Wu Shuai felt his pressure lifting, most of the undercurrents involving South Flower Island for the last few decades were swept away after he reached rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am also a peak existence of the GU Immortal world. Wu Shuai was extremely grateful to Jiyu Liang, their cooperation deepened continuously. Jiyu Liang told Wu Shuai of many secrets, the foundation of Heavenly Court is Fate GU. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Heavenly Court, but why did they fail? The reason was because they could not destroy Fate GU, and because of Star Constellation's assimilation, they are unable to destabilize Heavenly Court's foundation. However, while Star Constellation's assimilation defended the reign of Heavenly Court, it also infuriated the Heavenly Tao. The way of heaven is balance, but humanity is flourishing and strengthening without restraint at the moment. This goes against the true heaven's will. Wu Shuai learned many important things from Jiyu Liang. Even though he lived in Central Continent and was a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he had never understood Heavenly Court's true secrets. He did not have any sources of information. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragonman race to rise up, rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if you get more rank 8 GU Immortals, it will not affect Heavenly Court status. Heavenly Court has many more rank 8s than you'll ever have. In fact, if I put this bluntly, if your Dragonman race really surpasses the bottom line of Heavenly Court one day, they will definitely take action against you. Don't they always say this? Those who are not my race having different motives won. Wu Shuai thought about it. There was deep meaning in this. He quickly asked Jiyu Liang for advice. Jiyu Liang told him, the rise of Dragonmen is extraordinary. You have to target the source of everything. The source? You're referring to Fate Jiyu. Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Jiyu is kept strictly by Heavenly Court. It is too difficult. It is difficult indeed, but there is still hope. Especially now, we have the greatest opportunity of all time. Jiyu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You are referring to that person. Red Lotus. That's right. Heavenly Court originally wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal Venerable, but he has other intentions. He chose to defy them. Your ancestor Duke Long has been very busy over this matter. It is giving him such a headache that he has relaxed his control over your Dragonman race. From this point, you need to thank Red Lotus for lowering the pressure that you are facing. Jiyu Liang said. We need to borrow Red Lotus power? That is a good idea, but how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked again. Red Lotus is too mysterious. There is almost no way of tracing his movement. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we want to meet him, he will reject us. He might even attack or destroy us. Jiyu Liang's expression changed. He showed some wariness. He said with deep meaning, regardless of whether Red Lotus is an immortal Venerable or demon Venerable, he is still a human GU Immortal. If he does not want to cooperate, how will we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Jiyu Liang laughed. Red Lotus wants to revive his family and his lover. He has to go against the heavenly Tao and defy fate. This conflict cannot be resolved, and precisely so, he turned on his teacher and Duke Long remains unable to get Red Lotus to turn back. Red Lotus will definitely attack Heavenly Court and attempt to destroy Fate GU. When he attacks Heavenly Court, it will be our opportunity to take action. When will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Heavenly Court? That I am not sure. It can take many years, or it can be at the next moment. Wu Shuai realized, I get it. From now on, we need to get close to Heavenly Court. We need to constantly enter Heavenly Court to find more information and peek into deeper secrets. When Red Lotus attacks, we will use the prime opportunity to try and steal Fate GU. Chapter 1843. Making Sacrifices. Red Lotus had yet to become a Venerable, but he was already predestined to become a future Venerable. Even though this was just a guess, the entire GU Immortal world was inclined to believe it. If not for this, why would Duke Long and Heavenly Court try all ways to convince him? Back then, Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple. It was an obvious sign. After talking to Jiyu Liang, Wu Shuai changed his strategy. He started to keep a low profile. He no longer acted like before. Originally, after becoming rank 8, the Dragonman race was very excited. There was finally a rank 8 great expert that could back them up. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Many Dragonmen could not understand him. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort to show a repentant attitude. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sects. He purposely got close to Heavenly Court and tried all ways to get information about them. In fact, he even put in funds to make an immortal GU house for Heavenly Court. As for the conflict between Dragonmen and humans, he also changed his stance. He suppressed Dragonmen to protect the benefits of the humans. After 100 years, even though Wu Shuai gained some success, he could not gain Heavenly Court's trust. What should I do? Wu Shuai was anxious. He discussed with Jiyu Liang. Jiyu Liang said, You are a Dragonman. Heavenly Court has always been extremely wary of variant humans. they look down on variant humans from the depths of their hearts. Our only hope is Duke Long, we need to target him. How do I gain Duke Long's trust? His impression of me is... Wu Shuai smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Jiyu Liang looked at Wu Shuai solemnly. It will depend on whether you can make sacrifices. Wu Shuai did not hesitate. He immediately answered, I've been planning for the Dragonman race all along, so what if I have to make sacrifices? Good. Jiyu Liang clapped. Only a person like you can accomplish great things. Jiyu Liang gave his plan, but Wu Shuai hesitated. Because Jiyu Liang was asking Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei on purpose. Huang Wei was a rank 7 Dragonman Jiyu immortal now. He had followed Wu Shuai since his youth. He had always been working hard in developing South Flower Island with Wu Shuai. He was loyal and had made many accomplishments. There was no chance he would ever betray Wu Shuai. Jiyu Liang urged him, everyone in the world knows about your relationship with Huang Wei. We can create a situation where you need to make a choice. If you defend the interests of the humans and sacrifice Huang Wei, Duke Long will definitely change his opinion towards you. But you want me to kill my greatest general, and he is the person who trusts and idolizes me the most. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. He was hesitant and unwilling to do so. I believe that if Huang Wei knows the purpose of his sacrifice, he will definitely do it. Am I right? Jiyu Liang's words lifted a lot of Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed deeply as his eyes turned red. I know Huang Wei like I know myself. If he knows that is my plan, he will definitely sacrifice himself. No. Jiyu Liang quickly interjected, this plan is too important. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Only the two of us should know of it. Friend, you need to know that even the dead can be investigated upon to look for evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know of our plan. This? Wu Shuai shut his eyes as he shook his head. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. He hesitated for half a year before he finally made up his mind. Compared to the individual Huang Wei, the entire Dragonman race was more important. Wu Shuai and Jiyu Liang plotted secretly, creating conflict and killing human Jiyu immortals before gathering evidence to accuse Huang Wei. After this matter happened, it attracted a lot of attention in Central Continent. Huang Wei screamed out in innocence, this was not done by me, brother, you know me, I will definitely not do that. Wu Shuai defended Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence got exposed, he had no choice but to uphold justice and kill Huang Wei. This matter caused a great commotion. The Dragonmen became very upset with Wu Shuai. Many Dragonmen started to move out of South Flower Island. The 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai greatly. Even Duke Long heard about this matter and nodded in praise of Wu Shuai. He has grown up a lot over these years. I am very pleased. Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust after this. But he felt emptiness in his heart. Before his execution, Huang Wei's last words were deeply etched into his heart. He could never forget it in this lifetime. Brother, I have never regretted following you. If you want to execute me, regardless of the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I have not done anything like this. You need to be careful, be very careful. Those human Jiyu immortals are trying to deceive you. These years, they have not done anything against you. They have actually changed their tactics. They are accusing me now to get rid of me. They want to gradually clip your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragonman race. I have never reached it. So be it if I die. I hope you will carry on this dream. The future of the Dragonman race cannot be achieved without you. Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying as he said that. Wu Shuai felt his heart bleeding with every sentence. Wu Shuai almost lost control and wanted to tell Huang Wei the truth behind everything. The one who framed him was this beloved brother right here. In fact, there was a moment where Wu Shuai had the intense urge to kneel down and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness, but in the end, he controlled himself. He snorted coldly, Huang Wei, you have committed a great crime and killed people. You still refuse to admit your sins even now. Sigh, I have trusted you in vain. You are too disappointing. I am deeply hurt. Halfway through, Wu Shuai started to cry. His voice became shaky. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei. He quickly turned around and left. Brother! Huang Wei knelt on the cold floor of the prison cell, looking at Wu Shuai who was leaving. He shouted, "Brother, let me call you that for the final time before I die. Don't forget the grand aspiration of the Dragonman race." Wu Shuai walked even more quickly now, he seemed to be escaping. Many GU Immortals came to watch Huang Wei's execution, but Wu Shuai did not go. That night, he had a dream. In the dream, he saw Huang Wei who was pointing at him and scolding loudly. Wu Shuai told him the truth. After hearing it, Huang Wei started to cry as he knelt down on the ground, saying, "Brother, you have worked too hard, I was too ignorant, I blamed you wrongly. For the sake of the Dragonman race, you took on all these accusations and made such sacrifices, I am willing to sacrifice myself too." Wu Shuai quickly held Huang Wei as he stood up, he patted his shoulder, "Brother, I'm glad you understand me." After waking up, Wu Shuai still carried a smile. He did not get out of bed, he opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. The smile did not fade from his face, but tears flowed down from his eyes. Huang Wei's death caused a lot of commotion. South Flower Island was in turmoil, morale fell to rock bottom, the Dragonmen were all very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai started to go in and out of Heavenly Court regularly. This was a major breakthrough. Once, Heavenly Court decided to build Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed onto this great opportunity and reported to Duke Long that he was willing to contribute his Dragon Palace. All these years, Dragon Palace had remained as a rank 7 immortal GU house. Wu Shuai had done this after much consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal, he could rebuild it in the future. The most important thing was Fate GU. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, "Wu Shuai, I am very happy that you are willing to do this. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal GU house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path, it is not appropriate. Furthermore, with Heavenly Court's foundation, we do not need you to spend your own wealth." Wu Shuai sighed, "Grandfather, I was too arrogant when I was young, I did many atrocious things. Now that I regret it, I've been thinking about ways to make up for my mistakes. Please give me a chance, Grandfather, I will not disappoint you." Duke Long laughed loudly, "All right, you and your father will be in charge of building Central Heaven Gate." Wu Shuai was overjoyed, "Thank you, Grandfather." To build Central Heaven Gate, many resources were needed. Gu Liang came to offer some help. He said to Wu Shuai, "Heavenly Court has devious ambitions indeed, they actually want to create Central Heaven Gate, it can connect to Grotto-heavens. But this is truly a great opportunity. We can target this Central Heaven Gate and leave a backdoor while probing for more secrets and information of Heavenly Court." Wu Shuai started to work harder, he went around in preparation of creating Central Heaven Gate. The Dragonman race were very unhappy with him, many Dragonmen started to scold Wu Shuai. They called him the traitor of the Dragonman race. These Dragonmen held deep expectations for Wu Shuai in the past, it was all converted into intense disappointment and hatred now. Even Wu Shuai's own father was very cold to him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings as he put in all his effort to complete Central Heaven Gate. Creating a backdoor in Central Heaven Gate was not easy, especially under the supervision of Heavenly Court. While he was working hard and was about to gain some results, an accident occurred. His father returned from Heavenly Court, he was gravely injured. Before dying, he called Wu Shuai over. "I got into contact with Fate GU, my son. I received the revelation of Fate GU, we Dragonmen will reign supreme, Dragonmen will reign supreme." Wu Shuai's father was very excited, he grabbed onto Wu Shuai's hand tightly. "What?" Wu Shuai was deeply shocked, he was tongue-tied. "What is going on?" "Father!" His father explained the situation. "I had found out by coincidence, but even though I got discovered, I was smart enough to purposely fail in constructing Central Heaven Gate. I suffered intense backlash and used this excuse to escape from Heavenly Court, to return to you. Dragonmen reign supreme. My son, our Dragonman race is meant to hold the heavenly fate, we are meant to replace humanity. This is the revelation given by Fate GU, it is definitely true." Wu Shuai's father had shining eyes. "Do you know what this means?" Quickly heal me, spread news of this to the world. The Dragonman GU Immortals will be extremely excited. Father, you should recuperate in peace now, I will handle this. Wu Shuai was also very excited. After settling down his father, he left the room. Not long after, he met with Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to console him, but seeing that Wu Shuai had a struggling expression, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang had worked closely together. He had learned of Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human but a variant human Gu immortal. After a moment of silence, Wu Shuai told him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked, but after reacting to it, he understood why Wu Shuai hesitated. Wu Shuai, you did not rally the Dragonmen and announce this news. It was the right thing to do. If Heavenly Court learns of this secret, they will definitely wipe out the Dragonmen in this world. But we need to continue deceiving Heavenly Court and make them think that this secret is still safe. We are currently not safe enough. Your father's actions were too abnormal. There is a chance that they will find out he contacted Fate GU. Next, Heavenly Court's investigators will definitely come to seek information. Gu Liang, you know me well, that is my current dilemma. Wu Shuai sighed, what do we do? Gu Liang hesitated, but he still spoke. You have already thought of the method, haven't you? In this situation, only by sacrificing your father and pretending that he had died from his injuries after coming back can we escape this terrible crisis of extinction. Wu Shuai had a pale face. He stumbled backwards as he shook his head continuously. You want me to kill my father? No, I will definitely not do that. You will not do that? If Heavenly Court learns of this, your Dragonman race will be wiped from existence. Gu Liang sighed, I finally understand why your ancestor Duke Long treats the Dragonman race like this. Heavenly Court must have known of Fate Gu's revelation that Dragonmen will reign supreme all along. Chapter 1844. Killing Father, Dream Revelations. Gu Liang pondered for a moment and denied the possibility. This possibility is very small. According to your father, there were many coincidences that led to him contacting Fate GU. These are not man-made coincidences. Many of these elements were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are many coincidences, I am very suspicious of it. Back then, how did the humans obtain the revelation of heavenly fate from Fate GU? Isn't your father in a similar situation now? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. At this moment, a loud voice was heard in the sky. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals had come to pay a visit due to the injuries of Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, you must decide now. If you wait, all of your efforts will be in vain. Your entire Dragonman race will face extermination. Wu Shuai's expression immediately turned ashen. His face turned pale and his body shook. He also fell to the ground. The situation was forcing him to make a rapid decision. He knew that this choice would bring him pain for eternity, but he had to do it. Even though he was uncertain if the heavenly revelation of Dragonmen reign supreme was real, or if others were harming them, he could not gamble. If he lost the gamble, he would not just lose his father, he would lose the entire Dragonman race. That day, Wu Shuai's father died from the backlash of failing to build Central Heaven Gate. His soul was completely erased. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals gained no evidence. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 GU Immortal Wu Shuai. They left. For the next 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him as Wu Shuai cried in the arms of his beloved woman. Tai Qin said gently, people cannot revive after dying. Senior brother, you need to move on. Uncle died from building Central Heaven Gate. Heavenly Court will definitely compensate you. Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin about the truth. He had to endure this pain himself. He could only say, Junior sister, do you know? Back then, after I killed Song Dao Zi, I often had the same dream at night. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragonman race. I led my people to prosperity. We lived a life of freedom and peace. I stayed within Dragon Court and ruled meticulously. The Dragonmen lived in peace and prosperity. There were no conflicts or inequality. Huang Wei remained as my greatest right-hand man. He handled many affairs for me. My father said I was his pride and joy. He often said, "My son, you finally did it, I am so proud of you." And the two of us lived in bliss. We had many children, they could freely play around without worries. Saying so, Wu Shuai lowered his head and cried, "But now, I only have you left. My beloved junior sister." Tai Qin was also extremely sad. All these years, she did not manage to bear a single child for Wu Shuai. When dragonmen copulate, they are able to have many children, more than humans. But mixed blood between variant humans and humans are very unlikely to have children. Not just Dragonman, even the other variant humans were the same. This was terrible news to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in anguish. Jiyu Liang came to urge him, "Wu Shuai, I can understand the pain that you are feeling, but please be mindful of Heavenly Court. Don't put too much of the blame on yourself and cause Heavenly Court to sense something. If our efforts end up in vain, wouldn't your father have died for nothing?" Wu Shuai jolted like he was hit by lightning. He realized at once as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He cupped his fists to thank Jiyu Liang. "Thank you for the reminder, otherwise, I would have committed a grave mistake." Jiyu Liang nodded as he smiled. "You have been overwhelmed by sadness these last days. You have not been working on Central Heaven Gate. It is time to continue." "But the revelation of fate, Jiyu, can we trust the notion that Dragonmen will reign supreme?" Wu Shuai was still thinking about it. He could not let it go. Jiyu Liang smiled. "To prove this, the best way is to get into contact with fate, Jiyu. But the risk is great. The truth is, there is no need to be anxious. As long as you wait, you will be able to find evidence." "You mean?" Wu Shuai had some sort of realization. Jiyu Liang nodded. "Indeed, if Dragonmen are meant to reign supreme, Heavens will definitely give your Dragonman race more care and concern. Your father is like Yu Ji from history. When he was still a GU master, he was just a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman Sacred Hall. In the end, when he got close to fate GU, he learned the heavenly revelation that humans would reign supreme. He followed the guidance of fate GU and stole it, contributing it to the most crucial human, Primordial origin who had yet to become an immortal Venerable. I know about Yu Ji. He was the Tao guardian of Primordial origin immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly revelation but did not die. Instead, he managed to steal fate GU. So why did my father?" Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Jiyu Liang explained, "I have some guesses about this. Remember I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once assimilated with Heaven's will? From then on, her will started to interfere with Heaven's will. This is likely the reason why your father met with disaster, but he was able to successfully tell us the secret that Dragonmen will reign supreme. He has died for a good cause." Jiyu Liang continued to encourage him. "Your father told you this secret, Wu Shuai. You might be the crucial person chosen by the heavenly fate, someone like Primordial origin. You cannot give up, you cannot be dejected, you need to work harder." Wu Shuai shook his head. "How can I be compared to a Venerable? And we variant humans cannot become Venerable." Jiyu Liang was silent for a moment before he showed a peculiar expression. "Variant humans cannot become Venerable. That is a phenomenon indeed, but nobody knows the exact reasons behind it. There are all sorts of theories. The truth is, we have been researching about the reason why variant humans cannot become Venerable." Wu Shuai questioned, "Isn't it because man is the spirit of all living beings?" Jiyu Liang chuckled. That is likely just a cover. There is a huge secret behind becoming a Venerable. It depends on the spirit to some degree, but that is definitely not the only reason. In human history, there were some exceptions. Some GU immortals with exceptional strength passed all of their rank 8 tribulations but could not become Venerable. Their cultivation level could not rise to rank 9. Your ancestor Duke Long should be very clear of this. He was one such example. Even with his extremely high strength, he could not become rank 9, he only became a Dragonman afterwards. If you can find out the truth behind this, my tribe is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret." Jiyu Liang promised solemnly. "Do not worry, if I can learn of this secret, I will definitely share it with you at no cost." Wu Shuai swore. Before leaving, Jiyu Liang advised him again, "Friend Wu Shuai, do take care. Even though fate GU is not in your hands, if you are truly the fated individual, you will get some revelations. You are definitely a crucial person, these revelations might come to you or the people around you, do pay close attention to them. I know. Wu Shuai nodded, let time prove everything. But to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not receive any revelation. He continued to build Central Heaven Gate to ease Heavenly Court. The Dragonman race, especially many Dragonman GU Immortals, became upset with him. They called Wu Shuai a dog. His father had died from building Central Heaven Gate, but this son was actually going to continue that job. He was truly enslaved and incorrigible. He truly deserved to be left with a dead father. Thus, more and more Dragonmen moved away from South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamed of his father again. His father told him, continue to work hard, I understand you deeply. This sacrifice will definitely lead to great accomplishments. The Dragonman race needs your leadership, my child. He also dreamed that he had children with Tai Chin at long last. It turned out that deep within an earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. If he and Tai Chin ate this seaweed, they would be able to have children, getting past the obstacle of cross-breeding. When he woke up, Wu Shuai had a realization. He jolted. Was this the heavenly revelation? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he dreamed that Huang Wei was saying goodbye to him. Before his father died, he also dreamed that his father was talking about his deceased mother. He spoke with great affection and said he was going to join her. It was quite easy to confirm this point as well. Wu Shuai immediately made plans, using Jiu Liang's strength to head to Eastern Sea and retrieve the unnamed seaweed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin used the seaweed together. Months later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was pregnant with his child. This was truly immensely great news. Not only because he had obtained his offspring, but also because he confirmed his guess. He finally understood that the heavenly revelations had appeared long ago, he just failed to recognize them. The dream started to change, more revelations came to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai followed these revelations and achieved great success with minimal effort. Not only did he build Central Heaven Gate, he even successfully made his backdoor without Heavenly Court noticing it at all, even when they checked. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, he stopped developing the Dragonman race. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the dream revelations, his cultivation level continued to rise. Along with Jiu Liang's help, he passed tribulations after tribulations. The dream started to change again. The revelation to build Rank 8 Immortal GU House Dragon Palace appeared. The core Immortal GU of Rank 8 Dragon Palace is Rank 8, Dream Token. This is a Dream Path GU, it corresponds to the Great Era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately traveled in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path Immortal materials. These Dream Path Immortal materials are very rare. They were often buried in some corner, completely inconspicuous. But Wu Shuai followed the revelations. He slowly found and gathered them, refining them successfully. Chapter 1845. A Life of Tragedy. Tai Chin finally gave birth. We finally have the next generation of our bloodline. Tai Chin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the baby that was just born, spinning around several times in joy. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed beside Tai Chin. He looked at Tai Chin, who was still weak after giving birth, with deep affection. His gaze was extremely gentle. What are we going to name our child? Tai Chin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has large, lively, and spiritual eyes. Let's call him Long Ling. Wu Shuai said, TL note, this is dragon spirit in Chinese. Tai Chin nodded. Long Ling, it is a good name. Their son, Long Ling, was just born. Wu Shuai was very happy now, but he also sensed that the burden on him had become heavier. Huang Wei and my father have both passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Chin and my new son left now. I need to give Tai Chin a proper status. I need to give my child a bright future. He cannot live in an environment full of ostracism. I want him to live properly and proudly as a Dragonman. He will grow up with pride. The responsibilities were pushing and motivating him. After resting for a few days in South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on a journey around the 5 regions and 2 heavens again, collecting Dream Path Immortal materials. The process of refining Dream Token Immortal GU was very mystical. It all happened within his dream. As immortal materials were refined one by one, Dream Token Immortal GU was finally at its final step to completion. Wu Shuai was immensely shocked. The final revelation in his dream was that he had to sacrifice Tai Qin. As long as she willingly sacrificed her own life, it would complete the last step of refining Dream Token. No, I absolutely cannot do that. Wu Shuai was deeply shook, his face turned pale. He could not accept this revelation. For a few days, he was completely daydreaming. He moved around in immemorial white heaven like a ghost that had no soul. Only until he met an immemorial desolate beast that almost killed him, he finally came to his senses abruptly. He killed the immemorial desolate beast but was very vexed. He could not find a solution to this. Should I really sacrifice Junior Sister? No, absolutely not. There must be some way, there must be. Wu Shuai decided to halt the plan of refining Dream Token. He wanted to get more revelations from the dreams. On the second night, he got a new revelation from his dream. This revelation was beyond shocking. Ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my entire Dragonman race. And Duke Long has already been wanting to use this move many times already. Even though he trusted his dream revelations deeply, this news was just too unbelievable. He could barely accept it. He pondered for some time. He decided to return to Central Continent and investigate the truth. Wu Shuai had spent a lot of time and effort trying to refine Dream Token Immortal GU. During this period, Central Continent was filled with undercurrents. Conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus was intensifying by the day. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, even though Heavenly Court suspected him, Duke Long trusted him deeply. Wu Shuai deployed all of the manpower that he could use to investigate this matter. At the same time, the Dream Realm continued giving him more revelations. With the help of Dream Revelation, Wu Shuai gained more and more clues. These clues all proved that his dream revelations were true. In fact, Wu Shuai even learned about the name of this move, Dragonman Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragonman Lifespan Extension method, creating the Dragonman race. As the number of Dragonmen increased, they slowly developed into the current Dragonman race. Duke Long is the ancestor of Dragonmen, the source of the race. When he created the Dragonman race initially, he left behind a hidden card. That was the killer move Dragonman Extermination. By using this move, all the Dragonmen in this world would self-detonate and die. None would survive. Furthermore, Duke Long has been wanting to use this killer move for a long time. He has only been waiting as a result of Star Constellation's will. Ancestor, you are too cruel. You are really so cold-hearted. Wu Shuai felt a chill. He was helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work, the future of the Dragonman race, they were all a joke compared to this killer move. They were living in a real and yet illusory bubble. What do I do? Wu Shuai raised his head and screamed. He had no ideas left. Right, I still have my dreams. Suddenly, he realized as hope sparkled in his eyes, he still had a final trump card. That night, the dream's content went back to a few years ago. Regarding the refinement of Dream Token Immortal GU. The final step of Dream Token Immortal GU was for Tai Qin to make a self-sacrifice. The dream told Wu Shuai that in order to deal with Dragonman Extermination, he had to refine Dream Token Immortal GU first. Wu Shuai woke up in shock from the dream. In the darkness of the night, he cried soundlessly. He looked at his lover in a daze, the woman that he loved the most in his life, Tai Qin. Tai Qin was originally sleeping soundly, but she seemed to have sensed something as she opened her eyes. She saw Wu Shuai's expression, which was full of anguish and sadness. What is it? Tai Qin quickly embraced Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her. He hugged her tightly. He used so much force, but never had he ever felt so weak and useless in his life. Wu Shuai had to tell Tai Qin the truth. Tai Qin was able to accept it quickly. She used her warm hands to touch Wu Shuai's face. She smiled gently. So that's the reason, my brother Shuai. I love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, including my life. This is nothing much, but in this life, I not only have you, I also have another concern, that is our child. After I die, you must take good care of him, nurture our child well. Promise me that, okay? I promise you on my life and dignity, I promise you with everything I have. Wu Shuai cried profusely. He was filled with anguish and sadness. Dream Token was refined. Next, Rank 8 Dragon Palace was also constructed. After it was created, Wu Shuai stayed inside most of the time. He often walked around the palace as he touched the walls and pillars. He pretended that he could feel Tai Qin's warmth, but the reality was that he could only touch the cold icy walls of the immortal Gu house. The child he had with Tai Qin gradually grew up. Sometimes, he would ask, "Father, where is mother? Why is she not back yet?" Each time he asks this, Wu Shuai would feel like a sharp spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed. Each time, he would squat down and hug his young son Longling. He would hold him tightly and warmly as he lied to him. The young and innocent Longling was like his antidote, the only thing in this world that could heal his broken heart. He possessed Rank 8 Dragon Palace, but Wu Shuai did not have any intention to fight for fame or glory. He secretly targeted Green and Ascetic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. He achieved his former dream. He could imprison Shu Ju Ling, capture Fan Ji, and even torture him to death in front of her. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Shu Ju Ling go be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about the past glory or humiliation, even though he had once felt pain from them and had fought intensely to achieve them. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He let go of many things. Now, Wu Shuai felt very tired. He was very tired, but he could not stop. He had to continue because the matter regarding Dragonman extermination had not been resolved yet. Dream revelations came time and time again. In order to settle the matter of Dragonman extermination, he had to use Rank 8 Dragon Palace while doing experiments on the Dragonman body. Dragonmen were the product of the Dragonman lifespan extension method, while Dragonman extermination was created through this source. The three were tightly connected together. Wu Shuai already grasped the Dragonman lifespan extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace, he could totally reverse-deduce the killer move Dragonman extermination killer move through it. But to do that, Wu Shuai alone was not enough. He gathered all of the Dragonman Gu Immortals and told them the truth. He begged them for help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented meeting. Almost all of the Dragonman Gu Immortals had gathered together. These Dragonman Gu Immortals did not believe him initially, but when Wu Shuai provided facts and evidence that could not be denied, they had to believe him. At the same time, Gu Liang was present to testify that Wu Shuai's father had found out the secret of the heavenly revelation. It was all announced to them. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragonmen. These people will almost all die. Even if they survive, they will wish they were dead. However, I cannot stop this plan. If anyone objects, speak up now. I object! Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone turned to look. It was Wu Shuai's cousin, the beloved 7th young master that Duke Long doted on the most. 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai, who was on his throne, as he scolded, "You scoundrel, you are insane. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, you killed your most loyal sworn brother. To conceal the secret of Dragonmen reign supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used your most beloved wife as the Gu material. Now, to deal with Dragonman extermination killer move, you even want to sacrifice all of your innocent Dragonmen and do experiments on them. Why is your heart so wicked? Why are you so cold-hearted? You think that this so-called evidence will make us believe you? He, you are too laughable. Do you think we are all fools? He, no, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and sad. You want to give your wife happiness, and in the end? You sacrifice her to refine a Gu. He. You wanted to make your father proud, and in the end? You killed him. You killed him with your own 2 hands. You promised Huang Wei a bright future, you gave him hope. But in the end you killed him yourself. And now, what future is there? He, ha ha ha. Seventh young master laughed maniacally, his tears were almost falling out. You tried so hard to lead the Dragonman race to rise up, and in the end, the Dragonman race is about to be wiped out, we are going to be extinct. It was you. If you were not ambitious and took over South Flower Island, relocating our people, developing rapidly and causing conflict with the humans, why would all this happen? If the Dragonman race lived quietly and peacefully, Ancestor would not have the intention of wiping us out. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are the strongest person in the Dragonman race besides our Ancestor, but what you gave us was not glory or hope, it was neither equality nor dignity. It was destruction. You are real tragedy. Your whole life is a tragedy. The entire hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally faded away. In the depths of the sea, only a beautiful palace was left, along with the 4 dragon generals. The dragon generals looked at Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone with complex and subservient expressions. They walked out of Dragon Palace's door. The door of Dragon Palace opened on its own. The Dragonman clone took huge steps out of this Dragon Palace. He was expressionless, but the vicissitudes of life were seen deep in his eyes. Looking at Dragon Palace, he could almost still hear the accusations of Little Seventh, as well as the gathering of the surrounding Dragonman GU Immortals. But taking another glance, the hall was empty, everything was gone. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The Dragonman clone's voice resounded in the hall, it was like the cry of a lingering spirit. But I am no longer myself. The Dragonman clone smiled bitterly. This was not his voice, this was not his face, this was not his body, it was not even his soul. Only his will was left. The will that had endured through 1,000,000 years, waiting until today. Dragon Spirit greets Master. Dragon Spirit appeared with a reverent expression, there was a trace of happiness in its eyes. Finally, Dragon Court finally has a new master. The Dragonman clone looked at Dragon Spirit intently, his eyes turned red rapidly. He really wished that at this moment, Dragon Spirit could call him Father. But it was impossible now. Tai Chin, I have let you down after all, I could not even complete your final and only request. Wu Shuai raised his head, he sighed deeply, his tone was filled with endless guilt and sadness. But he did not cry. 1,000,000 years ago, his tears had already run dry. Chapter 1846. Obtaining Primordial Origins True Inheritance. The 2 rank 8s of Eastern Sea, Song Qi Yuan and Shen Songsheng, watched the process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Fang Yuan a large amount of Qi Path cultivation resources, most importantly, he even gave 1 Primordial Origin True Inheritance to Qi Sea Ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea Immortals helpless, but they also could not help but admire Duke Long's resolution. Of course, they only made a fraction of the transaction on the spot. Qi Sea Ancestor, which was Fang Yuan's disguise, agreed on a truce with Heavenly Court. They would coexist now, Heavenly Court would also hand over the resources gradually. As for Primordial Origins True Inheritance, it would also be handed over in portions. After all, neither side was following any alliance agreement. They finally finished their negotiation, but not only did Fang Yuan not leave, he led the way for them. Fang Yuan is trying to get Dragon Palace now, Duke Long, maybe your Heavenly Court will be able to resolve your enmity with him today. Fang Yuan smiled as he said. From his expression, he looked like someone who was going to watch the show by the side. But Fang Yuan decided to stop stalling for time. If he continued wasting time, Duke Long and the 2 Eastern Sea Immortals might sense something. In that case, he should grasp this situation firmly instead. They did not set any alliance agreements anyway. When it is time to fight, Fang Yuan will attack directly. As for those negotiations they made, who cares? Duke Long flew straight, he looked calm and composed, he replied plainly, if that really happens, we will have 1 less problem ahead. The 2 Eastern Sea Immortals looked at each other, this matter concerned Dragon Palace, they were not going to leave yet. When the entire group reached the location where Dragon Palace was hidden after diving into the depths of the sea, Dragon Palace had vanished already. Was Dragon Palace really here? The Eastern Sea Immortals did not believe it. They were suspicious that Fang Yuan had brought them to a wrong location, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not suspect that, even though Fang Yuan brought them here, this was the route that Fairy Wei had deduced as well. There were no deviations. It seems that Dragon Palace really flew away. Duke Long sighed. Fang Yuan smiled. It is truly a pity. If Dragon Palace was taken by Fang Yuan, your heavenly court would have lost to him once again. Fang Yuan had the expression of a curious and excited bystander. He tried to provoke Duke Long with words. Duke Long replied plainly. He was completely unaffected. Because he knew a lot about Dragon Palace, back then when his descendant created it, it was designed such that only a Dragonman could become the Dragon Palace Lord. In that case, Duke Long, who had the killer move Dragonman Extermination, was basically holding a trump card against it. If Fang Yuan really subdued Dragon Palace, he would have either turned himself into a Dragonman, or had a Dragonman subordinate. Fang Yuan is a vigilant person who was reborn from the future. There is little chance that he turned himself into a Dragonman. But even so, my Dragonman Extermination can kill one of his capable subordinates. But killing is just an added bonus. The key is to retrieve Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, it was not completely without gains. At least I managed to improve Sea Ancestor and Heavenly Court's relationship. There might even be a chance of recruiting Sea Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, now that it has appeared, it will definitely leave clues behind. I will find it once more. Sigh. Fang Yuan's advantage from using rebirth is too great. He could set up arrangements in advance to strike early. I was late in this contest over Dragon Palace. Duke Long thought about it for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragonman Extermination yet. This trump card was best saved for a crucial moment in the future, to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragonman Extermination. But if he knew, he would be guarded against it. Duke Long would not gain much from activating it. Regardless, not using it now was still a wise decision for Duke Long. I cannot let Dragon Palace fall into Fang Yuan's hands. The matter of retrieving Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan should be considered one problem. Fangzeng, who is useful against Fang Yuan, should be saved first. Thinking so, Duke Long approached Shensong Sheng. Guu Fangzeng was currently in Shensong Sheng's hands. Shensong Sheng was already prepared for it. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shen clan and Duke Long's heavenly court were both in the righteous path. They handled matters similarly. Shensong Sheng was willing to undergo transaction with Duke Long, of course, exchanging Guu Fangzeng for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guu Fangzeng. He was useless anyway. Shensong Sheng was secretly excited. He decided to extort Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was extremely affluent. He had seen the conversation earlier. Fang Yuan watched by the side and was slightly moved too. But if he competed against Duke Long now, it would not be a good idea. Firstly, he had just arrived at an agreement with Duke Long. If he acts against him now, this would go against Sea Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not confident in competing with Heavenly Court. If he tried to kill Shensong Sheng to snatch Fangzeng away, the chances were very slim. However, Fang Yuan did not give up. He secretly transmitted to Shensong Sheng and inquired. Shensong Sheng heard that Sea Ancestor was also interested in Fangzeng. He quickly replied, "To speak the truth, I had just soul-searched Fangzeng. I know about his recent encounters. It seems that he indeed counters Fang Yuan. Some way or another, he manages to exert negative influence on Fang Yuan." Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes as he immediately asked Shensong Sheng secretly, "Even though this Fang Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him once, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fangzeng counters Fang Yuan, you should keep him and negotiate with Fang Yuan. After all, he has many venerable true inheritances in his hands. If you really transact with Heavenly Court, will they want to give you venerable true inheritances?" Fang Yuan attempted to convince Shensong Sheng to keep Fangzeng so that he could find a chance to strike. After all, the difficulty of planning to take Fang, who was in Shansong Sheng's hands, was completely different from him being in Heavenly Court's hands. Shansong Sheng answered very quickly. He did not dare to keep Fang Yuan waiting. He smiled. Ancestor is right, this is a good suggestion. He said that as he turned to Duke Long. If Heavenly Court wants Fang back, give me a venerable true inheritance. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly in amusement. Oh Shansong Sheng, you are too greedy. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi Si? Friend Qi Si was able to get a venerable true inheritance through fighting and gaining my acknowledgement. If you can get a venerable true inheritance from just trading a captive, wouldn't you be treating Qi Si as a joke? Shansong Sheng, what's your attitude? If you still have unrealistic goals, then let's have a fight first. Duke Long's change of attitude was very clear. He spoke domineeringly, completely different from when he spoke to Fang Yuan. Shansong Sheng felt a little troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. He purposely mentioned Sea Ancestor, praising him and using this as a bargaining chip. But Shansong Sheng had done soul search on Fang. He understood the value that this person had. He smiled coldly as he said without fear, Duke Long, I know that I am not your match, but so what? You can defeat me but you cannot kill me now. Furthermore, Fang is in my hands. I can kill him with a single thought. If you do not want to give a venerable true inheritance, what do you want to offer? Let me see Heavenly Court's sincerity. Shansong Sheng was not stupid. He spoke in a tone mixed with hard and soft words. He had taken a step back and stopped requesting for a venerable true inheritance forcefully. After all, Duke Long was much stronger than him. Both sides negotiated for a long time but did not come to an agreement. Shansong Sheng wanted a lot because Fang was really important to Duke Long and Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan watched by the side as he gained a clearer understanding of the situation. The more Heavenly Court placed importance on Fang, the more likely he was trouble to Fang Yuan, and the greater Fang Yuan's killing intent became. He secretly spoke to Shansong Sheng. In my opinion, you should contact Fang Yuan first and talk to him. He might give a higher price than Heavenly Court. But Shansong Sheng had already made up his mind. He replied, Senior Sea Ancestor, I am more willing to hand Fang over to Heavenly Court. Firstly, Heavenly Court is a righteous path force. It has a reputation to upkeep. It also needs a living Fang. But Fang Yuan only wants a dead Fang. He might not negotiate with me peacefully. Secondly, in terms of wealth and foundation, who in this world can match Heavenly Court? Shansong Sheng was a righteous path member after all. He had an innate barrier with the demonic path Fang Yuan. He was more willing to interact with Heavenly Court even though he was full of wariness against them. Fang Yuan saw that he could not convince him. He could not overdo this in case they found anything suspicious. He could only think of new plans. Duke Long became increasingly impatient. He had already spent all his effort negotiating with Fang Yuan earlier. It was not his usual way of handling things. Now that he also had to talk to Shansong Sheng, Duke Long felt an impulse to attack. But Fang Yuan was right beside him, considering that Shansong Sheng and Sea Ancestor were both Eastern CGU Immortals. Duke Long held down his urge. At this time, Fairy Zi Wei gave Duke Long a piece of information. Duke Long heard it and his eyes shined. This was an important bargaining chip. He quickly transmitted to Shansong Sheng. Shansong Sheng's expression changed. He cried out, really? Of course. Duke Long nodded. How about that? The resources I mentioned earlier and this intel. Shansong Sheng agreed without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qi Yuan feel surprised. They wondered what transaction those two had just done. Jiu Fangzheng was handed over to Duke Long by Shansong Sheng on the spot. Fangzheng had already fainted. Duke Long held on to him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay. He had to say goodbye as well. The remaining two Eastern Sea Immortals said the same thing. They invited Fang Yuan to be their guest in the clan. They promised to gift some resources to Fang Yuan as the compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield unintentionally. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two people to influence Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. After agreeing on a time, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a while, he stopped at a certain cloud. From within the cloud, an immortal GU house appeared. The Dragonman clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone smiled at each other. On this expedition to retrieve Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, even though there were many hurdles, nothing bad had happened in the end. His gains were even more than expected. Chapter 1847. Dream Token. Dream Token was shaped like a dragonfly. It had a round head and long body, with a pair of pink ruby eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. Looking closely at its thin wings, one would also see a faint layer of rainbow halo. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart. All along, he had been holding deep expectations towards Dream Path Immortal GU. He had many Dream Path killer moves, but he still had 0 Dream Path Immortal GU until now. For example, Unravel Dream used the Wisdom Path Immortal GU Unravel Mystery. Fang Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Mortal GU to replace the effect of the supposed Dream Path Immortal GU. This caused Unravel Dream to expend a large number of Dream Path Mortal GU each time. In the initial period of getting Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had laboriously refined those Dream Path Mortal GU one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal GU to replace them, he would not have had such trouble. Fang Yuan had always lacked a Dream Path Immortal GU, but now, he finally had his first one, and it was actually the Rank 8 Dream Token. Thinking back to the Dream Realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself in it. The Dragonman clone who was to the side sighed heavily. He still felt deep lingering fear. If I had not sent something amiss in advance and secret set up Unravel Dream beforehand, and made it activate when I came out, I would have betrayed the main body already. Fang Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on the Dream Realm, but this time, he targeted himself. Dragon Palace was able to enslave Rank 8s and create a new owner because of the power of the Dream Realm. Thus, when Fang Yuan's clone used Unravel Dream on himself, it was also targeting this problem, effectively solving it. Killer moves were fixed, but people could think. The exact use of GU worms depended on the user's intentions. Of course, Unravel Dream itself could not deal with Rank 8 level Dream Token. In this aspect, he had to thank the for Eastern Sea GU Immortals including Granny Rong and Zhong Yin. Fang Yuan's main body nodded. This was truly the most difficult dream realm I have ever explored. But earlier when I used Luck Inspection, those azure purple chi were not a lie. They signified that you had a chance of becoming Dragon Palace Lord without losing yourself. Because Fang Yuan saw a chance of success, he let his clone enter the dream to try the test. If not for those azure purple chi, he would only fail regardless. Fang Yuan's main body would have taken action already. At this moment, Fang Yuan and his clone had already finished communicating. They learned of each other's encounters during this period. Fang Yuan's main body critiqued, Dragon Palace's dream realm was very complex and deep, because both body and soul went inside. It was normal that emotions were pulled and manipulated. The dreams within the dream also made one sink deeper and unable to awaken themselves. Externally, there was heavenly court's action. Had I not been careful, a huge battle would occur. The situation would go out of control rapidly. Even though these 2 Eastern Sea Immortals looked harmless, they were not benign people. In the previous life, they had fought against Duke Long in order to obtain Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even joined with the other Rank 8 GU Immortals to invade Hidden Dragon Cave. They had never given up on Dragon Palace. The truth was, Duke Long chose to negotiate because Sea Ancestor had incredible power, but he had also made considerations for this. Looking at the entire situation, Fang Yuan's trip was full of danger this time. It was like he was walking on a tightrope. Any carelessness and he would lose complete control. But in the end, no actual danger happened. He kept control over the situation. This showed Fang Yuan's expertise in strategic planning. Firstly, he had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 person in the world. Even though it was his clone who took action this time, Fang Yuan had given him methods like Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation and Unravel Dream. Secondly, Fang Yuan constructed Cooking Luck Pot. He could inspect luck. Fang Yuan had seen the Azure Purple Chi personally and knew there was hope of success. That was why he gave it a go. Thirdly, Fang Yuan sent Bai Ningbing and others to the River of Time and used Myriad Year Flying Warship to fight against 5 Time Path Immortal GU houses. He drew Heavenly Court's attention away. Next, by using schemes, he deceived Duke Long and meticulously balanced the forces of Eastern Sea and Heavenly Court, using both sides to his advantage. And finally, even if he failed, Fang Yuan would only lose a clone, his main body was safe and his foundation would be intact. Even if the Dragonman clone betrayed him, Fang Yuan could use the connection between him and his clone to pursue and kill him. Forget about the rest, just the luck path tracking methods could not be concealed by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was created during Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created in the future by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan was able to face Heavenly Court, Eastern Sea's GU Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals while showing great strength and control. He created a situation where he could advance or retreat at all. He had a great advantage throughout. Of course, the risks were high. If he lost the Dragonman clone, Fang Yuan would lose all of his dream path methods. After all, Unravel Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation were with his clone. But he had to take the risk. How could any ground plan have no risk? And this was involving a rank 8 immortal GU house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No will could live in the dream realms for over 1,000,000 years. The Dragonman clone had thought he was Wu Shuai for some time. It was the effect of Dream Token's modification, twisting his own will, causing the Dragonman clone to think that he was Wu Shuai, having been revived. But how could Fang Yuan's will be so easily distorted? Even if he were deceived, he would sense it in the future and gradually wake up. Unless the Dragonman clone stayed inside Dragon Palace all the time and imprisoned himself, subjecting himself to the effects of Dream Token. Wu Shuai's arrangements and considerations back then were truly meticulous. His effort was praiseworthy. After Fang Yuan's main body learned of the clone's encounter, he was moved and praised loudly. He was truly a formidable person. It was a pity that Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he lacked capability. Otherwise, how could he resist the pressure of the 10 great sects of Central Continent and develop South Flower Island properly? His talent and aptitude was very high. That was why his father nurtured him since he was a child. Afterwards he even got picked by Green and Ascetic, finally becoming rank 8. Even though he received external help, his own strength was the foundation to everything. Regrettably, his enemy was too strong. Forget about Heavenly Court, just Duke Long alone could wipe out the Dragonman race. And behind Duke Long, there was still Star Constellation. The heavenly revelation that Dragonmen would reign supreme was the decree of the Heavenly Tao. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was too fearsome. After assimilating her own will into Heaven's will, she actually managed to twist the Heavenly Tao. Precisely because of that, the 3 demon venerables who appeared after Star Constellation did not manage to destroy Heavenly Court. It was only Red Lotus Demon Venerable who managed to damage Fate GU. Just this small accomplishment was already beyond the expectations of everyone. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's defeat was predestined from the start. Even demon venerables failed, more so Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai could make sacrifices, but Heavenly Court had countless members who were willing to sacrifice too. Duke Long exterminated the entire Dragonman race. Wasn't it a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became one with the Tao. She sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Fang Yuan's main body learned about the strength of Heavenly Court. This organization's foundation was just too deep. The immortal graveyard had countless slumbering rank 8s. After 1,000,000 years, Duke Long was still alive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Duke Long, Fairy Zi Wei, Chen Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, all of these people were very influential and powerful. Today, the great power of Heavenly Court was already established. It suppressed everything in history. Even demon venerables could not defy it. Just this alone could make one feel suffocated. No wonder Shen Song Sheng and Song Qi Yuan felt so wary. Looking at the earth trenches emerging and the 5 regions fusing, they got more anxious by the day. Fang Yuan wanted to overturn this current trend. Only by destroying Fate GU can I have any hope of eternal life. If I fail, will anyone feel moved when they hear of my story in the future? They would merely be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan kept his clone and Dragon Palace in his immortal aperture. He summoned Shuo, Shishacheng, and Mo Tan Sang. Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel with them, rapidly leaving Eastern Sea. Ever since Fang Yuan and XQC Grotto-heaven, the killer move Jade Flow Pearl stopped being effective. He had to use omnidirectional travel instead to move around. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage too. Fang Yuan could naturally use Myriad Year Flying Warship to travel. This rank 8 Immortal GU house was not slow at all. But it was currently fighting inside the River of Time. Even if Fang Yuan had it with him, he would not use it to travel. It was too eye-catching. Chapter 1848. Collating his gains. A grand purple-gold palace floated in the air. Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The Dragonman clone manipulated this immortal GU house, producing a large amount of dense smoke. Wherever the dense smoke went, it devoured everything. Fang Yuan used it as a test. He brought over an immemorial year beast. It could not resist as it growled while being overwhelmed by the dense smoke, vanishing without a trace. Gather! The Dragonman clone willed. The Dream Path smoke shrunk back into Dragon Palace like a python returning to its cave. Everything that it had engulfed also naturally went into Dragon Palace. This was the Dream Path killer move that Fang Yuan had personally witnessed in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace produced dense smoke that corroded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though it had turned phantom, it was still hit. One skill to dominate the world. In this current period of time, the GU Immortal World and even Heavenly Court lacked ways to deal with Dream Path methods. The effectiveness of Dream Path was immediate. But now that Fang Yuan personally used it, he realized that this Dreamy Light Smoke was not a Dream Path offensive killer move as he had thought. It was used for capturing enemies instead. Like earlier, Dragon Palace only used this one move to capture an immemorial year beast that had rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace easily. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal GU house. Even though it had the rank 8 Dream Path Immortal GU Dream token, its roots did not change. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was meant to assist with Dragon Palace's enslavement, by first capturing the target and trapping them, before enslaving them afterwards. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace also had two other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had Wisdom Path effect, allowing a GU Immortal to dream in their sleep and attain revelations. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It was a dream realm that allowed one to construct dream realms within dream realms. Like the time the Dragonman clone explored the dream realm and became Wu Shuai, while Wu Shuai went into another dream to gain dream revelations, this was the power of Dream Within Dream. As for the dream realm that shrouded Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. Fang Yuan considered it for a while. At his current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke had the most practical use. Even though Dream Revelation was profound, it not only consumed immortal essence but also Heaven's will. That was to say, this killer move needed the participation of Heaven's will. In Wu Shuai's case, he held the heavenly fate. Dragonmen were meant to reign supreme. Thus, Heaven's will helped the Dragonmen. It was okay for him to use this move. He would receive the guidance and assistance of the heavenly Tao. But Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He was suppressed and targeted by Heaven's will. All along, he had been enemies with Heaven's will. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate Heaven's will. How could he expect Heaven's will to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms instead of living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dream realm within a dream realm. What use was that? It allowed one to modify dream realms. Wu Shuai used this to modify Dragon Palace's dream realm back then, creating a dream within a dream. When Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone explored it, he faced this type of dream constantly. Undeniably, this made the dream realm much more complex. It became easier for the explorer to lose themselves and succumb to the dream realm. What use did Fang Yuan have for it? In the short period of time, Fang Yuan's thoughts were on dream realm explorations. He could modify these dream realms to create a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Fang Yuan. They belonged to him. In that case, he he could construct a safe zone in the dream realm so that he could recuperate or recover in it. But the most important thing was Dream Token Immortal GU. This Immortal GU was similar to the Soul Beast token that Fang Yuan had. The former was a Dream Path GU worm that had Enslavement Path ability, while the latter was a Soul Path GU worm with similar Enslavement Path ability. Fang Yuan had already learned of the exact use of this rank 8 Dream Token Immortal GU from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, Duke Long wanted to unleash Dragonman extermination. Wu Shuai was not safe from it. But after a lot of hard work and experimentation, he had some gains. He could delay his death. Using his final bit of time, he activated Dream Token Immortal GU. He expended not just all of his rank 8 Immortal essence, but also his emotions, memories, and wills. After he made his arrangements, he became extremely thin. Only a bit of his soul was left. In the end, he sat on his dragon throne. Because of the huge expenditure earlier, he died after a while. In the end, he sacrificed even himself. He contributed everything he had. Thus, currently speaking, the price of activating Dream Token Immortal GU was huge. Wu Shuai was not killed by Dragonman extermination, he died from using Dream Token. Fang Yuan evaluated secretly. He was an Enslavement Path GU Immortal at the peak of rank 8, he sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and created this Dream Token Dream Realm. In the current era, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in got destroyed. It left and went into the bottom of the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhong Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though it gained for rank 8 battle strength experts, the foundation of the Dream Realm fell greatly, so when the Dragonman clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed traces of weakness in some areas. The most obvious being Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These two sects were part of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects that had existed a million years ago during Red Lotus era. The Dream Realm could not display them properly, it had to rely on the Dragonman clone's memories. This was a flaw, it indicated that the Dream Realm was already at its limit during that time. This means to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 GU Immortal like Wu Shuai, I can enslave for rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If this was the Dragon Palace Dream Realm in its complete form, the Dragonman clone would likely still get modified even if he used Unravel Dream. Thus, he had to thank the Far Eastern Sea rank 8 GU Immortals for using up a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If Dream Token was used alone, the user would die from using it because this Immortal GU uses all of the GU Immortals foundation to create a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm would depend on the situation and which GU Immortal was used to create the Dream Realm. Of course, rank 6 and 7 GU Immortals did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, they could not use Dream Token Immortal GU in the first place. And rank 8 GU Immortals could not be forced to do it, they had to do it out of their own will. That means, each activation of Dream Token Immortal GU would expend 1 rank 8 GU Immortal. This price was huge, Fang Yuan was not willing to try it. But in the future, when my Dream Path attainment level rises, I can use Dream Token Immortal GU as the core to create corresponding killer moves to limit Dream Token, to prevent it from draining the GU Immortal entirely so as to create restricted Dream Realms. But it's not very useful. Fang Yuan thought about it, Dream Token Immortal GU alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves to create Dream Realms in the future that would not kill the GU Immortal using it, Fang Yuan would still need to expend his own foundation, Immortal Essence, and Soul Foundation, but most importantly, his true meaning would also be converted and expended. This meant that Fang Yuan's attainment levels would fall. Without true meaning, the Dream Realm would just be a weak illusion. Precisely because Dream Realms contain true meaning, emotions could be used to trap a person in the Dream Realm. If the GU Master succeeds in exploration and ignores the interferences of emotions, they would gain true meaning and raise their attainment levels. But in the future, when Dream Realms become common everywhere, I can spend some attainment level to create a trap and plot against crucial people. I can turn them into my subordinates, my enemies will be caught unguarded. Dream Token, Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, Dream Revelation, these were his Dream Path gains. For Fang Yuan, not all of them were practical, but they did cause his Dream Path abilities to skyrocket several times. In particular, these killer moves were part of the immortal GU House Dragon Palace, making it very convenient for Fang Yuan to use them at will without much practice at all. Other than Dream Path, he had great gains in other areas too. The most obvious were the 4 dragon generals that included Zhongyin and Granny Rome. Fang Yuan was happy to gain new rank 8 battle strength experts, for in fact, the accumulation of Wu Shuai and his Dragonman race was all kept in Dragon Palace for the future. They were all now Fang Yuan's possession. These legacies were mostly contents related to enslavement path. But the most valuable ones were relating to the Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, and Army Ant. Wu Shuai suppressed an enslaved calligraphy pavilion lady back then. He gained her immortal GU House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found that the reason Calligraphy Pavilion was so strong was because there were many Qian Kuan Crystal Wall fragments stored inside. The Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded within the legends of Ren Zhu, but it had always been in a state of fragmentation. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qian Kuan Crystal Wall fragments were just a portion of the original. The value of Censure Peak, to make a comparison, was similar to the incomplete Refinement Sea. The white-haired Lang Ya land spirit wanted to create the secluded domain of heaven and earth Refinement Sea. He paid a huge cost but did not succeed. Censure Peak was already completed, yet it could only be considered on the level of an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was inferior to Refinement Sea in essence. Army Ant was the true inheritance of Green Ant Ascetic. After Wu Shuai inherited it, he made good use of it. It was his main offensive method back then. As long as they grew to a certain number, they would have terrifying might. One would be able to fight a group of rank 8 GU Immortals alone. And finally there was Dragon Palace itself, the Dragon Spirit, an enslavement path attainment level. After the Dragonman clone passed the Dream Realm, his enslavement path attainment level rose directly to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's enslavement path attainment level was merely 1 level away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the bonus of a Dragonman's latent enslavement path talent, his aptitude was truly terrifying. Throughout history, there were countless heroes and geniuses that ascended the stage of fame. In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars that had their own dazzling light. Even though there were 10 Venerables standing above them with unparalleled power, they did not lose their own unique colors. The gains were immense. Fang Yuan had basically inherited the legacy of the entire Dragonman race. To process these gains, he would need countless years. Fang Yuan was a little helpless. He had limited time. He could only choose to utilize those that were helpful to him. Army Ant was not going to be practiced now. This method was just icing on the cake. Fang Yuan already had the battle strength to fight an entire group of rank 8s alone. Furthermore, building an ant army from scratch would require an immense amount of resources. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were foundations of information path. Fang Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he made Li Xiao buy into profound literature Grotto-heaven for this purpose as well. What made Fang Yuan feel slight regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If it had any, in the current world where Dream Path was too advanced for the era, it would be even more powerful and useful than Wintercoat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But thinking about the previous life, Fang Yuan could accept this fact. If Dragon Palace had such Dream Path defensive methods, it would not have been invaded by Duke Long. Chapter 1849. Ancestor of the New Dragonman. The long hair refinement path formation made a loud noise as a large amount of white lychee immortal essence was instilled. A huge flame that soared to the sky appeared. Within the raging flames, the Dragonman clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless as if he had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, his body was beginning to melt away, resembling iron which had just begun to melt into liquid. This was naturally a painful thing, but the Dragonman clone soul had left the body in advance. It was standing beside Lang Ya land spirit now. Fang Yuan's main body personally controlled the refinement path formation while Lang Ya land spirit, sixth hair, and the rest assisted him. Fang Yuan mobilized almost all of his refinement path manpower here. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the flesh and skin of the Dragonman clone gradually swelled and blistered, and soon he was completely disfigured. It looked like colloids or bubbles that were about to pop completely. Be careful and hold steady. I'll leave this to you. Lang Ya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan himself presided over the situation while giving out instructions. Lang Ya Land Spirit nodded. Fang Yuan did not need to completely scorch and melt the Dragonman clone. If he did so, it would be tantamount to killing him. What Fang Yuan needed was this current condition, where the Dragonman clone had reached the limit of what he could bear, but was only on the verge of destruction. To maintain this state, the GU Immortal had to manipulate the intense flames while paying close attention to the Dragonman clone's condition. Fang Yuan passed this job to Lang Ya Land Spirit. He had already turned into the white-haired land spirit who was stable and calm. He had deep refinement path experience that Fang Yuan could not compare to. This was the step that could not accept any careless mistakes. Fang Yuan was assured with Lang Ya Land Spirit handling it. Next, Fang Yuan started to activate the refinement path formation as traces of lightning gathered. These lightning sparks were pitch black and thick like chopsticks. They crackled continuously. The lightning sparks entered the raging flames like they were entering empty space. They were completely unaffected by the flames. Under Fang Yuan's control, the lightning sparks stabbed into the Dragonman clone's body, piercing through the lumps of blood and flesh, attaching themselves to the soft skeleton. The pitch-black lightning sparks fixed the skeleton in place as they slowly moved out, taking one of the Dragonman clone's arm bones out along with them. The arm bone was not heat-resistant. It started to show signs of melting. But at this time, Sixth Hair, who was already prepared, activated the refinement path formation and sent out waves of bubbles. Fang Yuan quickly tossed the arm bone into the bubbles. The bubbles surrounded the arm bone and quickly flew up, getting out of the top of the raging flame. Hairy Man GU Immortals were already waiting there. They prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was put into the lightning plasma and got refined continuously. This was the first step. The second step, another Hairy Man GU Immortal took over, placing the arm bone in a green current to wash it. The third step, others took charge. The arm bone was baked, washed, and cleaned. It shrunk greatly, and got buried in a pile of soil made from pale white bone. Next, the refinement path formation used the power of time path to accelerate the time of the bone soil. The bone soil continued to be absorbed by the arm bone as it got smaller in size. The arm bone only absorbed half of the soil before it stopped. It was taken out. 3 steps were still waiting. This was an arm bone, while the Dragonman clone had a total of more than 3,000 bones in his body. They were all going to be processed similarly. And this was just the bones. The Dragonman clone's flesh, blood, brain, organs, fingernails, and hair, they all needed to be refined. This was an extremely tedious job. Fang Yuan alone had too low efficiency. That was why he mobilized all of his refinement path experts. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the Dragonman clone was tedious, it was not hard. The biggest difficulty was that attention was needed at all times to maintain the Dragonman clone's condition. Lang Ya Land Spirit was in charge of this, so Fang Yuan felt assured. Following this process, after 3 days and nights in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the long hair refinement path formation finally stopped. His bones were put back, his hair, blood, flesh, fingernails, organs, and brain were all refined properly. He was now immune to the Dragonman extermination killer move. Back when Duke Long created the Dragonman lifespan extension method, he used the profundity of transformation path, chi path, and human path, but Fang Yuan did not lack expertise in these 3 aspects now. Furthermore, Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was something Duke Long could never match up to. And with his wisdom path ability, if given enough time, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to break the killer move Dragonman extermination. There were no killer moves that could not be broken. It was just that a gradual process was necessary. A long time was needed to continuously attempt trial and error. After gaining Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan obtained the research results of the Dragonman experiments. It helped him greatly. In fact, Wu Shuai was very close to success back then. Even though he did not truly break Dragonman extermination killer move, he had conceptualized many ideas. He just lacked time to experiment on them. During the final period before Dragonman extermination, the Dragonman GU Immortals cooperated with Wu Shuai. They placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent as test locations. They tried all these methods respectively. They were spreading the seeds of hope. The Dragonman blessed land that Fang encountered was one of them. Of course, it was not from the first batch of Blessed Lands. The Dragonman GU Immortals that appeared in the Blessed Lands had placed their own immortal apertures, taking the place of the previous generation each time. Fang Yuan did not know how many generations had gone by, he did not care either. But he used this precious information to deduce which was the most likely plan to succeed from all of the methods that Wu Shuai had conceptualized. Information regarding the matters involving Fang Feng was obtained by Fang Yuan after Shen Songsheng gave him the results of his soul search. Shen Songsheng did not know how precious this information was, he was basically handing Fang Yuan the solution. Fang Yuan had the ability and clues to finally modify the Dragonman race. From this day onwards, the Dragonman clone would be completely immune to the killer move Dragonman extermination. Of course, that was only Duke Long's Dragonman extermination. If Fang Yuan created one himself, the Dragonman clone would still be affected by it. After all, Fang Yuan had personally created the new Dragonman clone, he knew everything about it. At this point, his work was not done. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone soul had adapted to the original Dragonman body, thus it was also under the influence of Duke Long's Dragonman extermination killer move. Therefore, he had to modify the Dragonman clone soul next. There was no need to use the refinement path formation for this. Fang Yuan had a vast number of soul path methods. Dealing with the soul was much easier than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragonman clone soul foundation needed to be improved anyway, so Fang Yuan temporarily put the Dragonman clone in the soul-expending myriad guts formation to cultivate. Soul foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace had enslaved the 4 dragon generals, it was the limit. To enslave more living beings, the Dragon Palace Lord would need to sustain it with their soul. Noting this, Fang Yuan started to understand why the dragon spirit acknowledged by Ning Bing in the previous life. It must have been an emergency back then. Dragon Palace needed by Ning Bing's soul to split the burden and enslave evil dragon Di Zongsheng. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace to begin with, it is similar to heavenly spirits and land spirits, it can acknowledge a master and exist indefinitely. Of course, one needs to have Dragonman identity and the aspiration to develop the Dragonman race in order to gain the dragon spirit's acceptance. Thinking so, Fang Yuan smiled. Developing the Dragonman race was not impossible. Fang Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale. One was to comprehend human path, another was to manage the immortal aperture, and finally, to try and obtain the variant human inheritances. Whether he would develop Dragonmen or not, was there a difference to him? No. Of course, Fang Yuan was going to raise his new Dragonman race, he would definitely not develop the old Dragonman race. Therefore, in a way, Fang Yuan was now the ancestor of the new Dragonman race. Heavenly Court cared about race, it was their basis. But Fang Yuan did not care. So what if Dragonmen reigned supreme? Fang Yuan did not care about that at all. His only goal was eternal life. If developing the Dragonman race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do it. If they obstructed him in the future, he would eliminate them. It was so simple. If becoming a Dragonman meant he could achieve eternal life, Fang Yuan would immediately abandon his human identity and change sides, even if countless people took pride in their human status. The Dragonman clone lacked a name? He would be called Wu Shuai then. Fang Yuan was completely fine with that. The Dragonman clone started to cultivate and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to make endless deductions. The Dream Path clone was still waiting. Fang Yuan originally wanted Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone with his tribulation, but after obtaining it, he realized Dragon Palace had no Dream Path defensive killer moves. This made Fang Yuan's plan flop. If there were to be a Dream Path tribulation, how would Fang Yuan defend against it? Even Reverse Flow Protection Seal would be useless at that time. There was a way, which was to use Dream Token Immortal GU as the core to deduce a usable Dream Path killer move. But this move had to be rank 8. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, but his Dream Path attainment level had not even reached Master. This was troublesome. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to defer this. He was not going to give Heaven's will a chance to plot against him. Chapter 1850. Making Arrangements in Eastern Sea. Shen Clan Headquarters, Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shen Clan First Supreme Elder Shen Tsongsheng said with enthusiasm, Senior Chi Si, this is the 6-sound tea from my Shen Clan, please enjoy. Fang Yuan nodded as he looked at the cup in front of him. 6-sound tea was the signature tea of Shen Clan. It was incredibly famous in the 5 regions. It was superior compared to Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Border Qiao Clan's Bewitching tea, and Fang Clan's 7-Li Fragrant tea. 6-sound tea was not drunk in just one cup, it was a set of 6 tea cups. These 6 cups of tea had very specific details when it came to the brewing process, temperature, cup used, sequence of drinking, an exact way to drink. Fang Yuan first held the first cup. This tea was crystal clear, it was like the sky devoid of clouds, extremely pure and intact. Autumn would sound. Fang Yuan thought to himself as he savored the tea. The moment he drank it, he felt refreshed as his mind became clear, it was pure and cleansed. It was as if he had turned into a carefree flying bird, or a cool breeze, moving casually in the autumn skies. After a moment, Fang Yuan drank the second cup of tea, Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a special texture, it was soft as cotton unlike normal tea. It melted when it entered the mouth, turning into a slightly cold stream of water that flowed down his throat. It was drunk in one mouthful without doubt. After the tea went into his stomach, faint fog started to appear on his tongue, throat, and intestines. This dense tea fog filled his body and even permeated to his internal organs. Good tea. After savoring it for a while, Fang Yuan went on to the third cup. This tea was called River Mournful Cry. The tea was held in a long cup. The tea inside was not calm, there were slight ripples in it. This looked like a miniature river. Fang Yuan poured the tea into his mouth as he felt an incredibly profound feeling. He forgot about himself, he felt like a river that had gone through countless twists and turns. After much turmoil, he entered Eastern Sea in the end. Autumn would sound. Cloud flow sound. River mournful cry. Jade harp. Phoenix cry. Hibiscus laughter. These 6 cups were excellent tea if drank on their own, but the most amazing thing was that they were interlinked. After Fang Yuan drank all 6 of them, he felt dazed as an incredibly indescribable feeling engulfed his 5 senses. He was deeply entranced. By the time he came back to his senses, 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fang Yuan praised extensively after the experience. Even though I live in seclusion, I have heard of the 6-sound tea's reputation. Today, I have truly experienced it for myself, it lives up to its name. Seeing that Fang Yuan was satisfied, Shen Clan's first supreme elder, Shen Tsongsheng, became incredibly happy as he laughed. Getting Senior Chi Si's praise was worth the 3 days and nights of preparation by my clan's GU Immortals. 6-sound tea was made of immortal materials, only GU refinement experts among GU Immortals could make it. To refine an entire set of the 6-sound tea, Shen Tsongsheng even had to be involved himself. This tea had different levels of ingredients that could be used. Since Shen Tsongsheng was refining it, he used the top-grade ingredients, expending a large amount of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive, using them to refine GU was normal, but he was using them for tea now. After Fang Yuan drank it, there was nothing left. This was truly a luxury, but it showed how enthusiastic Shen Tsongsheng was about hosting Fang Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shen Tsongsheng invited Fang Yuan to tour this Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. This island itself was a giant resource point. The island was not made of soil or rock, it was an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing purple rosewood. The purple rosewood was rooted at the bottom of the sea, its crown grew above the water, the branches intertwined into this island. Countless species lived on this island, they were mostly sparrows. When these sparrows cry, the branches of the purple rosewood would shake and emit wonderful sounds. These sounds would spread far and wide, calming the surrounding seas. The sea here was calm and tranquil like a mirror, there was no wind in the sky at all. This was the reason for the sea suppressing a purple rosewood's name. Sheng warmly attended to Fang Yuan for 2 whole days. He personally accompanied him the entire time, while sometimes also inviting a few of the female Shen clan immortals to serve Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan talked to him very harmoniously. Before leaving, Sheng presented gifts to him with both hands. These gifts were very valuable. Not only were there a large amount of immortal materials, there were even 2 stalks of ancient desolate plant sea-suppressing purple rosewood. Shen clan sea-suppressing purple rosewood was an immemorial desolate plant. It could only produce a special branch every 800 years. Grafting these branches would allow one to grow an ancient level sea-suppressing purple rosewood. Even though the sea-suppressing purple rosewood had many branches, the rest of its branches could not be grafted for this purpose. These 2 stalks of sea-suppressing purple rosewood were not just ancient desolate plants, they were 2 large-sized resource points. In order to befriend Sea Ancestor, Sheng invested a lot, much more than Song Qi Yuan. Before coming to Shen clan, Fang Yuan already went to Song clan and received Song Qi Yuan's welcome and hospitality. After these 2 trips, my reputation should have spread in Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread in all 5 regions. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan's Sea Ancestor identity was destined to be renowned in the world. This was decided the moment he fought toe-to-toe against Duke Long. Next, I will wait for the reactions of Eastern Sea's other super forces. They will all invite me to visit them. Fang Yuan planned. It seems that for this period of time, his main body was going to attend banquets everywhere. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Eastern Sea was rich with resources, but it lacked a unified voice. It did not have a leader that had great aspirations or foresight. In the 500 years of his previous life, Eastern Sea was suppressed by the other regions. In this life, even though Eastern Sea mobilized several rank 8s to act together, they only went after Dragon Palace. They did not have thoughts of attacking Heavenly Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu clan. It had the formidable character Wu Yong. It was not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. And it was not like Central Continent, which had Heavenly Court. Eastern Sea was quite like Western Desert, but Western Desert GU Immortals were used to working together. Their resources were also much poorer compared to Eastern Sea. In Fang Yuan's memories, Eastern Sea had never done anything outstanding. Even though Eastern Sea super forces had deep foundations, while their lone immortals were also much richer than those in the other 4 regions. But they were too disunited. What if a strong leader appeared? What if they had a unified voice? A person like Sea Ancestor who cultivated Qi Path, he had no conflict with Eastern Sea super forces or even most of the GU Immortals in terms of resources. He even had battle strength on the level of Duke Long. This was his greatest foundation in intimidating the rest. Could Sea Ancestor successfully become the leader of Eastern Sea? Of course, Fang Yuan did not expect Eastern Sea super forces to listen and obey his arrangements. That was not realistic. But to become the alliance leader in name, it was possible. Weren't Sheng and Song Qi Yuan thinking about this? They wanted to make sure Sea Ancestor stayed with Eastern Sea. In the future, when war starts, they would be able to gain his protection. But they did not know that Fang Yuan wanted this too. Even if he was just an alliance leader in name, and could not interfere in the super force's internal affairs, as long as he could influence Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget that for rank 8 lone immortals of Eastern Sea, Zhong Yin, Granny Rong, and the others, were already Dragon Palace's dragon generals. With their support and Fang Yuan's status as the alliance leader, he would exert great influence. Forget about the rest. Just during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Heavenly Court tries to repair Fate GU, Fang Yuan could lead Eastern Sea and use its power in an appropriate setting. Eastern Sea's rank 8s wanted to gain Fang Yuan's favor. Not only were they hospitable, they even gave him expensive gifts. Even during normal times, Sea Ancestor's battle strength and stance would already make them want to win him over. Now, with the earth trenches emerging and the 5 regions merging into one, it was even more necessary. Dragon Palace dived into the sea and descended until it reached the bottom of the sea. This sea area seemed very ordinary, but after Dragon Palace waited for a while, The Dragonman clone's voice resounded from within. Dragon Palace has arrived. Where is GU tribe? His voice spread out and reverberated in the depths of the sea. The Dragonman clone waited patiently. After some time, the scenery in the sea changed as an entrance opened, showing a blessed land that was hidden inside. A rank 8 GU immortal walked out and looked at Dragon Palace with an alert gaze that had traces of excitement in it. He cupped his fist. I am the 39,767th GU tribe leader, who is the current owner of Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone walked out. I am Wu Shuai. The expression of GU tribe shook. He asked, what relationship do you have with Fang Yuan? The Dragonman clone laughed heartily. Mutual cooperation. Without Fang Yuan's help, how could I have revived? GU tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. News of Duke Long, Fang Yuan, as well as the fight between Sea Ancestor and Duke Long had already spread far and wide. The Dragonman clone had a solemn expression. The world is changing rapidly. The crucial moment is arriving. GU tribe leader, will your tribe still uphold our agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? GU tribe's leader smiled. He did not reply immediately. We need to discuss this matter deeply. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in. Saying so, he gave way.